Eagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All right, Bay Area, if you're still paying monthly checking fees, come on now. There's a better way.
San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been serving people for 75 years, going all the way back to 1951.
And no, you do not have to be a firefighter to join. Anyone can join.
You get ATM access worldwide, great service, and it all comes from a local not-for-profit credit union that gives back to its members and the community.
Check them out at sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Your Toyota's been through a lot with you. Traffic, rain, potholes, you name it. But it keeps showing up mile after mile. So maybe it's time to give a little back. For a limited time at your local Toyota dealer, get 3 new tires and get the 4th for $1. Because a ride that's always there for you deserves to be taken care of. 3 tires, get the 4th for $1? Go on. Treat your Toyota. Deal ends April 30th. Keep your Toyota a Toyota. Restrictions apply. Toyota and Scion vehicles only. See participating Toyota dealers for details.
Spring brings brighter days and more time to show off your cool styles. School drop-off, a chance for your outfit to shine in the morning rays. The sun filtering through your windows, practically a personal spotlight, and family walks, all perfectly timed for golden hour. Shop Kohl's for 15% off and make the most of more daylight. Your outfits deserve it. Select styles. Offer ends April 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together, like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
In San Francisco, mostly cloudy, possible showers, high of 63.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Rise. It's time to wake on up. Wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery. Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Adames hits one high, deep down the line, into the corner, and out of here. Adames with his first home run of the year, and it's one.
How about that? How about that?
How about that, Kite? You like that. I loved it. Giants, bats, and fuego.
How's that?
One might say. That sound courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. 9-3 the final as the Giants take the series in San Diego and look to take the sweep down in SD. Good morning to you, Joe. Good morning to Risotto, Lubman, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for spring break. Whatever you're doing, please be safe, especially here in the Bay Area. It is wet. It is slick. And please drive safely out there. Don't drive aggressively. Drive defensively. But the Giants were aggressive yesterday, early and often, Joe. 3-run spot in the first, and they didn't look back. They added another one, the third with the Matt Chapman home run. Then the Padres do what they do. They battled back. And then I just loved overall, and we'll get to Adames. I thought that was a big start for Logan Webb. And when he gave up that 3-run spot in the bottom of the third, I think a lot of Giants fans were like, oh boy, is there something wrong with our ace? Is there what's going on here? Like Logan Webb's supposed to be our trusted agent, but he battled back. You know, he strikes out the side. What was that, in the 5th inning or so? I thought that was a gutsy performance from Logan Webb. Was it his best stuff? No, it was not. He had 4 walks. He gave up a couple hits, couple earned runs, but he had 5 strikeouts. I thought it was gutsy all around, and that offensive output, that is the Giants' offense I expected to see, and I expect to see going forward. It only came after 5 games, though, so I'll take it.
Yeah, he struggled in that 3rd inning. The 4th inning, he comes out. He gets Castellanos to line out to second base. Then you get another line out, and Cronenworth grounds out. This is the 4th inning, and he's walking off the mound. And I think most Giants fans are asking themselves, like, I don't know how many he can go today. Yeah. He's really struggling with location. It feels like he doesn't have command of all of his pitches. And I think the truly great pitchers rebound in start within that game, and they find a way to just persevere to the end and put their team in a position where you give the ball to the manager who's going to give it to someone else with a chance to win the game. And I think the way he finished that game with that 5th inning, I just think it was a huge 5th inning where he gets Tatis, Machado, and then Jackson Merrill all in a row on strikeouts. He's walking off the mound. I think he's at like 80-something pitches. Yeah. And he's like screaming into his glove. as the broadcast is showing us. And he's clearly like, he's mad at himself. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I know it's early in the year. Keep this man in this game.
Yeah.
And I got to give Tony Vitello a lot of credit for keeping him in the game. He goes out there in the 6th inning. I'm sure that they were prepared to go in a variety of directions in the 6th. And I think a lot of people are like, whoa, 100 pitches. Oh, my God. Bottom of the 6th, ground out with Bogarts, ground out with Andahar, Gavin Sheets, ground out. Yeah. That's the Logan Webb that we know. And then he comes out and, I don't know, every Giants fan's like standing ovation. And then the Giants, put on a little bullpen clinic, if you will, down the stretch, and they hold them off. But there's like 50 things to come out of this game. Joe, like legitimately.
I know.
I want to start with a couple things.
They had 16 hits. 16. They did that 5 times last year, 16 or more hits.
So one of my big pushbacks on the data, boys, is not that data isn't important. It is. It's that you don't think the human element and the psyche factors in at all into the spreadsheet. And I'm talking about you as in like whoever's out there that relies over the top on the data. And I look at the lineup, for example, and I say to myself, okay, not all lineups are created equal. Some lineups, when you roll it out there, could all be the same guy. They're having confidence issues. They don't feel great today. How do they see the ball coming out of the hand of the pitcher who happens to be going against them that day? What's the weather like? Did they get a good sleep? Like, there's so much of sports that is so internal that you just cannot compute and put into a spreadsheet. Does raw batting average against a particular pitcher matter? Yeah, absolutely. But there's a lot of feel that goes into it as well. And when I look at these lineups that get put out every single day, why do I like Rafi Devers in the 2-hole? Well, the data would tell you he's going to get up more often. Yeah. Let's say you get 3.3 at-bats per game, hypothetically. If I can increase that to 3.6, 3.7, then that means 1 extra time or 2 extra times over a 2 or 3 day span. I'm going to get Rafi's to the plate that often with maybe a potential RBI situation.
Absolutely. Maximizing your best individual player these days with at-bats is key. It doesn't matter if they're, slow, fast. Yes. It's just maximizing your best overall hitter. You're seeing that a lot more.
It's so like that is actually data-driven. Now, when I look at Willie in the leadoff spot, I think most people would be like, he doesn't draw a lot of walks. He strikes out a lot. Is he the fastest 40 time or 90 time, meaning, home to first base? Not really. But you look up and you're like, this guy did lead the team in stolen bases last year. Guys were hurt. Chapman might have been the team leader had he not gotten injured. But I think he runs the bases pretty well. And more than anything, I think Willie doesn't get a lot of good pitches to see lower down in the lineup when he's in that cleanup spot. Being in front of Rafi Devers, whoever that guy is, when the pitcher is looking at the plate, and then he glances over at who's in the on-deck circle, you know what they're saying to themselves? Boy, I can't walk this guy because I don't want Rafi Devers to bat and have that first baseman hold someone on and give Rafi an opportunity to really hurt us early in the game. Yep. I better give him something to hit. And one thing that Willie Adames is extremely aggressive. I think that's pretty obvious, right? Yes. I don't need data to tell you, like, Willie is going to try to jump on guys early in counts.
He is, yes.
And I think that giveth and that giveth away at times for Willie. I kind of love, for right now, and things will change, him batting in front of Rafi because he's going to get a lot of good pitches to swing at. Yeah. And he's the guy that's going to jump on guys. And I don't think it's a coincidence that he looked great yesterday in the leadoff spot, batting in front of Rafi Devers. Now, after him, you've got now Elliot Ramos, who's, big hit yesterday, but I think for the most part, he hasn't really found his groove just yet. And then in the 4-hole, you got Arise. And I think that's going to be a work in progress.
Yeah.
For right now, keep Willie right where he's at in front of Adames. He can run after Adames is hitting. He gets better pitches in front of him. Like, part of that might be data-driven, but I think psychologically for these pitchers that are stepping onto that rubber and they're looking at Rafi in that on-deck circle, they're saying to themselves, well, I gotta throw strikes to Willie here because I don't want to let Rafi hit with a runner on. And I think it's brilliant.
Isn't it fun that we
It's brilliant.
Isn't it fun that we could actually talk about, the lineup? I know we've been struggling for so long, all Giants fans talking about this team because the lineup. You just had a bunch of guys that were glorified platooners for so long on this roster. You have guys now like Adames, Devers, Ramos, Arise, Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee. I want to shout out 3 hits yesterday.
Yes.
Big time double he had. God, it just missed the wall over and right.
Joe, when they get that many hits with runners in scoring position.
Was the helmet okay yesterday, by the way, Joe? Was the helmet?
He had a swing where he check swing and the helmet was flying off. It's like, my God, dude, can we get some more padding in that helmet? But I almost felt like, hey, guys, save some of these runner and scoring position hits for the next couple series.
Right.
But psychological, and I want to bring him in real quick because he pitched high school baseball, and I'm not pretending that that's the pros or whatever, but, Steven, you do love the data, right? You love the data in baseball, but also you understand the psyche of a pitcher. When you're towing the rubber and you're facing a guy in the batter's box, but you glance over into the on-deck circle, and it's a guy of the stature of Rafi Devers, what does that do to a pitcher? Like what's going through your mind when you're kind of obviously there's numbers on it, but I'm talking about mentally what goes through that pitcher's mind.
Well, for number one, you always know who's coming up in the order, and number two, you know who you don't want to pitch to with guys on base. So that's the big thing. And with this Giants lineup, it's a lot deeper than last year. So there's more issues that opposing pitchers will run into.
Absolutely, and I just think that. Who bats in front of you, who bats after you. I do think these things matter. And I do think it's a work in progress. And it's one of those, it's like a living, breathing organism. It's always going to be changing. Again, hey, Willie, how you feeling today? Well, and what if he, hypothetically, I'm knocking on wood, he jams his shoulder a week from now and he's not feeling great. And he's in the lineup, but he's not feeling so good. He's not seeing the ball well off this guy's hand for whatever reason. He goes into a little slump. They might end up switching it. But for right now, ride this Willie in the leadoff spot with Rafi in the 2-hole. Ride it like Secretariat.
I'll give Vitello credit for that move as well because there is something, too, about the psychology, as you guys are talking about it, too.
There is.
Once I'm in leadoff, I don't have to think. Just, hey, get up there. I'm the guy. I'm setting the tone. Just go out there. Just try to get a hit. Get on base. Boom.
100%.
You don't have to see other people in front of you. There's something about kind of like, I've never jumped out of an airplane, but I just, it's probably that feeling like once you do, you just, boom.
Yeah, you got to
jump
go.
out.
Yeah.
It's fight or flight mentality.
The more reluctant you become.
Correct.
I'm not a big heights guy.
No, I've never jumped out of an airplane.
It really terrifies me.
I've talked about it. Nicole and I, she's like, you never want to go do jump out of an airplane or, parachute or something. No,
not a chance.
That sounds awful.
Not a chance.
No,
I will watch you from the ground.
There you go.
Make said leap.
We got Willie Adames sound on hitting leadoff. Wow, that's great.
Well,
hey, shout out to you guys in the back for cutting sound this week, by the way, and Sam Lubman for cutting sound. You guys have been crushing it. We appreciate it.
The other thing is, I think that Willie's just going to be aggressive by nature. If there's one thing I've learned about 170 games in on Willie Adames, it's like. He is going to be up there looking to swing early in counts. And so you saw it play out later in the game, by the way, Joe, where he comes up with multiple runners on and he goes right up the middle first pitch.
Yep. Don't think, just hit.
Yeah,
Boom.
and I just think it's going to give him more opportunities. And I think him batting leadoff is a freeing thing. Let's play the sound.
I mean, man, I'm just rolling with it, man. I'm just having fun. I mean, obviously, last year I think was the first time in my career, and it happened twice already this year. So we're just rolling with it, just having fun, and try to do the best job I can do it in that spot, and try to, like I said, try to set the tone for the team and take a good at bat just to set up Rafi that is hitting behind me, to make him feel more comfortable when he comes into the plate.
And Rafi's not even dialed in. And he had a couple of bloopers and a swinging bunt single, in the infield.
He's such a good hitter that he's still going through the grooves of things, but he's just going to get a couple hits a game because he's just that guy.
And this is why right now is really special because other guys are stepping up in the absence of Rafi. I mean, Rafi really hasn't barreled too many balls this year.
And that sound courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. That was him walking off the field yesterday. And as I mentioned, 7, 8, 9 hitters again, all getting hits. Listen, I don't think they're going to be, doing that all season long, but it's nice to see everyone else stepping up early because we haven't seen that with this team for so long. And, I don't know how long it's going to last with Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Harrison Bader. We'll see. But Willie Adames setting the tone the way he does, that guy's making $150+ million, 170, whatever the hell he's making. At one point, the highest paid Giant in the history of the franchise. He needs to be hitting and producing, and he was doing that yesterday in a big, big way.
Well, and it was nice to see Ramos get a big hit, and
Chapman get a jack.
Yeah, it was nice to see Oliva. Is it Oliva or Olivia? Oliva is how we're pronouncing. Okay, apologies.
Well, the proper pronunciation, if we kind of go Espanol over here, it's Oliva, but he's pronouncing it Oliva. So there you go.
It's Oliva? Okay, that's why I'm asking, because I've heard it a couple different ways.
It's one of those 5 ways we just said.
Yeah. Well, remember for Ramos.
I want to be respectful.
No. It's Oliva.
Oliva, okay.
Like for Heliot Ramos, remember for his Elliot, Elio.
And then he told us.
Like Elio, like the Pixar movie that came out a couple, was like, what? We don't even know then. It's like, it's Elliot Ramos.
Well, it was nice to see like blazing speed on the base pass late in the game. And to anyone who's mad about this.
When's the last time you saw that in the Giants uniform? Blazing speed.
Darren Ford.
There you go.
I mean, like honestly, guys.
Not Darren Ruff.
Well,
Darren Ford.
I sincerely, my 2 giant heads back there. Was the last blazing speed guy that they've had?
I'll raise you one. Can you remember the last guy in the Oracle Park era who stole at least 30 bases for the Giants in a season?
30?
Oh. Nori Aoki.
It's a trick question. No one has stolen 30 bases for the Giants in the Oracle Park era. The closest was Angel Pagan, and I want to say 2013, he got 29.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. But I was
going to say Gregor Blanco didn't play enough. I don't know.
Jung-Hoo Lee needed that game. Big time. I think he really needed a multi-hit game. And I look at Harrison Bader. He's had some big at-bats. I mean, he put one off the wall when they desperately needed to score and add on more runs. Yep. That was really big. Only issue that I have in terms of some of the managerial stuff, there was a situation where they had first and second with no outs, and here comes Casey Schmidt. Now, this is just my personal opinion. We can disagree, agree, whatever. If you're going to bunt in that situation, I'm going to give my hitter 2 opportunities to lay down a bunt. I'm not going to be taking on 0-0. So he takes, it's a strike. So now we're down to, it's an 0-1 count, okay? Then he goes to lay down, and he's showing bunt early. And I'm saying to myself, well, if he doesn't get it down here, well, now I'm in a 2-strike hole. Yeah. And I'm forced to swing away.
With my 9-hitter.
Yeah. So to me, and here's the other thing. Schmidt had 3 hits over 2 days. Yeah. He was seeing the ball well. I have no problem with bunting. My only issue would be, and I wanted maybe someone to ask this. I didn't listen to the full post-game presser. Hey, seeing how that played out, next time, would you bunt from the beginning of the at-bat or swing away from the beginning of the bat? Because I think bunting after 1 strike, I would be committed right before you get into the batter's box. Hey, we're bunting in this situation. Give my guy 2 chances to lay down that bunt.
510 is comparing Adames in front of Devers. Kent batting in front of Bonds. Don't think we're there yet. Let's pump the brakes here. 510. 2 Hall of Famers we're talking about.
Relax.
MVP. But you know what? I love the confidence from 510. All right, I love it.
And then I get to talk about data. I want to make a good point here.
Take that.
Everyone's losing their minds. Logan Webb, 100 pitches, second start in. I'm going to keep saying this till I'm blue in the face. It's not about the specific number of pitches. How many are stress pitches? How many are from the windup? How many are from the stretch? How many is he throwing in between innings? How many does he throw in between starts? How many breaking balls? How many fastballs? What felt good today? There are some days, certain grips, certain, delivery types. Slider feels better than the fastball, than the changeup, than this. I want more insight. And when my ace, Logan Webb, is screaming and huffing and puffing, coming off the mound in the 5th inning, damn it, I'm listening to him. And look, is there a time where I got to put a seatbelt, a restrictor plate on my ace? Absolutely. Yeah. But this early in the season, after he's my guy and I'm new to my position, I'm going to listen to Logan Webb, who knows his body significantly better than Johnny, Giants fan on the couch. It's not about 100 pitches. It's about how does he feel? And not all 100 pitch outings are created the same. We got to chill off the raw pitch counts.
And let's also be honest. He's been pitching in high leverage games for a couple weeks now. He's been doing the World Baseball Classics. This isn't anything new to Logan Webb, what he's been doing. This guy's been the league leader, Major League Baseball, in innings pitched for years and years and years now. Logan Webb getting it done yesterday. 6 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed, 3 earned runs, 5 Ks, 4 walks, but it was a gutsy performance overall. 9-3 the final. Giants clawing out of that hole. Started out 0-3, now 2-3. They took the series. Now they will go for the sweep today as our guy Adrian Hauser will make his debut.
Yeah, I'm excited
for the Giants.
for this.
I'm interested. Vic
thought
Pivetta did not have a good debut with the Giants or with the Padres a couple days ago. So
a lot of people look at like Webb Start yesterday and like, oh, he's not an ace. No. True aces beat you with C+ stuff for the majority of the game and finish the way that he finished.
I agree with that. What do you hear? What do you say on the other side? We'll hear from the manager, Tony Vitello, on Webb's outing, on Adames in the leadoff spot. Plus, dude, it's a Wednesday. You know what that means. David B. Fleming. That's right. Dave Fleming joining us. 8 o'clock. Our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, voice of the San Francisco Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. We love some Flem. And there was a lot said about Tony Vitello. Shocker. This time from a former executive in baseball. We'll explain on the other side. Plus, a Stephen Curry update. We may actually see Stephen Curry sooner rather than later, people. That's right. Steph may be returning. We are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco, and the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This segment was brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kalshi. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Picture yourself on the Golden State Warriors home court, wine in hand. Kendall Jackson Wines invites you to dinner on the court at the Chase Center on Saturday, April 4th. Enjoy an exclusive Q&A with a Warriors legend and ESPN reporter, Mark Spears. Then savor a dinner paired with world-class wines from Kendall Jackson and their esteemed partner wineries from across the Napa Valley and Sonoma County. Dinner on the court, Saturday, April 4th. Tickets are $250. Get yours or enter to win a pair at kj.com/Warriors.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
This is Big Pun from South City. You're now listening to Original Joe and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Big
Jared
Pun?
Oliva.
Oliva. There you go.
Okay. You know, there's
I like olives.
it's called Facing Ryan. It's a Nolan Ryan, like 1.5 hour, maybe 2 hour doc.
Oh, you love that one. You reference it a lot.
Because Nolan Ryan's, he like changed the game in a variety of ways regarding pitcher regiments and how to train.
I
And
feel
how
like
to,
he's kind of mythical.
oh, dude, he's badass.
Well, like, what was it? The 108 mile an hour? Is that what it is?
Well, Tom House keeps saying that he would sit between 103 and 105 in today's day.
Well, maybe, but 108? No chance.
I'm not going to say yay or nay. I'm not going to doubt him. The guy pitched until he was like 45 years old.
Oh, I remember.
Literally until his arm fell off.
I also think of him as the surly owner of the Texas Rangers once upon a time. Just sitting there. I wish when he was
everyone you know in an arm wrestling.
Oh, I know.
match.
I've seen all the highlights, Joe. Don't worry. I'm not doubting his greatness. The whole 108 thing I just think is mythical. It's like Paul Bunyan-esque.
I don't know about 108.
Do you think Paul Skeens is kind of like Nolan Ryan? Like the build and like the stuff?
Do I believe Paul Skeens could throw harder if he wanted to? Yeah, actually,
Okay.
I do.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm saying like build and like style and everything. I feel like they're kind of similar. Maybe not.
Yeah,
I never saw him pitch, so I don't.
Yeah. I mean, Paul Skeens is a freak, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, he's the evolutionary piece. There's no doubt about it. No, but I guess where I was going was this: is Tom House was his famous, pitching coach, and I forget if he was with the Rangers or the Angels or wherever. And Tom House goes out to the mound, okay, and Nolan goes, "What are you doing out here?" And this is like the 5th, 6th, 7th inning. And he goes, I'm going to take you out of the game. And he goes, you're taking me out for that guy down there in the bullpen? And Tom House looked down at the bullpen, and he looked at Nolan Ryan, looked down at the bullpen, and was like, yeah, actually, you're probably right.
You're probably right, yeah.
And then he goes, I put my head down, and I walked back to the dugout. Now, I'm trying to find the audio because it's better the way he delivers it. But, like, that's how I felt with Logan Webb coming off the mound in the 5th inning when he was screaming into his glove. And, like, every Giants fan, Johnny Giants fan on his couch is sitting there going, take him out at the pitch count. And I'm like, dude, if Tony Vitello wants to endear himself to his guys and all you want is the communication back and forth where Tony would walk up to him. I'm just going, like, how I think it goes in my head.
Right.
How you feeling? I want to go back out there for the 6th. You good? You sure? Yes, I want to finish this. I want to go out one more inning. Give me one more. Okay? Like, what Tony Vitello's going to tell, like, Logan Webb when he's screaming and yelling like that after all of the equity that he's built here and Tony being who he is, you're going to just take the ball from him because he's at an arbitrary number when we don't even know how he feels or what his desires are?
Right.
Yeah, I was great with Tony Vitello going back to Logan Webb saying, it's all yours, buddy. Take it.
And we're going to hear from Tony Vitello talking about that. We'll hear from Logan Webb. And what do you hear? What do you say? Before we hit that open, though, your San Francisco Giants take on the New York Mets at Oracle Park this Saturday, April 4th. In the first 8,000 kids, that's right, kids, not adults, people, the kids receive a reversible sleeve presented by Bank of America. Buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. But if you want to win your way into the game, listen to our show today in the 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. hours for your cue to call. Do we have a cue to call? So when you hear that, be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652, and you'll score 2 tickets to the game, courtesy of B of A, a.k.a. Bank of America. What do you hear? What do you say? Tony Vitello? Yeah. I love this bed so much. I'm on the Gloria Trillo arc right now. We just finished Pine Barrens. One of the greatest episodes in the history of television. That's Sopranos episode of Pine Barrens.
He's an interior decorator? House looked like...
He killed 16 Czechoslovakian rebels. The guy's an interior decorator. Really? Oh, no. His house looks like crap. The word wasn't crap. Tony Vitello on Logan Webb's gutsy performance.
I was talking before the game, excited to see a competitor. How does he answer after it doesn't go well? And there's no way you know the script, but you would anticipate or you would expect it to go better than it did or go well, kind of a punchback deal. But the storyline, it's not easy for it to just be, well, I'm going to come out and dominate because I want to do better than I did last time out. And for it to go the way that it did, I just think it showed his guts. Like my answer to the question or what I was talking about to Logan and the other coaches is just, that'll be one of my favorite outings of the year, even though you could take a step back and say it was one of the uglier ones too at times. It just showed a lot of guts. And I think it did help. He had a little bit of a breather in between the fourth and going out in the fifth, but it was almost kind of like he got pissed and he just started getting in the fight.
There's a phrase in book.
I love that.
There's a phrase in book written by our friend of the station and former tennis pro and Grand Slam tennis coach, Brad Gilbert, winning ugly. Sometimes you got to win ugly. Yeah. It doesn't matter. And those are the wins that, like Tony said, stick with you than the prettier ones.
The great players find a way to right the ship.
Yeah.
And do enough to win.
Give me an ugly win than a pretty loss.
No doubt.
And there's no such thing as a pretty loss in my mind. A loss is a loss. And you know what? Quite frankly, Logan Webb has a lot of pretty losses under his belt in his career for the Giants. A lot of 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, no run support. What do we say about this guy? Oh, he's the second coming of Matt Cain because he doesn't get any run support. Well, he got some yesterday. Thank God. And maybe, just maybe, they can continue this thing and get the sweep today in San Diego. You want to hear from Logan Webb?
I do. And then I want to play some of the Tony Vitello stuff that was making the rounds yesterday.
There's a lot of Tony Vitello stuff. I teased it. Former baseball executive, now a part of the media, has been a part of media for a while. Jim Bowden.
Who gets the same haircut as Mark Davis.
It's worse than Mark Davis's. At least Mark leans into it. Like, we know. Like, that's the Mark Davis cut. Jim Bowden been coloring his hair. The guy's 65. You're not blonde anymore, Jim. We all know it. All right? I'm going to talk. My hair's fading away. Logan Webb on settling in. And look at this. You know how he trains, Joe? I'm watching Navy SEALs.
I'm staying in Coronado, so I last night got to see the Navy SEALs do one of their training things. And it's pretty freaking intense, like what they're doing out there. And that thought popped in my head. I was like, I got it a lot easier than those guys do, like figure it out. So I know it's kind of weird to say, but it's how I felt. I was kind of sick of pitching how I was pitching and just tried to lock in, and thankfully was able to do that. Obviously we scored some more runs in that sixth inning, so kind of put me at ease, so it was nice.
I love that. He's watching Navy SEALs train down in San Diego.
How about that?
And you know what? Those guys have it a lot harder than me. I know I'm struggling against the likes of Jackson Merrill, Fernando Tatis, Manny Machado, but those guys are fighting for our country, baby. I got to lock in. Let's go, Logan Webb. Love it. Come on, you gotta let. Come on.
I love Logan Webb.
I know you do.
I thought it was a smart move to listen to your dog. It actually reminded me of a vintage Jason Schmidt start where
Schmitty
things go a little awry, and then for whatever reason, your grip, your spin, your location, your touch, everything comes together middle of the start, like, 4th, 5th, 6th inning. And it's like, no, you got to ride this guy. Now he's locked in. Don't take him out. Like, do not do that. And also, think about how good he's going to feel in between starts by the way he finished.
Yeah.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Can we get into Jim Bowden, whatever the hell
we
his
certainly
name?
can. I do have to mention it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And yes, we will get into some Warriors because some major news coming out yesterday from Sam Amick and our buddy Nick Friedel of The Athletic. After a successful scrimmage on Tuesday, Warriors star Steph Curry is targeting Sunday's game against Houston for his possible return. So we shall see. He'll obviously be out for tonight's matchup against the San Antonio Spurs and tomorrow's against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Kristaps Porzingis will also be out tonight because he's not cleared yet for back-to-backs. That means he'll probably play tomorrow, well, hopefully for my bet, against the Cleveland Cavaliers, who got boat raced against LeBron and the Lakers yesterday. All right, we mentioned it. Let's play some of the sound. Is this on fair territory, foul territory?
Before you say it, how many people do you think know that he was a GM?
He's
Jim Bowden.
It's if you know baseball, you know the name.
Okay,
I'll say that.
Okay,
I don't think people might not know he's an executive. They might think of him as a media guy, but that's how he made his bones as an executive first.
As a GM.
As a GM, yeah. With the Reds way back in the day.
So as you're hearing this, okay, we're gonna play the sound. I think it's appropriate for me to give you his background. Now, I find this hypocritical. He's allowed to jump into scouting, having not played, but heaven forbid Tony Vitello's not allowed to, I don't know, coach baseball, even though he just coached baseball in Tennessee. It's a little hypocritical. The only reason Jim Bowden got a job in baseball, do you know this? Do you want to hear this?
Oh, I looked it up this morning.
Yeah.
And did a whole,
How is it? He was roommates with someone whose dad owned the Pirates.
Dad and grandfather.
That's how he got in. And so like this thing that, hey, I'm allowed into the halls of baseball to be an executive because I happen to be friends with someone whose dad owns the Pirates.
Right.
But you, Tony Vitello, even though you've grinded at the college level coaching, heaven forbid you get a job in the bigs. So I think that's appropriate. We give his backstory, because he drives me nuts.
And I want to give us the appropriate amount of time, not to just play a sound and hit a break. So we're going to play all this sound on the other side. If you missed any of it, Jim Bowden on Foul Territory podcast talking about Tony Vitello, and just wait till you hear what he has to say about him. He uses the words like embarrassing, deer in the headlights. It's pretty insane, and we'll react to it on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Jared Oliva.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nothing but net. Nice shot. Man, I miss playing basketball. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
Lower testosterone?
Yeah, men just lose their edge after 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
Nugenix, the testosterone booster.
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula. It skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours and boosts your body's free and total testosterone in just 2 weeks. Since I started taking it, my energy is way up. I feel like I did back when we played for Coach Mack, and it's even spiced things up with my wife.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text SPIRAL to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPIRAL to 215-215. That's SPIRAL to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Selling your house the traditional way? Listings, showings, endless waiting? Yeah, no thanks. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we keep it simple. You call us, we give you a fair cash offer. You choose when to close and get paid. It's really that easy. Call 510-800-JOHN or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com. TexasInFees.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The deadline for filing taxes is now. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Don't wait. Donate now and have your car picked up by tomorrow.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, yeah! Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
What's up, Chewy? Whenever he does, oh, yeah, I think of like the Kool-Aid man running through the door. God, I could go for some Kool-Aid right now.
There's nothing that bugs me more than the gatekeeping from certain individuals on certain industries. And just one of my theories in life, success or failure can come from any resume, meaning it could be the most comprehensive resume of all time, and you could fail. You could also succeed. You could have no experience whatsoever, and I could know within 2 seconds whether you're going to succeed or not, depending on, what industry we're talking about. You know, Mike Nolan is a great example. His dad was a coach, and he was a coach, and he learned under Marvin Lewis with the Baltimore Ravens.
Won a Super Bowl.
And he was ready to go, and he was an abject failure.
The suits were nice, though. Looked great in the suits and tie. Looked fantastic.
Jim Tom Sula was a really good defensive line coach.
He was.
Never was a coordinator, got jumped up to the head coach job and shockingly won 5 games, but terrible head coach.
Awful.
You know?
Fartgate on line 1 with that guy.
Exactly. Bill Walsh never played in the NFL, ever.
Nope.
And was questioned for his toughness at every single turn. One of the greatest coaches of all time. Also made a lot of crazy decisions.
Was questioned by, guys that had a lot of experience like Al Davis once upon a time. He didn't think he could succeed, and Al was wrong.
I think sports has given us a variety of jumping off points where people can get an opportunity right out of the rip after retiring, Jason Kidd. Or they can sit back, be a GM, be a broadcaster, and then 20 years later, be a head coach, Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
They can be a videographer, Eric Spoelstra, who never played in the NBA. And they can rise the ranks and then replace a legend like Pat Riley, who, by the way, jumped from the booth calling games on television to replace the head coach of the Lakers with no coaching experience.
No coaching. Playing, but not coaching. No.
Some people learn at the feet of their fathers, like Kyle Shanahan, and they could be wildly successful.
Yeah.
And so
the Kubiaks,
success comes from a variety of launching off points. And when I see gatekeeping, what I see, whether the industry is tech, media, sports, it doesn't matter. When I usually see it, you know what that reeks of? Insecurity. And I want to play this Jim Bowden sound, and I want to make, it's a larger conversation about barrier breaking and the old guard not being willing to be open-minded and wanting the confirmation bias from the beginning to run someone out because that they didn't feel like that individual went through the traditional path that they went through. And I don't get it. I do not get it.
Okay, shout out to boys for cutting this yesterday. It's 2-parter. We'll play the shorter cut first. We got a little bit longer one after that, but I think it's worth hearing from Jim Bowden because I think a lot of people share how Jim feels around Major League Baseball right now, and I want to get into it. Jim Bowden yesterday on Foul Territory.
As the cameras zoom in the dugout, I kind of feel like at times he's like deer in headlights. And you watch coaches kind of talk to him, and he just kind of stares sometimes, which is kind of concerning. In terms of his comments after the game, to me, it looked like a college coach trying to be a big league manager. I haven't understood the quotes. I think that when you're coaching college kids, you could say whatever you want, and they're going to respect whatever you say, and there's not going to be pushback. And if the media is covering you in college, they're going to write what the coach says. They're not going to write what the players say, right? And the players aren't going to contradict the manager. When you get to the big leagues, there's not a player in that dugout that doesn't have more professional experience than Tony Vitello. Most of them are getting paid more than Tony Vitello. So if Tony wants to sit there and say college stuff to major league players, they're going to push back. It's not going to play well.
All right, that first part. Do you want to respond to that? Or you want me to play the next one?
No, just keep going.
All right,
just keep going.
Now Jim says
I looked into his eyes and I saw a guy who's a deer in the headlights.
My favorite one is it's coming up here and how this is labeled. And like Jim Bowden likes Vitello, but
of course there's a but.
Look, you got to give him time. I like the man. I think he's a good communicator. I think he's got great energy. I think he's a lot of fun. I think he's over his head. So what do? We fix it. So how do we fix it? Well, if I am sitting there and I'm Buster Posey or I'm Zach Manassian, this is what I'm going to do. I've got 2 guys on my payroll that are both going to be in the Hall of Fame someday. One named Bruce Bochy and one named Dusty Baker. I'm going to let them split the duties, okay? But what we're going to do after every single game and after every single press conference of every single game, one of them is going to sit down and go through the game with Tony Vitello. Going to talk about all the moves, what he did, what he didn't do, what he could do, what he should do. Talk about what he's going to do tomorrow and the next day, what his thoughts on that. And then we're going to break down what he said to the media and what works and doesn't work. We want him to be himself, but we also want him to be professional and not embarrass us, which right now he's embarrassing us is my take. So I'm for Tony Vitello. I want this to work. Don't tell me after the first week that it's working. It's not. And by the way, I'm not going by wins and losses. The Yankees have a better team. They went up against amazing pitching in Fried, Schlittler, and Warren. The bullpen was great. The losses weren't on Vitello. but let's evaluate him as a manager. He's not ready yet.
There is so much in that quote. The way it started.
It's just
the way it started. We got to give him some time, but you're not giving him any time, Jim.
Why
you're
hire
speaking
him
on both sides of your mouth?
Why hire him if you're going to have these other guys lord over him the entire time?
Oh,
it's okay. So, by the way, I hope you guys know Jim Bowden. Why was he fired in Major League Baseball?
Well, there was a federal investigation from embezzling funds from international players.
You want to talk about embarrassing the game?
Wow.
You're skimming money off the top and got caught. And yet we're giving this guy a microphone? There's too many microphones.
Well,
that's number one.
We give certain people microphones in this country a lot of times.
I agree.
Probably shouldn't have any.
Joe, this is what happens.
He says he likes them, though.
Of course he does. They always say that.
That's the man.
I'm rooting for so-and-so. Here comes the crush.
By the way, we didn't even cut the part in that whole clip where he dogs like an ambulance being in left field. I was like, who gets mad at an ambulance being in a ballpark?
Well, also, every stadium has an ambulance on standby.
And that ambulance is there for a very specific reason because it's the access point getting in and out in the event that something horrific happens. He's
such a petty thing to get mad about.
He's such a clown.
Can we get an ambulance every single sporting event and stadium in the country?
I don't even want to discredit him anymore. I'm done with him. I want to have the larger because it's a clown take. It's so many things.
I just thought he spoke at both sides of his mouth when he's saying in the first part of that second clip, and I'll let you continue. The first part of the second clip, he says, "We got to give him some time, but you're not giving him any time
at all."
So what is it? What is it, Jim?
This is what it is. And this is just my read on this, and I'm using my own lens as my experience to explain how it landed in my lap. And people can disagree. Whenever there is disruption in an industry, no matter what industry it is, and someone gets appointed a position that the old guard or whoever represents the old guard feels that's not the traditional path of hiring. That's not the traditional trajectory to where you get to where you got. What we do is we discredit and we admonish and we tell them that they're not worthy of being on whatever job, platform, leadership role that they currently have. I saw it with myself. He's a caller. He's a caller. He didn't go to journalism school. He didn't go to college for this. You know, he doesn't deserve the opportunities that he's been given because I came in a very unconventional way and I disrupted maybe the path of what people deem to be the appropriate way of doing it. You need to move to Topeka, Kansas, and you need to call games for a AA team, and then you got to work your way up. And what do you mean work my way up? I did podcasting. And I did YouTube videos. Someone gave me an opportunity and I ran with it. I took every night shift I could while working multiple jobs. I took every weekend shift I could by working multiple jobs. And then when opportunities presented itself and people left the business for a variety of reasons, I got an opportunity, which I'm grateful for, and I ran with it.
And we worked together on almost all of those night and weekend shifts.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Same thing with you, Joe. And this is not exclusive to baseball or even media, but I see the blowback from a lot of people. And I still, this is my personal belief. I believe, and I have some form of anxiety, imposter syndrome that I deal with all the time, where I don't feel like I'm a part of the industry as a whole. I always feel like the outsider behind enemy lines.
You feel like you're on the outside looking in?
That's how I feel. I feel like it's like I'm discredited because I'm not one of the old guard.
Well, we all love you.
No,
Dave Fleming.
I know you guys do, but I'm just telling you how I feel.
For sure. Dave Fleming, who is one of the most respected broadcasters in the country. You got a good relationship with him? Does he like you?
Yeah.
I think he does. That's who I would take the opinion of right there.
But I want my peers to also respect me.
Absolutely.
Right? And I feel like I'm viewed as lesser than. But again, this is nothing new. And I don't even know if I'm good, great, bad, whatever. I know this. I still have a job, and I'm very grateful for it, and I'm appreciative. And I meet people all the time that really like the show, and that makes me feel like I've accomplished something pretty good. And one day I'll get clipped, like in Tony Soprano's the final episode.
Members only.
The show will go to all black, and I'll start a YouTube channel like everyone else.
Can we get a drop that just says "Don't stop"? Boom, and that's just the end of the segment.
But Joe, this is nothing new in music. There have been barrier breakers that have disrupted the industry and have been discredited. Master P started his own label. He owned his own distribution rights and his own printing rights and all that stuff. And the next thing you know, the Suits despised him, and he was underground, and he was making all the money, and they weren't able to make the money. And he spun that off into movies. He spun that off into merchandise.
TV
he
shows.
spun that off into TV shows, to everything. And I adore Master P. Is he perfect? No. But the path he took was completely unconventional. Then you get guys like E40 and, Jay-Z and all these other people followed the similar path of owning their own rights, Cash Money Records, that he did. All right? Steve Jobs dropped out of college. Went for like a semester, disrupted the entire tech industry to no end, and at the beginning was viewed as someone who wasn't worthy of talking about software.
Yeah, he's an interesting one. As we've gotten to learn more and more about the person Steve Jobs, I feel like that's kind of hurt his legacy, but there's no denying how much of an innovator he was at the time in his public speaking, to your point. It is, kind of unmatched at the time.
Yes, and then I look at someone like I referenced earlier, Eric Spoelstra, videographer, first Asian American head coach in North American sports.
Shout out the Filipinos, baby.
No, but Joe, I think we talk a lot about various African American individuals being able to coach games.
It matters. I don't think his name gets brought up enough.
He's a pioneer.
Minority coaching.
And remember what the rhetoric was when the Heatles were around. This kid is going to coach those stars. Get Pat Riley down from the rafters, okay? Say what you want. Dave Portnoy, whether you like him or hate him, he's a pioneer, and he created a great business. I don't love the stuff that comes out of his mouth. I don't love some of the things he represents, but I will respect the hustle.
They definitely carved out their own brand in sports media.
100%.
That is for sure.
Elon Musk. I don't care much for Elon Musk. I find him to be brilliant and very controversial.
You were always on the anti-Elon.
That was years ago.
You were OG. I don't like this guy at all.
But I also acknowledge he's a groundbreaking individual when it comes to Tesla, SpaceX, what he means for electronic vehicles. Jeff Bezos. Don't love Jeff Bezos. Think about his disruption in the industry. Have you talked to his peers as he's coming up? They thought he was a clown.
Yeah.
Thought he was a clown. The Beatles, when they came from Britain over to America, do you know how much backlash there was?
Oh, yeah.
You know how much backlash there was? Yeah. Oprah, Steven Spielberg. I could go right down the list. And the point that I'm getting at is that when someone steps on the scene and they don't go through the conventional path of stardom, everyone who is in the industry that those individuals are trying to pioneer in, those people discredit them and they don't give them a shot. Now, who knows if Tony Vitello is going to be good? Time will tell. Yeah. Time will tell if he's good or if he's bad or if he's awful or if he's mediocre. We will see. We will see. But I always laugh when I hear people discredit someone just because their journey to get where they got wasn't like yours. You didn't do it the hard way. Yeah. You didn't grind it out this way. Wait a minute. Didn't do it the hard way just because I was given an opportunity because of something else that I did and someone gave me the chance. Now it's up to me whether to succeed or fail. Sean McVay wasn't just given the job because John McVay is his grandfather. He clearly got opportunities early on because of his connections. Sure. You know how he maintained his job? Because of how good he was.
How good he was. It's not, and a lot of the time in life, which, fair or not, it's not about what you know, it's about who you know.
Yes.
And a lot of the time, it is. It's just a fact.
I always laugh when
networking. They always call it around here. Network.
100%. I always laugh when people rip McDonald's. And there's a lot of McDonald's does wrong. I get it.
I had a hot fudge
But they're not selling a gazillion burgers a day if they didn't know what they were doing.
I had a hot fudge sundae from there last night. It was really good.
But Joe, am I wrong? Everyone's like, oh, McDonald's. And I remember all the backlash, especially early on for McDonald's. It's like, McDonald's is one of the greatest businesses in the history of business.
Can I tell you what I ate last night at 7 o'clock? I had 8 tacos from Metro Taquero because it was Taco Tuesday.
8?
I had 8 tacos and I finished it off with a hot fudge sundae from McDonald's. I'm not, happy about it. I'm kind of ashamed now. I'm saying. But I think I'm going to crush that hot dog challenge.
If I bring up someone like Bryson DeChambeau and his YouTube channel, people that are golf fans, a lot of them hate him. And I'm like, well, but then how come in 12 hours the guy gets 1 million views on YouTube? Clearly people love him. Joe Rogan, whether you like him or not, clearly people love him because every video that this guy puts out gets millions of views and he got $100 million from Spotify, right? So I may not think he's the greatest cup of tea, but clearly a lot of other people out there really consume his products. And yet these are individuals that the normal media, you didn't do it the right way, you're doing this wrong. Well, clearly they're doing something right to make all the money that they're doing.
They would call this non-traditional media, but it's become the traditional media now.
100%. 100%.
And
so I get back to Tony Vitello.
I just wanted to make sure I
I'm
say
landing
this.
the ship here.
No, you're good. Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
3 years ago, when the name iSpeed got brought up, I was like, who the hell is this? Right? Well, you're laughing at me.
Well, no, I didn't even think we got the name right. Isn't it iShowSpeed?
Oh, is it iShowSpeed? Okay,
Yeah.
Apologies. iShowSpeed. I didn't know who the hell he was. And then now, a couple years later, and I discredited him. I'm like, oh, this streamer. A couple years later, I'm like, actually, this guy's kind of cool. He's kind of funny.
He's funny.
Well, but now he's an accepted part of kind of like the mainstream media. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, he's if you don't know who he is, he's a YouTuber. He's from America, online streamer. Does a lot of crazy stuff, live streams. But he's funny too, and they call him Speed because he's fast. Yeah,
and quite frankly, every time I see him do athletic feats, I'm impressed.
Yeah, you're impressed.
I'm impressed. Yeah. But like Joe, if we would have brought this guy's name up a couple years ago, there's a lot of discrediting, is there not?
Well, of course, because and now we're starting to see it too. It's starting to cross over with like the Oscars and the Grammys, more traditional media, where we're seeing influencers and streamers interview these people. Now, was that a success? No, it was not. But I just think that was the signal for a lot of the old guard that this is going to be the way of the future, because that gravitates and that gets the younger viewers to tune in. That's just the fact, because the young people aren't tuning into the Grammys and the Oscars anymore unless they have a reason to.
I just don't understand why anytime someone comes from a different background or has a different resume or a different journey to get where, we just immediately, at the old guard, and I'm guilty of this too, the old guard just immediately dismisses said individual and is almost rooting against them and wants confirmation bias that their journey was the only journey that everyone is allowed to take. I love Matt Williams. Matt Williams is one of my favorite players of all time. Would I let Matt Williams coach my team in 2026? Probably not. Probably not. I kind of know what's going to happen.
Your Little League team?
Talking about Major League Baseball.
Okay.
Like Buck Showalter. Had the Giants hired Buck Showalter, are we learning anything new?
Probably not. I love Buck, though, as an interview. He's great.
Sure, as an interview, he's great. But, do you really want to manage your team in 2026?
No, I'm good.
Now, that doesn't say, there are a variety of examples of, Derek Fisher types who coach a team and clearly have no background doing so and clearly aren't ready to do it.
Yeah.
There's Steve Nash. Great example.
Nash, hell, I thought J.J. Redick, and I got to give him credit, I thought he was going to flame out immediately.
A lot of people did. Me too.
The Lakers have been pretty good the last 2 years.
And he's been good.
And they might be one and done in the playoffs, but they made the playoffs.
Exactly. And so success and failure can come from any background and any resume. I just don't understand why, as a whole, we have to completely clown on someone just because how they got there is different than how you got there.
Well, it's just human nature. We fear the unknown. That's
true.
What we do. We fear the unknown. In 510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Wait, what? So different tune from Monday's show now. Comparing him to innovators that changed human behavior?
I didn't say that he is. I'm using examples from different industries.
I think 510.
You're misinterpreting.
Also, if you weren't listening to Monday's show, Shasky was defending the hell out of Tony Vitello the entire show.
Just gotta let it play out.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNC FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. In about a little less than an hour from now, we'll have Dave Fleming join us as he does each and every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Our 95.7 The Game Giants insider and voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. I'm sure he is liking what he's seen the last 2 days as the Giants will go for the sweep, Joe, in San Diego.
And by the way, I listed all the success stories. There's a zillion of not successful people, but we don't hear about them.
No. We sometimes we do, but just because you fail going from college to the pros, and I think that's what I want to stick to right now, doesn't mean you can't go back and succeed elsewhere. Hell, I just saw it this past year.
Butch Davis is a good example.
Well, who's my guy? Fred Hoiberg.
Yeah.
He's the coach of what college team right now? Is it
Mike Montgomery?
Yeah, Mike Montgomery, but
not an NBA coach, but a really good college coach.
But they went to the pros, didn't work out.
Exactly.
Then went back and succeeded still.
So I always ask this question.
Nick Saban.
I think Coach K was great.
Yeah.
Right? I think Coach K was great. Could he have done 5 straight years, 82-game season, and hypothetically, he's coaching the Washington Wizards?
See, you picked a team where I was like, God, they've just been so irrelevant. Could he do that? He could. Would he want to? Probably not. No, but I'm serious here. Coach K is an interesting one because I do think he would have to pick his pick of the litter. Like, it would have to be like a Celtics or Lakers job.
He was rumored to go to the Lakers, and that's why I was going to say Lakers. But I think a lot of people would have had success with Powell and Kobe. I'm not saying they would have won it all.
A more recent one, because this guy was flirting with the Lakers job a couple years ago when it was open, that went to J.J. Redick instead was Dan Hurley.
And I don't think he'd be great in the pros.
No, I actually don't. You see what you're going at the refs?
Yeah.
You think he could have handled the locker room with Anthony Davis, LeBron, all the, I don't know.
But
he might be able to.
Maybe I'm discrediting his emotional ability to adjust. Do you know what I'm saying, Joe?
Yeah.
Like his emotional intelligence to kind of read the room and adjust. Like, I guess I keep going back to success and failure can happen from any background. And we can't do this thing like just because you've never done it means that you can't do it.
Yeah.
And just because you've done it before means you'll never fail. Because we see it all the time in sports. Like success, failure. Like, dude, Andy Reid is now considered one of the greatest coaches of all time. How were people feeling about him when he left Philly?
Oh, they were like, oh, see you later. See ya. We don't want you anymore. You choked all the time. He was the big choker.
People thought he was a bum at that regard.
Yeah,
They did. They did. And now how do you feel about him?
They feel great, but they were rubbing it in, too, because who got a Super Bowl before Andy Reid? Doug Peterson, the coach. Yeah. So things happen.
If I asked you 4 years ago, Missoula, who you didn't know, Ime Udoka, I think everyone's taking Ime Udoka.
Oh, yeah.
Today, who we taking?
Oh, Joe Missoula. As I see the Houston Rockets crippling right now and falling under pressure.
Missoula came out of nowhere.
He did. And he had to take over for a guy in Ime Udoka who had a major scandal. And he had to kind of be the face and try to be that guy. And
who's this guy?
That's an unenviable position to be in, by the way. Taking over a team that has just dealt with the scandal. Dusty Baker had to take over a team that was mired in a scandal. They cheated.
Yeah.
And they had to bring in a guy that brings in a level of respect that is almost unmatched in the sport of baseball. Everyone respects the hell out of Dusty Baker, which I thought was interesting when Jim Bowden brought it up on that whole thing. He's like, if I'm the Giants, I have, two guys under contract there that need to be helping out Tony Vitello after every game, Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy. I was like, they're not going to be doing that.
Every game, let's go over every conversation.
You don't want to do that.
Then that means you made that wrong hire if you're doing something like that.
And that means they want to, that would tell me that, like, they would want to be managers still.
Exactly.
They don't want to be there every single game.
It's ridiculous.
They want to be hanging out with their grandkids.
Exactly.
Let's pick this up on the other side.
Yeah, look, Tony might fail.
Yeah.
He might fail, but it's not because of his resume. I think it's either he's going to be good at the job or he's not. And the players are either going to perform or they're not.
Has Tony Vitello embarrassed the Giants? That's really what he said. Does anyone feel that way? Does anyone agree with Jim Bowden on this? Anyone?
This is stupid.
888-957-9570. By the way, I mentioned it earlier. I'll mention it again. Your San Francisco Giants take on the New York Mets at Oracle Park this Saturday, April 4th. The first 8,000 kids receive a reversible sleeve presented by Bank of America. Buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. But if you want to win your way into the game, listen to our show today in the 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. hours. So that's right now. Be listening, people, this hour and next for your opportunity to go to said game. And it's all brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kalshi. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nothing but net. Nice shot. Man, I miss playing basketball. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
Lower testosterone?
Yeah, men just lose their edge after 40. The body has less testosterone.
testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
Nugenix, the testosterone booster.
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula. It skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours and boosts your body's free and total testosterone in just 2 weeks. Since I started taking it, my energy is way up. I feel like I did back when we played for Coach Mac, and it's even spiced things up with my wife.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text SPIRAL to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPIRAL to 215-215. That's SPIRAL to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. Dolan's knows. Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area for over 60 years. Dolan's knows premium redwood decking. Humboldt redwood, built for durability, beauty, and long-lasting performance. On sale now at Dolan's. Dolan's knows. Visit DolanLumber.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The legendary band Deep Purple are hitting the road this summer with special guests Kansas and Jefferson Starship. They'll be rocking Shoreline Amphitheater on September 5th. For more info and a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. You're listening to Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
You know, Joe, who you telling to be humble with this rejoin? Huh? Who you telling?
I think in this Instagram-y, Facebook-y TikTok-y world we live in.
You, Joe.
It's really difficult to run your own race. Yesterday I was talking to you about
constantly comparing yourself.
Potty training with my kid, right?
Yeah.
I'm not scared.
And I see this with a lot of parents, and I'm guilty of it. I'm so guilty of it as a new parent. I want my son to hit certain barriers during certain points in his life.
That's what I was telling you yesterday. That was my whole, because I don't mean to sound like I know everything about kids. I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. I mean, my mom, I think, kind of does. She had 10 of them. But like, you always are going to compare and contrast, and new parents do it all the time. That's the only message I say. Your kid will do it his way.
Yeah.
And it'll do it in the time and manner that is appropriate, and that's okay.
So, like, you know, I use this as a metaphor for life, but, you know, I get asked a lot by journalists, young journalists, like, what should I do? I was talking with a kid, and he was presenting all the options. I was like, well, what do you want to do?
Was this Zach Green?
No, this is another kid, random kid that I know. And I was like, well, what do you want to do? He's like, well, I want to go play baseball at this smaller school, but I really want to get into broadcast journalism. So if I go to this bigger school, I won't be able to play baseball, but I'll be able to do more journalism. And I said, all right, well, I can't tell you what to do. What do you want to do? Because that's your path. What I did is what I did. Yeah. And it's very unique to me. What do you want to do? I don't know what's your money situation. What is your love for the classroom?
Right.
What is your ability on the field? Right. So I would figure out, right, the pros and cons of what works for you, and then choose the path that you believe today gives you the best opportunities. And he ended up going to a school where he could learn, play baseball, learn a little journalism stuff, and then when he's not pitching, maybe call some games, call some spring training, preseason games and things like that. I thought that was really cool. And I'm like, look, you got to run your race. For some people, it's I move around the country. For other people, it's I stay right where I'm at. And I think it's so difficult in today's day and age, and I'm bringing this back to Tony Vitello, where he's just running his own race. And whether he fails or finishes the marathon at some point and he's named the champion of Major League Baseball and he's a World Series winner or not, or an abject failure, he's got to run his own race. And he's got to make his decision. I think part of what the beginning of all the crux of this media stuff, Joe, you know what the start of it was? Him wrestling with what was the right thing for him to do, whether stay in Tennessee or go to San Francisco.
Yeah.
And I think him trying to succumb to what Tennessee wanted, what the Giants wanted, what the national media wanted, I think he wrestled with that.
And the Giants were big winners yesterday, 9-3 over the Padres. They took the series and will look to take the sweep in San Diego today. It'll be Adrian Hauser making his first start for the Giants this season against Nick Pivetta. Those are the starting pitchers today in San Diego. 1:10 first pitch at Petco Park. Let's go to the phone lines here. Will is in Marin and wants to stick up for Tony V. What's up, Will?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, so, I just feel I feel bad for him because it just feels like anything he does, he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't. Like, the Giants are, outscoring the Padres right now 12-5. They just got 16 hits last night and 9 runs, and it's just you have a take on him saying that he's embarrassing. The take was so weak. Literally says well, it looks like a college coach is trying to be a major league player. Oh, you wouldn't say, because that's exactly what it is. It's the same thing. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand what the problem is with him. Buster Posey didn't hire him because he felt bad for him. He didn't call up and be
exactly.
I really want this job, and Buster, I really think I can do this. There was no pity party. Look, is he going to win a World Series? Probably not. But guess what? There's 28 other so-called MLB-ready managers that aren't going to win one either. So it's just leave the guy alone. Like you said, let him run his own race. He's a little bit passionate. And you know what? I respect the transparency. I don't like it when people just blow smoke up people's bums just to make them feel better. I like it when people say what's really on their mind and how they feel. That's fine. That's totally cool. Is it correct for the media? Dude, forget the media. Who cares? They're not running the team. They're not running the organization. Let the Giants do their thing. So, Tony, if you're listening, dude, I hope you're successful. I hope that you're not listening to all this smoke, and I hope that you go out there and just manage to your best abilities. Because, what? When Bryce Eldridge is going to come up, is the take going to be well, Dave, it looks like a minor leaguer's trying to become a pro player. Well, obviously, It makes me sick, dude. Just like leave the dude alone, let him manage, let him try. Like you said, Shasky, let him just run his own race. Thanks for taking my call.
I appreciate it. I find it to be interesting because, like, this is the same organization that hired Alyssa Nacken, and everyone across the country
broke barriers, yeah.
Yeah, well, and rightfully, they were like, hey, like, who cares what her background is if she can help these guys, right? How many articles were written by media members who are now scrutinizing the Tony Vitello hire? They were like, hey, Alyssa Nacken, like, we're giving her opportunities, and like, hey, if she can make a guy better, I'm talking about one of the players on the team.
Sure.
That means she's an asset. Kai Correa was one of the infield coaches. Had no big league experience. Okay, I'm using both of them as examples. I follow Kai Correa on all of his social media platforms. Yeah. His pregame routines in terms of infield work and the drills, he has taken the Ron Washington stuff, who's a Major League Baseball lifer, and he's ran with it. And now he is really, really coveted around the big leagues as an infield instructor. The guy had no Major League Baseball experience, like none, literally none.
You'll see him this weekend. He's part of the Mets organization now. Yeah.
And I follow him, and I've been really like enamored with kind of like the way that he views it. Again, success and failure can come from many backgrounds. We're acting. This is the part where I just kind of laugh. Like, yeah, the industry is a little different, but we're acting like he went from like software tech and now he's like managing baseball.
Right.
It's like, no, he went from managing baseball, albeit younger ages, to managing baseball. It's just these guys are getting paid. And there are a lot of unique dynamics. I totally acknowledge that. But it's not like he was like coaching football and now he's coaching baseball. Do you know who runs the Cleveland Browns? A guy that used to run a baseball team.
Yeah.
And then got fired. Paul DePodesta.
Oh, DePodesta's back with the Rockies now.
I know.
Yeah.
He's the guy that Jonah Hill portrayed in Moneyball.
Correct. He's supposed to be the Jonah Hill character.
That would make me more outraged than this. Like, what is your... Like, Bob Myers. I love Bob Myers.
I think
what is Bob Myers running the Commanders? I'm not saying he doesn't know how to run a business, but do I want him picking my left guard? Probably not.
Well, he knows about assets. That's what he does know, and asset relocation and all of that. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliance in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Casey Schmidt joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Casey Schmidt's been off to a pretty good start here as of late, getting a lot of hits. And he was asked about Tony Vitello's fire and brimstone speech, and this is what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, it got us going. I mean, obviously, like I said, that series didn't go as planned. But yeah, we just keep going. We keep kicking, keep playing hard, keep playing our game, and just try not to do too much. I think that's kind of the name of the game. I think that's kind of when things start to go a little bit south, is when you're out there trying to do too much, whether that's in the field, hitting, pitching, whatever it is, But just try not to do too much. Just going in there and just doing your job. I think that's just the key thing.
All right. And he also talked about Tony Vitello and all the guys loving him being a part of the clubhouse.
It's just like a close relationship. And, it's only getting better. Everyone's just building that relationship. We all got to build it during spring training and, just having him around. And, it's been awesome. He's been great. And, we all really love, having him around.
And again, like, what is he going to say after 5 games and just going to know the guy? We hate him. He sucks. They're not going to say that, but he did go out of his way to, acknowledge the speech and that, hey, the series didn't go well, but it wasn't because of the speech. We love the speech. It just, the Yankees are good. As we're talking about this Jim Bowden thing and all the sound and all of it from foul territory, like that's another thing. You lost to the Yankees. Yankees are really good. Yeah, Jim. Maybe that's just the takeaway. The Yankees are really good. They have good pitching. That's the problem. Not because, Tony Vitello is, sitting there and standing there with his chiseled jaw and he's looking fantastic. Not deer in the headlights. He's just standing there being a normal guy. How dare Jim Bowden try to understand what's going through someone's mind, specifically a manager's mind, when he's just standing there? Deer in the headlights? What?
And so we do this.
Who are you to say that?
Well, we did this to Nick Sirianni, and I'm guilty of it. I did it to Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia.
His opening day presser, his introductory presser, was horrible.
Yeah, it
was awful.
And I did it to him, and he's a Super Bowl champ.
Yes.
Joe, the sweeping proclamations.
I thought Dan Campbell was a boob. I think a lot of people did. It's this guy.
I totally
really
agree.
Biting kneecaps
and now
off?
I like him a lot.
Now I like him. He's taken the Detroit Lions to places I never thought they'd go.
Okay, so They played 3 games against the Yankees. They've now played 5 total games, but 3 games against the Yankees. What is the equivalent of in baseball? How many games equals a Major League Baseball? In the NFL, how many games equals a baseball season, right? Like, so the baseball season is 160 games.
Oh, God, math.
And football is 16. So you're looking at about 10.
Okay,
right?
that helps. Thank you.
About 10, give or take. So 10 games in baseball is 1 game in football, equivalently. Going 0 for 3 against the Yankees is the equivalent of being down 7-0 in the first quarter of the first game.
Correct.
Do you know who lost the first game of the year this year? The Seattle Seahawks to the 49ers.
I remember that one.
Now, outside of David Lombardi, no one else brings that game up.
Jake Tonjes, baby.
Okay.
He brings it up. Gutsy.
Okay.
Sam Darnold tricks that fumble. Let's go.
It is wild to me how we lost our minds. Now, do you know who also got swept to start their year last year?
The Los Angeles Dodgers?
Detroit Tigers.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. They went on to have a pretty good year.
They're decent.
Went on to have a pretty good
decent
year.
Little squad. Yeah.
So I just think and look, I'm guilty of it too. We all do it. You know, remember when the Warriors signed Kevin Durant and they lost that first game to the Rockets?
Oh, it's all over. They're not going to do
that?
it. Yeah, of course. They lost a lot of opening nights. Can we just...
No, but
they're playing well.
But
they're good right now.
But a 2-game win streak also doesn't mean Tony Vitello is the next Bruce Bochy, right? We just all need to relax. We all need to relax.
Joe,
I'm really encouraged. Here's what I'm encouraged.
We're not going to survive this season.
No.
We're not going to survive this.
But
this Giants season, talking about the managers, it's going to be insane all year
long. But Joe,
long.
why did you bring him in, right? Well, one of the many reasons you brought him in was young player development, right?
Sure.
The early returns. Again, we're first quarter of an NFL game. But, 5 games. Casey Schmidt's been pretty good.
Yeah.
Jung Hoo Lee's been pretty good. Ramos, I think there's something there, obviously. Yeah. Patrick Bailey, I don't know. Been all right.
Good night.
Landon Roop looks pretty good.
Yeah.
How's the bullpen looking?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
So early, way too early, returns on some of the player development stuff. I'm nodding my head. I'm like, not bad.
Not bad.
And then, are you winning over your guys? Well, batting Willie in the leadoff spot and him embracing it and then having immediate success, I think that's going to win over Willie if he wasn't already.
All right, there's the sounder. Be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652. That's caller number 5 to the contest line, 415-523-4652, and you'll score 2 tickets to the Giants vs. Mets game this Saturday at Oracle Park, courtesy of Bank of America. By the way, Steve Kerr also joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Man, they got Casey Schmidt. They got Steve Kerr. Must be nice. Steve Kerr on Tony Vitello in the start of his managerial career.
I did meet him about a month ago. He came to a Warriors game, and I was really happy for. I was watching the game last night, so I was really happy for him. But no, I think all of us, when we first start coaching at this level, there's got to be a little bit of imposter syndrome. I know there was for me, where you've watched a million games, but now you're actually the guy on the sidelines. It's a strange feeling, and you just have to get comfortable, get used to it. Tony's obviously a really smart guy, and he's managed a lot of baseball games, so he's going to be fine. But it's so exciting. I mean, to take on a job like that, the responsibility that comes with it, it's really cool. You're living. When you jump into this stuff, and everybody's talking about the games, and you're in the big leagues, you're in the NBA. It's thrilling, and I still get excited for every game.
The imposter syndrome thing is so real.
Yeah. And that's a guy that was a player, played with Michael Jordan. He was a GM. He made his bones in the NBA prior to that, but it was his first ever coaching job. Joe, coaching. Tony's coached. He's coached before.
Have you ever felt that in this industry?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that those first kind of couple months with you was very I was kind of taking over for Bonte. I don't know, how am I going to do this? I had my own solo show, but that was different. I was by myself for an hour, and it's, not that it's not the big leagues, but it's kind of like AAA a little bit. That's how I felt. Anyways, not to poo-poo, the 5 a.m. slot, because a lot of people do 5 to 6, and that was a really good opportunity for me, and it helped me a lot, kind of just be more comfortable and knowing I could find my voice for that 1 hour. And it was my first ever time doing Kind of like, not the jump from college to the pros, but in a sense it was because I was hosting with you.
Yeah.
I was always just talking with myself. Now, no, it's true.
It's totally different.
It's totally different. You hosted a solo show. It's just way different.
Look, I used to do so many Saturday and Sunday shows with Coes. Doing a Saturday and Sunday show versus what I would call getting called up to the big leagues and filling in on Joe Low and Dibs.
That's what it is.
Oh, it's totally different.
Yeah, because...
Especially with Dan Dibley in my face, like, now you're with the big boys.
Well, there you go. That's Dibs. But also, ratings kind of matter more on these shifts. They just do. Like, these days kind of matter. These shows matter more. That's just the facts. I mean, those guys aren't going to tell us that. Like Mahegan and our big bosses, everything matters. No, some matters more than others. Some things matter more than others. And yes, this job, being the manager of the San Francisco Giants, it does matter more than other jobs. It just does. It comes with the territory.
No doubt.
Now, when Steve Kerr took over the Golden State Warriors, that was kind of just it was an up-and-coming team. It was like, okay, maybe this team could be on the rise, but, I mean, for decades, Joe, they've just been they were an irrelevant franchise.
He had no experience.
And he had no experience.
I remember people wanted, what's the brother's name? He's from Martinez, California. Van Gundy.
Oh, Van Gundy, Stan.
People wanted Van Gundy. Yeah. A lot of people wanted Van Gundy.
Well, because think about it. He just had taken the Orlando Magic to the finals.
Yeah, and he had success with the Heat before Shaq kicked him out.
Well, yeah, because he was the guy that kind of he was the architect of that team that did go to the finals, and then Pat Riley took over. Yeah.
Pat Riley.
And then he gets the ring for it. You think Stan got a ring from that? He should have. He was the coach for that season for the most part. Right?
When you're not on the team and you get a ring, like, for example, I always thought about this one, like the Benji Molina ring that they gave him the year that they beat the Rangers and he was on the Rangers. Like, what do you do with that ring?
You put it in the safe, probably, right? You don't really take it out. But Giants fans love Benji Molina. They do.
No doubt. No, but I'm saying, like, how does he view that ring?
Well, how does Melky Cabrera view his?
No, what was the guy?
Because Melky Cabrera got busted for steroids.
He got one.
No, he got one. There was a big thing going. Remember that back and forth? Because Melky was like going, he's like, they better give me a ring. Remember that? That was a thing.
I don't even remember
They did it privately.
They did it privately, yeah. Yeah, they didn't do a public one for Melky.
Well, my
created
favorite
a fake
story,
website. That was my favorite.
I'll give Radness a lot of credit. He's like favorite line of all time. Karl Malone, no rings. Tony Gwynn, no rings. Barry Bonds, no rings. Marty Lurie, 3 rings.
Oh, my God. Well,
I thought that was the greatest line ever.
Well, that's also Jim Kincaid, too. Jimbo Kincaid's got a couple of rings for being the Warriors media network guy.
No, the best ring ever given out for the least amount of work done on a team was the Omri Caspi ring.
Omri Caspi.
Remember, he was a Warrior for like a second?
Oh, Omri Caspi.
Dan Ugla.
Dan Ugla. It's a good one. Yeah. Forever
He
Giant.
didn't get a ring.
If you're on the team that year, you get a ring.
So did DeRosa get a ring?
Yeah. Can I you guys want to go even deeper? If you're an employee of the team, you get a ring.
That's what I just said, James Kincaid.
No, like it goes like, I worked at the Giants dugout store in the summer of 2014 as my summer job.
You get the option of being able to buy one of the upgraded rings.
There you go, yeah.
Yes.
So as a dugout store employee, I had the chance to get a World Series ring in 2014.
How much was it?
Oh, I don't remember. I didn't fill out the paperwork.
See, my boy Joey's worked for the Giants forever, so I wonder how many rings he's got. Like, legitimately.
DeRosa was at the parade?
He was on the team the next year.
His wrist.
Yeah, I know. He was gone for like the entire season.
He was at the parade the next year. He walked down City Hall.
Oh,
how many
Benji
games?
Molina got a ring that year too.
Yeah, Benji. Yeah. Maybe we locked in, Sam. You're getting the sandwich.
I was eating Shasky's sandwich while doing the contest.
I see them eating the sandwich right now. Did you know that?
Great choice, Shasky. We enjoyed it a lot back here. That's an April Fool's joke, by the way.
Oh, I have my receipt for my taco order yesterday from Metro Taquero.
Where is Metro Taquero?
They have a couple locations in the East Bay. They're really good. They're Taco Tuesday. They're $2 tacos, Joe.
That's a good deal.
It's a great deal.
You put down 8?
Yeah, I was hungry.
Chill.
But they're street tacos, Joey. That's not like, come on. This isn't like Taco Bell
8?
tacos. Yeah, I'm a growing boy.
Soft,
crunchy? In the bathroom.
Traditional, soft?
Yeah, they're the soft tacos. Yeah, always like they're Tijuana tacos.
Did you do?
Let me tell you what I got.
Okay.
I got 2 of the beer battered fish tacos, like Baja fish, like fried, delicious. 2 El Pastor, gotta go El Pastor. 2 Pollo Asado.
Total surf and turf.
2 carnitas. And Nicole, who came with me, she got 1 carne asada, 1 carnitas, and we ordered a medium horchata.
Crushing it in the bathroom.
I did after that. And I got
Did you get Pepto, a side of Pepto to go with that?
A hot fudge sundae from Mickey D's down the street.
God.
It's your poor toilet.
You guys need to stop worrying about my bathroom habits and worry about yourselves, okay? You know what I am worried about? Stephen Curry returning to the floor on Sunday potentially. And what version of Steph are we going to see?
Yay!
Because that was the report yesterday. Sam Amick, Nick Friedel, after a successful scrimmage on Tuesday, Warriors star Stephen Curry is targeting Sunday's game against the Houston Rockets for his possible return, Joe. So you saw that and said what?
Well, it makes sense because Sunday would be April 5th against the Rockets, which would give them 5 games left in the season. He probably wouldn't play in the back-to-back, which would be 9th, 10th. So that gives him 4 games left in the season. That gives him enough, quote-unquote, ramp-up time. But to me, it's not necessarily about he is definitely coming back on Sunday against the Rockets. You ever seen Back to the Future?
What do you think?
So, number 3, when they're on the railroad tracks and Doc says, this is the point of no return. We're going to get the train to get the DeLorean to go up to 88 miles per hour. And if it doesn't, and we speed off into the future, that's great. But if it doesn't do that, we're going to crash into the ravine.
Correct.
Okay? So if we don't get it up to 88 by this point, there's no coming back. Yep. We're dying. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
So to me, Sunday is the point of no return. Meaning, if he cannot return by Sunday, my sense is that Steph Curry will be unlikely to return this season. That's how I'm reading it. Now, others might have a way more optimistic view of this. He's coming back. They're going to fight. Sure, I'm granting all that. But this one feels like the arbitrary date and kind of the line in the sand of Steph's coming back Sunday, and there's hope he will come back, and play however many games for the remainder of this year. If he doesn't, it's unlikely he returns at all this year.
And Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider, and obviously covers the Warriors for The Athletic, he was a part of that article in Breaking News with Sam Amick. He joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday and talked about what you're talking about right now, kind of the line of demarcation being Sunday.
The window's a little tighter now. The runway is such that it's probably only going to be 4 games in a best case scenario. But that's 4 more games than just dropping him in the play-in and say, hey, Steph, do what you can, man. They're just not going to do this. I mean, guys, I think the other part to this is depending on how things go today and, again, how he's feeling the next couple of days, I think Sunday is essentially it. If we don't see him back Sunday to start this process that we're all discussing, I think the plug's going to get pulled because you also don't want him to play 2 or 3 games and then go, hey, give us 30 in the play-in in a much more intense atmosphere. So Sunday really looks like it's lining up for what could be. And if it doesn't happen by that Rockets game, Dibbs, I think the conversation is going to shift in a hurry.
So there's a few things that he said there that I do want to address. The first one, he's in agreement with me. Sunday is the most likely return if he's to return at all this year.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't want to risk something. That's what he's insinuating. Risk.
Absolutely. And he even said 4 games, not even 5. So
yeah, because they're not going to play back-to-back.
No.
Right? They got back-to-back today and tomorrow, and then another back-to-back the 9th and 10th.
Yeah, next Thursday against the Lakers, and then they're going to Sacramento on Friday.
I think the part that he didn't bring up is the more fascinating one. This station, online, amongst your friend group, what's it been? Whatever Steph wants. That's what people say.
We have a drop that literally says that somewhere. Yeah.
Whatever Steph wants, whatever Steph wants, whatever Steph wants. And on many levels, I totally agree with that. This one's interesting.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
Couldn't you make an argument, if I was playing devil's advocate, couldn't you make an argument returning, finding a way to win both playing games, and sacrificing an opportunity at a lottery pick in this loaded draft actually sets the organization back significantly farther than they want to admit? Whether they're all in on Kawhi or LeBron or whoever in the offseason, whether you're trading or keeping said lottery pick, isn't it better for the health of the whole organization to just lose one of these playing games and just fall into the lottery and have your ping pong balls hopefully materialize?
For the fans and the fan base, as you're alluding to, yes. Players don't view it that way, though. The players don't.
Yeah, but aren't there times where, the players aren't looking at the big picture of the organization? Max Crosby on line one. Max Crosby did not want to sit out the last couple games of the year so that they get the number 1 pick.
And it ended up working out. Now Max is back, and now he's a Raider for life. And it's funny how things work out as you bring up Max Crosby. But you're right. He did. He felt some type of way about that. And to your point, real quick, John Spytek was at the owners meetings at the GM of the Raiders. He was asked about, having to kind of talk Max into load management more as these next couple of years because he's going to hit 30. Yeah. And Max doesn't want to do that because he's an every down guy. But Spytek's like, dude, we want to keep you here, but you can't be playing every single down. You're going to be 30.
Yeah, he's right. So I look at the Steph thing and I go look, I think it's so easy to come on. Like, whatever Steph wants. If Steph wants to play, we just do it. No matter what. I mean, they're kind of been in this position because for the last 2 years, and we can say they waited too long to do this. Right. For the last 2 or 3 years, they've kind of done everything Steph wants. The whole roster are guys that he likes, right? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, for the most part.
Yeah.
So I think this is one of the few times where the rubber's got to meet the road here. And I think fans need, and the ownership needs to make a decision is for this particular situation, doing what Steph wants to do, is that going to make it a little more difficult down the road to rebuild, retool, have the best roster for next year? I think it's a fair question to ask.
888-957-9570. Steve Kerr has been adamant. Whatever Steph wants to do, we're going to do that. If he wants to come back and play, we're going to do that. Is that the right move for the organization going forward, doing whatever Steph wants? I understand he is the most important person in the history of the Golden State Warriors. I understand that.
No doubt.
He might be the greatest athlete ever in the history of the Bay Area. I don't say those words lightly with the likes of Willie Mays, with the likes of Joe Montana, Jerry Rice. He is easily the most beloved athlete in the history of Bay Area and maybe in NBA history, quite frankly. Again, things I don't say lightly. He's getting older. This is a guy that's been out for multiple months. The writing is on the wall when it comes to the future of this team and the potential of what you can do this summer. I would be, if I'm in Joe Lacob's shoes, I am sitting down with Steph and saying, Steph, I love you. You've worked hard to get to this point. I think I want to do what's best for you, even though you might not feel that way. I think we're going to shut you down for the rest of the year. And you know what? It would be, if that happened, it would be something new if Steph had a problem with it, I think. And if Steph went to the media or something like that, because that would be totally against anything he's ever done being a part of the Golden State Warriors. He has never once really been angry, going towards the media, kind of like what Giannis has been doing in Milwaukee. Because his relationship with the ownership is clearly fractured. And it's been on display for how many years now? Couple. And especially the last few months when everyone knew. The Milwaukee Bucks was like, dude, we're done. We're not doing anything the rest of the season. It's over. Let's shut down Giannis. Giannis, you just got hurt recently. He's like, nope, I want to play. I want to come back. And the Bucks were like, no, you're not. See, I don't think Steph would go the Giannis route and go to the media in this regard. Now, would that piss him off a little bit? And would that maybe, have him questioning things this summer? Possibly. I doubt it, but possibly. I just don't think whatever the ownership, if they took the keys from Steph in this analogy, I don't think Steph would be so pissed that he automatically requested trade, because I think that's where every fan goes like,
they go extreme.
Exactly. So, if you don't do what Steph wants, he's going to want out of here.
Look, I'm just going to admit what I feel, and people can disagree with me. I disagree with every other person I've heard on this. Like, you got to do what he wants to do. You all will do what I'm doing right now. If he doesn't play, we'll all breathe a sigh of relief.
Yes.
And I think we can all, okay, all right, we're going to go into the lottery. Don't have to worry about risking something for him to come back. And I get it. Next year's not a given. We might be in a worse spot next year. We might be in a better spot. We might be in the same spot. We might be in a worse spot. But quite frankly, there's a big part of me. I'm very conflicted. I love watching the guy play. Of course I want to see him play. But I also don't want them to risk what I think is not worth the reward for this year. That's my personal belief. I know it goes against every grain of how I'm normally wired. This is unique.
I just want to tap into the Warriors fans' emotions right now on how you feel. And when you saw that update yesterday from Sam Amick of The Athletic and Nick Friedel, that after a successful scrimmage on Tuesday, Warriors star Steph Curry is targeting Sunday's game against Houston for his possible return. This is a guy that's been out since the end of January. We're talking 2 months, people. This guy's been gone for 2 months. How are we feeling about him coming back for 4 more games and then a play-in game? 888-957-9570. Let's ask Alex in Oakland. What's up, Alex?
Guys, I said this a couple weeks ago when I called in, and basically, you're in the play-in, not the playoffs, the play-in. Let Steph rest. Let them young guys get some experience. It's a win-win for everybody. Steph's best ability is his availability. Let him get that knee healed up and come back next year. It's not even a hard decision. I'd rather see him playing next year than trying to play this year for the 10th seed. Come on, man.
I think I think a lot of fans agree with Alex in Oakland. I want to hear from also the fans that disagree and say they want to see Steph. They want to see him in the play-in game. And I guess why is that? Is that just because you just want to see him out there and it makes you feel good? And it's like, okay, he's healthy and maybe that, maybe he has a big performance. He has a really fun game against the Blazers. And then he does it again against either the Clippers or the Suns. And then maybe he has another really good game and they steal one against the Thunder. Okay. Is that like that for me is the high watermark of success if Steph comes back and plays. Like that is the best case scenario and he stays healthy. He drops a couple 40 bombs, a 50 bomb, and he's stealing one against OKC, but it's a gentleman's sweep. But him and Kristaps look good. I think that's the best case scenario. Worst case, I think we all understand the worst case. I don't even want to say it on air, is that something horrible happens. Yeah. What? Oh,
the Dippers.
He's here. This early?
I know.
What? Why is Steve here this early?
He's working a deal.
Is he?
He's got to be. Knowing him.
$750?
One thing that I was thinking about as you bringing all this up is like the days played. Does anyone really think? So he comes back for 4 of those 5 games.
Correct.
Okay, I had them all written down.
Because he's not going to play, as you mentioned, the back-to-back on Thursday and Friday next week.
So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 4 out of 5 in 7 days. Then he would play 2 more. So it would be 6 out of 11. So you're going to have him play 6 out of 11 days. That's if he plays both play-in games. Then the playoffs would start a day and a half later, okay? So he would have 7 games in 14 days.
Yeah.
Coming off of not playing for 2 months. See, that's a risk I find to be very foolish for. It's like penny wise, pound foolish.
510. Having him play can swing the KP situation. Playing with Curry might have him take a discount next year. That's Oreo cookie. Didn't think about that. It's interesting. I don't know if Kristaps is looking at it like, I'm going to take a discount because I want to play with Stephen Curry since he's 39 years old.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know
feels
about
like
that.
a stretch.
Before we get to Dave Fleming at the top of the hour, and I'm going to ask Dave Fleming about how he feels about that because Dave is tapped in on all things Bay Area. He's in on the Warriors. He's in on the Giants. He's in on the Niners. The guy knows his stuff. What would Dave Fleming do in that situation? We'll obviously touch on the Giants taking the series in San Diego. Antonio Vitello getting his first win a couple days ago. That's in 9 minutes. But first, let's go to Oscar in Stockton. What's up, Oscar?
Hey, good morning, fellas. My thing is that I'm with you guys on certain situations, but I'm not. Because one thing about Steph is not stupid. If he knows his knee is not ready, even the celebrity has to say, Steph is not going to come back. That's one thing I do know. And we don't have a stupid organization. But on the other hand, Steph is going to be rested. By me knowing about knees and having runner's knee and coaching all this stuff, they're not going to bring Steph back if his knee is not ready. And if Steph wants to come back, I want him to come back because we need him to come back because this is sports, man. Anytime you got a chance of winning, mentality always play because tomorrow is not promised to you. Steph is 38. He's not going to sit out for another year. Another year is not promised to him. Look at this year what happened. The same thing can repeat next year. So by him being ready to come back, and what I know with celebrating, he's a damn good doctor. We're not going to bring Steph back if he's not ready. I don't care if it is 6 games within 11 days. It doesn't matter. We are the Warriors. We have a chance to do something. And when Steph comes back and everybody comes back healthy, we're going to shock the world. So at that point, you got to keep that mentality. Chasky, I know that's in your brain. I understand exactly what you're saying.
I mean, he's missed 2 months, and now he's going to play 6 or 7 high-intensity games over a 12-day period, 14-day period, depending on how the calendar shakes out. You are running a risk.
And we've heard from Dr. Nirav Pandya, UCSF Health, with this injury, with that age, there is major risk for re-injuring it and making it worse, which leads us to the injury report. And it's good news about Stephen Curry. He scrimmaged yesterday for the Warriors during practice. Steve Kerr joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday and said Steph felt good after his scrimmage, but how his knee feels today could determine whether or not he returns to the court from his bout with runner's knee. Steph will not play tonight against the Spurs and will probably miss tomorrow's game against the Cavs, but Kerr did leave open a possibility that he could play Sunday against Houston. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, what's coming up in the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Dave Fleming, right on the other side. Our Odyssey, check that. 95.7 The Game. He's not Odyssey's, he's ours. He's the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game, Giants insider, and obviously does a hell of a job as the voice of the San Francisco Giants on NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll ask him about Steph, but more importantly, the Tony Vitello scrutiny, the noise around him, Willie Adames batting leadoff, Giants bats getting hot yesterday, going for the sweep in San Diego today. Also, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, your opportunity to win a pair of tickets to see the Giants take on the Mets, and that's going to be this Saturday. So again, a pair of tickets to give away in the 8 o'clock hour for that game. And remember, the first 8,000 kids to said game receive a reversible sleeve presented by Bank of America. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, halfway home here on an April Fool's Hump Day in the Bay.
I mean, bring it on, man.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Darren from Modesto. Awesome job, guys, and very happy in all. Excellent customer service. Fabian and his coworker are very professional and super friendly. They went above and beyond to help us. I am so glad that I chose R&S. Thank you.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked
Hook me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
The deadline for filing taxes is now. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Don't wait. Donate now and have your car picked up by tomorrow. Are you lacking energy? Have low libido? Stubborn belly fat that you can't get rid of? Working too many hours at the gym with no results? These are warning signs of low testosterone. The doctors at Prime Male Medical can test your testosterone levels and prescribe treatment if needed. For just $99, get a testosterone test, PSA test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Prime Male Medical in San Francisco and the East Bay. 415-761-4037. Or go to primemalemedical.com. 415-761-4037. With locations in San Francisco, San Jose, and the East Bay. Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability, restrictions, and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
It's your boy Dibs. It's football season, which means we talk to Stink. Mark Schlereth on the regular. Now, back to a show that actually doesn't stink. The Morning Roast.
It's not football season. Actually, that's not true. NFL's 365. It is. We got the owners meeting going on. We got new rule changes. We'll get into that at some point, too. We got Salty Kyle Shanahan. Salty Shanny on with Pro Football Talk. Mike Florio, Chris Sims.
I don't discriminate versus anyone.
No, it was fantastic. We got Dave Fleming joining us momentarily, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Halfway home here on a hump day in the Bay. It is wet out there, so please be safe, people, on the roadways, wherever you are. Don't drive aggressively, drive defensively, as my brother Rob always said. But you know who's been aggressive hitting the ball? The San Francisco Giants. 9-3 the final yesterday, 16 hits for them. They only did that 5 times last year, Joe, 16 hits or more in any regular season game. So Willie Adames, Rafi Devers, Matt Chapman, and now joining us on the River Islands guest line are 95.7 The Game Giants insider and voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area, Dave Fleming. Dave, good morning. How you doing, man?
Good morning, guys. I haven't had my morning roast yet, but here I am with you.
Dave, yesterday that game was, I can't remember how many times in Logan's career he's had a 3-run lead before he's thrown a pitch, which was awesome, right, to start with. But I want to break down just kind of the feel, from your vantage point of how to manage someone like Logan Webb. I'm watching the broadcast like you are, and, he didn't have his best stuff, it felt like. Then, 5th inning, he strikes out Tatis, Machado, Jackson Merrill, and he's screaming into his glove as he's coming off the mound. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't care what the pitch count is. If he wants to go back out there one more inning, I think you got to kind of just listen to him, because not all pitch counts are created equal. I don't know how much stress, how's his arm feeling. And I loved that Tony Vitello let him go back out there for the 6th inning. It's the 2nd day in a row. He did it also with Landon Roop. I love that whatever the communication was, that he trusted his guy to go back out there. And I think Webb ended it on a high note. And I just love the way he managed that situation right there. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I do too. Look, mostly it's on Logan, right? Logan fought through, and a lot of games he doesn't have to do that. A lot of games Webb just brings the A stuff, and that's that. And he kind of has his normal start, and last night was definitely not like that. Last night, definitely, Webb had to fight himself. He just wasn't as sharp as he usually is for those first few innings. And so, most of the credit goes to Logan for however he did it. And I always admire this about athletes who can do this, like in the middle of the competition. It's one thing to self-correct and fix when you're throwing on the side or you're in practice or whatever. When you're doing it, when Manny Machado's staring at you or Fernando Tatis is staring at you, that's pretty impressive. And so he definitely found something last night. And I think probably it was 2 things. Number one, he's the leader. There's no pitch, there's no chains on Logan Webb and what he can do. Like, he's the guy on this team. So it makes the decision a little easier. And I think probably also the fact that the 5th inning was by far his best inning and he seemed to find it. Let's emphasize that. I think some managers or coaches might say, all right, let's end on a high note and there's something positive and we'll take it into next time. And I think for Vitello and probably for everybody else in that dugout, it's more like, okay, he found it. Let's let him emphasize to himself that, all right, things are good. I'm myself. And then you're feeling real good heading into Sunday, presuming that's the next time he pitches.
What have you made so far, Dave, of the starting pitching? I know it's early, so only some of these guys have, one start in their belt. We're going to see Hauser for the first time today.
Roop was awesome.
The Roop's been great.
Awesome.
Robbie Ray, you know what you're going to get with him. I thought it was a great bounce-back performance yesterday from Webb, who struggled in opening night against the Yankees. What have you seen for the pitching staff so far?
Robbie Ray got sort of hidden because he ended up giving that home run. And so the final line didn't look great. It's pretty, I trust Patrick Bailey when he says that's the best stuff that Robbie Ray's had as a Giant. When he said that, I was like, oh, okay. He's worked real hard. You heard him during spring training, Robbie, talk about finally for the first time since his injury, kind of feeling like the mechanics were exactly the way they needed to be. And I think it most affects his slider. Slider wasn't a great pitch by the numbers last year. Slider was awesome against the Yankees. So, I was really excited about Robbie. I think that unlocks a different level for him. Roop obviously was really good. Malley's solid. Giants starting rotation is more than good enough. It's not that deep right now. So you're relying on these 5 guys. The part of the reason why Wisenhunt didn't make the team, why McDonald didn't make the team, they're down at AAA trying to build up and be that next layer, that sort of safety net. And I think those guys both can be that for this team, but the depth is not tremendous. So those 5 guys, go get him. For now, I think it's plenty good enough.
The lineup is just scrutinized to the nth degree every day. Who's where? Who are we facing? What are the matchups? How are we splitting up the righties and the lefties? Just for a couple days. And I know it's a living, breathing organism. It will change a lot. I love Adames in the leadoff spot because he's going to get a lot of good pitches to see with Devers right behind him. And I love Devers being in the 2-hole because I want to get that guy up as many times as possible. Do you think they're going to ride this for as long as they can? Meaning Adames, Devers, 1-2?
Yeah, I haven't seen the lineup for today yet, but my guess is that Adames will be in that leadoff spot again. And I'm with you. I like it. You look around baseball and there are a lot of teams that are doing this, like putting one of their best, most powerful hitters in the leadoff spot. Ohtani's the obvious one, but it's not just Ohtani. Like the A's have had Nick Kurtz leading off here at the start of the year, which seems funny, but it's like there are reasons why you might do that. And Adames looked really good last night. That goes without saying. So I'm kind of with you. I like this look. I think for the Giants, one thing about everybody obsesses about lineup order way too much because with this team, the same guys are going to be in there. This is a team that is not going to be doing a lot of platooning, mixing and matching. The players are going to be in there, whatever order they're in. If everybody's swinging the bats well, it's going to work. If they're not, it's not going to work. Like the order isn't that critical to what the Giants are trying to do. However, because this team is so right-handed and doesn't have options off the bench to pinch hit and match up in the late innings, I mean, that is an issue for this team right now. It really is. That is going to cost them as the season goes on, and it's something that I think they're going to have to fix as they go. It puts a premium, to me, on you got to break up those few left-handers that you have in there for now and make it, at least if you're in that part of the lineup in the late innings, make it a little harder on opposing managers to just get the perfect matchup. We saw the Yankees. I mean, the Yankees kind of toyed with the Giants that way by using a bullpen that for the Yankees, by their standards, is not that. I mean, they don't have a bunch of dominators in their bullpen, and yet they found themselves easy matchups all weekend long. Now that largely is because the Giants just came out of the gates real slow. But that's an issue for this team, and I think that's another reason why I'm with you. I like that Adames Devers cadence at the top of the order. That feels like a tough spot for me if you're an opposing manager.
95.7 The Game, Giants insider and voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area, Dave Fleming here, courtesy of the River Islands guest. All right, Dave, we've buried the lead. We're 8 minutes into this thing. The media scrutiny and fervor on Tony Vitello's comments after the first couple games against the New York Yankees, and we just reacted to, I don't know if you saw the sound, Jim Bowden, former executive, obviously been a part of the media. This is on foul territory. He kind of went at Vitello yesterday in an interview. Just the fervor around Vitello and the scrutiny of his post-game interviews, something to monitor all the season. What was going through your mind when you saw the reaction?
Yeah, I didn't hear some of those, sound bites that you were from the outside that you're referencing there. So I don't specifically know about some of that. It's definitely the case that Tony is under a huge microscope. Tony likes to talk. He likes to have a laugh. He likes to joke. He likes to show some personality, and that probably will get him in some spots where, some of these things early on, it's like, it's obvious to me. I don't know, maybe folks around this sport aren't very social, emotional aware. Like, it's obvious to me some of this stuff is being said with a twinkle in his eye. Like, he says some of this stuff definitely kind of teasing or joking or trying to get a little laugh or whatever. And like everything is being taken as like the literal police are out in full uniform with Tony Vitello. And it just seems to me like, can we read the room, people? Like, at least listen and watch and maybe get to know him a little before we start to overreact on this stuff. I think he's doing a really good job so far. Very difficult spot for him. I think he's handling it really well. Like, there's probably no manager in the last 20 years who's been more scrutinized in their first few games than this guy. And then your team comes out and doesn't hit in the first few games, and it's like, that's Tony's fault or something. Like, please. So I will say, I think the thing about the opening day, and then I'll shut up about this because I think it's a nothing. There's nothing to any of this. The opening day thing to me almost felt like this guy's going out of his way to say, I'm going to take the bullets. I want to protect my players. I want to establish that I'm protecting my players. So he says this thing about maybe I got a little too emotional in the pre-games. To me, that's just purely a technique by a leader trying to say, don't get on my guys. It's early. Get on me. If you're going to get on somebody, get on me. And why you would take that like so seriously, I don't know.
You are like preaching to my soul right now. I'm arguing against everyone. And all I'm saying is like, everyone needs to relax. He's just saying words. I don't even know if he knows what he's like coming out of his mouth. As someone that says a lot of things, and sometimes I don't know what's coming out of my mouth. I mean, I takes one to know one. But in terms of his managerial stuff, like the stuff that he's doing in game, the procedural things, maybe they should have walked Aaron Judge with an open base on Friday. I'm just little things, who to go to in the bullpen. I think for the most part, he's done a pretty good job, and there haven't been a lot of opportunities to maybe pinch hit for somebody in the ninth inning trailing in a game. You bunted after Casey yesterday. He showed no bunt and takes a strike, and then he lays down a bunt, and he only gives himself really one opportunity to lay down the bunt. That's a little grievance I might have, but like procedurally and how he's managed the team, have you had any issues, Dave, from your vantage point?
No issues. I mean, he's hardly managed at all in the first few games. He's hardly had to do anything, and that's part of this Giants roster right now is, I'm not saying it's autopilot. There are always decisions to be made, always, and you mentioned a bunch of them there. So it's not to say that he won't have an influence on this team, but I think the main thing he's doing early in the year is like, hey, I've got a team of veteran guys who have been here before, and I'm going to give them a lot of leeway early on to work through their timing issues or work through, the beginning of the season bugaboos and whatever. And the bullpen usage has been interesting to me to see how he kind of sees those guys lining up. That has been interesting to me. I think we can learn a few things from the way he's used those players. The other thing is he's only had one. Now, part of it is probably most of it is because Giants relievers has done an excellent job overall. There's only been one mid-inning pitching change. So I think that tells you a little something about, Tony wants to, his preference would be like bring a guy in and you do your job and the next inning will go to the next guy. Doesn't want to have a quick hook or anything like that. So look, I even the Judge thing, like you got a kind of a brand new guy, Baraki, and you're learning about him and you're trying to learn. And it's a hard, painful lesson to learn when you give up a home run that, ends up helping decide the game. But you're trying to learn, can I trust this guy to pitch around somebody? Can I trust this guy to, like, he's a lefty killer. That's going to be his job on this team. But with the rules in baseball now, you can't only face lefties. So you learn something about the guy. Did it cost you? Maybe it cost you, but I think that information is valuable.
It's funny you bring up some of the bullpen arms. I like Gage, Killian. Wow. Like, you see the delivery and you're like, there might be something there. But let's get to the two guys everyone's been talking about over the last 2 days. It's Keaton Winn and how outstanding he looks. And then Ryan Walker, who, just didn't have command and he looked very predictable. And I thought he was in a lot of trouble there in the ninth inning. How do you view the last few innings for the Giants over the next week or two?
Yeah, over the next week or two, I think Ryan Walker's the guy. Well, Ryan Walker's going to get a chance to be the guy. He's the one who's done it before. You can't you judge on one outing or even two outings or three. It's just not fair to these guys. And it's such a hard job where you have one day where you don't have it and your numbers all get screwed up and it looks like you're not doing your job at all. A hitter has one day where you don't have it and it's like, oh, you went 0 for 4. That's baseball. The relievers, especially early in the year, there's way too easy to overreact to. So for now, I think it's Ryan Walker's job. Here's the thing about Keaton Wynn and all these other guys basically in the Giants bullpen. You don't know for sure. The stuff looks great. The results are great. But you don't know for sure if that changes if you get the ball in the ninth inning. It can. So, at some point you probably test that with some of these guys, on a day where, say, Ryan's gone back-to-back and you can't, perfect opportunity to test somebody and how they handle the pressure of the ninth inning, because it is different. And so you got to be careful about always thinking you can just totally plug and play these guys into whatever situation. That it doesn't always work that way. I will say this about Caleb Killian, because we've only seen him the one time, I think. Have we seen him a second?
No, just the once. He was intriguing.
He's got good stuff.
Aaron Boone said to me, I was over talking to Booney the next day, and Boone was like, "Oh, we like that guy. That was good. That was a good look for him." He singled out Caleb Killian and said, "Oh, we like that guy." So that's pretty high praise. I mean, the Yankees are into big time stuff, and so I think for him to say that to me just offhand, like, "Oh, that guy, you got something in that guy," tells me, like, I think Caleb Killian has a real chance.
Well, they might have something. Camilo Duvall looked pretty good in his own right. Obviously, so I'm rooting for Camilo. Obviously, it didn't end well with San Francisco, and at times last year with the Yankees, it was not well at all. Talking to Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line Giants broadcaster, 95.7 The Game Giants Insider. Speaking, you said testing a lot there. The ABS system was tested a lot in the minors and in spring training. What have you made of it so far, Dave?
Well, I think your point right there is a very good one, in that baseball's done an incredible, whatever you think about baseball, and it's easy to dump on Rob Manfred and baseball doesn't know what they're doing and this and that. And baseball's done an amazing job with the pitch clock and now with the ABS of using the minor leagues as a testing ground and hitting the ground running when they implement these massive these are big changes to the structure of the game, like big, and almost no blips in either instance. Like, just sort of, okay, it's integrated, it's working. I have been surprised by the ABS. Well, a couple things. I've been surprised by the fan reaction. Seems like fans actually really like it. My hope was sort of like neutral. Like, let's have let's have the ABS just not interfere with the game and see how it goes. I think it's actually been like the baseball fans are talking about it all over, and it's a huge topic of conversation. And in the park specifically, at home, I guess I'm at all these games, so I don't know your guys' experience of watching at home, what it's like. In the park, there's definitely like a moment of drama, and the fans get into it if their teams, wins a challenge or something. So that's been kind of surprising to me. The other thing is, it's definitely true that the strategy changes big time. Spring training was a joke in terms of the strategy of it. Everybody was just like, I'm going to challenge to see if I know what I'm doing. And the game theory like stuff of how you use it is totally different when the games count. That's been interesting to me to watch over these first few.
Well, and you said it there, like, it's turning into a spectacle, and that's what I thought it could be from like the tennis perspective. They have the Hawkeye. And if you ever watch like a Grand Slam event, Wimbledon, Australian Open, when one of the players challenges, it turns into a thing. Everyone starts clapping and clapping and clapping, and then they reveal it, and then the crowd either goes crazy or not. That's kind of what it's turned into.
But I also think you're talking about the at-home viewing.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, the other day, Tatis challenged one, and I was like, I might have challenged the pitch prior to that. He didn't. And then in the ninth inning, the Giants had an extra challenge, and Walker's kind of struggling. Bailey challenges it, and I'm like, even if he doesn't get this challenge, I kind of like pausing the action here, because I think Ryan Walker needed a deep breath. You know what I mean? So it can be used in a variety of ways. Yep. Later on in the game, it doesn't have to necessarily be to steal a strike. It can also be to just kind of pause the action. I think we're learning a lot about it.
And the Bailey example is a good one, where like already we're getting leaderboards. Like, seriously, we're getting leaderboards. Like, I guarantee you Patrick Bailey is one of a handful, maybe number one, of the guys who you would most trust to know exactly how to use this system. And yet he's going to get dinged on the stat sheet because he did it. It's the 9th inning. You have one left. Your pitcher's struggling. Even if you think, I don't know about that one, it's a good time to use it. Like, that's a good challenge, even though he didn't win it. And now it's going, Bailey lost a challenge there. Like, that's where we need a lot more time to judge the leaderboard aspect of this. But yeah, and look, the Tatis one is also a good example of, I guarantee you after the game, the Padres, put their arm around Tatis or however they do it over on that side and said, look, man, you needed to challenge that pitch. And the Padres had lost a challenge early in the game. And my guess, purely a guess, I didn't go over there and talk to him about it yesterday, but my guess is that's in the back of everybody's mind. Tatis, we only have one left. If I don't get it right, then we're out of them. Whereas, that was such an important moment of the game. It was definitely worth it for them to challenge. And I'm sure they deliver that message okay, we're down to one. It's the 5th inning and it's a lower leverage spot. Then don't use it. But 9th inning, we want you to use it there. And that's where players, coaches are all kind of learning how to navigate this system. It's also where losing one early changed the game.
Yeah.
It changed it changed Bailey. The Adames challenges in the 1st inning 2 nights ago. And Bailey, there were I'm sure you guys noticed watching, there were 6 or 7 pitches in the game where you watch Bailey receive and he holds it for a second and he's thinking, and then he just throws it back to the pitcher. And, he probably would have challenged a few of those.
It's interesting. We'll leave you with this one, Dave. You're locked in on your Giants. You do college ball, great. You're locked in on the NFL. Well, we got a report yesterday that Stephen Curry might be returning on Sunday. He's been out for 2 months. We've been having so many conversations. Joe and I are lockstep. It's we got 5 games to go. We got to play in. Let's shut this guy down. We don't want him to get hurt again. Just as a fan, do you want Steph back for the last 5 games in a play-in spot, Dave?
Yeah, 100% yes. 100%.
Real 100%? 100%?
They're paying Steph Curry $75 million this year. If he is healthy, play. It's not that complicated. He is what everybody wants to see with the Warriors. Now, if he's not healthy, don't play. But if you're healthy, he's saying he's healthy. Why would you not play? I don't understand why you wouldn't play if he's healthy. Play.
Well, you might get a lottery pick.
Yeah, come on. You might get Camboose or something.
We might win the lottery.
And okay, that's fine. So we're tanking the rest of the year. Kinda, is that it? We don't want to make the playoff?
Kind of.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. If the season were already shot and there's 0 chance, okay, but play.
All right.
Dave, I love you.
We love you, Dave. Thanks so much, man. We'll do it again next week.
I'm going to the Masters next week, so we're going to have to dance around the schedule.
Wow.
So I'll be in.
Throw it in my face, why don't you, Dave? Thanks. Appreciate that.
Are you bringing your sticks?
I do. It's my 7th.
Are you bringing your sticks?
I am going to bring my clubs this time. Not to play the club. I won't be playing Augusta National.
Little Aiken Club?
There's a lot of good golf around there.
Have fun.
Well, enjoy that, Dave. We appreciate it, man.
See you guys.
Have a good one. God, I love it.
There he goes. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You will love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Wow, this sounds incredible. Everything at Cache Creek, Casino Resort will feel wonderful. My goodness. I got to get out there. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Steph Curry. Is he coming back on Sunday? Is that the right move? On 95.7 The Game.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Join 95.7 The Game weekdays Monday through Thursday from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. for The Crossover, when Willard and Dibbs join Steiny and Guru, presented by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. The tournament is rolling, and we are down to the nitty-gritty, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all that action. You can make picks right now and win money in California. Playing on Underdog, as you know, is very easy. You pick your favorite players, not Duke players, and whether they're going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, whatever. Get all those picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, again, the star players have been shining. Not Duke star players, but you get what I'm talking about. Let's look at some of those stars to put up their final big numbers to say hello to the NBA scouts. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard. You'll score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first 5. The promo code is Willard. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, 1-800-MY-RESET or ncpgambling.org.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
And go for some Oreo cookies right now. By the way, Dan Dibley came in here early today. We mentioned it earlier. Obviously, Willard and Dibbs in the afternoon. And he took on Sam Lubman in the Bridge the Gap game show from our sister station on Sarah and Vinny, Alice 97.3. And apparently, Sam Lubman is now a 3-time champ, and he motorboated Dan Dibley. Tough scene, Dibbs. To get in here that early to only get swept by Sam Lubman. It's a tough scene. He'll bounce back, though. He will. On with Mark Willard in about 6 hours from now. So there you go. Have you been on Bridge the Gap?
No.
Never? They never invited you?
No.
You feel some type of way about that?
Not at all.
Okay.
I'm not guru.
When's first to 5? When's our next iteration of that? When are we going to do that?
I don't know. Well, apparently, and we got to set the record straight. Apparently, Goo was supposed to be on again, and he got mad that he wasn't on from the beginning. Now he's mad because he doesn't want to be on anymore, but he won't admit it to me, so I don't really know what's going on.
It was speculation on my part, I should say. I have a gut feeling that there was some scarred tissue that happened last time.
Did I beat him too bad? Is that why?
Yes.
Yeah, that's tough. It's tough. He's got a hole in his game with certain pop culture knowledge. That happens. You have to pick the right year for Goo. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe he'll be more excited if it's like 19... whatever year, that doesn't offend him. By the way, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And by the way, you got to be locked in for this hour for your opportunity to win a pair of Giants tickets. Do they take on the New York Mets? Yeah, that's right. The Metropolitans this Saturday. And the first 8,000 fans, Joe, but they're kid fans, get a reversible arm sleeve presented by Bank of America. That's pretty cool. So be locked in this hour for your opportunity and for your cue to call in to win those tickets.
Do you know how the Mets got their color scheme?
Yes, because the Brooklyn Dodgers left and the Giants left, and they took a color from each of those teams and combined it. There you go.
I'm happy.
Now, any other old school baseball knowledge, I'll probably fail miserably. But that much I did know because my grandma Irene, rest in peace, my mom's mom, big Mets fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from Jersey, North Jersey, big Mets fan.
You know how we were talking about Nolan,
Mets.
you know how we were talking about Nolan Ryan earlier? He was on the 69 Mets out of the bullpen.
Really?
And I believe came in relief of game 4 or 5 of the World Series.
That's the Miracle Mets?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Tom Seaver and the like.
Well, I never know which one's the Miracle team because they have like the 85 team, which they love.
Well, they went from losing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds in a row to finally winning one.
Don't do that in the back. Don't be playing with that white powder stuff. I know what you're trying to do.
You mentioned the 86 Mets.
Oh, 86, right? I said 85. Yeah, see, I didn't even know the year. 85 Bears.
And you know what they're known for?
Cocaine.
Yeah. I was going to say just great baseball.
I mean, like if you're asking me,
just great baseball.
The Cardinals.
Just great baseball. Love of the game. That's what I think of in 86. Just pure baseball. And when I think of pure basketball, I think of Stephen Curry. And you know what? There's part of me that really does want to see him come back, Joe. There is part of me that wants to see the Chef return. Him and Kristaps. Wow, what a tandem. What could they do together before, the playing game? And maybe you take out Denny Avdia in the Portland Trailblazers. Maybe, just maybe, you end Dylan the Villain Brooks' season with the Phoenix Suns. And maybe, just maybe after that, you steal one against the Oklahoma City Thunder, defending champs who are primed to go back-to-back. Maybe that all could happen. Or maybe he gets hurt. And then where are you? Back to square one. That's what we're wrestling here.
What if he doesn't get? What if he just comes back and doesn't look good? And they don't win at all. Either way.
Well, then I'm having major doubts heading into the summertime, quite frankly.
Because no one's played that part out.
Yeah, but he can just look average. Or
it just looks limited. And they just aren't good. And, it's always like the what if on the positive side. We never do like the what if. What if he's just mediocre? And I'm just saying hypothetically.
Well, I feel like we do a lot of what ifs on the negative side, quite frankly.
What? You're going extreme injury, which I get, which is what my head goes to too. I'm talking about what about just doesn't play well?
If he doesn't play well, then what are we going to say? Well, he's still injured. That's what fans do. That's what we're going to say. He's like, oh, well, He's clearly coming back from the injury. He's getting his legs underneath him. He just doesn't have the conditioning.
Well, thank God we rushed him back then.
Well, that is another element of this because we just had Dave Fleming on our Giants Insider, but I ended it with the Warriors question because Dave pays attention to all things Warriors and Steph Curry, obviously. And Dave's like, hey, if he's healthy and he's cleared to play, then he's playing. He's making $75 million. The guy should play. He's the face of the franchise. He wants to play. Let him play. I think that's the problem I'm having here, too. Even if he does get cleared to play, I'm not convinced he's healthy.
Well, I agree with
How can I be convinced a guy that 38 years old is healthy, being out for 2 months? I cannot be convinced he is at 100% full health if he comes back. You can't guarantee that. Now, Steph might feel good, but this is the thing with runner's knee. You feel good one day, then you don't the next. Well, this is why he's been going through the scrimmages. This is why they have their tests.
Scrimmage.
Exactly.
Scrimmage. Let's deal in details.
Well, speaking of details on Curry's scrimmage, Steve Kerr spoke with Willard and Dibbs about it yesterday.
It was probably 15-minute scrimmage, something like that, And but this was his first time playing 5-on-5. He's been doing individual stuff, and I talked to him after, and he felt good. And again, it's all about how tomorrow goes, and then you take it another step forward the next day, probably another scrimmage. At that point, if all is going well, and then you just see what happens from there. 15
minutes went well. That's good.
Yeah, but he'll be ready to play 30 minutes 6 times in a 14-day span.
See, I don't think he's going to. I think the minute allocation will be interesting here. I'm not convinced.
I'll let you finish. Even if he plays, let's say he plays 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Would you agree with me? 20 minutes in 2 play-in games is a lot more dire if he plays in 2. Is a lot more dire than a 15-minute practice scrimmage.
Yeah.
What do you think is happening at practice? Don't touch Steph. No one touch Steph. What's happening in a game? Tackle him.
Well, of course.
Have you not watched his career?
Well, hold on. And who's the team they're facing on Sunday potentially with him coming back?
The Rockets.
The Houston Rockets.
You think Amen Thompson's going to be like, oh, he's wearing the yellow jersey. I'm not supposed to touch him.
No, they're going to be rough with him because that's what Ime Udoka does. That's what they're. And by the way, real quick on just the game itself, 7:00 at night on a Easter Sunday. That's what we're doing.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
Did Steinmetz say this?
Hate that too?
I hit the wrong drop.
Oh.
You've done that a couple times.
Risotto.
That's all right.
Oh, I hate it.
That's like Willie Adames, though. Sometimes he swings and strikes out, but he's been hot lately.
You know what? You shouldn't blame yourself this early in the show.
Oh, that's a Vitello reference. That's pretty good.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
I also learned something about Joe on the other side here. He doesn't like onions or pickled red onions on his sandwiches.
No, I just threw them off. But I ate
interesting.
It. Yeah.
No, I didn't know you didn't like
My wife
them.
loves onions.
Me too.
So she kind of killed it for me.
I love raw onions. That was on my tacos yesterday, the diced the white onions with some cilantro. Oh, so good. Their salsa verde, their the red salsa, the avocado salsa, a little spicy too. Bobby in Los Altos, he knows about,
What's up, Bobby?
He knows about the Golden Arches. What's up, Bobby?
Oh, dude. Speaking of Golden Arches, I hate to break this to you because I know you are also a frequent user of the McDonald's app. I actually gave myself a bit of a hiatus from Mickey D's. The number of points that have expired for free items, it's alarming. It's alarming, bro. No one in the Bay Area had more mixed points than me, but trying to make a turn for the better. I'm an old man now. Hey, look, I've been banging the drum for weeks on this. So I think it's very simple, and I think there's 2 things that can happen. We can say everything for Steph because I truly love Steph way more than I love the Warriors or the future of the Warriors. So everything for Steph. But that means everything for Steph means putting him on ice until next season. And so everybody is saying the right thing. Steph says he wants to play. Yes, he should say that. Coach Kerr says he wants Steph to play. If Steph wants to play, he should play. Yes, he's saying the right thing. But if I'm Lacob, I'm telling Scalabrine, hey, don't medically clear him to play or you are fired. You earn your money. You tell
Scalabrine, you're close. It's close.
Scalabrine to not medically let him clear. That way, Steph cannot be offended by that.
So this is the reverse 49er doctors. Or the Niners doctors are like, yeah, everyone go. Just go play. Torn ligaments, just play. Hey. Just play. I know your foot and your toe hurts, Purdy. You just play.
That's right. You call up your boy Doc Pondia, and you tell him, hey, yo, I'm going to give you free chalupas all season at that Taco Bell cantina upstairs at Chase. So when you call into that, whatever it is, Boxer and Gerson Injury hotline, you tell the fans, you tell the listening audience, I don't think Steph should play. So you put it all on the medical staff to not allow him to play this year because it's, can you say asinine? Well, I'm going to say it. It's asinine to make him play against a bunch of gazelles, and you're playing like, what's your reward? A 7-game, no-whistle defensive series against a bunch of gazelles in the Oklahoma, Thunder is redonkulous. You do not let him play because the medical staff does not let him play. Steve Kerr looks good. Steph looks good, and it's a win-win for everybody. And yeah, you might get a lottery pick out of it. Who knows? And then can I just say one thing quickly? You guys, like with the unicorn, can we stop acting like he's not going to have suitors this season? Like we act like
Kristaps.
Yes,
he's the orchid. He's the orchid. He blooms every couple of months.
No, unicorn, dog. Unicorn.
I know, but he's not a unicorn. The unicorn is like Wemby.
He's a unicorn because
Wemby's a unicorn
because his good play doesn't really exist like unicorns. It's just it pops up every now and then. Thanks, Bobby. We got to go. We got to do this sounder. There it is. Be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652. Caller number 5 to the contest line 415-523-4652, and you'll score 2 tickets to the Giants vs. Mets game this Saturday at Oracle Park, courtesy of Bank of America.
Who wants to...
It's so good.
Go to a Giants game.
Who wants to go to a Giants? I should have done that today.
Do it. Let's do it together. Ready?
Who wants to
go to a Giants game? There we go. Be caller number 5. Are you going to go to any of those games this weekend?
This weekend?
Yeah.
This weekend I'm very busy.
Well, Easter weekend. It's tough. Yeah,
very
spring
busy.
break. The kids get on spring break this Friday. I'm going to miss next Friday's show because
thank you.
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, okay.
Well, because just have to divvy it up. I have to do the fair. I can't have their mom watching them all week. I get it. We got to do co-parenting. It's a thing. I'm learning about it.
I got the big family golf tournament next weekend. So
I've been to one of those. It's fun.
I'll be going straight to the cabin Thursday, and then I'll probably drive in Friday morning.
Lucas going to be there?
No, I gave quick invite and devites to certain individuals. It filled up quickly. Steinmetz is actually going to come. Because he had asked me multiple years ago, and we've been trying to get together, and so I figured you were busy on the weekends.
I got to see the best version of Steinmetz last night.
Give me your scouting report on his swing. I'm very interested in Steiny.
Well, it doesn't matter because I think that his drinking game will be the one that's assessed by my cousins.
Don't shame him. Good for him.
We used to call it the disasters.
It's pretty good.
But now it's the family. We'll call it the Big Joe in honor of my dad.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I remember going a few years back and talking to your dad and your grandpa. So that was good stuff. And I played with Lucas Alexander. And
he's the pace car.
Who takes the most amount of practice swings I've ever. Patrick Cantlay is jealous about the amount of time that Lucas Alexander takes in his backswings. And your boy Guido.
Guido will be up there again.
Sneaky funniest guy I've ever met in my life.
He's an all-timer.
He's so good.
He's a high-volume shooter, though, in the thread. He'll throw a lot of stuff in the thread.
Which is funny because when I'm we're just talking, he's very chill. Well, his cadence and everything.
Remember, we come from the old school where if you were going to cap on someone, that's what we used to call it, capping on someone, all right, at the lunch table or whatever.
We would do dunking on them.
Yeah, but now cap is live. Yeah. But back when we were kids, cap was rip on someone. And you literally rip them. Give me that rip. But you better be efficient with the jokes. And Guido, via the mouth, was very efficient with the jokes. On text, I feel like he's a high-volume shooter. He hits every now and then. He's kind of like the Joey Gallo of our thread.
Okay.
Yeah, he hits a lot of bombs, but he also strikes out a lot.
It's all right. Jack cussed.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
And then Zach is texting me right now.
Of course
Zach,
he is.
You're not uninvited. There was no room for you. You were on the reserve list.
He's listening right now.
You're on the reserve list, okay? You're on the reserve list. I apologize. I told you I needed to hear back from other individuals who are higher on the priority list. It's like the Masters. You have to be invited. I love you, buddy. You're not there yet.
That's all right, brother.
Zach, I love you. Stop texting me during the show. You will get an invite.
He's one of the biggest characters I've ever met in my life. I love Zach Green so much.
He's literally sending me emoji blow kisses of whatever.
And you know what? Me and Zach are going to be texting back and forth when Fernando Mendoza's balling in a Raiders uniform. Can't wait for that.
And on Saturday the 11th when we're all teeing off, like, we should be there.
I'm surprised he's not going to the Masters next weekend.
Knowing Zach, he's like, yeah, my mom bought me 2 tickets to the Masters. So we're flying their NetJet over there.
I didn't say that.
I got a hole-in-one on 12.
I didn't say that, Zach. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Comes through their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And let's visit now with this guy we haven't heard from in a minute, Nick in Berserkly. What's up, Nick?
Hey, man, I don't care what the Warriors got to do. If they got to put tape their legs, put duct tape on, I don't care what they got to do, man. Cast, whatever. Get out there and win some games, man. Try to get in the playoffs and win some games. That's all it's about, man. I don't care if the youngsters got to play. Put Curry in there sparingly, but you got to start the man if he's healthy. That's what he plays for. So it's just like this to me, man. The Warriors, if they make the playoffs, dude, they got to win, bro. They got to win. They got to somehow find a way, man, like Connecticut did. You know what I'm saying? Find a way, Warriors. Get it done. You know what I'm saying? And where are all the greasy, like $3.50 burgers with a thing of fries for like $1.50, $2? Why does it cost like a burger and fries like $15 now?
Oh, it's so true.
Man. 15's cheap.
No, it's so true, Nick. And I'm with you.
Cheap?
Well, that's why some of the restaurants like, the Chili's of the world, those chain restaurants are doing better, Applebee's, because you get more bang for your buck now, and those sit-down restaurants are going to get to go than you do at traditional fast food places like McDonald's and Burger King. It's true.
Rapid fire right now, 888-957-9579.
But I go to Laughing Monk when I want a burger.
Rapid fire. Do you want Steph to play? Not is he healthy? Do you want him to play at any point this basketball season? Yes or no?
888-957-9570.
Rapid fire.
9570. Start lining them up. We'll start with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Cam in Antioch.
What's up, Cam?
What's up, Cam?
What's up? How y'all doing?
Great, man. How are you?
Doing good. But yes, of course, I want Steph to come back and play. Just like last year, it's all a game of chance. Steph did not come back and play last year, and he still got hurt this year. So we can't bake on, we got to save him for the next year because look what happened this year. We got an opportunity here. Porzingis looked good even though he's not playing today. That kind of hurt me. But Steph could come back and we could do things. I know y'all don't believe it, but nobody believed in 22 either. They thought we was done at the Durant. We have the opportunity to do things with Steph this year. I know OKC seems like the big bad wolf, not to me. But the Spurs look like the big bad wolf, not to me. When we have Steph Curry, anything is possible. It just takes some good coaching and the right lineups, and Draymond and Pods, they have to sit. They have to come off.
Oh, that's what's going to happen.
Get very low minutes.
Okay, so Cam, I want to make this clear. Wait, so the best chance is Pods and Dre are sitting while Steph's out there playing with who?
With Porzingis, Horford, Post.
Horford's hurt.
Will Richards. I thought he was going to be back by the time the playoffs start.
Cam, if the Thunder aren't the big bad wolf, what are they?
They nothing with Steph Curry on the floor.
Okay.
Cam, if they win it all, save Cam's information. If they win it all, I'm going to do something very nice for him. I might take him to Disneyland.
Don't do that.
Seriously, something. I got to do something. Like
we should let him host for a day.
Hey, there you go. If the Warriors win it all this year, Cam in Antioch sits in this chair. I like that. It's better. He sits in this chair and he does the show for me.
With Steve Kerr on the River Islands guest line.
That would be hilarious.
The Thunder are nothing when Steph Curry's on the floor. I wish it was as simple as, they could go on like a UConn type run. I was like, that's just not how it works. This isn't March Madness. It's not one and move on. It's not survive and advance. It's survive and then do it again and again and again and again.
And like, you're such a big Steph fan, and yet you can't realize You got to sit Draymond in pods. Like, no. Like, they're going to play those guys. What?
It's like, come on, man. All right, you threw it out. 888-957-9570.
Do you want him to play, yes or no?
There you
It's
go.
very simple.
Robbie, Redwood City, you want Steph playing?
Boy, the lines are lighting up.
Yes, they are.
Yes, play Steph. Play Steph every single game that he can play. Get a chance.
A chance to do what?
Get some seats. I want to see Steph and Steph play. None of this. Is Steph going to be on the team next year? I want to see epic Steph and Steph. That's all I want to see.
Fine. Yeah.
Once you got that backcourt, woo-wee.
Who are you guarding?
Didn't care about that. I had to sneeze in between that.
Question was, do you want him to play, not who's he guarding?
Well, no, I do like that. He wants to see him play with his brother in a Warriors year. Like, that's something.
How many has Seth played in? 4? 3?
Like, no, barely any.
What year do people think this is?
It's like the Robin Williams meme from Jumanji. What year is it?
Not glad there are times this year where I've forgotten that Seth was on this team.
Yeah, Seth forgot he was on this team with that sciatica injury and all this stuff. I mean, I kid, but my God.
If you were to look in the definition of like old man injuries, they've had sciatica, runner's knee. What are the other ones? They've had
bad back.
Oh, no.
I broke my back. Back spasms.
Yeah, spasms.
They've had all the old man injuries.
Sore foot.
Just being tired.
General
fatigue. So old. General fatigue. Oh, no.
I feel
The standard is the standard.
I feel like what's the old person's home that Tony Soprano put his mom into?
Oh, it's a retirement community. It's not oh my God.
You just
it's not a nursing home, it's a retirement community. I love it so much. Anyways, Steph Curry. Hey, Steve Kerr, who was on Willard and Dibs yesterday.
It is crazy how delusional Steph makes everyone.
Well, because he's been so incredible his whole career. I get it. Like, I just think Warriors fans have this notion that when he comes back, he's going to look like Steph looked like 10 years ago.
It's a difficult situation.
He looked good at times this year.
No, he was an all-star starter. He looked great at times this year. But there's other times where he didn't. I mean, they had a game last year where he didn't even score a point, I think.
He cost them. Look, he had a great year, but there were 4 specific losses early in the year that we talked about the next day, and everyone was unwilling to admit, like, he had some really bad shots and turnovers that led to a multitude of reasons of why they ended up losing those games with 5 minutes to go.
Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibs yesterday, and again, we're talking about it. If the report is from The Athletic, hey, Steph's targeting Sunday potentially for a return. Do you want him to play, Warriors fans? Yes or no? 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr, he's not going to rule it out.
I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay.
But it's one good day, and a lot has led up to this, but the next few days are really, really important.
All right, the next few days are very important. In today's particular, because he did a scrimmage yesterday, how's the knee feeling? Because if it's any soreness, night, shut it down, see you later. He's not playing the rest of the season. But again, I thought that weeks ago. Joe, I asked you back in February, the line of demarcation for you for shutting him down. You said, if we're still talking about this on March 1st, I think I'm out. It's literally a month ago. It's April 1st today. It's April Fool's Day. Oh man. And by the way, we haven't really talked about April Fool's Day. I keep seeing it like on ESPN. No one cares about April Fool's Day anymore. It's dumb. It's over. You know what I care about? Wishing my mom a happy birthday because it is Mary Ann Spadoni's birthday today. Happy birthday, Mom. Is it? Nice. You know what her siblings used to do to her on April Fool's Day on her birthday? Give her presents with nothing inside of it. And say happy birthday. Well,
you know what we do in our family for Christmas?
What?
We give out gifts, and one of the gifts... What?
Is your mic not on?
Oh, you know what we do in our family for Christmas?
I was like, I thought my headphone. I didn't know. No. Yeah. Go ahead.
We give out gifts, but one of the gifts every year is this retro 1940s bathing suit that you have to put on. It's part of like the laugh.
A man or a woman?
Can be for it can go to anyone. It's a unisex.
Oh, it's one of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, what do they call it? Not a unitard, but
one piece.
A one piece. Yeah. It's hilarious, and every year someone feels criminally disrespected because they're the one that ended up getting, I got it 9 years ago. It's like, doesn't matter,
dude.
Matter. You got to put it on.
You got to own it.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's more from Steve Kerr yesterday.
God, that's mean. Gifts with nothing in it?
Well, but they gave him something. They gave her something afterwards. They just wanted to, she was the baby of the family. One of 7.
You ever done one of those things where you open a gift and then there's another gift inside of it and another gift, and just nothing. Or here's a gift and there's a note to a clue to somewhere else and then you go get that one. I've never done any of those things.
Or it's like a gag gift where it's like, here, you got this really cool thing, but inside of it, it's not that. It's just, they do that a lot in White Elephant. If you've ever done that for Christmas time, where it's like a gift exchange and you keep trading. If you ever seen the Office episode about it, you know what I'm talking about. More from Steve Kerr. Yesterday,
before you play that, can I just ask you a question?
What?
When someone calls in and is like, they're going to win it all, you never know.
It's delusion.
No, but what is the average fan driving around thinking when you hear that? What if I came in every day you have to bring Steph back? I mean, they could win it all.
Cameron Antioch did have a point.
Well, no, if I said that, if I was that optimistic, based on all the data that we have, how would that land on the audience?
I mean, 707 literally just texted in from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney sex line. Cam's delusional. LOL. So there are fans that are listening and saying, that's ridiculous. Also, they did anyone go out with osteoporosis this year? That's 415. It's a serious thing, people.
When it gets cold, my knees hurt.
Sally Field's been talking about it forever, for decades.
Yeah, I got a lot of love for you, too, as you know.
The Golden State geriatrics are making a comeback. Oh, that's mean. Come on. 925. Steph wants to play. Why do you think your opinion is more important than his?
I didn't say it was.
The listeners who have never known what it's like to be a world-class athlete. Okay. We also understand that they have a better opportunity. Let's just agree on this, 925. Do they have a better chance of winning anything of significance next year or this year?
When I hear Guru...
What's a better opportunity?
No. Just when I hear Guru and he'll say things and I love you, Guru. They could do something special. What does that even mean?
We need Thundercats.
What does that even mean? What does do something special? No, if you break it down, win a couple playing games, yeah, if you think that's special, all right. I'm not going to hate on that. I don't deem that to be special.
Right.
At the beginning of the year, if I said, hey, the Warriors have a chance to win a couple playing games, you think that's good enough? The audience would have laughed at us.
Heading into the season, what did you think the high water mark of the team was?
Make the playoffs.
Okay, that's it.
Yes.
And you thought, and I even said,
win a round or two.
I thought it would be a successful season if they equal or surpass what they did the prior year, which was getting into the semis or to the conference finals.
Yeah, and just seeing how this year has played out and seeing who's available, I don't think they're going to be able to get it done.
No. Well, if they somehow do upset the Oklahoma City Thunder, that might be the greatest upset in the history of Bay Area sports. No joke. That would trump, we believe, in my opinion, if they were to beat this Oklahoma City Thunder team. They're defending champs. You kidding me? But old man Steph Curry and Kristaps Porzingis, who they barely played together prior to it, it'd be incredible.
I mean, if I were to poll fans and I'd be like, hey, that big series win where he dropped 50 against the Kings, where does that rank for you all time for the Warriors or for Steph Curry? It'd be what, the 9th paragraph?
Maybe. It would be a part of it. It would be a part of it. And it was pretty cool in real time. But what happened to immediately after that series?
We were talking about how, Anthony Davis and everybody just dismantled the Warriors.
There you go. And then you forgot about it real quick. And it was all Jordan Poole for months. Months.
I'm a Warrior fan. I'm a Steph fan. I love them both. I personally believe our best path to being really legitimately good again, okay, is trying to get a ping pong ball in the lottery, get a top 4 pick, keep that pick. You could still go trade for Kawhi or sign LeBron James. You bring in that young player, and we start to build while also trying to compete for the now. And I know that they tried to do that in the final. This is different. We're kind of at the end. This is not hey, he's got 4 years left. It's he's got 1 or 2 more max years left, Steph.
Yeah.
And the other guys, I don't know. I think we're well past Draymond being a starter. I think we're well past thinking that Jimmy's a superstar in the league right now. I think you have to be honest. And I think the reality is that the next championship caliber team that they trot out there will probably have Steph Curry as a secondary player on that team at best, if he's even on the roster.
There is an interesting article. Maybe we can dive into it more of it tomorrow because there's so much stuff happening with the Giants, with Steph Curry, the 49ers. But Anthony Slater posted this morning on ESPN. Draymond Green reflects on his future amid uncertainty. It's pretty interesting. Just, talking about, all the quotes from Steph, from Steve Kerr, and just the overall future of this team. I just think mentals are down so bad within the fan base. Like, Joe, you feel it every day here. Whenever we talk Warriors, it's a lot of anger. It's a lot of anger. It's a lot of blame game.
We don't want to admit it that it's coming to an end.
Yeah, but
it's obvious.
It's obvious, and it's also just...
I'm not mad at them.
I hate the way we talk about the team right now. And I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything, and Bonte joined us yesterday and said the same thing. He's like, and you even said, he's like, I enjoyed watching certain players, and Bonte was like, I just didn't enjoy watching them lose all these games. And I think that Warriors fans are tired of watching this team lose so many games. And if they're going to lose, hey, Steph being there and watching him play in some games and maybe having like a 30 or 40 piece, at least that's entertaining somewhat.
Yeah, but in sports, the consolation prize for losing is a higher draft pick.
Yeah.
Right? And so, to come out of the losing, you do need to have, a couple of young players. I mean, if this year has taught us anything, they need another stud.
Yeah.
Young guy.
Those don't grow on trees. They don't.
I mean,
you doubled down on old last year with Jimmy Butler.
And who have been the best stories on the team? Gee, Pods. I think for a while it was Melton.
Has Pods been one of the best stories this season?
He's played in every game.
Yeah.
You got to give him a little bit of love.
Yeah, but I don't think Warriors fans would agree that you said it was one of the better stories. I think people are jaded on Brandon Podziemski. No, Joe, I defended the guy last week and almost got ratioed for saying, let's ease off the criticism of this guy.
It's not that and this thing's like, I can only enjoy them if they win. Like, no, for a long period of my life, the Warriors didn't win anything, and I still enjoyed watching them play. And were there some teams I enjoyed more than others? Yeah, for sure. I love winning. Who doesn't love winning? But I also recognize when I can't win, I have to take the little bit and enjoy it. You can't always get what you want, Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
And so in those situations, you got to kind of find the good in all the ugly.
Well, if you try sometimes, you might get what you need.
Exactly. And so what do you need right now? Well, what you're getting is Gee. What you're getting is, a guy who can't shoot right now, but Melton. What you're getting is a GP2 throwback year. A little bit of good from Pods. Pat Spencer's been a great story. Kristaps has been fun when he's out there.
Yeah.
He has. I know that's not good enough. I know for a lot of people it's not good enough. But you know what? I also enjoyed watching the Giants, even though I hated watching Austin Slater hit and Mike Yastrzemski. I love sports.
415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line. No superstars want to become second fiddle to Steph like KD was. Well, I wouldn't constitute Jimmy Butler a superstar, but he is a star player, probably going to be a Hall of Famer, and he was fine being second fiddle to Steph Curry. He was absolutely okay with it. And quite frankly, LeBron at this stage of his career is 42. If you get Kawhi, if Kawhi comes at this, of his age, he'll probably be the best player on the team. But he also isn't molded like most superstar athletes are. His mental, he doesn't care about the glory and the adoration and all that stuff. He minds his own business.
I don't think Jimmy's a star currently.
No, not anymore. After this injury, he's done. But I think at the time last year, I still considered him a star player. I did.
Okay.
And again, I always bring this up. I always thought it would just be so interesting had Jimmy not gotten hurt this year to see if he could have carried the load and helped out some of these younger guys, and maybe this could have been a play-in team. Would have been made for a very fascinating story.
Better.
Yeah.
Especially with Curry out.
Yeah.
Plus, it would have been interesting to see Curry play without Jimmy.
Absolutely.
Do you think they still get Kristaps if Jimmy's healthy?
Yes.
And that
it sounds like they were targeting Kristaps for multiple years.
And that changes things, right? That changes how Kristaps and a guy like Jimmy Butler can play together. I think that could work. Their pick and roll game could work together, absolutely. Steve Kerr on wanting to climb in the play-in, but they're dying to be in the playoffs.
We're pretty locked in. We're going to try to win as many games as we can and hope that we can find our way up the ladder a little bit. Eighth would be ideal, so you get two cracks at it, but eighth is going to be tough. So we know we just have to go out and play. And really the idea for our staff and our team, these last 2 weeks is to be healthy and to be playing at a high level. And so we're focused on the process. We're trying to make sure we go into that play-in game in a healthy way where we can feel good about our team, and we're dying to play in the playoffs. We want to be in there. We want to crack at it. So we're going to give everything we've got.
209 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line. Quick question. Do you think Pods is a better player today in the beginning of the year than in the beginning of the year? If so, doesn't that make him one of the better stories this season?
I do.
I agree, 209.
I do. He is. Look, I know we hate on him, but like, dude, he's had a really good year.
I agree. I'm saying I don't think the majority of the Warriors fan base would agree. And maybe I could be wrong. Has Brandon Podziemski been one of the better storylines this season for the Warriors?
If you can't admit that he's played really hard every night and given everything that he has, like, you're just never going to give the guy an inch. Forget playing good or not. If you can't even admit that he has been one of the hardest working players on this team, then we're just, you and I, whoever that is, I'm not saying that, like, we'll never see eye to eye.
And Steve Kerr spoke about it yesterday on Pods' season, what the last 2 months have been like for him.
Honestly, I think he's been good all year. I mean, the first thing is he's literally played every game. You know, he's been there for us every single night, which is a huge asset when a guy is available for you. But I think he's shown in his 3 years how much he impacts winning. The rebounding, the taking charges, the feel for the game. So with Brandon, it's, this last 25 games without Steph has given him more opportunity to be on the ball. But those reps are all good because as a young player, you have to learn an awful lot. There's a lot of nuance to the game, and it's not just about the skill. It's about managing the game, time and score, understanding the emotion of the team, all that stuff. And so I think this last month or two has been really good for Brandon.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 3 hours down, one more to go here on this April Fool's Day, on a hump day here on 95.7 The Game. We still got some Niners we're going to touch into. We got some spicy Shanahan at the owners' meetings. It was very interesting to see him sit down with Chris Sims, his old college teammate from Texas, Pro Football Talks Mike Florio, and I think Matt LaFleur, head coach of the Green Bay Packers, was also on the panel at this time. Some very interesting comments from Kyle Shanahan talking about the Los Angeles Rams. You're not going to want to miss that. 925 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney sex line. Guy Santos has been a better story than Brandon Podziemski. Okay, that's fine. See, this is the thing.
But you can have multiple good stories. If you want to say Guy's been better, I would agree. His rise has been incredible.
This is what we do as fans all the time. We have to pit other teammates against, this guy's a better story. No, that guy's a better story. See, we can't even agree on that. What's a better storyline? That's how toxic it is.
Guy has been a great story.
He's been awesome. That's been great. Did I anticipate heading into the season that he would get extended for 3 years? No, absolutely not. He earned it. He's been playing his ass off. I love Guy Santos. And you know what? Talking about vibes, guys, he's been one of the best vibe guys for a season that's gone off the rails. They need that guy in the locker room. The smile on his face, the dancing, all of that. The hair, he's got incredible hair. I'm jealous. 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney sex line. Warriors fans hating pods is stupidity. The league has more interest in pods versus community. I don't know what you're talking about there. But I agree with the first part. Warriors fans hating pods is stupidity. It is.
I don't get it.
Well, it's because it always goes back to pods versus Kuminga. I think that's what he was trying to say. But like,
pods versus Kuminga.
Again, it's stupid.
We got to let the Kuminga thing go.
It's dumb.
We got to let it go. God, if I never hear the name Kuminga one more time, I'll be better off for it. And I was rooting for him, but like, it's over. Let it go. Let it go. Kuminga?
What was that? One more time?
Where is Kuminga?
Do we have one where he says, I love Jonathan Kuminga?
Quick, Stoney, I don't want to nitpick because Kuminga, oh, God, y'all got me.
I miss Gil. Is he going to be playing on our first to five next week? We'll see. I can't wait for that game. I'm going to go. So Sam went 3-peat on his game show. I got to go 3-peat on first to five.
Technically, I'm 2-0-1 because I tied last week.
Oh, is this soccer?
Apparently, I don't make the rules. I just play the game. I just win the game.
Speaking of soccer, USA lost again, U.S. men's national team, in our tune-up for the World Cup, 2-0 to Portugal. Italy did not qualify for the World Cup. That's 3 straight World Cups that Italy has not qualified for, Risotto. That is insane. It's almost like the Dallas Cowboys not reaching an NFC championship for like 30 years.
You're American.
I am. Joe, we've gone over this.
I know.
I always root for Team USA. Why do you think I mentioned Team USA before I got to Italy? I'm Team USA.
You're really upset about Italy.
Yeah, because that's That was the first team I fell in love with in 06 when they won the World Cup when I was 13. It was a great run. The Azzurri. I have family that live in Italy. That's my last name.
Freaking Zidane.
I love my heritage. I'm proud of my heritage.
Zinedine
Zidane. And Marco Materazzi, whatever.
Headbutting him in the shoulder.
Yeah, he said something about his sister or his mom that the Frenchman didn't care for. And
leave the mothers out of it.
That's what,
the Draymond Green of soccer.
How
about Draymond being a peacemaker the other day?
That's what he does.
I just want to go home.
He's been a peacemaker his whole career.
It's like the best was like Fitz was like, yeah, there's a scuffle there, and Draymond's not in it.
Fitz. You want to know who's had a heck of a year? Fitz.
Hey.
Stop it.
You know who had a heck of a year and is having a heck of an owners meeting? Kyle Shanahan. Wait till you hear what he had to say about the Los Angeles Rams playing in Australia. Salty Shanahan coming up.
I'm with him.
Brought to you by Cal She Trade on Anything.
I'm not a doctor, so.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kalshi. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news. R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocks. That's so you're
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
blocking the right lane there.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Looking for an award-winning and fuel-efficient sedan? There's a Honda for that. The Civic and Civic Hybrid. Shop the spring event now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS4KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're rolling, baby. Who's got one more segment? This show has flown by. I know Steiny and Evan. You guys are coming up next. You got to wait your turn, though. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. I mentioned, the U.S. men's national team and the World Cup's coming here, and it's in North America. It's a three-headed monster, if you will. Mexico will have some games. Canada's going to have some games, but the majority will take place here in the U.S. And, we're going to be talking about it leading up to it. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a massive party wherever your games are going to be held, and obviously Levi Stadium is going to be one of them. And if the U.S. men's national team win their group, Joe, they'll play in their knockout stage. The first game they'll play will be at Levi's. That'll be pretty big freaking deal. That'll be amazing. I'd want to go to that. 510 though, and these are the passive aggressive texts that, perk my ears up. Wow, guys, did you actually just talk about the biggest sporting event in the world this year in your own country? And you spent 30 seconds on it. Wow, good on you. And then you wonder why soccer never goes anywhere here in the United States. It's up to the media to talk about it.
It's up to me.
No, the media, he said. Up to the media to talk about it.
Yeah, me.
Oh, yeah, me. Yeah, good job, guys. Yeah, that's up to you, Joe. You got to talk more soccer. What are your thoughts on the U.S. men's national team losing 2-0 to Portugal?
Well, they lost 5-1 to Belgium?
5-2. Yeah.
Well, I was watching it, and it wasn't good. Was not good.
There it is. What do you want us to say? 5-0? Here we go again with U.S. men's national team. They get our hopes up, and then they shatter them immediately. How about they do something? You know what? They should win, and then we'll talk about it more. That's how it works in the media. You do well, we'll talk about you. And you know what? If you don't do well, we're going to forget about you. How about that, 510? Get off my back. And I actually probably talk most U.S. men's national team soccer at this station. Is it enough? Probably not. But I also want to win the ratings, so I can't do that. All right? I feel better. Kyle Shanahan. He's fired up like me. I get it, Shanny. I don't want to go start my first game of the season in Australia. And you know what? The Rams are cowards. They are, because they realize they're giving up a home game. They picked the 49ers, and they're going to go to Australia because they know if they play at home against the 49ers at SoFi Stadium, it's not a home game for them, Joe, is it? It's not.
No.
Just listen to Kyle Shanahan talk about it yesterday on Pro Football Talk.
I'm pretty sure the Rams lobbied for that game.
I know
what?
for a fact they did. And
Yeah.
Because so bothersome. So hopefully the league will do right and let us play the Rams in Mexico, since we got to go out of the country twice, and they requested us. I'm requesting them in Mexico.
Oh.
Not that gives us an advantage. It's just fair to make them go out of the country.
That would be great to have the two games between the Rams and the 49ers. Neither played
I like it. I mean,
US
I knew he might go
this
way when he
brought
it up.
I knew it. I knew it. So I was waiting for the right moment. Sorry.
So I have brought this up a little bit. So you think the Rams have lobbied because they're sick of seeing the 49ers dominate the crowd at SoFi.
And I get that.
Yeah.
Like, that would suck to have to do silent cadence and have our home game at their stadium.
Yeah.
So I get their ambitions, but they were rewarded that. So I'm just hoping we can get our request too. I'd love them to come to Mexico.
That's awesome.
Our Mexican fan base is awesome.
It is. It's like bang, bang. 49ers gang. They are. They're amazing.
Chris Sims at the end there. Bang, bang, 49ers gang. It's Niners gang. And I think we kind of retired that. What did you make of salty Kyle Shanahan?
I loved it.
You know, getting mad at the Rams, lobbying to play the Niners in Australia.
Part of the beauty of these divisional games is that they're so close. I flew up to Seattle, even though it was the playoffs, and flew home all within 24 hours.
It's great, huh?
It was amazing. We're 40 minutes away from the LA Rams, and we're going to play this game 19 hours away. It's not even, it's dumb. It's just dumb.
What's dumb? Growing the game?
No. It's one thing if it's Niners Titans. All for it. Let's do it.
All right.
Niners Rams, LA, SF, NorCal, SoCal, a 40-minute flight, and that's the game we're choosing, and we're going to have it overseas? Like, that's dumb. And the growing the game thing, guys, the game has grown in the United States as much as it has, okay? There's no doubt that they need to find new markets. That's why they're going to Brazil. That's why they're going to, Britain, and they're going all over the place. Australia. So that one Niner Rams game in Australia is going to grow their exponential pocketbooks to the fullest. Really?
So it's going to be played Friday. So technically local time in Melbourne, where this game's going to be played, it'll be Friday, September 11th.
At 10 a.m.
At 10:30 a.m., 10:35 to be exact. But for U.S. viewing, so Pacific time over here, it'll be Thursday, September 10th at 5:35 for us. So that's what we'll be able all to lock in. So there we go.
Here's the way I view it. I don't want my team, who might win a Super Bowl or have an opportunity to win a Super Bowl, have to take on unnecessary travel. That's all I care about. I don't care about if Australia becomes a new market for the NFL to exploit a decade from now. I just don't care about it at all.
Well, from the Rams' perspective, I think it's great gamesmanship from Sean McVay, who's obviously close to Kyle Shanahan. And I did think it was funny on the panel. You don't hear it there, but Matt LaFleur was also a part of that sit-down with Mike Florio and Chris Sims, head coach of the Packers, who's also close with Shanahan. Remember, they were all in the same little trio with Mike Shanahan in Washington. So they are all good friends, and, they have their own thing. But I like that there's a little beef more. There's a little more fieriness, little edginess. I love this rivalry. And if this adds to it, Shanahan getting pissed off that they have to go to Australia, that's great. I can't wait to see what the handshake's going to be like at halftime or after the game if the Niners win. It'll be great.
I just don't want my team to have to go through unnecessary travel. When you're a West Coast team, you already travel a little bit more than the East Coast teams, okay? And the first flight of the year is a 19-hour flight.
19 hours.
That's a little ridiculous.
What's the longest flight you've ever been on?
Longest flight I've ever been on. I mean, usually it's broken up by like 5 hours. So it's like 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Then you do like a layover.
Okay.
So it'd be like to Detroit, layover to Boston.
Okay,
done that a few
you've never
times.
done direct from West Coast to East Coast, like 5 hours. Usually it is 5.5.
Yeah, I've done to Houston where I stayed on the plane and then all the way to Miami, to Philly, but we stopped off in Minnesota. Yeah, I've never done anything more than like 4 or 5, like in the air for 4 or 5 hours.
And listen, I'm not going to pretend, to know the intricacies of how a sports team travels, what it's like, the reclining chairs, the amenities they have. I have no idea. I know that sitting on a 13.5-hour flight direct from Rome to LA was brutal.
My wife's checking in. She thinks Hawaii might be our longest flight. Hawaii. 5.5 hours.
That's about the same from Hawaii to like the East Coast.
Yeah, she's actually listening.
Oh, what's up, Michelle?
Hey, what's up, Michelle? You want to call in and rip me? Go right ahead.
Would you guys like to go to Australia? Would that be fun? Is that a
golf?
bucket list?
I would love to.
Well, just a golf, but also just a vacation.
It's just a really long flight. I don't like flying. I didn't
take
fly.
A cruise?
The first time I ever hopped in a plane was after 2011, or after 2001, excuse me.
Oh,
and so I just don't. Flying is just not for me. I'm not. We drove everywhere in the Shasky family. We A, didn't have the money, and B, we just didn't go anywhere in a plane.
Yeah, I didn't go on a plane.
We did camping.
I didn't go on a plane with family members, like my immediate family members, until I was like in 8th grade, maybe. We did, because all my mom's family's on the East Coast and New Jersey and Pennsylvania. So we did a flight out there. But my first ever flight, I think I was like 10 or 9. It was my Aunt Roseanne and my cousin John. And we flew all the way out to the East Coast again for Pennsylvania. And I kid you not, it was my first time experiencing humidity in the summer. Because they live in Pleasanton, and I've been in Northern California my whole life. And the West Coast, I never knew what humidity was until I got out of the Pennsylvania airport at 11 o'clock at night, and it was like 80 degrees. And I felt like I couldn't breathe. It was an experience I'll never forget.
But like this thing that they got the greatest amenities. All right, so let's say you get an injury. Let's say there's an injury. You might get stuck depending on the injury in Australia. Like certain people that get concussions aren't allowed to fly. So what happens if a guy gets hurt, has a concussion, heaven forbid, on either side, and they're stuck in Australia for an extra couple of days?
Well, they're stuck there.
Well, how's that fair?
Well, how's that any different from, being in like Mexico?
Being in the intercontinental United States or being in Mexico is a lot easier in terms of being able to find your way home than Australia, Joe. We can come on. There's a big difference between going to Mexico if you're a West Coast team and going to Australia.
If you're concussed no matter what. So you're going to have to clear the protocol, whether you're, on the West Coast, East Coast, and if you're in LA, quite frankly. So if that's the reason, sure.
Yeah, but LA, again, it's a 40-minute flight.
Yeah.
I've done that a million times. It's a 4-hour drive, depending on if your dad's driving, like my dad drives.
Is your dad a speedster?
What? The Intimidator?
Wait, what? I'm learning. I never drove in a car with Papa Shasky. So
are you kidding me?
The Intimidator?
We called him Dale Earnhardt.
Oh my!
That was his nickname. The Intimidator. You don't know about the Intimidator?
Oh, you did mention Dale Earnhardt. You're a junior.
I'm
then.
junior.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Not Pat. Pat's not junior.
No, Pat's.
How you getting to LA in 4 hours?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I have it on. After the LA Rams Niners NFC Championship game, we left.
You going like 90 the whole way?
More. We left LA, SoFi Stadium at 9 o'clock at night. Ask Bonte. We dropped him off at the either the airport or the hotel. And then we made it home to San Francisco, crossing the bridge at 12:30 at night. I have photos to prove it.
Did Bonte white knuckle it?
They got home. I think their airplane flight was the same as mine. No, my dad drove. Bonte took an airplane home. The airplanes were all packed.
So you have more of a problem with the traveling to said game. Okay.
Who's it's just my cousins are big rugby guys.
I think it's cooler playing in Australia.
Sure, I do too. Yeah. But my cousins are big rugby guys. It's cool until I hear them complain about it for months leading up to it. Like the coach is clearly pissed about it. He doesn't want to do it.
No one wants to go on that flight. But once you're in Australia, you'll enjoy it. Yeah. George Kittle is perfect for Australia.
Oh, he's going to fight a kangaroo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's going to be having an Achilles. He might not even go on the flight.
That's not what they said. He's targeting, being ready for week 1.
Look, if you want to go to Japan and you're baseball, I get it. You got a lot of Japanese players. That's a huge market. The number one player in the game is Japanese. I understand it, right? That makes a lot of sense. If you just know anything about Australia, tennis, golf, rugby, soccer, football's not even on their radar.
Well, not yet.
510 Shasky, isn't your wife Filipino? Y'all haven't been to the Philippines?
I have not been to the Philippines.
That's a long flight.
I have not been to the Philippines. I don't know if she has. I have not. Her mom was just there for 7 or 8 weeks. I got all kinds of knockoff stuff.
Let's see.
I have a Manny Pacquiao basketball jersey too.
707, they got mad at me when I was going at, the text line for going at, U.S. men's national team. That's a lie, Spadoni. The Warriors suck and the station can't stop talking about them and made up scenarios / hypotheticals. That's the difference, though. The Warriors have a player named Steph Curry that no other, player on U.S. men's national team is even close to Q rating wise. So yeah, I talk about hypotheticals with Steph Curry. That's what people want to hear about. That's what they want to hear about. They want to hear hypotheticals about the San Francisco 49ers. If George Kittle's going to be back in week 1, should he have to come back week 1? What's going on with Nick Bosa and his recovery? What's going on with the Australia, all that? I know Jerry Rice wants to fight a kangaroo. He was on with us a couple weeks ago and said as much.
Like, Joe, I just want to ask you this. Do you think baseball needs to have Yankees, Red Sox in London?
Yankees, Red Sox in London. They did that, didn't they?
No, I think it was Cubs and somebody.
There were some big teams over there.
Like a rivalry. Like Niners, Rams is a rivalry game. Like I think it's
a rivalry. I don't think it's one of the top ones in the NFL right now. It's good. It's not one of the top.
McVay, Shanahan?
Yeah, I think Seahawks, Rams is probably a better rivalry right now.
All right. Yeah. Well, I think from a television standpoint, Shanahan McVay is pretty big.
Oh, it is. One's the defending champs in the NFC
I understand that,
game,
but I'm just zooming out. But
the equivalent of that for me would be Cowboys, Eagles. They would never do over there.
No, they did Eagles, Packers last year in Brazil.
A more apt comparison, they would never do Cowboys, Niners in Australia.
No,
they would never do that.
No. But
see, it's because they don't view the Rams like that way, though. Like that's why I think it's more Rams related.
It's okay to admit it's stupid. To have the Niners and the Rams, who are an hour apart on a plane, okay, play each other 19 hours away.
We asked Jerry Rice about this a couple weeks ago, and this is what the GOAT had to say about Australia. And I'm looking at the flight from SFO right now to Melbourne is 16 hours. How would you be feeling about that as a player?
Well, I would probably just go over there and be ready to fight one of those kangaroos. Be ready to go. We'll be slugging it out. We'll be slugging it out, man.
Who added the GOAT in the end there? I love that.
Guys, if my coach, I love Kyle. If my coach is out on it for his reasons, I'm out on it. I'm out on it. Where the Niners should be playing? In Mexico, because I know they're very popular in Mexico. Every time I've gone to Cancun, Cabo, wherever.
They are playing in Mexico this year.
I know, but they're very popular down there, so that makes sense to me. When you go down to the beaches down there, they sell Niners. I was telling you guys something. Niners, Cowboys,
Steelers,
Raiders. You do see, but they sell like the wicker hats, like tons of them.
Yeah.
And you see them right on the beach. They sell a lot of like bootleg merch. Like that makes sense to me. Going down to Mexico, that makes sense. That's cool. Like that's, and even though that's a long flight per se, that still makes a lot of sense. Australia, weird. Like to me, Australia, you know that shit before. I hate to say it because it doesn't matter anyway. The Australians don't know if Shanahan's good or not. Send them Dolphins. No, I'm serious. Send them Dolphins Titans. How are they going to know the difference?
They got internet down there. They can figure it out.
It's about growing the game.
Here's the Jets.
They want to send the best. And that's how they're going to do it. These are two of the best teams in the NFL.
So the 49ers going to colonize Australia. It's going to be a red and gold continent.
Don't say that. Please don't say that. I don't like that.
Colonize.
Just relax.
It was a penal colony or whatever it is from the Brits. They dump all their criminals over there.
Oh yeah, old times.
But
don't do that.
I just think this is stupid. You're taking away from season ticket holders of the Rams, and then all the Niner fans. That's our one favorite. If we were to label every year like a favorite destination to go to, when people ask me, Joe, what's a road game I should go to? I always say SoFi. Hella easy, super simple. Niner fans take over. It's awesome. This is weak.
I would love to go to this game. If somehow, some way,
Can we do a remote down there?
Dude, it'd be awesome.
Morning roast down under.
Bring Tim Jordan along. There we go.
Oh, he would fit in there so
well. He could wear one of those Crocodile Dundee hats. It'd be great.
We put Tim Jordan in many locations this week so far.
We have. I think he's been with a bathing suit.
Pyramid.
Yeah, the pyramid. That's right. We'd be in Egypt. Wait, how about that?
I love this Morning Roast World Tour that we're promoting here.
Dude, how awesome would that be? It'd be like Niners, Cardinals, right by the pyramids of Giza.
It's got to be Niners Rams, so the Rams don't.
You're right. Let's do that then. Okay. Be fantastic.
Have you ever cared about a London game?
Yeah, when my team plays in it, I care about it. And I actually do care because I get up early. I'm a father. That's fine. You don't care.
6:30 games, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a London game, not what time it starts. a London game.
That matters, though. I care because it starts early, and I can get up early and watch the game. So I like those London starts.
Okay.
And I have
You're talking
fantasy
about 6:30. I'm asking you, a game in London, do you care?
I do, because I would like to go to one of those. Because the game's growing over there. We had our guy on, who's the announcer for NFL UK, Sammy?
Will Gavin.
Will Gavin.
How many
Big
years,
Niner fan.
how many decades have they been trying in the UK? How many?
Couple.
Okay.
It's worked. They're talking about maybe putting the team over there. Maybe. I love it. Philmo Mike, I know he loves it too. What's up, Philmo?
I just think it's stupid.
I bet you do love it, Spadoni.
Philmo.
Put the Raiders out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Put America's team. Put the Cowboys out there. They want to utilize us for globalize us. But meanwhile, we don't get no commercials on the top players and all that stuff. They want to disrespect Purdy. Put the American team out there. Put the Raiders. Everybody want to come through. Everybody want to be a Raider. Put them out there. You want to put us on display all of a sudden. I don't like that, bro. Don't pimp us. You feel me? We not America's team. We not the Packers. We don't it's not the Lombardi. It's not the Bill Walsh Trophy.
I don't see the Steelers going.
Don't try to put us on some type of stable and some type of label. Oh man, we like to see the Niners because we got the swag and we got this. Nah, y'all don't rock with us like that, bruh. I'm cool. Y'all put us in some weak ass Vegas stadium, some practice boy stadium, and let somebody else practice on a professional field. Don't try to showcase us now, bruh.
Thank you.
Like, you get deep, bruh. I bet you would, Spadoni.
I would.
You better stop that,
Philmo,
bro.
you don't want to go to Australia?
We don't say bang, bang.
Philmo, hold on. Why do you call me and get so angry?
Every Friday night.
Why are you so angry at me? Just talk about playing in Australia.
We don't want our team having to go through something
be mad
unnecessary.
at Sean McVay, not me.
We are.
Cry about it more. Jesus.
We'll all be wearing our Purdy jerseys come Saturday.
Guys, like
just so soft from the Niner fan base right now. We don't want to play in Australia because we might get concussed in the game, and our players going to stay there.
But we have 2 international games this year.
Oh, great! It's right down there. 2-hour flight to.
I mean, how many international games have the Niners had over the last 15 years?
I don't care.
Very few.
So what?
They haven't played overseas in
You've had 2 Super Bowls. No, Chaz, I'll say this is the price you have to pay.
Is different. We played in Mexico multiple times.
But you didn't have to fly over an ocean to get to Mexico.
It's like
every now and then you got to do that. That's what the NFL does. Every team has to play overseas at some point, and this is the Niners' turn.
As a Niner fan, I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, you can say that. The NFL doesn't care. You still got to do it anyway.
When you're a bottom feeder, you travel. That's how it should be.
Everyone has to travel at some point.
Take a hike. Top teams do not go overseas.
They do every now and then. Listen, if you don't like it, you don't have to like it. That's fine. You could go down to the NFL office and go yell at Roger Goodell. I'm sure there's a line out the door to do that, but that's just the reality of it.
The Cowboys, by the way, are playing an international game this year. They're playing in Brazil. So they're playing in Brazil. You got the Lions playing in Germany. You got the Saints playing in France. You got the Falcons in Spain.
So the Saints in France.
Yeah. Yeah, because
that makes sense.
The New Orleans, the Florida League.
New Orleans, because of the Louisiana Purchase. Yeah, they're gonna purchase them back. Yeah,
because of the Louisiana.
I mean, listen to you guys.
Because of the Louisiana Purchase.
You guys sound so stupid.
How do we sound stupid?
Because that's crying about playing in
Because
Australia.
we are just accepting the fact that teams have to go overseas every now and then. Like
what I'm saying,
the 49ers have not had to cross an ocean for 12 years. They've gotten 2 Super Bowls in that time. At some point, you got to pay for that.
We've been trying to make the overseas thing a thing, and they've been trying to crack a dent in the European market for 3 decades. Do you guys know who Andrew Luck's dad is? Do you guys know?
Oliver Luck.
Like, do you know what he did before running West Virginia?
What did he do?
You guys don't know?
He was the runner for the he was the commissioner for NFL Europe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we tried it. Didn't really work.
Clearly it has, because you went from like 1 international game in London to like 9.
They can have 10,000 of them.
I mean, that clearly
it'll never be their team sport. It'll never be their sport.
No, it won't.
I think we've gone way overboard with the international games.
Wait, why can we grow the game for baseball but not the NFL?
What do you mean?
You love the World Baseball Classic and talking about all these different teams. Team Italy, we got Team Israel, all that stuff.
American National Football League. They have their own sport. It's called soccer. Well, they call it football. They're never going to embrace ours as their top dog sport.
Japan embraced America's pastime, did they not?
Well, that's a whole nother post-World War II.
Sure.
How we went over there barnstorming.
Mexico, Venezuela, all this stuff.
Yeah, but football is not the sport they grow up playing. And I think we're trying to fit the triangle triangle into the square peg. It's just different. It's different. This sport, I know we want to grow it in other areas. It will never be their given sport.
That's that kind of closed-off mindset
No, it's
that
not.
I'm not going to allow.
No,
I
it's
don't
not.
do that. I want to grow the game.
Australia just loves football. They just don't know it yet. We have to go down there and tell them that they love football.
Jordan Mailata.
And Jared Hayne online, too.
There you go. Well, he's a horrible person, so that's another part of the Jared Hayne thing. Not a good person.
We'll all be wearing our Purdy jerseys.
I'm just saying, like,
Saturday.
I
love that.
I'm not saying that the league can't do it once in a blue moon. We've gone overboard. I just think we've gone over because they want that 6:30 slot for television. I get it. Trust me, I get it. So why don't we have a team in Hawaii, Joe? We should have a team in Hawaii. Why don't we have a?
That'd be great. I love that.
Then we can have a 9:00 game.
I mean, they can do it in
at
college. They can do it in college. Why can't we do it in the pros?
No. But that's that. We could play this game till we're blue in the face. Here, all I'm saying is I don't want my team going on a 19-hour trip to play a team an hour away. An hour away in an airplane. Like, if they were going to have them play the Titans, it would suck, whatever. But, like, the Ram game, that's like one of the few games that a lot of Niner fans from NorCal travel down there. And it's a lot of SoCal Niner fans do want to go see their home team, which is the Niners, because the Rams weren't there forever. I just think it's stupid.
Well, and the Rams are saying, no, we don't want you guys to take over our stadium. We're going to play in Australia instead. And I'm sure Niners fans will still take over there because they travel very, very
I love
well.
Kyle.
Jay in Bayview wants to talk about the international games. What's up, Jay?
Hey, man, how's it going, guys? Just calling in, like, look, this game's got to happen. You know, haven't won a Super Bowl in over 30 years. You can't act exempt from playing overseas. It is what it is. Win a Super Bowl, then maybe you don't go. That's all I got.
Well, also part of this, and thanks, Jay, I mean, the Cowboys are playing internationally. So it's not like, you know, we all think that Jerry Jones' squad is, you know, they're the gold standard and everyone caters to them. They're playing internationally in Brazil. The Philadelphia Eagles played a couple years ago, and that was not good in Brazil against the Chargers. Jalen Hurts messed up his knee. Wasn't the same. They ended up still going on and winning the Super Bowl that year, but yeah.
I'm waiting for the Moscow game. I'm waiting for the Dubai game.
I don't think the Moscow one's coming anytime soon.
We're going to have what?
Spoiler alert. I don't know if you current events.
But we got to grow the game in Moscow. Like what?
Joe, I don't. We have sanctions going on over there.
Don't do that. I'm aware. I'm just saying. Like,
this is not an apt comparison.
I can't wait for that Greenland game. That'll be a
to
good
what
one.
end?
What do you mean to
what
what
are
end?
we doing?
So the entire world has embraced the NFL
right,
as their
baby.
favorite sports league, Joe. That's the mission. The NFL will go global. It will take over all of planet Earth. We are a football planet.
Do we all think that Kyle Shanahan is obsessed with winning a Super Bowl? I don't know what I believe. Dude, no. I'm going to go on. Is Kyle obsessed more than any of us who love the team? Is Kyle more obsessed with winning a Super Bowl than any of us?
I don't know. Is he more obsessed with winning it than you? You're pretty diehard.
No, he is. He loves football and coaching.
Obviously, he's obsessed with
Yeah,
winning.
he's obsessed
Sure.
with it. When the coach is telling you, I don't want to do this because it's going to make it more difficult to win a Super Bowl, then I'm going to listen to him.
I think he's more mad because Sean McVay's his friend, and this is clear gamesmanship. I think that's the angle in all of this that he's really pissed off about. It's not even Australia. It's the fact that the Rams are giving up basically a Niners home game, and Kyle's upset about it. He's like, oh, I thought we were going to have 2 home games, an extra home game this year because we play the Rams. Now we're not going to have that. Oh, no. KC in San Jose. What's up, KC?
Hey, guys, I have to call in. Joe, man, I love you. You always get the business perspective of it. But, man, you're making the flight sound like you're going to Mars or something. I just heard that, you haven't gone anywhere more than 4.5 hours on a flight.
KC, we're playing in Mars in 2036. I don't know if you know this.
That'd be dope.
It's Niners Raiders in Mars.
We'll do a remote there.
Joe, it's all about money, man. Only time I met Jed York, guess where it was? It was in London.
I thought it was
in
the
April.
bank.
He approached me and my daughter while she was wearing a Purdy jersey because he's running the soccer thing. This is needed, man. It's okay. The flight's not going to... You sit in first class. You don't feel anything. You get treated like a king. It's fine. You land there. You check out Australia. You come back. It's not going to do anything to the season. It's not. It's going to be okay, man.
All right.
It's going to be okay.
All right.
650. Back in the day, basketball wasn't popular overseas. Now it's one of the biggest sports. It's a good point.
I can't wait for the Niners to lose the Super Bowl next year, and Kyle takes the podium. It's just like, guys, I really thought we had the Chiefs there, but that trip to Australia really just kind of tripped us up in this game.
It's not even the worst part of what you just said. Them losing potentially to the Chiefs again in a 3rd Super Bowl. Oh, my God.
All it takes is Christian McCaffrey to come out. Christian McCaffrey and Kittle are going to come out and they're going to be like, This is stupid. And everyone's like, they're right, it's stupid. Early adopters always get pushback. I knew I was going to get pushback. You guys it's stupid. It's okay to admit it. Not everything at one time, the NFL put doubleheader Monday Night Football, and we were all like, yeah, that's kind of stupid. And now they're ditching it. Why? Because it's kind of stupid.
Yeah, but they're not ditching the international games. These are here to stay. They've been doing this for a long time.
I didn't say ditch the international. What I'm saying is Niners, Rams should be in San Francisco or LA. Niners, Rams. It should not be 19 hours away. I don't think that's a egregious hot take.
510. I've been to Sydney and was in a pub watching American football, and the locals, are very knowledgeable.
I'm sure they are.
Hey, Spadoni, go relocate to Australia and cover Boomers basketball with Andrew Bogut and Matthew Dellavedova.
With Patty Mills.
Patty Mills, let's go. Who else we got over there? What's another Australian? Giddy? Oh, he's actually good, though. Ben Simmons? What's Ben doing these days? He's out there. 650, Shasky is 100% right on this. If the world loves the NFL so much, they can come here and contribute to the home economy. 100%. Spadoni is the ultimate radio troll. No, me? I don't do that. That's not me. It's not my bag. You know me, Joe. Am I a troll?
As he says,
could you imagine? It's
doesn't acknowledge the
he said trollingly.
Game 1 of the NBA Finals. We've got LeBron James and Luka Doncic live from the North Pole.
Who wants to go to Australia?
North Pole. This one's for you.
I mean, it would be the most ridiculous. If Adam Silver had this same exact thing, he had Lakers Celtics playing in the North Pole, we would be destroying him.
He would be on the naughty list.
Kittle said on the podcast, this is from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorney's text line, stop it. If we're playing any Christmas song, it's Last Christmas by George Michael and Wham. Kittle said on the podcast, starters all have beds on their charter flights. LOL, that's Zucci, man.
So what about all the backups?
They don't deserve it. They're coach, the backups. Get starter money. Get back to me.
You want to talk about a hierarchy?
You guys are hearing Shasky, but you're not listening to him. 925. You don't feel like you're listened to on the show? Is that true?
Look, guys.
Wait, Shasky, what did you say?
No one is saying that an international game can't occur. What I'm telling you is stop taking big, key, important divisional games and shoving them in places that do not care about them. Again, Rams, Niners, to me, is a standalone at one of those teams' stadiums. What was one of the best games of the year for the Niners last year? Thursday night, SoFi Stadium, no Brock Purdy. That was awesome. Everyone in the NFL was like, the Niners have no chance. And Kyle went in there with Mac Jones, and they won. And Alfred Collins punched the ball out. It's one of the best games of the year last year. Was it not?
It was great.
And the
Mac
environment
Jones, baby.
The environment was part of it.
It's fantastic.
Name one international game last year that you enjoyed. Name one.
The Spain game. Because the national anthem, whatever that...
I don't even know who's in it.
Well, the performer was wearing something very risque.
Okay.
And people got
upset about it. So the game where the two teams participated and you don't remember them, that's the game you're going to point to.
Well, you remember something.
I remember the national anthem. I also remembered...
And wait for that Aussie anthem.
That's right.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this.
Joe, if I offered you free tickets for this game and flight included, would
Couldn't
you go?
pay me to go.
Are you serious?
Well, if we put you on a boat, you could sail across the ocean, so that way you don't have to fly. A very nice boat.
You wouldn't want to go? Seriously?
I don't like flying. No,
that's why I put you on a boat.
Yeah.
I don't. A boat would take. How many weeks is that taking? I love bicycles.
How about it's like on a yacht, like below deck, like one of those?
Dude, a lot of things happen in international waters.
Maritime law.
Shasky is the unk of the show. Let him cook, Spadoni.
Yeah, feel me?
Unk.
Feel me?
Is that an endearing term these days, unk? Or is it like old man kind of now, but it's like a cool old man?
Nah, honestly, like if I were to go to Australia, I would want to go to see all their golf courses because they have unbelievable sandbelt golf courses.
There you go. And you see the beaches.
Yeah,
Enjoy
knowing me,
the Bobby.
I doubt in my lifetime I will make the trip to Australia.
Join Outback Steakhouse. They got those all over the place down there, I'm sure.
You got House Prime Rib down there?
Shasky is so right on this. Joe Trolldoni agrees, but he's such a troll, he has to act the way he does.
It's just I know I'm right on this.
Down there. Got to ease attention down there.
Shasky, Spadoni, and who's Sam will soon be hosting a radio show in Melbourne on Sky Sports. Hey,
so down.
You know what? What do they pay him? I'm kidding.
You guys got?
People, we're getting a lot of bring back Bontes with Spadoni's takes here this morning. That means I'm doing something right today.
Joe, all I'm saying is no one is saying you can't have an international game. What we're saying is this matchup should be played at either SoFi or at Levi's. That's it.
That's fine.
Let's pick a place that's vacant, right? One of these teams that doesn't have great home attendance.
Of all the international games, and I'm going to give you all of them where they're played. So we got Australia, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, London, Munich, Germany, Mexico City, Paris, Madrid. Where would you want to go of all those? If you had to pick one. And I'm not giving you Mexico. I'm not giving you Mexico.
If I had to go?
Yes.
You got to fly to get there.
Give them to me again.
Australia, Brazil, UK, Germany, France, Spain. I'm not giving you Mexico.
UK is kind of, it's pretty open-ended.
Well, it's in London.
Oh, so just to London.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
that's all they play is in Tottenham or Wembley Stadium.
Well,
how about Ireland?
They went to Ireland.
How about Ireland? Would you like to do that?
Well, if I go, I'm bringing my golf clubs and we're going to go on a big trip.
Okay, so all these places probably have great golf. This is Europe. They have amazing courses everywhere.
Do I want Niners, Rams in Dublin? No, I don't.
I literally just asked you which one do you want. What country do you want to go to? That's all I asked.
It's just you going to this country, not the Niners.
Just you.
They don't travel with you.
Oh, then I want to go to Scotland. I want to go play at the home of golf.
Okay.
That's where I really want to go.
Wasn't even an option, but we'll take it.
It's the UK, United Kingdom. You said UK. UK means United Kingdom.
Sure.
It means the entire thing.
Okay, there you go.
Scotland is part of it.
All right, there's St. Andrews?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
I'd take a train there.
Okay.
And then I'd stay in the hotel.
Yeah, you go on the Hogwarts
They have
Express.
8 or 9 courses. I would play those. And then, I'd hop on the train and we'd go somewhere else.
All right, fair enough. Not Spain, France?
I'm intrigued with Spain.
Okay. Intrigued.
I am. Visit some of the Knight Templar stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sweet. What do you guys got? Bulls
the home
in the back?
of olive oil.
Yeah.
I will say at the end of the day, Shasky, I do completely agree with you. It does suck that they are going over there.
Thank you.
No, but here's the thing. I go back to just the reality of that you could have your feelings about this. You could be upset about this. And I feel like I could speak on Roger Goodell's behalf here. We don't care. We're doing this anyway.
No, I get that.
You don't have to like it. You're welcome to not like it. The NFL does not care. Sorry to be that blunt.
No, I believe me, I know. And what I would say is like, hey, look, no divisional games. Like, I think that's weak. I just
unless it's Niners Cardinals,
Steelers Ravens, right? Steelers Ravens, and we're in Chile. It's like, what?
Ooh, that'd be cool.
What?
Steelers Ravens in Chile.
It's pronounced Chile.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
You like Chilean sea bass?
Yeah, but it was an endangered species for a long time. So you had to be very careful how you got it.
And it's not even a sea bass either. It's like an ugly ass fish. Risotto, real quick, what you got?
Yeah, just real quick on this subject. I don't think it's the cultural or what the cultural impact would be on Australia. I just think it's Kyle doesn't want to go. Like he just doesn't want to travel. If he could teleport, I'm sure that he would be down, but the travel, he just doesn't want to travel.
And I'm with him.
It has nothing to do with Australia. It's just the travel.
No. It has everything to do with the 19-hour flight.
That's exactly what I'm saying, but it doesn't have anything to do with Australia's interest in football.
That I agree with. But I also think he's looking at it like, I like going to LA because it's easy and simple for my team. We fly day of, we go down there, we fly home day of. Like, it's simple and easy.
Can't argue that.
And you can't argue with Steiny and Evan coming up next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
If you need to sell your house fast, this is for you. Sometimes a house just becomes too much. Bills, repairs, a big life change, we get it. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we'll help you turn the page. We buy as is. No repairs, no fees, no hassle. Call 510-800-JOHN or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What can you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Today's going to be a little wonky. Today's going to be a little all over the place. And no, we don't have any April Fool's jokes off the top of the show. This is just the way it's going to be. Because, Steiny, I'm in a little bit of a disappointed mood right now. You got me driving today, and that's not the reason. But I'm not going to let you cruise today. Shout out Tom. I'm not going to let you cruise today. You're talking big about how you can just put your feet up.
Yep.
And just relax for the next 4 hours. It's partially why I'm here, but also partially I kind of need your help today.
Well, I also like to invite the people on the YouTube chat, all of our friends there, to notice. I'll bet you they'll see a down tick in mic touches. They'll see a down tick in standing and sitting. It's just nice to be able to sit here and take cues from somebody else.
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts.
Sure.
My name is Evan Giddings, in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiny's in the 2 chair today. Now, would you like to tell the people why you decided to be so gracious on April 1st, on an April Fool's Day, and just, go for the old switcheroo?
Well, it's pretty easy. First thing you do is look at the Warriors schedule, and they had a game Sunday, which meant Monday was probably going to be a Warrior day, so I'll take Monday. And then there's Tuesday, which was yesterday, and I felt like after the Giants' first win, that was a good spot for me. Today, there's just a ho-hum Giants win and no Warrior game, so I figured, put a little pressure on you on a day like today, and then I'll take over for the back-to-back of the Spurs and Cavaliers the next 2 days.
Yeah,
But Guru will be back Friday.
That's true. Wemby's in town tonight. Donovan Mitchell's in town tomorrow. Warriors Live will be
I can
later
do
on
stuff
tonight.
like this now. Donovan Mitchell in town today.
Well, we don't know that.
Probably. They fly out after.
But we don't know that for sure. He might have wanted to spend an extra night in L.A.
As far as I know, Kenny Atkinson isn't a minister and isn't sticking around to preach in L.A., so he's up in the
You got to leave
A.
Mark Jackson on Tuesday.
All right.
You got to leave him in March. How about that?
All right.
Well, it is an emotional day because you and I both won, courtesy of Danae and our promotions team, some tickets. Would you like to tell the people how and why you won?
Well, so I guess they had a little Easter egg hunt around here this morning.
They did.
In some of the Easter eggs were April Fool's jokes. And then in other eggs, there were tickets, concert tickets. So I got a concert ticket to a band I've never heard of.
Who's the band?
Can you be honest with me?
Yeah.
Will you tell me if you've heard of them?
Okay, I will.
Passion Pit.
I have never.
Passion Pit.
I've never heard of Passion Pit.
816 at the Fox Theater in Oakland. Anybody? Bueller.
Well, Fox Theater's your home court, so
yeah, that'll be a good one.
That'll be fun. It's 2 days before my birthday, actually. So
okay, actually, I found the egg in a place where I had to do some scouring, but then I realized that there was an egg where we prepare. In the room we prepare, there was an egg like kind of within sight that I missed.
And I told the person where it was.
And you know what those tickets were?
Weezer. Yeah, that one hurt.
Made a big mistake.
So did I.
Big mistake.
So
who won the Weezer tickets?
Wow. Dylan.
Oh, I'll see if I can finagle him.
The other Steiny. Yeah, the other Steiny won the ticket.
Let's see if he wants to be a team player.
No, the promotions team was giving away tickets to see Lil Wayne, to see Weezer. I think there was a golden egg that Sarah got. Shout out to her for Outside Lands. And I thought it would be a funny idea to take you really behind the scenes here. So Ken found an egg early in the day that had tickets to go see Hillary Duff. Now, I was thinking that someone I know might like these tickets. So I went up, and Ken put the tickets back, by the way, because he didn't want them. And that's totally his prerogative.
Oh, that's nice, Ken.
Yeah, he's a giving man. So I went and got the tickets because I thought the person that I was thinking of would like to see Hillary Duff, which is at Shoreline sometime in July. And, I don't know, she's got a new album or something. I don't really know Hillary Duff like that. So I got the tickets and I got the egg. And I send this person a picture of the tickets and I say, "Are you free? I know you like Hillary Duff. Would you love to go?" And they said, "I'm out of town."
Okay.
So I now have 4 tickets to go see Hillary Duff that I can't use.
Isn't it better that, I'm going to assume it's a she said she's out of town, as opposed to, is this an April Fool's joke?
Well, I sent her a picture of the tickets so that she actually knows that they're real.
Okay.
But it's not an April Fool's joke. And by the way, you told me we got to be careful today.
We do.
You can't be making cracks about the Warriors or, the Niners and, Shanahan reneging on a particular contract or something like that. We got to be careful today because people take these things seriously, and we could get in trouble.
Well, and you started it off the air. Anthony Slater had a wonderful piece today at ESPN about Draymond Green, and
which is real.
Looking forward, looking backwards about his future, and he's talking about his contract, and you mutter out, "Geez, I think he's going to retire at the end of the year." And I'm like, "What? April Fools." In fact,
I didn't say that, by the way.
What's the opposite of an April Fool's joke?
Just a joke.
How about something like this?
Okay.
Draymond Green is open to an extension, or he's open to opting out of his deal and getting a 2-year deal, spreading the last year, next year over 2 years, because he says he's got a few more seasons in him. Now, that's not a joke. Now, that's not an April Fool's joke. Those were quotes in Slater's story. So full systems go, I think, with Steph, Draymond, and Butler.
And Porzingis, perhaps.
Sure.
And we can get into that. So in the SF Standard, I believe it was Danny Emmerman put together an AI model to help predict, I don't know, whatever future contract or summer decisions the Warriors might have to make on particular players. It's basically a predictive engine about, years, money, stuff like that. So I had some fun with it, and I have a list of Warriors players, including Draymond Green, that this Claude-related model, for those that are in the know, is going to be spitting out. But where we do have to start today, Steiny, is obviously with the best news possible. On the heels of yesterday, we got the news during the show that Steph Curry was going to be doing 5-on-5. And then afterwards, during Willard and Dibbs, Steve Kerr hopped on. And it was also reported, according to Sam Amick and our buddy Nick Friedel of The Athletic, that Steph is targeting Sunday against the Houston Rockets to make his long-awaited return. So how'd you feel when you got the news?
Well, first of all, that again, not April Fools.
Not April Fools.
I do think he's going to play Sunday. And if you want to ask me my first reaction, because we got that news late during yesterday's show, my first reaction was, and I know Willard had his own thoughts, but I feel like over the last 2 months, there have been a lot of, have there been people that say shut him down? Yes. But there have been a lot of people that have said, look, I just want to see Steph Curry play again this year. And we've missed almost half the season with him. And yeah, he wants to play meaningful games. So let's get him back and see what happens. And it looks like that's what's going to happen. But I don't feel like there's the requisite excitement that should come with Steph Curry coming back. And that's something that I don't get. I understand that him coming back probably doesn't fundamentally change the Warriors' championship chances. That's obvious. But, and I said this yesterday on the crossover, it's the only thing I can relate to. When I was a fan, when I was a teenager, and I was a fan of the Boston Celtics and Larry Bird was my favorite player. he got hurt a lot during the end of his career. And if he were in a similar situation a long, long time ago where I was a Celtics fan and he'd missed half the year, but they were saying he might come back for a few games at the end of the year, I would be ecstatic. Not because I would say, we're going to win it now this year, but because with so few remaining opportunities, I want to see Steph Curry play. I wanted to see Bird play. I want to see Steph Curry play and let the chips fall where they may.
Well, and if you're not in that camp, why is it? I think today is just about how you're feeling about the news that Steph is targeting a return on Sunday. Obviously, not certain, but Steve Kerr said yesterday, and we'll listen to the sound with Willard Dibbs on the other side. The Athletic is reporting Sunday's the target date. Obviously, they play the Spurs tonight. They got the Cavs tomorrow, Houston on Sunday. Curry is back. It looks like he's coming back. So how are you feeling, Warriors fans, at 888-957-9570? If you are someone that is excited, let us know. And if you're still kind of on the fence, if you're hesitant, if you're afraid a little bit of what could happen, why is that? I feel like the reaction should be pretty unanimous, but if it's not, we want to know why. 888-957-9570. Also, obviously, we'll get into some of the summer contractual stuff. We'll have some fun with AI. And we also got to talk a little bit about last night's Giants game. Good win for the Giants, 2 in a row. Chance to sweep the series today. And that's all what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson alongside Matt Steinmetz. Warriors Wednesday. It's brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. That segment brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kalshi. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear the Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
The chase starts here to make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history.
Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
The legendary band Deep Purple are hitting the road this summer with special guests Kansas and Jefferson Starship. They'll be rocking Shoreline Amphitheater on September 5th. For more info and a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Steiny's over there. Evan getting sitting in for Goo, and technically, I guess, for Steiny. There's your boy. This is also Passion Pit, I've been told by Ken. So this is who you could go see thanks to our promo team.
Okay.
That's kind of cool.
Do I detect a sliver of Cajun?
So this is like indie pop. Is that what people would call it?
Okay.
Yeah, I could get into this.
The song's called Little Secrets.
Sure.
It's kind of groovy.
I mean, I was blown away. You guys even have heard of Deep Purple.
Well, Ken's the rock expert.
Oh.
Of our generation.
So he thinks he's a rock.
Dude. Richie Blackmore is one of the best guitarists of all time.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not
going to
one
other member of the band.
Ooh, David Coverdale had a really good album with them.
He's got me.
Called Burn. It's an awesome album. I can't remember there's a couple other guys, but yeah.
I told you.
It's a good album, too.
I know when to defer and when to defer.
Well, okay, so he knows one thing. I give him credit for that.
No. The problem is every time something comes up that's before the year 2000, you say, do you know? Do you know? Do you know? And so I said, Ken knows, and now you're looking for something else to try and stump him on.
And I've had these discussions with, Marcy Weiser and Chewy Gomez and other people of sort. Like, you better put some respect on my music game. My music game is, dare I say, it's another area of my expertise along with sports.
When have I not?
Sometimes you act like music before 1985 doesn't exist. And the reality, Evan, is those guys were Jerry Remy. They were table setters. And I just appreciate it if you and your generation, which I'm having some problems with, would acknowledge and recognize.
Now, what's your biggest problem, your biggest gripe with millennials today?
Oh, well, my first one is something like this horses behind Caleb Williams, who wants to be the Iceman. There's only one Iceman.
Val Kilmer.
George Gervin. It's the same. Who was the idiot that wanted, Tom Brady wanted Tom Terrific. Get your own nicknames. You can't copy a nickname.
Well, you can.
No,
it's
you
not
can't.
a good look, but you can.
How about, Caleb Williams, how about call him the Freezer?
I thought we already have one of those.
Okay, call him the Glacier.
What about the Fridge?
That's been taken. How about
William Perry?
K-Will.
It's spelled with a C.
Okay,
Caleb.
so that one we can't use. How about Will?
Will?
Yeah. Bonte's got a friend, Wet.
And that's taken. So Will, I don't know if that's going to work, Steiny. Just because you want something doesn't mean you get it. Like LeBron wanted to put a patent on Taco Tuesday. It's not for you. It's not yours. So, yeah.
You get it.
Well, Caleb Williams, he could want to be called Iceman all he wants, but the real ones know.
Exactly. Well, but you didn't, is my point.
What are you talking about? I know who George Gervin is.
Do you? Do you really? Who did he play for?
The San Antonio Spurs.
Okay. How tall was he?
Like 6'6".
Yeah, a little taller.
6'7".
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah, finger roll.
You heard us talking about him before.
Oh, my God, dude. Do you think I was born under a rock? I was born at Alta Bates, Berkeley, California. Get to know me.
Yeah. Anyway, what do you think about Draymond wanting an extension?
Why do you still, we're going to save Draymond.
No,
I thought you wanted to start with Curry.
Let's start with Curry.
No, in all seriousness, I need help. Like, I really need help. And it's because I can't understand why there isn't a unanimous celebration of the news that Steph Curry is targeting a return on Sunday. It all started here yesterday with Steve Kerr speaking to Willard and Dibbs after the news came out that Steph was going through a 5-on-5. And here's what Kerr had to say to the boys yesterday in the afternoons.
Yeah, today was a good day. Watching Steph scrimmage after our practice. We had a very light practice, but he got out on the floor and played 5-on-5 and looked good. And so we'll take it day by day. We got to see how he's feeling tomorrow, but all in all, a really positive day.
What about this weekend, Steve?
I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay.
But it's one good day, and a lot has led up to this, but the next few days are really, really important.
All right, so there you go. All systems go.
I'm excited. Get to see him in the Zinger.
Seriously, though, why do you think?
Because
there's not an outcry. If this was, do you think it's because of the state of the season, because they're a 10 seed? Like, Steiny, if the Warriors were a top 6 seed, hell, if they were even the 7 seed and people thought they had action, I think phones would be lit up right now. Like, do you think it's just because of where they are as a team, or because people are legitimately worried about Curry potentially injuring himself further?
I think it's injuring himself further. That is the big worry. But you're right. If the Warriors, let's say the same thing had happened to Butler and the same thing had happened to Curry, but for whatever reason, the Warriors were able to maintain, and they were looking at the 7 or 8 seed, not the 9 or 10. Or let's even say they were locked in at 7, pretty much. Well, if they were locked in at 7 with a matchup against the San Antonio Spurs, obvious, I think there would be a lot of optimism just because they played the Spurs so well this season. And now they're getting Curry back, and we would be talking about how Draymond did a nice job on Wemby a couple games. Curry's a wild card. They've never seen Porzingis in a Warrior uniform. There would absolutely be more optimism about the possibility of winning one play-in game, and then taking our chances against San Antonio.
Yeah, I think that's kind of it too. It's like if Steph's going back, to me, people should be excited. And in a way, you're distracted.
No, not.
You're distracted right now.
No, I'm right here.
Okay, well, keep your eyes on me then.
It's like what PJ Carlissimo, what Spree said to Carl. I'm right here. I'm right here. Right here.
You want me to just come out and say it? Fans are spoiled.
Fans are the worst.
Fans are spoiled. the fact that you're not like a Curry return not meaning anything to you because of the state of the team, to me, those things are completely independent. The team not being good should have no bearing on your excitement or how you feel about Steph coming back. Like, I don't know about you, but, and again, I told the story yesterday on the crossover, that the opportunity to watch a great athlete, or even just a favored athlete of yours. Phillip Rivers is nowhere near the class that Steph Curry is as an athlete, but he was my favorite quarterback growing up. And when I got wind that he had a chance to return for the Colts this year, 5 years after retiring, I was excited. And it didn't matter that the Colts were a team that was probably going to flame out and miss the playoffs. It didn't matter that Rivers couldn't throw a ball more than 25 yards. I just wanted to see one of my favorite players play again. And that's a little bit different because you think his career is over and he's coming back. But Steph, I just don't get it, Steiny. There's only so many games that Steph Curry has left to play in his career. And if you are a true Warriors fan, hell, even if you're one of those Curry fans that puts him above all else, to me, there should be a lot of excitement around this return because while the season hasn't gone very well, Steph, to me, is the only redeeming quality about it left. His return from injury is the only thing that's kept me mildly interested in what's going on with this squad because I'm curious to see how they look when he comes back, which should inform us what kind of near future they have next season and how this team is going to look with him. I just feel like if you're lukewarm on the idea of him coming back, I guess I would ask what you're watching for the rest of his career because a potential injury is going to follow him until the day that he decides to hang him up.
That's a good point. And, the other thing to me is, so when I think, okay, we're just talking favorite players, okay? I'm not really talking about the Warriors because the reason I'm talking about when you have a favorite player is we've talked a lot about how, who's a Warrior fan and who's a Curry fan. Well, you're allowed to be both, but if you're a Curry fan, here's what I would say. Give me who's your favorite, like anybody who has a favorite player of all time. Yours is
George Gervin,
Magic, or Jordan, or Bird, or LeBron, or whoever it is, and you close your eyes and you think, what are the greatest moments? Okay, just Larry Bird, greatest moments. I remember a great duel with Dominique Wilkins. Well, that wasn't in an NBA final. That was in a playoff series. It didn't lead to a championship. They didn't win it that year. Virtually every great moment in NBA history is not a finals-related moment. It's just a moment in NBA time. One of the greatest games Bird played was, I think, the last year he was in the league. They just played a home game against the Blazers. He had 49 in an overtime game. He hit a three to send it in over. Like, why do I remember that? They didn't win it, but it was one of his signature and crowning achievements. And why would we not want to see Steph Curry in that kind of situation and rob ourselves of maybe another great few moments in the play-in in the postseason?
Well, you remember a couple of summers ago when people were wondering why Steph would want to play in the Olympics.
Right.
He might get hurt or it could jeopardize going into next season because he's playing more basketball. And he had one of the crowning performances of his career. Now, obviously, it doesn't compare to finals or championships, and I'm sure a gold medal holds a special place in his heart. But the Golden Dagger is one of the biggest shots. It is one of the most iconic shots, certainly in international play, but across recent memory in basketball. And him winning gold essentially for Team USA is a moment that we would have been robbed of if he was thinking the way that a lot of fans were, which is protect yourself, stay in a bubble, just get ready for next season. I mean, heck, I know that it's not Game 4 of the 2002 NBA Finals, but Steph scoring 50 in Game 7 against the Kings, like that's a moment. And maybe it's not going to be up there in the top 5 or top 4 of his, again, of games that he's played. But that was absolutely a spectacular performance by him, especially on the heels of saying get on or get off the bus. Like those kinds of things are what we get robbed of if Steph is saying, well, I think I'm just going to look ahead towards next season because the reality is the rest of the way for him, to me, this is about professional pride. This is about him wanting to be on the court with his guys and playing basketball at the highest level possible for him because that's just who he is.
Yeah, and I said this yesterday, and I believe it. There's two things going on here. This is good for Curry. It's good for the Warriors, but I also think it's bigger than those two things. The NBA right now has an identity crisis. It is a league perceived of players that don't care enough about the game, don't play enough games, don't compete hard enough, and just don't have a certain love that maybe players of the past have. Man, if Steph Curry wants to come back for 4 games at the end of the season so that he can give his 10th seeded Warriors a chance to slide into the playoffs with 2 play-in wins, like that's the name of the game. Those are the kind of things that if everybody were on the same page, the league would be in a better spot. Of course he's not coming back because he thinks they can win a title. He's coming back because it's the right thing to do, because he's a professional, because he's healthy, and because he wants to challenge himself again like he has his entire career. So I applaud him for it. And here's the other thing. We never, we always look at, okay, Curry's coming back. Well, they're not going to win a title. Okay, maybe they won't win a title. But you're disallowing the thought of this thought process. Okay, they go up to Portland. They win. We come in after Portland. You know what? All they got to do is beat the Clippers. They beat the Clippers tomorrow. They're in the playoffs. They go down to L.A. and they win. People are going to be ecstatic. They're going to be ecstatic, and they're going to start to say, hey, let's just roll the dice against OKC. Let's see what happens. Nobody's going to expect them to win, but the week before that series starts, if you give them 2 play-in wins, you don't think people are going to be excited, thinking, you never know. And I get it. They're not going to beat OKC unless something crazy happens. But the journey to game 1 against Oklahoma City will be a positive one and one that makes you think of the improbable.
But isn't that kind of why people aren't as excited now, is because there's this resignation to, well, we're going to lose in the first round, so what's the point?
Well, I think they're going to lose in the first round too. But here's the thing about the playoffs. Guys get hurt. Stuff happens. You never know. The Warriors the Warriors lost Steph Curry last year. What if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets hurt this year? What if Holmgren gets hurt? Does that change the dynamic? You gotta wait and see. Who knows? You never know. I'm not saying, again, I need to be careful here because I'm not talking title. I'm talking moments. There's no reason that if they get into the playoffs, they couldn't have a couple more moments.
Was it Buster Posey that said we're in the business of making memories?
Exactly.
That's kind of what the rest of the season's about. Or, shoot, maybe the rest of Curry's career. And I get that's not what people want to hear. They want to hear you say, Steph's going to go out with a 5th championship. Steph's going to go out with a title. And I'm not completely writing that off, but there's a very real possibility that Steph Curry never wins another championship. And so at that point, what are you playing for? To me, you're playing to compete at the highest level possible. And to me, it's an old school approach. Like, we kill these guys all the time for load management and not playing. Well, and you brought it up yesterday, and I know we're going to get into Draymond Green in a little bit, but I think you do have to give him some credit this year because Steph's been out since January 30th, and Draymond's been available for just about every single game.
Yep.
Now, has he been good? Not necessarily, but he also could have easily just packed it in. And the fact that Draymond Green didn't and doesn't, I think not only reflected his confidence in Curry coming back, but it demands a little bit of our buy-in too. Like if these older players who are injury prone and potentially, like if Curry comes back, sure. Is he risking, health the remainder of his career? Perhaps. But if these guys are putting themselves on the line, I feel like they at least deserved our respect for doing so, for the opportunity to create a moment, a memory that fans at the very end, you don't know how many of them you have left with these guys.
And I'm not saying this is a legacy changer at all, because it's not him playing.
No, I mean, like both of those guys, their legacies are set.
No doubt. However, I do believe that in my mind, okay, so over the last 2 or 3 years, we've clarified the goal. Okay, first it was get 5 for Steph. All right, Steph, what do you want? And it's a phrase that he'll be associated with now forever. Wants to play meaningful games. That's straight out of Steph Curry's mouth. So in a way, one reason I'm glad he's coming back is because had he not come back, or if it seemed apparent he didn't want to come back, that would have made the cynic in me say, oh, okay, Steph, play-in games aren't meaningful enough for you. Okay, a couple regular season games at the end aren't meaningful enough for you leading into the play-in game. It probably would have been unfair. However, the reality is this organization has been all about Steph for a long time, particularly after the title in 2022. And I feel like on a level, if he's healthy, he absolutely owes it to the Warriors to play in a play-in game or two, because it may not get any more meaningful than that for Steph. You never know.
And this is from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. A couple of fair points. This was 510. Yes, Steph had an excellent Olympics, and then just don't forget what happened. He got injured in the NBA playoffs, didn't he? I wouldn't necessarily attribute that to the Olympics. I mean, heck, he had a full summer off this summer, and he's been dealing with runner's knee that's kept him out for 30-ish games. Also, the 818, Steiny and Evan. I'm a Warriors fan ahead of the players. It was exciting looking at the current 11 spot. Even if we don't move up, with Steph coming back, we could be out of the lottery, and we need quality young players. It's from Joe in the 818. That's all fair, I guess. What are fans feeling like Steph's obligation is right now? Is it to himself? Is it to the team? And I think they're aligned. I think his obligation is to get himself as healthy as possible to help this team compete at whatever level possible. And I, for one, I know that your boy in Washington might be better set with a better pick, and Davis and Trae Young coming back next season if somehow they stay healthy. But I'm sorry. I've watched a lot of bad basketball this year. And the Warriors have played some bad games by virtue of their talent, but not by virtue of not caring. I mean, the Wizards, the Pacers, the Jazz, these teams don't care. The Brooklyn Nets, they don't care. And to me, trying to talk about that team every day, it would almost get infuriating. I realize that there's a sound reason for tanking. But to me, it's not the time yet for the Warriors to be considering that.
No, and we were talking about this, I think, yesterday. I don't know if, I think it was during the crossover. We were just talking about guys who are just basketball players. They just want to live in the gym. I think we were talking about, I forget who we were talking about, but I said, well, and Durant too. But obviously,
like Clay,
yeah,
KD.
Exactly.
Hoopers.
So, one of the things is sometimes I look at stuff like a pickup game. Like these guys are all playing pickup basketball. Like they're in the gym one day. Like they're spending all day in the gym. All right, well, there's a team out there that's really good, but they're not on the court right now. You think Steph Curry in a pickup gym, knowing that he's got to win 2 pickup games, to stay on the court for a shot to play this really good team that's not even at the court. I know it sounds far-fetched. He's playing. Any competitor is playing. You think Steph Curry doesn't think he can will the Warriors to 2 wins in a play-in situation? Of course he thinks he can, and he might. And that's what he wants to find out, and that's what he is owed, and that's what he owes the team.
Well, and I don't feel like it's right to rob him of that opportunity. If that's and look, they might fall flat on their face. Heck, Portland's playing pretty good basketball. They just beat the Clippers last night. You're going to play them, in all probability, on the road in a 9-10 play-in game. And the Warriors have lost 3 times to them. But that doesn't change how I feel about Curry's urge to return. And heck, if they lose, and this is the other part too about Like, this season's gone so far off the rails in regard to injury and unavailability, and some of that might be the Warriors' fault with the way they've constructed this roster. But the fact remains that if Curry comes back and then they lose in the play-in game, would that suck? Yeah, but then people get what they want. They get a lottery pick. You're going to get into the lottery and have a chance at a higher pick or a good player. So to me, looking at it with a glass half empty sort of, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me considering everything they've gone through this year. And they're trying to make the most of a season that has been ripped apart, and they're trying to figure out what they can do between now and, to me, the end of next season. I wouldn't look at them as lost years. I would look at them as the end of a dynasty, which typically doesn't end well, and they're trying to make the most of it. And this is the thing. It's like we're talking about all these all these hypotheticals. I think they're more aware of them than anything else.
I agree, and so's he.
Steph Curry, he understands what he's doing. He understands that he's putting his body and potentially the rest of his career at risk for 5 regular season games at the most, plus play-in, plus maybe a first-round series. And he knows what he's doing. And so if you're on the other side of it, or if you're behind him, I want to hear from him at 888-957-9570. Also, we will get into that Draymond stuff that you talked about. I got some predictive model that can help, hopefully, figure out where the Warriors are going in the near future. All right, that segment was presented by Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Experience the wonder of Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy a walk on Duran Beach and take a dip in the heated pool. Special midweek rates start at just $199 per night now through May 1st. Breakfast included. Book your escape at inatthetides.com. Giddings and Steinmetz on Stein & Guru. Back after this.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep. The combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Don't miss Weezer and their The Gathering Tour at Chase Center on September 9th with the Shins and Silver Sun pickups. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is this a passion fruit?
That's passion pit.
Oh.
No.
Well, pits come from fruit.
Take a listen.
Who is this?
You better get used to it.
This is Dylan?
Nope. Better get used to it.
Oh, is this Hillary Duff?
Start getting into the catalog.
Dude, they gave me 4 tickets to see Hillary Duff at Shoreline. I like Shoreline. It's a great venue, but
it's very old. I'm just saying, it was here when I got here in 1990.
Yikes!
Yeah, it's an old venue.
Yeah, it's been renovated. I mean, it's not doesn't seem decrepit. You need to get a renovation.
I know we're going to get into other stuff, but
like
are you it's not bad.
Yeah, this ain't bad at all.
As long as she doesn't sing.
That's why I thought it was like an alternative band or something. By the way, what is your fascination, your fixation on Michael Jordan?
Oh, no.
You were watching a video where someone who was talking about MJ during the commercial break on full blast.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay, well, it's not about Michael Jordan.
It kind of is.
No, it's not.
He seems to come up quite a lot on this show.
And get the drop ready. And this is for Warrior fans my age, maybe a little younger.
Yeah.
Just get the drop ready. So I keep in touch with a couple guys from back in the day.
Yeah, the guys you play golf with, or
no, like I keep in touch with Bobby Sura, guy who used to play for the Warriors.
Oh yeah,
okay, a long time ago. He was in the slam dunk contest a long time ago, and there's a pro golf tour of former athletes of all sports in one league. So it's like John Smoltz is a really good golfer. He plays on this tour, and Sura plays on this tour.
Oh, this is why you were asking about Josh Donaldson earlier?
Exactly.
Okay.
He plays on it.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, I was just Googling Sura in this tournament, and he was on this YouTube podcast with Colt Knost, who's a pro golfer. Anyway, he talked about playing with Jordan because he's played with Jordan and how much they bet and what the bet is. And, he said he plays for about 2,000 with Michael Jordan. Like you could lose, but you could lose 10 or 15,000 with Jordan. But anyway, it was just, now I'm going down the rabbit hole. He bet, what do you think of this bet? He's 52 years old.
Sura?
Yeah.
So, real quick.
Yeah.
I just looked up one of his nicknames, and it's Hondo.
Yeah, I compared him a little Havlicek.
Yeah, but you were talking about people not taking nicknames
But it
earlier.
didn't stick.
Well, apparently it did.
It
It's on his
didn't.
basketball reference page.
Well, you could look at the baseball reference page and you'll find a great picture, I believe, by the name of, I forget who it was.
Well, there were a lot of them.
Yeah. Anyway.
Sorry, I interrupted.
No, that's fine. So he made this bet. He's 52 years old, Sura. And he bet a billionaire $10,000 3 years ago that he would qualify for a Champions Tour event by the time he's 65.
Okay.
So he's got 13 years. That's the 50 and over group.
It's a lot of time.
So if Sura somehow qualifies for a Champions Tour tournament, he wins $3 million.
Wow.
$3 million.
What
But
does he
he's already put up 10,000.
Okay, so if he doesn't make it, he's got to pay 10 grand.
Correct.
That's a pretty good investment.
It is, but he ain't got no chance, and I'm in the process of telling him that.
Well, why?
Put it that way.
Why are you telling him that? I thought that was your guy.
Oh, it is, but I got to be honest with him.
Well, but you could
like
prop
Steph
him up a
Curry's
little
never
bit.
going to be good enough to play on the Champions Tour.
It's April Fool's. At least let him know he's got a shot. Just start telling him about how great he is and everything else and what he needs to do and why he's going to be right there at age 65. And then at the end of the day, say April Fool's.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm going to play it straight with him.
Well, ain't no April Fool's about Steph Curry's hopeful, or I should say targeted, return. Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard and Dibbs said that Sunday is not out of the question. The Athletic Sam Amick and our guy Nick Friedel saying that he's targeting Sunday per sources. So it looks like Steph Curry's going to be returning soon. Draymond Green talked about it a little bit yesterday, but you said something about Draymond that kind of stuck with me. And there was also a piece written about him today by Anthony Slater of ESPN about, kind of what this season's been like, and maybe more importantly, what is going to happen this summer between Draymond and the Warriors. And you said, maybe Curry felt like he owed Draymond something in coming back because Draymond has played for the majority of these games. Do you think that, Steiny, if I asked you how Draymond's career should end in Golden State, how would you answer that? Because it feels like from reading this piece, and I got some quotes we can get into, it feels like he's been considering that a lot, but certainly now more than ever.
What would be the perfect way for Draymond Green to exit the Warriors? By leaving $27 million on the table for next year and retiring. You want to...
Come on, man.
I'm just saying, if you're talking about a guy's legacy, that would solidify his legacy. Now, what I don't
What does
want
the end of his career look like?
Well, what I don't want, what I am against is, so what he said he's open to next year, I think he's making what, 27?
27.6.
27.6. So the discussion revolves around whether or not, should the Warriors, would you want to pay Draymond 27.8 next year and he is a free agent or done? Or would you say, hey, Draymond, we'll keep you around for 2 more years at 15 and 15, so you'll make a few more than your 27, and now you get 2 more years. The reason I would not do that under any circumstances has nothing to do with his longevity. It's just got to do with, it's always going to be Draymond and Steph's team as long as they are both playing. And in this same story, Draymond said, I don't want to retire as an 11th man, meaning the last season he plays, he doesn't want to look at the box. You look at Basketball Reference and it says he played 25 games in blowouts. All right, well, if that's the case, then I can't give you an extra year. It's got to be over at the end of next year. And if for whatever reason you somehow had a great year and you want to play another year, you can on the minimum. And like, that's not disrespectful.
So you are open to him finishing up here, just not at the number that you threw out earlier.
I mean, I don't want him here after next year, not because I don't like him or just because how do you move forward? How do you move forward? You can't continue. I mean, you just can't move forward with these guys, with Steph and Draymond.
Well, I think you have to next season.
You do. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the...
So you would rather, and this is the only reason that I would be open to what either Draymond or our AI model we got cooking up. What it would predict is, the only reason I would be open to multiple years is because it would help you be able to bring in someone next season. That could help.
This offseason.
Yes. So if you ripped up his 27.6, and let's say you gave him 2 for 30, I think maybe less. But if you did that, you would then have an extra $15 to $20 million to go out and try and get somebody. That's the only reason that I would consider doing that, because you're going to need that cash. And it might hurt you for an extra year, but $12 million or $15 million in the grand scheme of things is not a ton.
No, but
especially if he's making almost 30 next season.
But at that point, he's not the only guy. Like, what have you done with Pods? What have you done with the Zinger? Has Horford opted back in?
Melton.
Is Melton here or gone? You know, what I would like to avoid is going into next season. Oh, wow. Well, Pods kicks in.
Pods wouldn't kick in until the year after next, because it'd be an extension, not a.
That's right. Next year he'd be on his original.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's actually kind of the same concept, because I always envision myself looking at Basketball Reference.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, Pods would be under contract for 3 or 4 years. A year from 2027, it'd be 15. You'd have Draymond now under contract for another 2 more years. You would have Steph obviously under contract for at least another year. And Porzingis, if he, all of a sudden 2027, you'd kind of be locking yourself into some names. So all I'm saying is, you better be darn sure who you want on this team in 2 years. And if you're not sure that you want Draymond Green on the team, then you can't turn his 1-year deal into a 2-year deal.
888-957-9570 is the number. What does next year look like for Draymond Green? Are people of the mindset that they want it to be his last season? Or are you of the mindset that this summer you could find a compromise to keep him around? What are you feeling about Draymond? Because again, he talked to Anthony Slater of ESPN, piece dropped this morning, and it was about him reflecting on his future amid uncertainty. Draymond Green reflects on his future amid uncertainty. That was the title of the piece by Anthony Slater. And here's the quote that Sonny was talking about. So this is Draymond on this upcoming summer. Quote, "Maybe you go opt out and do a longer deal. Maybe you opt in and extend," Green said. "I earned it, the right to be in this position. I won't misuse it. I won't abuse it. I never have. You don't get 14 years out of a place if you were abusing it." And
such an interesting quote.
Well, there was also a couple of other ones. The one I thought was kind of funny was, he said, "I don't feel a decline because what I can still do, I do it at a very high level. But I'm not as fast as I was. I don't jump high as I did. I feel all of that for sure." So there's a couple, I don't know, minor contradictions, but doesn't feel that way. That's Draymond Green. Thanks,
so let's get into that quote, because he says he could opt out and redo it or opt in and add a year. He's already thinking about a year after next. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, of course.
He does not, it sounds like as of right now, he does not want to and would rather not retire at the end of next year. All right, so he wants to get more money. He wants to get another year out of the Warriors. But he says, I won't abuse it or
misuse it.
Okay. First of all, feel free to go ahead and try to abuse it or misuse it. That's what players are supposed to do. Draymond Green cannot use or misuse or abuse something he doesn't have control over. If the Golden State Warriors want to extend him for 2 or 3 more years, I wouldn't say Draymond held him over a barrel. It's like, no, make a move if you don't want him. Like, to me, if you're a real cynic or you're snide, like I can be at times, and he says I won't abuse it, I could say, well, what about when you went down to Lacob's house? Was that abusing it? When it looked like you might not be here, when you were talking about maybe he was going to be Memphis, when you were getting that 4th year with a player option. That's, to me, what would be misusing it. But I don't blame him for that. That's what he should do. So, it's up to the Warriors to not allow him to misuse it. And maybe you don't allow him to misuse it by just saying, Draymond, you got 1 more year at 27.8. It's a lot of money. Let's see how it goes. There's no rush to do it. Let's see how hey, Steve Kerr's working without a deal because he wants to see how he feels. Why don't you play next year and see how you feel, period.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. He'll be back on Friday in with Matt Steinmetz. I think the thing about Draymond to me, though, Steiny, is if you did rip up next year and sign him to a 2 for $25 or $30 million deal, something small, something short term, that does help you compete in what is supposed to be this final year. Next year, in 2026-27. Because, and I think the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line brings up an interesting point. Basically, the question is, does that mean Melton's back next year? What if I told you, Steiny, that if Draymond gets 1 extra year, that helps you keep Melton or keep a player or go out and acquire a player? Because Porzingis' price tag is probably coming down. I think we're both under the assumption he's not going to make $30 million next year. So if you give Draymond an extra season, you free up cap space to make your team next year as competitive as possible. Pod's contract or contract extension, if they give him one, does not kick in until 2027. So the only way that you can go out and acquire more talent is creating space. And to me, that's where there is a two-way street between Draymond and the Warriors. He would be getting an extra year, which is something that he wants. And the Warriors would be getting some extra space to make next year's squad better, improving it, but without a long-term commitment towards Draymond Green of, let's say, the 3+1 that he got his last contract. I don't think that it would be asking that much. And I think that there's a compromise in which he's still around and both sides are benefited as a result.
Well, these numbers are going to shake out, but you still have Curry and Butler.
Yep.
All right, so they're making 62 plus 56 is what, 118?
Yeah, it's a lot.
So that's 118. You got Moody at 12. That's 130. You've got Pods at 5.5. I guess what I'm saying is if you drop Draymond from 27 to 15, I'm not sure you're going to have your mid-level, right? Now, maybe that gets him out of the taxpayer level, but if you're telling me they could extend Draymond 1 more year and it would mean they could keep Melton, I'm still not doing it. I'm just not. There's just something about no. Evan, they've set everything up so that in 2027, they've got super flexibility.
But you would still have super flexibility with Draymond at $12 million. Right. And then he's also a free agent after that year. I just don't get why it's killing you right now to have half the money potentially on the books
because I'm not
a year after.
Well, I'm just looking at their numbers. So what if all things stay the same and Draymond rips up his $27 million and it turns into $15 million? It doesn't mean they have $12 million extra in cap to spend in free agency. They're still going to have their tax. They're still going to have a taxpayer mid-level, and depending on the apron, they'll have that or not have that, right?
Well, but the 27.6 would come down because you would rip it up. That's what I'm saying. Is that he would opt out of his player, and then he would sign a 2-year smaller deal. And if he's not open to that, then you do have to just talk to him about the next season, because I'm not really sure what we're doing there. But my goal for next season is figuring out how you can improve the team and freeing up extra money, whether it's to bring back players, extend players, or potentially find a free agent. Maybe it's LeBron James. Maybe it's Kawhi Leonard. I don't know. Maybe it's somebody else. But to me, I don't see why it's such a is it that big of a deal to get him out of here 1 year sooner?
Well, I'm not looking at it like.
And this is from the 415.
Go ahead.
A lot of Warriors fans out here just don't want Draymond on the team at any price.
That's true. And I get that. That's not necessarily the reason I don't want him on the team. But there are a few reasons. I shouldn't say I don't want him on the team. I don't want him under contract in 2027, 28 right now. Okay, can I tell you what I think is absolutely positively crazy? And that is, you have Steph Curry. Is he 38 or 39?
He's 38 right now.
Okay, he's 38. You have Jimmy Butler. What's he?
37.
37. And you have Draymond Green, who is 37.
36.
36, but older than 36. Okay.
Butler will be 37 going into next season.
While the last year or two, hasn't been a complete and utter failure, they have disappointed in each of the last 2 years. Why in the world?
I wouldn't say last year.
They got Jimmy Butler to get a title.
Oh my God! Don't do that. Don't do that. You can't be the guy that's saying that Curry's coming back to play in some moments and say, well, last year was a failure because he didn't win a championship.
Fine, I'll do it this way. I can do it a million different ways.
Okay.
Fine. Okay, so you have a 38-year-old Steph Curry who missed the biggest playoff series of the year last year and has missed half the year this year. You have Jimmy Butler, who acknowledged that he wasn't quite healthy last year in the playoffs. Now he got hurt this year. He will miss half the season this year and at least half the season next year. You have Draymond Green, who's 36 years old, and of the three, has noticeably declined the most.
Mm-hmm.
Good Lord, I'm not extending anybody that old anymore. If you can prove to me that you're playing well, your last year under contract, we'll talk about 2027. I cannot count on Draymond Green right now in 27. I can't count on Butler right now in 2027. And you know what? I need next year to figure out if I can count on Steph Curry in 2027. That's why I'm not doing it. It's ludicrous.
Well, then you're not trying to help yourself next year. You're just riding in a next season, rolling it on back, and saying, yeah, well, we're just not going to try and do anything.
Well, I think you're under the impression that if Draymond Green just gives up 1 year for 27 and takes 14 and 14, that now all of a sudden they're going to get a star. I don't think it's going to be like that at all.
But what if it helps you get a role player? What if it helps you get someone to get better? That's a short-term investment. I don't know. What I hear you saying is you're just going to allow this to slowly erode without.
No, actually not.
Trying to improve them for next season.
The goal for me is to get through next year. That's what my goal is. And the way I look at it now, Butler, the only thing you can do with Butler is cross your fingers.
He's not making a max contract, though. The problem is the guy, Draymond. But
I'm talking about Butler.
Yeah, but you're talking, okay, so Curry and Butler are making the majority of the money on the team next season.
Right.
So why is Draymond the problem in this situation? He's the only guy that's played games.
He's not a problem. What I'm saying is, if you have two guys, you have Curry coming back, he'll be a question mark.
Yep.
You have Butler coming back. Like, the whole season's fingers crossed for Butler.
Yeah, 100%.
Right. And so I'm not giving Butler any money right now, certainly. I guess what I'm saying is, for everybody in my mind, virtually, next year's a prove-it year. It just is. Like, I've seen such a decline in Draymond over the last 2 years. I don't want him under contract 2 years out right now. It's one of the reasons they put in the over 36 or 37 rule where you can only get 1 year, right?
Yeah, but that's the point, though, is you're not signing him for 4 years. Maybe you do a 1+1 and let it roll out next year.
Okay.
So the way you want it right now, because this also applies to Curry. Like, you have to make a decision on him. You're not giving him anything this summer either.
I'd rather not. But if I have to give him something, if he wants it,
so the way you
we'll work
want
together.
The way Matt Simes wants it is nobody on the books. The Golden State Warriors in 2027 will be Moses Moody and Pods and first-round picks.
I can work with Steph Curry because he's played at a higher level in the last 2 or 3 years than Draymond Green.
Draymond's been more available than him this season. Am I wrong?
Draymond is a shell of himself.
Yeah, and you said Steph is too by virtue of his availability to play.
They're two different categories of players, I believe.
I'm not saying Draymond's in Steph's category.
You come back, first of all, next year is such a crapshoot. I'll tell you on the other side.
All right, I got you. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live work and vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Gettings in with Steinmetz. Signing Guru back after this.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats. Looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is time for Sponsored Jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tariq Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We had 2 crashes.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
2 right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Award-winning efficiency and great deals. There's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEK Exteriors, James Hardy Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at GoldenStateLumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Spring is here, and it's the perfect time to reset your health. If you're ready to lose weight and feel confident again before summer hits, Jumpstart MD has you covered. With the right combination of GLP-1 medications and clinician-led care, you'll get safe, effective results that last. Because not all weight loss programs are created equal. Where you get your prescription matters. Trust the experts at Jumpstart MD. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy. So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures. Everything and then some. I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus. One money pit with a side of fries. But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders. $125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, is this Hillary Duff too? No, who's this?
This is Weezer.
Oh.
See, now
this would be fun.
Who got the Weezer tickets? Do we know?
Dylan,
yeah.
In the green room.
I'm still going to that concert.
Somebody asked Dylan if he wants to switch with me.
With Passion Pit?
Weezer for Passion Pit.
I think a few people wanted to switch with Dylan. Someone who had Lil Wayne, I think, wanted to switch with Dylan.
Dylan don't even know who Weezer
Wayne?
is.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't get that.
What?
Glad I didn't get a Lil Wayne. See the guy with the...
Don't go full of Russell on me right now. Don't go full of Russell on me right now.
He's got braces, right? Lil Wayne?
No, he doesn't have braces.
Yeah, he does.
He has a grill.
Yeah, same thing.
those are not the same thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
You can't take braces off. Well, at least not with your hands. You need pliers. Just like you're trying to ply Draymond Green off of the Golden State Warriors right now. Just like a brace that has been there for 14 years. You just grab a pair of pliers and you yank it.
It's a simple question. Draymond Green has one more year left next year at $28 million.
27.6.
Would you be willing to give him an extra year and just make it 15-15, let's just say?
Well,
my answer is no.
That's fair.
I'm not doing that.
That's fair. I think I would. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Guru alongside Steiny today. And I'm so glad we're having this conversation because it always attracts bright minds. Brighter than ours, especially in this second apron era. This is from the 650, a.k.a. Rots.
Oh, Rotsy knows.
Yeah. Our resident capologist here at Steiny and Guru. Good morning, guys. Tearing up a one-year deal at 27 to then get 2 for 30 isn't that good. It's only $3 more million than he'd get over 1 year. 2 years for 35, give or take, would be more realistic. 18 million next year, 16.4 the next. The 10 million in reductions for next season wouldn't give them the cap space, but it could be the difference in using the mid-level versus the tax-paying mid-level. 16.4 million, the mid-level, could easily be traded. The 16.4 in the second season, so in the year that you don't want him on the books, could easily be traded if need be.
He wants to retire a Warrior. If he's signing an extra year, it's because he said that in the story too. He wants to be a one-team guy.
Well, I think, yeah.
So he probably asked. So it would be a Marcus Barber. It would be a pay cut for 1 year, but overall he would get more money. That's why he would do it.
He would get,
and he wants to.
He would get financial security for an extra year, but he would have to take a pay cut. That's kind of what we're throwing out there. And again, this is from Slater's article today with Draymond Green talking about his future amid the uncertainty. I think a lot of people sign. And I'm not saying you're in this group, but I do feel like a lot of people they're kind of done with Draymond. They're just done. They do not want him on the team.
That's not my number one focus. Neither's his demeanor or his attitude or anything like that. It's bigger than that. This team will always be defined by Dre and Steph until Dre and Steph are not here. I don't care if Draymond is 38 years old and he's under contract for the Golden State Warriors. He will still be their identity. It's hard. It will be hard to transition with Draymond, I believe, because his force of personality and will is just so strong. He will be the spokesman for the team for the next 2 years. He will be the guy talking about the team and the direction. And I might be open to having him on the team in 2027, but I don't want to make that decision right now. And I would have to tell him that. And people are like, well, what do you want to do? I told everybody what I wanted to do. The first thing is, it looks like they're going to get their cake and eat it too. They're going to get a play-in game, but I don't believe they're going to make the playoffs. Okay, so what does that mean? That means we got the lottery. Okay? Am I excited about the lottery? Not really. But we got a 10% chance to jump up. We probably won't. No big deal. We'll get the 14th or 15th pick in this year's draft. And I'll tell you right now, there are going to be players at 15 who contribute to their teams next year, and that's what Mike Dunleavy gets paid for, to find a rotation player at 15 in one of the best drafts we've had in recent years. Okay, now what are we doing next? What are we doing with Porzingis? Okay, can we get him 2 years? If you're asking me who I would be more comfortable with 2 years from now on the team, if both contracts are marginal or you feel like both contracts are fair and in your team's favor, I'd rather commit to Porzingis right now. He'll be a better player, even if he's not playing as much. Who else? Melton. I love Melton, but I'm not changing any kind of strategy for Melton. I'm just not. I mean, if we can get him back, we can get him back. And then next year, okay, and here's the other thing. Everybody's saying they're going for Kawhi Leonard and LeBron in the offseason. So then you make your run at them. Will they cost a lot of first-round draft picks? I wouldn't trade my first-round picks. Maybe Dunleavy would. I don't know. But I wouldn't. So next year for me is an all bets are off year anyway, because if Butler never comes back, it's over. If Butler comes back, okay, who knows? So I just go into net, like there's no way you're going to feel great about going into next year as long as Butler's situation is unresolved.
Yeah, well, of course. Like, he's coming off an ACL, and we don't know if Moses Moody's going to be the same player after ripping up his knee. The thing about it is I'm trying to figure out, and hopefully we use some of the information from Steph's return, which hopefully will be Sunday. Reportedly, that's the date that he's targeting. 5 games left and then a play-in to get to the playoffs. But hopefully that information can inform us, all right, this summer, how can we get better? And I guess what I'm struggling with, Steiny, hearing from you is it doesn't feel like you want to improve the team for next season. You just want to see. And I do feel like, maybe not for Draymond, but you do owe Curry an opportunity to compete, not at the cost of a bunch of draft picks, but if you can move some things around financially to help him with another player, maybe it's a max salary guy, maybe it's a mid-level guy combined with this rookie that they take. Like, I don't think that's a lot to ask. I'm not telling you got to mortgage the farm like we were discussing for Giannis at the trade deadline. I'm not talking about 4 unprotected first-round picks, but I am talking about moving things around to be able to help him get through the regular season and get to a couple more meaningful basketball games next year, which may very well be his final season in which he can play meaningful basketball, because then Jimmy's gone. He's got to make a choice, and there's a bunch of unknown after next season. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I guess I'm trying to.
That's why I'm not locking in Draymond a year after that.
But then how do you get better next season?
I'm not convinced. What is Draymond extending one more year going to allow you to do that you couldn't do already?
It would help you. It would free up some more money.
They're going to have the taxpayer mid-level, right? What's that? Like 14 or 15? I think they are. I mean, that's what we got to really understand. But I'm just looking at their payroll. I don't know how, if they cut 12 off their payroll right now, I'm not convinced that then they can go shopping to a more significant degree than they can right now.
Do you think Draymond right now is playing like he is a $30 million player?
No.
Do you think he's playing like he's a $14 million player?
Sure.
So pay him like one. That's what he would get, right?
I don't know if he's a $14 million player in 2027.
That's fair. I don't know. To me, when I'm reading this piece,
I got to be honest with you, and I don't know.
And by the way, the comment about him being a one franchise guy, that wasn't from him. That was from Curry. Quote, "There's always been and always will be a desire and a goal of ours to only represent one franchise, and I know Draymond is still committed to that."
All right.
It also means Curry wants to be a one jersey guy.
Yeah, Chris A., I'm with you. $14 million a year sounds good for Draymond. Yeah, it does. Not in 2027. I don't know if he'll be a $14 million player in 2027.
925.
This is.
What?
Am I the only one that thinks this is crazy?
What?
To entertain at the end of this year, locking yourself in to Draymond Green for two more.
Well, it'd be only one. You're only adding on one.
Right, but for 2 more total.
Yeah, as opposed to 1 more total.
Yes, I'm not doing that. Like, we set everything up for 2027, so we would have all the flexibility in the world. And I get it, $14 million in 2027 will still allow you a ton of flexibility. But You still have Draymond Green on your team. So I guess I would say kind of miss me with a pivot. With Draymond and Steph still the captains and running this team.
Okay, so you would like
Steph.
You would like to re-sign Kristaps Porzingis.
Yes.
That's probably going to be a multiple-year deal. So he would be on the books beyond next season. Are you not doing that? Are you asking him to walk because you can't get him for a one-year deal?
I told you I might be willing to do him for 2 years for a number of reasons rather than Dre. And one is he's younger. Two is he's way better than Draymond Green.
He's also less available.
Well, yes, the track record is he's been less available. But let's not pretend we're watching Draymond Green from 2020.
No, I'm not saying we are, but you do need guys that are going to play. And I don't have a problem bringing Porzingis back or trying to get him on board for next season. But I ain't going into next year assuming he's going to play 50 or 60 games.
I'm not either. That's why I mean, I guess the way I'm looking at it as if I were the Warriors, what I would want to do is nobody gets anything right now. Nothing. What do you mean, Steiny? Okay, Porzingis, you want to play for us? We want you for 1 year. Period. Okay, maybe he'll walk. And that would stink, but I'm not being held hostage by these non-star superstar players. Like DeAnthony Melton. I love DeAnthony Melton. But he's not going to determine the course of our future whether he comes or goes.
No, and I guess I just don't think that one extra year is going to determine you resetting or trying to rebuild this thing. Next year might be the only, the last season for a long time the Warriors could have to try and sneak into the playoffs. I don't think that they're a top 6 team going to next season, even if they re-sign Porzingis and have Steph. I'm not assuming that. But that might be the last year because then Curry is going to be 40. Jimmy Butler is going to be gone. Draymond Green is going to be 38 years old. Porzingis is going to be, my point is, if next year is the year, then I don't understand why the Warriors wouldn't try to give themselves the best chance possible. And I think that involves ripping up a couple things. Okay, so Melton, would you give him a 2-year deal? You're asking all these guys to play on prove-it deals, and I just don't think that's how sports work.
Well, let's go through.
It sounds a lot like the conversation we had last summer, which was make Brock Purdy play on his last year of his contract. I'm sorry, that ain't how it works.
No, not when you're 25. You're right. It doesn't work like that. But what about when you're 37?
And yet everyone was still asking them to do it. Go find 50 elsewhere. Go play on the last year of your deal. To me, that
can I be honest about something else that I think is a flat-out joke?
Sure.
And I'm kind of getting sick of it, quite frankly. They won't have any players. Yes, they will. Of course they're going to have players. They're going to go out and get players if they have the money or they don't have guys on their roster. Here's what, everybody's saying next year. What about, next year is the biggest crapshoot of them all for the Warriors. People think they haven't, they've actually for the last 4 years done a hell of a job hanging in there. I have to allow for the possibility that next year they could win 20 games. That is on my radar.
Yeah.
Butler never comes back. Porzingis walks. Curry's still here, but doesn't play a full season. Draymond declines more. Moody comes back in April. Pods is logging big minutes. Okay, so then what? Oh, now everything's to hell. No, it isn't.
Yeah, then you get a lottery pick.
And you have money out the yin-yang.
But, I guess I just... having nobody on your books to me is not that big a deal compared to having one player on your books.
And I won't disagree with you there.
You're still going to have 2 max salary slots coming available. To me, that's more important. What you do with Jimmy Butler beyond next season to me is far more important than what you do with Draymond Green. And that to me is unequivocal. You let him walk.
Okay. So you were kind of advocating, let's just say they give Pods an extension. Okay, Moody, Melton will give you 2 years. Draymond, now we're going to spread you out 2 years. What are we doing with Porzingis if he wants 2 now?
Well, then you would give it to him, right?
Okay. Now, let's look at 2027.
Yep.
You're going to have Curry.
Yep.
For a big number.
Sure?
We can talk about the big number. But then I'm looking at, okay, so what are we going to look like in 2027? Well, we're definitely going to have Steph, and we're definitely going to have Draymond, and we're definitely going to have Porzingis, and we're definitely going to have Melton, and we're definitely going to have Podziemski. And we now don't have a huge salary slot. If Steph's making 50 and everybody else is making...
Yes, you do. You have $60 million at minimum coming off the books because Jimmy Butler is not getting an extension this summer. That's a max salary slot, is it not?
It is, but... Okay, well then that's fine too. Then go get a free agent, go get Kawhi Leonard, and then commit to him for 2 or 3 years. Would I like that? I'd be real dicey. I mean, I'd worry about it, but my point is this. I ain't taking anybody on in 2027 unless I absolutely know right now I want him on the team. And I don't know if I want Draymond Green on the team, and I don't know if I need Melton on the team in 2 years. And quite frankly, the biggest issues for me are pods. What do you want pods on the team for sure right now in 2027?
I don't think they have much of a choice.
All right.
If you can get him at a good number, why not?
I'm not against that.
But if he wants $20+ million per year, then I don't think that would be a good investment to have him on the team.
Right. I agree with you.
So then who's going to play?
They can sign him next year.
Yeah, and he'll be a restricted free agent.
Okay. And what like Kuminga was on the team?
Yeah, but you know that's a different story.
I do, because I think if Pods doesn't get an extension, he'll be fine next year.
Yeah, because he'll play. And they're not trying to trade him.
Okay. Well, that's why it'll be different. Like Pods can, just because you're not going to break Pods off now doesn't mean you don't think he's part of the future.
Okay, so are you bringing Steve Kerr back for next season?
Well, that's the other thing. You may as well, you know what? If this is your plan, if you're going to not extend Draymond, if you redo Draymond and now he's got a deal next year and in 2027, 2028, Draymond's on the team. Yeah, you know what? Go extend Kerr for 2 years. Yes, I would do that.
Why?
I don't want to, because I don't want to, but I do it.
You would do it because you don't want to.
No, what I mean is you have to do it, but I don't want to.
Well, what if he doesn't want to be here?
Well, then I don't want Draymond here under a new coach.
Why not? Why wouldn't it, maybe that coach wouldn't be afraid to relegate him.
Okay.
Wouldn't be afraid to bring him off the bench. Wouldn't be afraid to have him to kind of evolve or transform into a mentor role.
A new coach is going to do that. Is going to be able to ask that of Draymond, and he will deliver.
Dan Hurley might.
I mean...
Look, man, I understand, and really what we're getting at is there's no easy choice here. I don't think. There's no good one. There's no clear-cut path for the Warriors back to contention. And this is what I think they're wrestling with. When if Curry says, I want to be a one-jersey guy, and Draymond wants to be a one-jersey guy, I don't necessarily have a problem with that happening, and I guess I just don't see why an extra year is such a big deal. Unless you don't want him on the team at all, which is fair. To me, him and Klay Thompson's situations are completely different. Because by the end, Klay did not want to be here. I think Draymond still does.
You know what? I know he still wants to be here. And then, this is the other thing. Why does he want to be here for 2 more years?
Because he wants to retire here, probably.
Okay. Well, guess what? I'll meet you in the middle. Retire after next year. Tell you what, if we rip up this deal, Draymond, and you're under contract in 2027, you can forget about a statue. I'll tell you what, you retire, when your contract's up, we'll think about it.
So we're just going to try and force these guys out of the door.
Yes.
Everyone has a personal agenda.
I don't mean it that way.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Bit. Boxer and Gerson working to return his text line. Evans being obtuse. Well, I've heard that before. No.
You're being pedantic.
You're going to have to explain to me what that means. Of the dudes being discussed or consequential, let them all walk. They're replaceable. Okay. Okay. Let them all walk. Seriously, so every single year from here on out, we're just going to play it year by year. Brand new team every single season. Only sign 1 year.
It won't be a brand new team.
No, we're just signing 1-year deals.
Well, it'll never be a brand new team as long as Steph and Draymond are under contract. Ever.
So then we should ask Curry to walk at the end of next season too.
He's playing at a higher level when he plays. That's
literally the first time I've ever heard you say when he plays. To you, that never matters. How can I assume he's going to play 70 games next season? I can't.
Well, this is what I mean. I don't care what he plays next year. He's under contract. He's got to get paid. He's either going to play or he's not going to play. And if he doesn't play, then we got a big decision to make on the following year.
Yeah, I guess I just don't have a big deal with 2027. Maybe that's just where we are.
I'll tell you right now, if we come back here at the end of the offseason and the Golden State Warriors have given Steph Curry a 1-year extension, so he will be under contract 2027, 2028 for $50 million. Okay. The Golden State Warriors, for lack of a better term, have renegotiated Draymond's deal. He will now be with the Golden State Warriors through 2028 under contract. Steve Kerr, we love him. We are now giving Kerr a 2-year extension, and we might not know much, but what we do know is Steph, Kerr, and Draymond are under contract for the next 2 years. I'd be surprised. I just would be.
Well, and this is where I think people need to wrap their minds around. Green's going to be on the team next season.
No doubt.
Okay, that's not what people want. People want him gone now. So the idea of 2 years is very scary, which I understand, but he's going to be on the team next year.
Right.
By the way,
if you think he's playing so well, I can live with that.
Well, I don't think he's playing that well, but he's also playing games, and you need somebody to be on the court.
Yeah.
Not named Leons. I don't like you pedantic. I just learned what that meant. That hurt.
Well.
Although displaying academic.
What does it mean again?
Person excessively concerned with minor details, rules, or displaying academic knowledge. That part I'm okay with. Often, though, in an annoying or arrogant way.
Yeah, that's not me.
Yeah, where do you think I learned it from? 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in with Steinmetz. Guru's going to be back on Friday, taking your phone calls at 888-957-9570. That segment was presented by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select Classic Ham, shank, half or whole, bone in, just 89 cents per pound while supplies last. Limit one item. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just 1 branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
In Oakland, mostly cloudy, brief showers, high of 64.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
The legendary band Deep Purple are hitting the road this summer with special guest Kansas and Jefferson Starship. They'll be rocking Shoreline Amphitheater on September 5th. For more info and a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I'll be out there hating.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiny's here. You all right over there?
Oh, I'm dynamite.
You got to turn your mic on now.
I'm dynamite. It's
you like this beat?
No. You buried the lead.
You are a hater.
I don't even know who it is.
It's Lil Wayne. This is hustler music. You seriously don't like this? There's no word. There's no words. You liked Hillary Duff.
No, this is great.
Okay.
This is great.
Yeah, keep lying to me.
You buried the lead. April 1st. You know what that means?
What does it mean?
It means, and you might be wondering, why I'm in such a good mood.
I couldn't tell.
Oh, yeah. It is the start of golf season.
I thought that's when the extra hour comes in.
Yeah. Well, it's come in.
No, yeah, but it happened like weeks ago.
Well, but this is the first time I'm going to be able to play a midweek round this year.
You're going to play 18?
Oh, yeah.
Where are you playing?
Carica.
North or south?
Hopefully the south. I like the south a lot.
Wait, what do you mean hopefully? You don't have a tee time?
Yeah, but I don't know I don't know what Aaron got, my buddy Aaron.
Oh, I thought you were just going to go solo.
No.
People like pedantic.
It's interesting you talked about solo because I know I know golfers who will never, ever, 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 ever go to a golf course as a single.
Why?
My buddy Matt's like that. He'll never. Golf is about being with your buddies. Golf's about camaraderie. Golf's about a shared focus among a group. He thinks that guys who go out and play by themselves tend to be really weird.
Well, you don't have to go 100% of the time by yourself. You can go with friends, but what if you want to play and no one else is available to play?
Well, there's a couple things. One is when you go as a single, you're at the mercy of who they put you with. That is uncomfortable in and of itself for many.
Yeah, if you're antisocial.
Well, I'm just saying.
You are antisocial. I've seen you at the cafeteria.
No, what I'm saying is it's risky to go out there alone. I used to go out alone and play by myself, but it's just not the same. So,
Tiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
Well, Ken works odd hours sometimes, so he likes to play alone. There's nothing wrong with that. By the way, 925, I'm playing the North for the first time Friday. Do you like the North or the South better?
I like the South better. That's just me. A lot of people
like
the North.
You want to elaborate on that?
I just like it better.
Okay. Just like golf and solo is weird.
I don't want to get into why, but I don't know. Sometimes you just have, I love Peacock Gap up in Marin. I don't know why.
All right.
Probably because I had a hole in one there.
There's your answer, 925. Did you just do the sniff?
Yeah.
All right. Tom's in Sonoma.
About a hole in one.
Tom's in Sonoma. Lead off, Tom. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hi, Evan, man. Hey, this team is not fun. It's not exciting. They're hurt. They're broke down. They're old. And Evan, you keep talking about running these guys back, man. This roster can never win a championship again. They just can't. I mean, that's the obvious thing that I see here. Why is the organization afraid to say, hey, we need to start rebuilding? I mean, if we don't start rebuilding, Draymond Green has got to go. I don't even want him on his $27.5 contract, man. And if Steph Curry plays these last 4 games, okay, we win 2, and he gets to the playoff. That's 7 games in 14 days. I don't think he's going to make it. Can he afford a career-ending injury, man? I mean, that's what he's risking here. For what? For what? Think about that, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Tom.
I may be in the minority on this one, but Steph's he gets to do whatever he wants. He just does. And now, obviously, that doesn't mean he can be irresponsible, but it's clear that he's going to play. So he's coming back to play. Do you think, and you alluded to this earlier, and it's what I brought up also, is do people think Steph Curry's not aware of what's going on? Steph Curry knows that, yeah, if he goes out for the last 3 or 4 games in a play-in and a playoff, he might get hurt. He knows that. He knows it. So he's wide-eyed. Let him do what he wants. It's not going to be like, I play, I get hurt, they made me play. No, he's the only guy who needs to be at peace with his decision. And if Steph Curry wants to play, he should play. And he's going to play. And now you got to just let the chips fall. If something were to happen, something happens.
Well, I agree with that. And I even agree with Tom that, this isn't super exciting and fun. I think a lot of it is because Steph hasn't been around. But even with him, and before Jimmy got hurt, they were not a contending team. But this is the thing. It's like, what do you want them to do?
I told you.
You can't get off of Draymond this summer unless you trade him. And then you're telling Steph you're not trying to win. You don't have to sign Porzingis. But then I got to question why you traded for him in the first place. You don't have to bring Draymond back at a lower number. You don't have to do anything. You can just roll into next year with a few of these guys, roll the ball out and say, hey, Steph, have some fun in your last year. And if you play a lot, great. And if you don't, well, it's not really going to matter anyways because you're not winning a championship. I'm trying to figure out, because I'm under the assumption that they are going to try and improve the roster this summer, that they are going to try and compete at as high a level as possible, even if that's not good enough for fans next season. And so I'm trying to figure out ways that we can meet in the middle where you're not sacrificing anything long-term, where you're not really investing in a ton long-term, but you are trying to help Curry in his age 39 season at least have a shot to maybe make the playoffs. Not to win a championship, but to make the playoffs last year before all bets are off.
Just so you know, they've already approached things long-term with this latest 2-year window. Mike Dunleavy has been on record saying, we talked about age. He said, I'm not that concerned about it. It's a 2-year window, this year and next year. And this year has not gone well. And now you're telling me you kind of want to double down and make it another 2-year window. That's what I hear when I hear Draymond Green.
Well, the 2-year window is next year.
No. That's okay. I mean, when I say no, I mean, that's not what you said.
It is.
That's not what Mike Dunleavy said, though.
Then why'd they give him an extra? They gave Jimmy Butler 2 years to align with Curry and Draymond. That's the window.
Right. That ends next year.
Yes. So 1 year after that would not be an additional 2-year window.
Well, okay, fine. It's an extra year.
Yeah.
But the way I'm looking at it is they set everything up for 2027. They've spent years actually doing that, setting up 2027. And now you're saying, let's give it one more crack at it. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, again, we talked about the age of the guys. We talked about where the franchise was. We talked about all these things with Dunleavy at the beginning of this year. And, I'm thinking there's, I don't see it. I'm worried about these old guys. Dunleavy, I'm not as worried as most because it's a 2-year window. And year one has not gone well.
Nope.
So why keep it open for an extra year?
Well, you don't have a lot of flexibility.
Not this offseason. I just don't want to jeopardize anything for the following offseason.
And I guess that's where we don't see eye to. I don't think you're jeopardizing much. I really don't.
I mean, to me, if ever there's a year where if I'm an executive of the Warriors, next year is the least of the years I'm putting all my eggs in any basket. This is the year to say, nope.
So then you're out on Kawhi and LeBron.
All right. Now those guys.
Well, that would be putting your eggs in that basket. And it sounds like that's what they're going to try and do.
And I don't necessarily have a problem with that because the strategy you've developed is so that in 2027 you have an ability to get free agents. The only way they get Kawhi is if something happens. He gets bought out. But yes, it's okay because they'd think Kawhi is good enough to be on the payroll after 2027. He would be a guy, you have to make up your mind.
I don't think any of these guys are good enough. If you're talking about championship players.
Okay, then I wouldn't go after Kawhi.
Well, Kawhi's going to be 36 years old by that time.
Okay. If
LeBron's going to be Jackie Robinson, 42.
Yeah, I know. It's a pipe dream. This is a pipe dream with those guys. It's again, I'm just looking at next year. All right, Curry's going to be on the team. Draymond's going to be on the team. Butler is on the team, but may play no games. Moody's on the team, may not play. Pods will be on the team. Santos will be on the team. Is Porzingis going to be on the team? I'll say yes. What about Al Horford? What are we doing with Horford? What's Horford going to do with his?
He's got his own choice.
I'm just saying, we got Horford, Richard, Will Richard. You got to figure out Melton and Peyton. Like, they have players. It'll be hard to get better.
Well, Melton, you got to re-sign. You probably got to re-sign him. Wow, people really don't like golfing alone.
No, nobody does.
Have you guys never moved? I know you have. You never moved to a new place and never known anyone? That's prevented you from going golfing?
No, I know. When I golf on the East Coast, I golf with my East Coast friends. When I golf out here, I golf with my West Coast friends.
Yeah, and when you moved out here and you knew no one, you would...
Well, I knew a couple people.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
I started playing with Dave and Andre.
You've never...
And the group expanded.
...lived in a place where you know nobody. That's what it tells me about you.
Well, I moved out here and I only knew 2 people. I forged a life out here.
Yeah, you had to build one. And in the meantime, you prevented well, I guess you weren't as much of a golfer back then, but you just didn't want to golf because you'd have to go alone? How insecure are you?
It's not insecure. It's just not as much fun. And like, if I could...
You would rather not golf at all?
I'd rather be with a buddy watching a game.
There's only 2 options here. You either golf alone or you don't golf. Because if you don't know anyone, you don't have a choice.
You know what? That'd be a tough choice. I'd probably golf alone, but I would not play nearly as much.
Scratch golfers play alone from the 707.
What does he know?
I don't know. You got to ask the 707.
You know what?
You're listening.
You're not a scratch golfer, 707.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yes, I have lived in a place where I didn't know anybody. Lived in 7 states in 4 years. Let's go to John, who's in Oakland, wants to talk about solo golf. Hey, John, how you doing? What's up?
Hey, doing good, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What do you got?
Sure.
So look, the solo golf thing, I mean, I get it if you like hanging out with your buddies, but at the end of the day, if you like getting better, if you like the sport, if you're competitive, if you're trying to win, like, you'll get out there and play golf regardless of if it's rain or shine. You're playing with somebody who is good. I can understand the pace, right? Like, if you're skiing or snowboarding, right, you don't want to go with somebody who isn't as good as you and is going to hold you back. I could see that reason for playing with somebody that you know versus a different group. But at the end of the day, it's you versus you out there. And if you're playing for, beers and buddies, that's one thing. But if you're playing, to get better at the sport of golf, that's what really makes you an athlete and a sportsman. So that's my take. And if I could say one thing about the Steph Curry thing, that would be great.
Yeah, go ahead. All you.
I know you guys can. Play them. The Warriors are losing millions and millions of dollars on people not going to Chase Center or watching these games. And they're paying Steph millions and millions of dollars to be out there. I mean, it's about entertainment. It is about winning championships, but it's also about watching a good quality game. And they have literally no chance of, being competitive or interesting without Steph. So, I mean, like, put him out there. That's my take on that.
Yeah, and it looks like you're going to get your wish.
Yep, hopefully on Sunday. What's the difference between going to a bar alone and going golfing?
I don't do that either.
You've done it before, though.
Well, it's usually when I know I'll know people at the bar.
Yeah, but let's say someone cancels on you.
Then I won't go.
No, but you're already there.
Well, then I got to stay there. You're not going to catch me here, E.
I am.
I don't think you will.
Well, but you're a social guy.
I'll
you
go
like
to a bar
meet people.
To meet a buddy.
You like to meet people.
Who says? I like to meet people I want to meet.
Yeah, see, you put this face on for radio, but the moment you step out of this building, you're a much more approachable guy than you lead on. My point is, it's the same principle. You can meet people. You can have fun. I'm not saying I do it all the time, but I don't think there should be this negative
stigma?
Association with solo golfers.
I don't know if it's a negative association. It's just that of all the things I prefer in life, golf is near the top. And golfing alone to me is something different, and it's not as close to the top. It's still better than going to the dentist.
You ever gone on a trip solo?
No.
What?
A golf trip solo?
No, not a golf trip. I'm saying a trip somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I used to do it every year.
Yeah, by yourself.
After the Warriors. See, back in the day,
literally, what's it?
After the Warriors, well, there's a big difference.
Doing things alone is not a wrong part of who you are.
Warrior season used to always end mid-April, and I would take a week off right after the season and go for a drive somewhere.
Yeah, and was it
for a week?
And was it therapeutic?
Yeah.
Was it?
But I didn't.
Did you learn something about yourself?
For 90% of the trip, I don't talk because I'm by myself.
Well, you don't have to talk on the golf course.
Well, you kind of do.
No, to me, that's neurotic if you go to a golf course by yourself and don't talk. But I'm saying you don't have to if you don't want
Okay, so
it.
you get to a golf course by yourself. You're feeling you're a little down, but you want to get out and hit some balls. And then you get 3 ñaños you're playing with. Hey, what do you do for a living? No, what do you do for a living? How many kids do you have? Are you Matt Steinmetz? No.
And yes, you are.
Or your kids, your wife.
So are you telling me the local celebrity thing is why you don't like golfing alone?
No, that's not why.
That might be the most pompous thing you've ever said.
No, that's not why. Well, it's not. No, I'm not going to let. Jordan, I shouldn't have gone there. Let's just put it down.
Yeah, 650. I would hate to golf alone, but it is fun. And you get paired with random people, can meet a lot of different kinds of folks.
This is where my parents have taught me to be precise. It can be fun. It's not fun because if you say it's fun, that means it's always fun, and sometimes it's not. It can be fun, yes.
Okay, fine. I would hate to golf alone, but it can be fun to go by yourself and get paired with random and meet different people.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a guarantee you're going to have fun. All I'm saying is people calling solo golfers crazy, that's a little elitist of you.
No, it's got nothing to do with elite. It's just...
No, it means you think you're better than them, and that's
I don't make a judgment
that's how
if you
golf.
want to go out and play alone. I just don't do it often.
You just said people are crazy if they golf by themselves.
I don't think I said
There's something
crazy.
wrong with them.
That's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
For example, okay, if I weren't meeting a buddy today to play, I wouldn't play.
But what if you really wanted to play today?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. And what if your buddy says, I can't go?
Then
sorry, something came up.
Then
you're on the way to the golf course. You're telling me you're going to turn around and go home?
I'm telling you, I might text you and be like, "What are you up to, E?"
Well, I'm busy because I got something. I got to do pre and post tonight. Warriors, Spurs.
That's right.
Yeah, Wemby's in town. By the way, I got something for Wemby in about 5 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, not his biggest fan right now.
Why not?
Jay's in San Jose. What's up, Jay? Wants to talk about the Warriors. How you doing?
Okay, so before I even say anything about the Warriors, I just feel like this whole let's get on Steiny, let's just rag Steiny all day, that's old, bro. Like, this is the Steiny and Guru show, and they're perfect, but it's like sometimes I don't know who the difference between, like, Grandy and Evan or whoever is. It's like you guys are not even good or not horribly bad. If you was horribly bad, I would tune in just to see how horrible you was. Just like Molly at First Take. You know, she was so horribly bad, we tuned in. You're just bad. There's no niche about your bad. It's just regular. You're talking elitist. You sound elitist talking about Draymond Green. Like, don't ever, like, you got to put some respect on on Draymond's name. Do you know how hard it is to get to the level that he's at and to perform at the level he has? I've never seen a clutch game where Draymond didn't show up. Now, it's like your parent. When your parent was young, they were really on you, whatever else like that. They get older, and they're not the greatest parent, but you don't rag on them, say they're a bad parent. Of course he's older, and he's not playing as great as he was.
I've been defending Draymond this entire show.
You just said a lot of people want him gone, so that's when I tuned in.
Yeah, you're just regular bad.
I'm sorry, Jay. Sorry, my bad. It's all you.
Because it's like I don't want to listen all day while y'all ragging on Steiny. Steiny is good. He's great. I'm missing Guru because it's like but just the whole show, we just going to try to just be condescending to Steiny? Come on, bro. He's a legend, too. respect your elders, bro, and just find your own niche. But your niche ain't just ragging your partner all day, bro.
All right,
find something different.
All right, my man, I'm going to stick up for my partner.
I got you, Jay.
Can I be honest with you?
What?
I didn't feel like you guys have been picking on me today. You're just asking me about the Warriors.
Well, I do, but I think it's...
But then I've been told I can't read a room.
I think it's
so I don't know if I might be the butt of a joke. I don't even know.
I think it's also kind of funny that...
Careful. He had no malice there.
What are you talking about? He called me regular bad.
That's worse than ideal, uniquely bad. That's worse. Yeah.
Wait, did he think that I was you today?
No,
You've been trying to get Draymond off the team for the last 2 hours.
No, I'm not. I just don't want to have him on the team any longer. He's already going to be on the team next year. I don't want him on the team 2 years from now. What's so hard to say? And you know what? Put a poll up. I'll win that poll.
Oh, yeah. Well, I believe you will. I think I'm in the minority on this one. But I've been told that sometimes I come off as an ass. There's no doubt about that. But I think today I've been pretty kind to Draymond.
Right. And you've taken it out on me.
Well, no one else is here.
Hold on, what?
We both won tickets today.
Yeah,
I feel like you were coming down my road about golfing alone. Some of us are more introverted. And so I just felt like you broke your fangs out.
You know what? I am just here so I won't get fined, pretty much.
Well, especially on April Fool's Day.
Oh, that's what he was doing. He didn't mean it.
No, he meant that.
I don't think he meant
that. He definitely meant that. He
called me a legend. It was April Fool's.
I don't think so. Jay in San Jose, I don't know him.
Jay, thank you so much, buddy. I'm trying to work with these young kids. They haven't paid their dues, and we'll get them there. We'll get them there, Jay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll respect our elders next time. Sorry, Steiny.
From the 510, Steiny picks on Guru every day.
That's not true.
What is he talking about?
See, I don't pick on Guru. I just use him as an opportunity to fling off some one-liners. It's not picking on him.
That's not picking on him.
No, look, it's Abbott and Costello. They were equally irreverent to each.
Look, I'm just pissed off because I got Hillary Duff tickets and some kid out there got Weezer tickets. That's all that's going on here.
I didn't think I was getting picked on, but in fact, the one thing I have been surprised today is this has been kind of tougher than if I were in the A chair, quite frankly, because I got to play off you. I don't usually do that. I'm usually, I'm a ball pounder.
All right.
You know what I mean? That's a basketball term.
Phrasing. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
We are approaching our first full week of baseball for the 2026 pro season, and it's packed with a full slate of matchup series. Monday will kick off with Minnesota versus Kansas City and Texas and Baltimore to start off the week. Across the league, we'll see the impact of off-season additions to give fans an early glimpse of what's to come.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. But better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Tyler from San Francisco. Alejandro and Salvador came to fix our gate, and they were 10 out of 10. They fixed our issue super fast and were awesome to deal with.
Reese's
Apparently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Spring brings brighter days and more time to show off your Kohl styles. School drop-off, a chance for your outfit to shine in the morning rays. The sun filtering through your windows, practically a personal spotlight, and family walks, all perfectly timed for golden hour. Shop Kohl's for 15% off and make the most of more daylight. Your outfits deserve it. Select styles. Offer ends April 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more.
Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
He's great. I'm missing Guru because it's like just the whole show, we just going to try to just be condescending to Steiny? Come on, bro. He's a legend, too.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, sometimes, Steiny, you got to use these as opportunities for growth. I apologize to you. If you feel like I've been condescending, if you feel like I've been sarcastic, rude.
Yeah, I misspoke.
Disrespectful. All these things that for the last 2 hours, Jay's been hearing. Okay. I apologize to you.
So did you see that, in that story?
I tried to apologize to you.
Yeah, you tried.
Are you going to say thank you?
No.
Why not?
Why would I thank you?
For apologizing, for being sincere, for being honest.
That's irrelevant. The real question is, do I accept it or not?
For looking inward.
No, the question is whether I accept it or not.
You're smiling right now.
We'll see. We're not there yet.
You were going to say something?
Yeah, and let's not bury the lead about Draymond Green in that story. I could have sworn his quote said he wants to play a few more years. Now, anybody who speaks the English language knows that a few means more than 2.
Yep.
Okay, so maybe we're not. So you want, just so we get this clear, you wouldn't mind Draymond Green being under contract after this season for 3 more seasons.
What if he's at a vet min?
I don't care. No, you don't just get to play on the Warriors because you want to. Come on.
So the Udonis Haslem role is just out of reach. Can't do it.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
All right. Well, I guess I can't change your mind.
Not right now.
All right. Let's go to not right now. Let's go to Ed, who's in Benicia. Ed, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Hey.
I'm a little down.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Hey, real quick, you were asking the question if Curry should play or not. I bought a little package up in Sacramento so I could see the Warriors twice. The first game, Curry didn't play. Butler didn't play. And Draymond being Draymond, he opted out at the last minute. That was the game where Kuminga, I was looking for some leadership from him. I didn't see it. So now, the next to last game, it'll be in Sacramento. So you can bet I want to see Curry play, and I actually respect the fact that Curry wants to play. That's part of his brand, basically. If he's able to go, he wants to go. So I love that fact about Curry. I think he should play, and I'm a total no on Draymond. I wanted him off the team after he punched his teammate. So the idea of having 2 or 3 more years of Draymond Green for me is a non-starter. So I'm not on the same timeline, or I don't feel the same way that the previous caller had to say about Draymond.
I got you, Ed. Appreciate the call. Yeah, people are with you today. No more Dre.
No, that's not true. We're going to have him next year. We're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to Draymond next year.
Why are you looking forward to Draymond next year?
Because it's going to be his last year with the team. Oh. It's Draymond's appreciation year next year. That's fine.
Oh,
that'll make it better.
Yeah, that'll go real well with the fan base, especially when Draymond wants his tour.
Well, he'll only get 1 night at the arena, but he'll get 29 nights in other arenas. See what I'm saying?
Oh, I got you.
He's not getting a farewell tour. What's when they did Irving and Kareem, you realize those guys went then to all the other buildings and were cheered and appreciated.
Yeah, I don't think Draymond's going to get that.
I don't think he'll get it either.
Seriously.
But it could be kind of amusing.
Well, I'm more curious to find out, do you think he actually wants one? Do you think that he deserves one? I think he's smart enough to know he's not that guy.
I mean, there's only 2 guys right now in the league that deserve it, and that's Curry and LeBron.
I would agree with that.
Like KD, no. Because he hasn't.
It just doesn't feel right. I think players would show reverence for Kevin Durant, but I don't think like KD's in town for the last time. Stand up and clap. You tell me they're doing that in Washington? Well, I guess he's from D.C.
Yeah,
they actually might do it there.
I mean, if he comes through the Warriors, he would get treated well by the fans.
Well, here he should. Yeah, absolutely. He contributed to 2 championships. But like in Sacramento, he's not getting a standing O.
Probably not. Although,
like LeBron would get a standing O in Sac. That's where he played his first game. They'd probably have a video package from, first game of his NBA career, something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
They would reluctantly give Curry one.
I think, like, if Curry went on a farewell tour, like, how would Houston treat him?
I think they would give him a standing ovation.
Do you really?
Yes.
Well, they're the only team that
if you're a real basketball fan, right?
Yeah, I would. I'm just trying to think of the team that probably is the most resentful of Curry. I was just thinking Houston, right?
Houston.
Well, here's the other thing I was thinking about this year.
I'd say Cleveland. But although they
but he would get, time. I think he'd get an ovation in Cleveland.
Like, do you think Warriors fans would?
LeBron?
Yeah.
Yeah, they would. Yes.
I bet a lot of them wouldn't, but I bet a lot of them also would.
If LeBron James plays for Cleveland next year and says this is it, and he's coming to Chase for the last time, he would absolutely get a standing ovation. There's no doubt in my mind.
I think he should.
Because you know why else? Is Curry would lead it. So, but here's the one thing I was thinking about, and this is a small part of it as it relates to Steph Curry. And since I'm sitting in Goo's chair, I'll say it. Evan.
Yeah.
Can you imagine all the damage that Curry's done to Portland over the years, and now he's coming back just to beat him in the play-in? If you're a Portland fan, you got to be scared. Curry coming to do what he does up to Portland again. Yeah. He owns Portland. That game's won.
I wouldn't say he owns Portland this season.
I'm just saying.
Well, if you're Portland, yeah, you are. I think any team is quote unquote afraid of Curry, but they're not afraid of the Golden State Warriors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest difference. Like, I think Portland fans would be feeling, well, they'd be feeling nervous because it is a one and done. You lose, you go home. But I don't think they would be feeling the way they did, say, in 2016 when it was announced in Game 4 that Steph was making his return and ended up scoring, I think, 17 in overtime or something like that. Yeah, I don't think they'd be as afraid of Curry as they were then, and certainly not of the Golden State Warriors.
No, probably not.
Like, do you think Warriors fans are feeling confident going into the 9-10 game against Portland?
Yeah, I do.
Like we're winning that game.
Yeah, I think they're winning it with Curry.
I think they will too, or would. I would pick them to win.
And then who would they get, Phoenix or
they would get
the
Phoenix
Clippers?
or the Clippers.
That's going to be tough. But
you got Steph.
And yeah, you got a puncher's chance. But I am okay, you beat Portland, then you beat the Clippers, then you play the Thunder. It's a lot of games. It's a lot of games for our guy.
That's true. All right, let's go to Joe. Joe's in Burbank. Joe, how you doing? What's going on? Good afternoon.
Pretty good. Hi, Steiny. Hi, Evan.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call. You know, I think the reason you heard Draymond say he wants to play a few more years is because of Steph. Monte Poole was on the radio about 3 weeks ago, and he said that Steph wants to play in the 2028 Olympics. And Monte Poole is kind of friends with Steph, at least from what I've heard. And he wants to play the 2028 Olympics. And because of that, he wants to play before that on the Warriors, two more years. So if you look at that, then what Steph's going to do is ask for 2 more years after next season. And Draymond wants to hang around with him and make some more money. So
I believe that.
This situation is just going to get worse and worse and worse. Steph, we're lucky to have Steph. There's players like that don't come along very often. But unfortunately, Steph might fall into the category of superstars that love the game so much they don't want to leave. Think about the situation with the Olympics. He left winning that. You can't go any better than that. And now he wants to go back for 1 more year. I don't understand that. I just think that he just loves the game so much. And I don't have a problem with that. It's just that I think, like Steiny, you said a couple times over the years, and I always admire you for it, as you said that you kind of think of the franchise first. And that's how I feel. Sooner or later, you got to look at what's good for the franchise. And I don't know what Steph's going to ask when he asks for 2 more years after next year. But all we're doing is prolonging, keeping a team that's old and has chances of a lot of injuries. So as a Warrior fan probably since I would say run TMC, I'm a little depressed right now on the direction the team's going, and I just, it just looks like we're locked into at least another 3 years of older team stuff. So I don't know. What do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. When I look at next year, I kind of feel like there are things you're locked into that you kind of got to get through. I realized I jumped in there, but I'm not in the A chair. That's my bad.
Oh, no, you can go for it.
No, I forgot what I was going to say now. So I'll just stop talking, then put the onus on you. Let me tell you something. The one thing I'm realizing today, my B chair's been stealing money. You know what I mean? No, you got to talk now, see?
Well, this is usually where I would jump in, but I've been too condescending today.
Well, no, I'm kidding.
Hey, Steiny, you're doing a wonderful job.
No, I'm not a fan of keeping a bunch of old guys 3 years down the road. I guess I just don't see why an extra. Look, I'm gonna go. Do you want to do this AI? Do you want to do this AI thing?
Yeah,
All right.
I do.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Especially because the last caller talked about Steph.
Okay, so this was from the SF Standard, and Danny Emmerman put together a predictive model to look at some of the players on the Warriors and the decisions that they'll have to make this summer. So, for example, I guess a couple of these I didn't tell you how much money they were.
Okay.
But so if I just put in a name like Draymond Green, the AI model will say this upcoming summer, a 2-year contract, $12 million AAV. That's the predictor for what they would do if he opts out. That's what the predictor says. Kristaps Porzingis. According to the SF Standard, one league source told them that he wouldn't expect the team would be willing to offer a deal longer than 2 years, given his health. So, 2 years, $30 million.
Total?
That's the predictor.
I'm in.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm in on that.
I don't think that's that big of a commitment whatsoever.
I'm in on that.
Okay. DeAnthony Melton, who will almost certainly decline his $3.4 million player option to enter free agency. This is from the model. He's an analytics darling and compares well with Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Kason Wallace, and Ayo Dosunmu. Their contracts range from $7 to $15 million annually. So 3 years, $28.5 is the projection for DeAnthony Melton.
No.
Nope. What about it don't you like? Let me guess. The years.
No, I don't like $10 million for him.
It's 9.5.
I don't like 9 for him. That's a lot.
That's fair. To me, it would be more the year-long commitment than the actual 9.5.
That too.
I mean, it'd be less than Moody.
I mean, I think I like Melton, but I think there's an what's it called? People are what's the word? Enamorated?
Overvaluing him?
Or they're overly enamorated by him. Good player. Nice player. Role player. Seventh man.
I mean, I think that's a guy that you let the market dictate. You know, if he's...
Sure.
Well, but if he gets overpaid, you can't bring him back.
Right. And
I don't think he's that important at this point.
I agree.
He hasn't been shooting that well the last 20 games.
I agree.
He's also been turning the ball over a lot. Okay, let's get to Podziemski.
Oh, so you're saying there's an AI model that
can predict the extension.
Oh. So what do you want me to do? Do you want me to predict what I think the AI will say, or you want to say what the AI says and I'll say why it's wrong? Or why I agree with it?
No, you'll do that anyways. So you guess. What do you think the AI model is predicting Brandon Podziemski will get for a rookie extension?
Okay, so I'm basing it off the AI. What I think the AI model will be.
Yes.
The AI model's simple. It'll be 3 for 50. Close or not even?
A 4-year structure is what the model's predicting.
Okay. Okay, 4. Okay, I'll do it this way. 4 for, that's going to be 4 for 68. The old 4 for 68 for Pods.
That's close. Kind of. It's 4 for 74. $18.5 million per year, 4-year extension.
This is the one where Warrior fans are going to be like, no.
This ain't me. Quote, strong three-point volume shooter, defensive versatility, proven health, that's actually accurate, and fit in winning systems. Below star tier, but well above replacement level, positions team for cap flexibility with structured deal. That's artificial intelligence. I can't give him that.
You can't?
18.5 per year.
Is that what the annual is?
That's what the projection is. I can't do that. I'm not sure I can go above 15, Steiny.
I loved my 3 for 48 that I'd give him. Can you get him to take that?
3 for 48.
Yeah.
So that would be 16. Maybe. Why would the extra years scare you?
Oh, the extra year doesn't. It's the big number and the AAV number. 18, I know what's the difference between 16 and 18? It's $2 million. 16 feels like you can have a $16 million player who comes off the bench and starts occasionally, but you can't have an $18 million player who comes off the bench.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. But if Melton walks, he might be your starter next year, which is, again, that's a reflection of your team. I don't think, based on the way the season has gone, that any extension candidates, I just think you got to be careful.
Yeah.
I guess Draymond doesn't bother me as much, but a 4-year investment in someone that you're not sure can be a starter for a playoff team, that's kind of a lot. And maybe you look at the market next year, and if the market says he's worth 18.5 or 20, then you make your choice then.
Well, ideally, the way it would work is, in a perfect world, the Warriors, what was the number? 4 for 74?
Yeah.
Okay. They'd give him 4 for 74, which is a little high for me, but whatever. And right now, is he a starter?
He's a starter on this team.
Right. What you hope happens is at the end of next year, you say, damn, this guy's a starter. And now you got a starter. You need Pods to get better if you're going to give him that money. He better get better.
Do you think he's gotten better since his rookie season?
I do, yes. I do.
Well, then maybe you trust that marginal improvement is going to continue over the next couple of years. The only issue is that it's not going to be fast enough to me by next season that if you want to do something, that he's going to be a big part of it.
Let me ask you this. If I ask Warrior fans, what would be a big bag for Pods?
4 for 80.
So let's say 20 million would be the separator?
I think that's a lot.
Okay.
I mean, what does Nickeil Alexander-Walker make?
I think he got that 22-ish? 21?
Because, he was a guy that was in Pods' position last season, 4 for 62. That's what he got. He got about $18 million. I can't pay you more than Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
I don't want to, no.
He's a good player.
Not. Yeah,
he's a legitimate starter.
I'm with you. All right. How old is Nickeil Alexander-Walker right now?
Would be, I think, 25. Sorry, 27.
Okay, so in an ideal world, you get Pods for 13 or 14 or 15, and then when he's 27, what's he now, 23?
Pods?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, then when he's 27, he gets the 22 million, 25 million if he keeps getting better.
Oh, and the 707's bringing up how his 17.7 points per game, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, not starter numbers. I think those are his numbers on this current team. And I'm not, but the question I have is, okay, next year, if you do have, Curry, Porzingis, healthy together at the beginning of the season, can Pods be the same player? Because he'll probably have to be if this team's going to want to win games. Will he not?
Of the players on the team.
Well, you're going to need him to take a step up next season.
No doubt.
Curry's going to be a year older.
Right.
Porzingis probably ain't going to play a whole season. Jimmy's coming back in January at best. You need him to be better. And if you think that he can be, then I don't mind extending him. But to me, giving him more than a player that is, and I guess Nickeil Alexander-Walker was a bit of a risk by the Hawks at the time because he hadn't been a starter, but like that's the kind of guy where I'm looking at him and I'm saying, can he take that sort of leap? That's a lot to ask.
Yeah, and I mean, like, again, what we got to put into perspective, or Nickeil Alexander-Walker theoretically had his breakthrough year last year, right? Coming off the bench for the Timberwolves. Well, he was 26 last year. So Pods is not in Nickeil Alexander-Walker's class right now. So if you're going to go on that particular player, no, I wouldn't give him Nickeil Alexander-Walker money.
All right. And then what do you think it said for Steph Curry? This AI model, this predictive model. Beyond next season. I just threw in Steph and his games played from this year, his numbers.
Man. I got to be honest with you.
Do you want me to tease it for the other side?
So, yeah, and let me just set it up and you confirm so people know what we're doing. So you're telling me that you have an AI model there that's called Claude, and if you C-L-A-U-D.
Yeah, you're using Claude. The SF Standard Danny Emmerman did to create a predictive model for players' contracts.
Okay, so
we went down Porzingis, Melton, Pods, Green, and on the other side, I'll give you Steph Curry. But I want you to think long and hard about what AI is going to spit out.
And by the way, this is a 5 in any league from We the Champs, babe. Pods thinks he's above the Naw. That's pretty good. Naw, law. You know how they say people think they're above the law? He's saying Pods thinks he's above the Naw.
I think you took it a step further.
Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's what I thought he meant.
I think it just says above Naw.
Oh, well, okay.
So you did take it a step further. If I misinterpreted We the Champs, babe, I apologize.
No, I'll give it to him. I'll give We the Champs.
Yeah. No, that was good. That was good.
Nobody's above the Naw.
Well, not on the Warriors right now.
No.
The Hawks are playing good basketball.
Yeah.
The 6th seed, I think.
Sure. Let's see what happens.
Wemby's in town tonight.
Yeah.
Also got to tell you what bugged me a little bit about him in comparison to what the MVPs have been, how they've been going about their business. And, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Guru alongside Steiny. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game. That segment was brought to you by CalSheet. Trade on anything.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with CalSheet. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the CalSheet app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. CalSheet. Trade on anything.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
The legendary band Deep Purple are hitting the road this summer with special guests Kansas and Jefferson Starship. They'll be rocking Shoreline Amphitheater on September 5th. For more info and a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Giddings in for Guru alongside Steiny.
No, go ahead.
You done? We got more. We got more good news.
Okay, I'll be the judge of that. Steiny, what's the big news? I'm just being Guru.
You want to get it off your chest?
I'm just waiting for you to talk. Go ahead.
You can cut me off if you want. That's fine. I don't mind. You're the two chair today. I appreciate you sliding over.
Sure.
Don't worry. I'll be back tomorrow on this one.
What's the news?
Shams Charania.
Okay.
Stephen Curry has a goal to return to action on Sunday at home against the Houston Rockets. That's what he wants. That's his desire. But the next several days are going to be a vital period to see how does his knee respond to the 5-on-5, to additional workouts over the next several days. This is a big time for Steph Curry to check boxes and see, can he make it back and get clearance to come back Sunday or Tuesday at home against the Kings after 2+ months off. He's had multiple starts and stops throughout this, though, Malika. There's been missed targets throughout the last several weeks, but this does feel different internally with the Warriors because now Steph finally got in that 5-on-5 scrimmage. He's encouraged. My understanding is he felt good. He came out of that 5-on-5 well. Internally, the Warriors this week have framed it as a make-or-break time for Steph Curry to either make it back or get shut down. Stephen Curry is looking at Sunday, potentially, for his return.
That was on NBA Today of ESPN. Kind of confirms, I think, what we're all feeling. Again, the report by The Athletic yesterday that Steph's targeting Sunday. Kerr said he's hopeful for Sunday. But it feels like Steph Curry is going to return. And now it's just a question of whether it's Sunday or he also slipped in Tuesday against Sacramento.
Okay. Sweet. And like the way I look at this is they could make the playoffs now. They could. I don't think they were going to without him. I don't even think they had two wins in them in the play-in without him. But now you hopefully go up to Portland in the play-in and you win, and then you come back for a home game, and
you go on the road to Phoenix or LA.
My point was that, maybe you beat Portland and Curry's just so-so. Then you go to LA and he gives you a Curry, classic. And the next thing you know, we're making reservations to OKC. And that'll be just fun.
I mean, I think
put a little scare into the Thunder.
Well, at that point, it's gravy.
Exactly.
A lot of, this is the other part, too, is I feel like the last maybe couple weeks, I don't know, I've been under the assumption that he was not returning, or I did not have my hopes up that Curry's coming back. So at this point, isn't this a win-win for Warriors fans? Because you get Curry, you have a chance to make the playoffs if you win the 2 play-in games, and if you don't, well, then you get a lottery pick.
Correct. And to me, the reason it's good and fun is because now it becomes more realistic that they'll make the playoffs. What are you giving up by Steph Curry coming back? To me, you're only giving up one thing and it's not even, you're not even giving it up for sure. But if he comes back, you have to be prepared for giving up on the 12% chance of jumping into the top 4. And that's not a high enough percentage for me to change that idea of Steph Curry coming back. If they had a better shot at it, that would be different. But all you're doing is giving up your 10 or 12% chance of jumping up if you end up making the playoffs. So what the hell?
I mean, that's all you have left at this point. That was the only thing that was left to figure out at the end of this season of whether or not you were going to bring him back or whether or not he wanted to. And that seemed clear from the moment he sent the text to Draymond Green at the start of this month that he was promising to return. And you can now say, at least it appears, like Steph Curry's a man of his word.
Yeah. And that's the other thing, like we were talking about, Evan, there's about 3 or 4 good things here with Curry coming back. One is the league's reputation is terrible right now. The perception is players don't care. Players are load managing. And Steph Curry has made it clear he's coming back with 4 games left or 5 games left. So that in and of itself is bigger than what he's doing for the Warriors, really.
Well, it's good for the Warriors. It's good for the league. You got Steph Curry. I mean, I think, I don't know, I guess you kind of hate when Goose says this, but it's like I think the league wants Curry to help them get in the playoffs. That makes that first... Again, it's like Steph Curry's still the best show in the NBA, I think. And if you have him against OKC, that becomes all of a sudden an interesting series.
Yeah, but let's not jump. This is kind of what I mean. Let's not jump to Oklahoma City yet. Let's think about the season ends on a Sunday, and now you go up to Portland and you play on a Wednesday, and Steph's playing, and you know what? You go up and beat Portland. We come in on Thursday and say, they beat the Clippers tomorrow. They're in the playoffs. They beat the Suns tomorrow. They're in the playoffs. Can they do it? Of course they can win a game. Of course. They win on Friday. You know what everybody's going to be saying, whether people believe it or not. This is championship pedigree. My only point here is the week leading up to the Oklahoma City Thunder series will be a lot of fun, and it'll allow people to think kind of crazy thoughts, positive. And I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. And then I'm taking it a step further. Okay, you do get OKC, and this is all under the assumption they don't beat OKC. They're going to lose to OKC. What if they split the first 2 games? And they're coming back for a game 3. Again, I'll give you, they don't win the series. But for half of it, it's pretty fun.
Well, it's going to be the whole Kevin Millar thing, right? That don't let us win the play-in game. Then don't let us win that second play-in game. Don't let us steal game 1 in Oklahoma City. It's just, I think this is the best case scenario because, like, even if you don't get in, you're still going to get a few games of Curry and Porzingis, and you're going to get to see these guys play not as meaningful games as they used to play, but meaningful games. They are guaranteed at least one play-in game. And I do think that Warriors fans are going to get excited for when it's here. You know, you may be resigned to the fact that the Warriors aren't going to win a championship, but I'm sorry, like, why else did you play the season? Like, why did we go through the last 6 months of ups and downs and injuries if not to see if Steph could finish with this team? I mean, Goose says it all the time, and he's right. Like, he's still averaging 27. He's still shooting nearly 40% from... He's still a damn good basketball player when he's on the court. He's one of the best in the league. So I think that also gives the Warriors a lot of confidence that, like, everything they've been going through, all their struggles and these... Like, the last few months that have just been kind of torturous without Curry and Butler, all right, they're going to be worth it now because we got our guy back. And he's locked, he's loaded, he's invested. And let's see if we can shock the world.
Yes. Here's the other thing that I think is very positive as it relates to the Warriors and where they're at. Let's say, what's been their goal? What's always their goal? They need to be healthy for the playoffs. I mean, got to be, okay. So here comes the play-in. Now you're going to run up to Portland, all right? You're going up to Portland with Curry, Porzingis.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget about Al Horford. Al Horford in a play-in or play-in couple games. I like him. They still have Draymond. Like, they can win 2 play-in games with this roster. And here's the other thing. And I know I wouldn't hang my hat on it, but the Thunder have not played a game against the Warriors with Porzingis. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the minute Porzingis and Curry get on the floor together, they are different than they've ever looked. They may not be, they're not a championship team, but it's going to be a different Warrior team that Oklahoma City plays against. They're not going to play against Curry and Butler. They're going to play against Curry and Porzingis. And Green and Horford, it's just not the same. So they're going to have to, anything that Oklahoma City's done in the past against the Warriors kind of is irrelevant.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, they did play against the Warriors when they had Porzingis coming off the bench, but you're right. They haven't seen, and honestly, this is, like, I think it's going to work. I don't really need to see much because I feel like Porzingis, with how he fits in, just how he has fit in with the offense, I don't think it's going to be a hard transition with him and Curry. But nobody's seen him. And this is the part too about, all right, play-in game, second play-in game, maybe a first-round series. You're only going to have 4 games of tape to really study because I'm assuming Curry, even if he comes back Sunday, he's not playing the back-to-back next Thursday, Friday.
Right.
So you're going to have 4 games to try and scheme for the Warriors. And, like, all right, well, what if on Sunday they beat Houston? Or maybe they don't win, but they look good.
What if they win 2 of the next 3? Or, okay,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. But I'm saying, like, they have a couple of teams that they play. Maybe that regular season finale against the Clippers, they look good. And they got it, and they win at home. Or, sorry, I think it's on the road. They win on the road. Like, I think, and I understand why people have written off this team, but with Curry back, it feels like there's a little more hope again. And you're also getting the Lakers next Thursday. Curry and Porzingis play against LeBron and Luka and Reeves, who are playing incredible basketball right now.
Right.
How do you match up against a team that might have the MVP?
Yeah, you're right. And I know, even if you take a champ, think about the last month of the season with the Warriors. Think about they came into the year with some expectations. They went away when Butler got hurt and Curry got hurt, and you've just kind of meandered through this season, and now you're getting Steph back. There's a goal now. To me, it's a tangible goal. Make the playoffs. I don't think they had a chance. If they would have shut Curry down, they have no chance to win 2 games against those 2 teams, I don't think. But here's the thing. Even if they had, nobody would be excited about Oklahoma City without Steph. But you get Oklahoma City with Steph after Steph has played a couple games and they've won in the play-in, people are going to be excited about that. They are. So, maybe not all Warrior fans. People like me may say, well, I still don't think they're going to win it, but it will still be exciting for me.
Well, I think when we talked at the beginning of the season, the goal was to just make the playoffs, at least for us. I know for the Warriors, they said they wanted a top 6 seed. I think once Jimmy got hurt, that kind of goes out the window. You just want to get in the play-in, then the 9-10. All of their goals have slowly slipped. But now the actual beginning of the season agenda, which is to just get in the dance, that's now available to you. That's available again with Curry back and looking like he's going to return. And again, for those who didn't hear, this was Shams Charania on ESPN on NBA Today talking about Steph Curry's timeline.
Stephen Curry has a goal to return to action on Sunday at home against the Houston Rockets. That's what he wants. That's his desire. But the next several days are going to be a vital period to see how does his knee respond to the 5-on-5, to additional workouts over the next several days. This is a big time for Steph Curry to check boxes and see, can he make it back and get clearance to come back Sunday or Tuesday at home against the Kings after 2+ months off. He's had multiple starts and stops throughout this, though, Malika. There's been missed targets throughout the last several weeks, but this does feel different internally with the Warriors because now Steph finally got in that 5-on-5 scrimmage. He's encouraged. My understanding is he felt good. He came out of that 5-on-5 well. Internally, the Warriors this week have framed it as a make-or-break time for Steph Curry to either make it back or get shut down. Stephen Curry is looking at Sunday, potentially, for his return.
Okay, so that last part, make or break, that's got me thinking a bit. I want to throw this at you. Do you think that Steph Curry's coming? Let's say there were 2 more weeks in the regular season beyond April 12th. Do you think Steph would be coming back this Sunday?
Yes, I do. I think,
like, if he had more time, essentially, to kind of draw this out.
No, I actually think if he plays Sunday, that's kind of when it was meant to be. I hear what you're saying. Did the Warriors pick a time when they could give Steph the most time off with the perfect ramp up for the play-in game?
Well, I think also Curry knows that, like, he is running out of time. You either got to try and do it now, or you're probably not going to be playing this the rest of the season.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, it sounds to me like he's playing Sunday. If he doesn't play, how about this? If he doesn't play Sunday, he's done. He's done because there's no chance the Warriors have been intimating to the media that this is what they're hoping for. And, like, the Warriors think Steph Curry's playing Sunday. And if he doesn't play Sunday, that means something happened between now and Sunday. And if something happens between now and Sunday, then he's going to get shut down. But I'd be surprised. I feel like once you get to this point, the organization is probably 99% sure he's going to play Sunday.
Well, I just think the breadcrumbs are telling us that he is going to come back Sunday, not just because Sham said it, but last week.
Because Draymond said it.
Not because Draymond said it. All right. So maybe, you know what? I'm sorry, Steiny. That was condescending. I will give you that. Kerr said over the weekend, good session. Draymond said, was it yesterday? Or I guess 2 days ago on his podcast, Curry's doing everything he can. Yesterday, report gets leaked that Steph is targeting Sunday. Then officially we hear from today, Shams Charania, Curry wants to play on Sunday. That's what Curry wants to do, assuming there's no setback. So I got to take all their words for it. Sundays, we're going to see him against Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets. That's how I'm approaching the rest of this week. Like, all right, you got San Antonio tonight, Wemby, and then Donovan Mitchell tomorrow with the Cavaliers, and then all systems go, let's get Steph.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, to me, it's virtually all upside. You know, it makes the last part of the year exciting. It makes it possible that they could actually make the playoffs. And the minute they make the playoffs, it becomes exciting. There's only one downside for Steph Curry if he comes back on Sunday, and we all know what that is.
He gets hurt?
No.
There's only one downside. What do you mean?
If Steph Curry, if he plays on Sunday, he will have opened himself up to me to get absolutely positively ripped for blowing off that interview on Thursday because he didn't think he was going to play. And then it turns out he comes back. If he plays on Sunday, you owe me one, Curry. You owe me and the goo one.
Did you piss him off?
Curry nothing.
You take him off?
Because, Steiny, Curry didn't talk to you. They're going to shut him down. Now, they better. And now you're not shutting him down after he stiffed us? That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem for Steph.
See, I knew you cared. I knew you cared about that day. You came in all nonchalant. Yeah, we get Curry, it's fine. You know, we'll be okay. We'll still have a great show, which you guys did. You know, tons of great guests, great conversations. But Curry comes in, and I knew I saw your eyes light up. I saw in your eyes what Goose saw in Wiggins' eyes that one day. But unfortunately, he couldn't come on the radio. So now it feels like.
But I wasn't sad because he couldn't come on the radio.
So you held that against him this whole time.
I was sad. I wasn't sad because he didn't come on the radio. I was sad because of what I thought it meant, which was that he was done for the season. That's where my sadness came that day. And that's why if he didn't do that interview and then plays, in a way, Evan, he stuck it to me. And Goo. And you. He stuck it to us. He just didn't want to do it.
He came in to get the birthday card.
Okay, Steph.
He still got your jersey. Don't worry.
You want to play that game after 17 years with me? Okay. Sure. Okay. There's one downside. Damn playing.
Do you think he's going to get a full... actually, all right, now I'm starting to think about what realistically we can expect from him. Because I don't know. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but it feels pretty certain that he's going to be back. And... is he going to just jump into 30 minutes?
25. 25.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, in the past, whenever he's been back, he's been, back. But, I don't know, maybe because of this injury, it's a little bit different. I don't know what kind of shape he's in. I'm assuming it's good, but...
Well, I don't think he's going to be fat.
Well, we know he's not fat because we saw him on last Thursday at Chase Center.
He looked a little, he didn't look as cut.
He's a little frail.
Hey, what's up, fat boy?
No, that's not Steph.
That's good timing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he had a sweatsuit on. I have no idea what he looked. No, he's probably, but that's what the 4 or 5 games are going to be for. 20 minutes to 23 to 26. Get him up to 30. That's all you got to do.
Well, if it's playing or postseason time, he's playing. I think last year he averaged 38 minutes a game against Houston. I don't know what he played. He got hurt in the second quarter against Minnesota, but he is Yeah, we got to get him in postseason mode. And Sunday it starts.
This is good. This is good news.
Well, I would hope so. I mean, there are some people that I still see are saying, why bring him back? But I feel like we got to move past that.
I think people will. I think if he plays Sunday and and he looks like Steph, and then when do they play after Sunday? Tuesday?
Yeah.
You know, maybe you keep his minutes down on that Tuesday, a day after or 2 days after. But again, like if the Warriors, if they can win a few games with Steph at the end of the year, then beat Portland, I'm just telling you, I know how people are. There'll be excitement. I know how the national media is. They'll say don't count Steph out. They just will. And so that in and of itself is fun.
All right, for those that are just tuning in, Steph Curry, according to Shams Charania of ESPN on NBA Today, targeting Sunday, is doing everything to get back on Sunday against the Houston Rockets. Potentially Tuesday, Charania left the door open against Sacramento, but all systems appear to be go. Steph Curry is coming back. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's your reaction as a Warriors fan to hearing that news? Does it make you feel like the Warriors, like Operation Playoffs is right there for them?
Yeah, I think it's on. It's on. Operation Playoffs.
So what if they don't make the playoffs?
It'll be disappointing now.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because you got Curry back.
Here's what I don't understand, Evan. I really don't understand the Atco pest control on the Utah. No, I will not move past it. He absolutely should not be playing anymore this season. It's literally pointless. No, sorry. Steph, Atco, my man, Steph disagrees with you. I mean, the guy's a basketball player. He's not. Look at it this way. If he gets hurt, he's got all off season to heal.
Well,
he's not going to get hurt.
Well,
this is crazy.
I would knock on wood.
This is crazy.
I mean, last season the season ended because of injury.
Like this is what I mean. This is Steph Curry. He's one of the most iconic players in NBA history. You know, it's Chamberlain and Russell and Bird and Magic and Jordan and LeBron and Curry. He can play. He plays. Period. End of story. And you know what? Every Warrior fan should want him to play. If for no other reason than it'll be one night of anticipation and fun. That's why he's doing it.
At least one night of anticipation and fun. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Guru alongside Steiny. Steph targeting his return for Sunday. What's your reaction? Taking your calls on 95.7 The Game. What's coming up is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Again, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
BFC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand. Bay Area. Join us this Easter Sunday, April 5th at PayPal Park, as Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit. Kickoff is at 2 p.m. And it will be a day full of exclusive Hello Kitty themed activities and merch items to collect. Don't miss one of the most popular match days of the season. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at bayfc.com.
The deadline for filing taxes is now. Don't miss this chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a 2026 tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. Don't wait. Donate now and have your car picked up by tomorrow.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Person excessively concerned with minor details, rules, or displaying academic knowledge. That part I'm okay with. Often, though, in an annoying or arrogant way.
Yeah, that's not me.
Yeah, where do you think I learned it from?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we got to leave that in the past. Okay, Giddings in for Guru alongside Steinmetz. I think the 707 hits the nail on the head, Steiny.
All right.
Steph is 38. Sorry, this is the 510. Steph is 38, and he knows his time in the NBA is coming to an end. Why wouldn't he play if he knows he won't get this moment again? Or I would add, even thinks that he's going to get this moment again as he gets closer to retirement. Again, Steph Curry, according to Shams Charania of ESPN, targeting Sunday for his return against the Houston Rockets. That would leave him with 5 games, essentially 4 because of a back-to-back, in hopes of ramping up towards a play-in appearance.
Well, as long as we throw out every conceivable hypothetical, what if Steph knows that, what if he knows he's done? And he's saying,
what do you mean done?
What if he's like, I can't play a full season next year. I got to retire, so I'm going to play a few now, and it's the end. When we're eliminated, it's my last game.
Oh, don't go there.
Well, but here's my bigger point.
It would forego the $60 million he's owed next, or $63 million he's owed next season.
No, what my point is that Steph deserves whatever he wants in this particular situation. Like, the team cannot hold him out if he is ready, and it sounds like he's going to be ready. So
no, and that's why it's like, Shams talked about the make or break time of the year. And we talked about this on Monday, that this was going to be a big week. This would maybe be the week, the last week to get him ramped up. And everything appears to have gone smooth. Had a good 5-on-5 yesterday. But Anthony Slater did add this as far as the hopefulness for Sunday or even Tuesday when it comes to Steph's runner's knee.
I talked to Steph last night. He did say he felt great coming off the scrimmage, but he used the same word with me that he used with you on the sideline weeks ago, which was unpredictable. It really is an unpredictable knee injury. So he's hesitant over the next few days, hoping that the knee, responds well enough for him to get in the game Sunday, Tuesday, and play maybe 4 regular season games before the play. And I do think some people from the outside looking in are saying, why? This kind of is a lost season for the Warriors. They're in the 10th spot. Everything's already gone wrong. Jimmy Butler's out for the year. But I talked a lot to Steph Curry about Draymond Green for a story I have on the site today, and I thought one of the interesting things he said is he's seen Draymond, keep his body ready and play every game this season, and he's around this team, which, it's a really dark time for the franchise. They've watched 2 of their players basically carried off the floor with career-altering injuries, and I think he just wants to lift the spirits of this franchise, provide a little light at the end of the tunnel. I don't think there's some idea in his mind they're going to roll off and win the title out of the 10 seed, but I think they believe they can win a play-in game in Portland, they can win a play-in game in Phoenix or LA, and they can get a crack at the defending champs, and I think that's enough for Steph Curry to try to want to get back.
Feels like he owes Draymond.
I'm sure that's one of the reasons. I'm sure there are a lot of reasons, and I'm just glad it's going to happen. A couple things. We were talking about April Fools earlier.
It is April 1st, yes.
So my daughter tried one.
Okay.
Didn't work on me.
Why?
Because I didn't believe it. She texted us, the family, and said, I just got caught cheating on my economics exam, and now I'm on academic probation. I saw right through it. Some of the other family members didn't. She was just kidding.
Well, that's how you, number one, you know your daughter. Number 2, I think that means you did a good job. The fact that you knew that a child of yours would not do that.
Right.
Or was it, I don't know, was there even a percentage of you, a sliver that thought that might have been true?
Well, I can't know for sure, but because by the time I saw it,
she'd already given it up?
Yeah.
Oh, that's one you got to let linger.
Well, she got a couple of the family members. Let's just put it that way.
She sent it to the whole family chat?
Yeah. Hey, you know what?
Who fell for it?
Her sister.
Okay.
Grace. How about this? Just because we're talking about a lot of different stuff. So I'm looking at the Warriors. Earlier in the show, you were putting me on the spot and antagonizing me, and callers made a point of pointing that out. And I'm looking at the Warriors' payroll situation.
Yeah.
How about this for just Quentin Post may not be on this team next year.
If they re-sign Porzingis, I don't think he will be.
And especially if Horford is coming back.
Yeah.
Like, he's not under contract next year, Post, and I guess he's hurt now.
Well, yeah, he had the foot injury against Denver. I mean, we'll see if he's available, but yeah, like Quentin Post is, yeah, he's kind of expendable. I mean, but that's why, and I hate to say this, but I feel like the Warriors can go find another Quentin Post in the draft.
I do too.
I mean, he was a second-round pick. He was a much better shooter, obviously, his first year than last, but I think that's, yeah, like the Trace Jackson Davises, the Quentin Post, they're great guys, they're hard workers, but you should be able to find another one of those players. In fact, I think they got a second-round pick for TJD, and that's what they might use to try and replace one of those guys. I mean, I do think that Post has been available, and he's battled this year, and he's been their healthiest center, right, between Horford and Porzingis. So you got to give him credit, but yeah, I don't think that he's just a foregone conclusion that he's on the team next year. Is there anybody else that you've thought about?
Oh, let me look at it real quick. Melton is going to be the decision on Melton will be made for the Warriors, I believe, which is good. Seth Curry can't be on the team next year. Will Richards definitely going to be on the team next year. He's under contract for a while. I mean, is Pat Spencer on the team next year?
This is his first official contract. I mean, but that's the thing. It's like, okay, if he's on the team next year, is that a bad thing?
Yes, it is, to me.
Why?
I want to upgrade. I want to upgrade there.
Why? I think they would just probably replace him with someone like Cryer, right?
Well, that's fine.
I mean, not that it's kind of a lateral move, but yeah, but to me, Pat Spencer's status on the team is not a priority.
No, it's probably among the last priorities. I was just running through the list.
But look, you got multiple guys that were you're 7. I don't think he'll be on the team next season.
I mean, the thing about a guy like Cryer is you don't have to do anything with him. You just bring him into camp next year. If he makes the team, he makes the team.
Well, that's the thing is they've had a bunch of guys that have been called up from Santa Cruz. I mean, Cryer, obviously Spencer, who got his contract converted. Santos at one point was a two-way player. You have already went through Cryer.
How about this? Yurt-7, Leones.
No, Leones was the
Cryer,
guy.
Spencer.
Nate Williams.
Nate Williams is the one of those. If you said Steiny can only keep one of the 5, Cryer, Leons, Williams, Yurt-7, or Spencer, I'm taking Williams.
Yeah, he looks like he can actually play.
So Williams could be on the team next year.
Yeah, and so do they give him a two-way contract? Do they actually pay him? Either way, I think those are going to be the guys that have to fill out the back end of the roster. No, from the 707. So when they get blowout, you guys will rip the Warriors. This is the other thing, too.
Which game? What game they get blown out in? A play-in or against the Thunder?
I assume it's the play-in. No, I don't think you can rip them. Well, you might, but
if they lose to the Blazers?
Yeah.
No.
It'll be disappointing, but I'm not going to come in the next day and say, gosh, this team's a joke and I can't believe that happened. No, to me, everything's been on the table the moment that Jimmy Butler got hurt.
I know most people might not look at it like I'm looking at it because when you've won titles, it's all about winning titles. But now that I know Steph Curry's coming back, to me, it's very simple. You lose in the play-in, it's a disappointing year. You lose to the Thunder in a playoff series, you made the most of it. You made the most of it, and you did what you could, and the cards were stacked against you, but you know what? You got to the playoffs. You got to take that at this point. That would be good after the entire season that's happened. If the Warriors can say, hey, you know what? I mean, we made the playoffs in 2025, 2026. Okay. I never said at the beginning of the year, they're definitely going to make the playoffs. I didn't say that. I thought, that's the goal, make the playoffs. It's still there.
Yeah, and if you make the playoffs this season, that's 4 playoff trips in the last 5. Like, that's the other thing, too. Okay, so you win a title in 2022, second round 23, play-in bounced. Last year, you make the second round. If you get beat in a first-round series this year, that's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of how it goes, where you slowly decline, and you're falling off. You're not as good for various reasons, but I mean, it kind of makes sense. 53 wins and then the 44, 46 last year, 48. This year you might get to, if you're lucky, 40. You're going to be a sub 500 team in all probability. But that, to me, that's almost natural. Kind of what's going on right now with them is organic based on a team that's as old as they are. And so the fact that you get Curry back, I think this is also something they may have prepared for, the fact that they would just slug their way through the regular season. I don't think they assumed that Jimmy Butler or Moses Moody would go down for the year, but you just you have to roll through the mud and you hack your way through a forest to get to the playoffs, and you hope that this team that you brought in the summer, you get the vision of them playing in a 7-game series. To me, that's kind of all you can ask for at this point. And for some people, that's not good enough. But if it's good enough for Steph Curry, I think that as a fan of not just him, but the Warriors, you have to respect that. Whatever he wants to do, we talk about what you owe him all the time. You owe him the choice to compete, the choice to shut it down. And obviously, he's taken the road less traveled, because I think a lot of guys would just shut it down at this stage in the season because they ain't playing for a championship.
Yeah, and I'm just with you 100% on this one. And like I said, if Steph Curry were to have shut it down, but let's say the Warriors are like, you know what, he's making good progress. If we had, if we were a 2 seed and thought we could win it all, he'd probably play in the playoffs. But as a 10th seed, we're just not going to risk it. Then there would be part of me that would say, well, what happened to meaningful basketball, Steph? If you're healthy, so what you're telling me, Steph, is that you don't think a playing game is meaningful. Okay. If that's the way you feel, great. What about a playoff series as an 8 seed? Is that meaningful? Well, that's meaningful. Okay. You know what I mean? He was the one who said meaningful games. He's got a chance to be on a team that if they win 2 games, they're going to get a crack at the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's what we've been talking about for 4 or 5 years. And so for it all of a sudden to become too much of a long shot, even though it's a meaningful game, well, we hadn't been talking like that. Last we heard was Curry wanted to play a meaningful game. He's going to get one against Portland.
Yeah, no doubt. And a good question for the 925. When's the last time they won back-to-back road games? And what teams were they? Boxer and Gerson working to return his text line. It was Charlotte and Brooklyn, and it was in 2025. It was at the very end of the year, the last time.
They haven't won 2 straight road games this year?
Well, not in 2026.
Oh. Yeah, that's a guru in cooking the books by saying it that way.
December 29th and December 31st. That's the last time they did it. I'm just being,
No, I got you.
They also had Curry for both of those games. By the way, that win at Charlotte looking a lot better lately.
They beat Charlotte this year, right?
Yeah. 132-135, or 132-125. Yeah, Curry had 30.
What was their record at that point, Charlotte's?
Charlotte's record, well, the Warriors that put them 2 games above 500. Meanwhile, the Hornets at the time and I know they're still only 4 games above 500, but at the time, they were 11-22.
They really did turn it around.
Yes, they did. Yeah, they've been playing some damn good basketball. That's a team that's a team you don't want to see in the playoffs.
What's the what are the matchups right now in the East?
In the Eastern Conference, I think Charlotte is still right now in the play-in. Yeah, they're the 10 or tied for the 9. Detroit 1, Boston 2, New York 3, Cleveland 4, Atlanta 5, Toronto 6.
Cleveland, Atlanta, first round?
Yep.
Okay, and then who's 6?
Toronto.
Toronto against the Knicks.
Yep.
And then of the 4 what do we got? 7, 8, 9, 10.
Philly, Orlando 7-8, Miami, Charlotte 9-10.
Huh, okay.
Currently. I mean,
Okay.
they're all pretty close, but that's how it looks.
I'd rather see Charlotte in
than Miami.
Yes, I can't stand Miami.
Why not?
They fielded the same team for the last 8 years. They've had the same. They're like the Giants.
I thought you were going to say the Warriors.
500. How did they 500? Hey, how the Heat 500? Oh, they're pretty good this 500. That's why. Still got Wiggins, Adebayo, Hero. It's it's. I mean, it's just and people ask me about Spoelstra. It's like that's why he's a great coach. Like he hasn't lost that team over the years
because they keep bringing guys in and out. I think also I don't really mind Miami, but let me ask you this: of the teams in the West that are in the play-in, Phoenix, Clippers, Portland, Golden State, which team would you give the best chance to beat the Thunder?
I'd have to say the Clippers. But I don't know what the head-to-head this year's been with the Clippers and the Suns and the Oklahoma City. Have the Clippers have any success against Oklahoma City? I mean,
not early in the year.
I mean, the reason I would say that is because there's a chance that if the Clippers make the playoffs and the guy's playing at a high level, the Clippers will have the best player on the floor.
They've only played them twice. They lost both times by 20 points.
Ooh, so they got them again at least one more time.
And they play them one more time next Wednesday. So a week from today, they got OKC at home.
Yeah, I mean, people get on me when I say that. It's like, obviously, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's either going to win the MVP or the second best. But, the reason I could envision the Clippers threatening is because there is a chance that over the course of a series, Kawhi Leonard could be the best player on the floor. And if that's the case, then it'll be a better series.
Do you give Steph Curry that chance?
I kind of don't.
Is it because of the injury or just because of... Okay.
It's because of the injury and because of the grind that he's going to have to go through even to get to a game, let's say 6 or 7 in Oklahoma City. If the Warriors take Oklahoma to six games, it's already incredible. That would already be absolutely incredible. So in order for anything incredible to happen, Curry would have to go through that grueling first-round series, at least. And even if they wouldn't win it, it would still be pretty special if they took him to 6 games.
Well, that's the other part, too, is if you're playing 2 play-in games, so probably 1 on, 1 off, and then you get 1 day off before you start your first-round series. Assuming you're playing Oklahoma City, that's 5 or 6 games plus you're playing like 7 or 8 games in, what is it, 10, 11 days? Something like that?
And that's kind of...
That's what happened last year.
That's what it
felt like the Houston series just took a pound of flesh, and unfortunately it is probably the reason why Curry got hurt at the stage in the second round that he did.
Yeah. You would think.
I mean, look, this is good news. Again, Curry's coming back on Sunday by all accounts, reported by Anthony Slater and Shams Charania of ESPN, and that's what he's targeting. Although, all right, well, I guess the other part of the Slater sound was unpredictable. So, I don't know. It just feels like stuff has changed, and I expect to see him back, but it's like, okay, what happens on Sunday? He plays 20 minutes or 25 minutes, and then we got to wait to see if the knee is good again. I mean, that's the other part. It's like he's playing 5-on-5, and he's ramping up, he's scrimmaging. But what happens when he actually gets 2 games? They have Porzingis, who it seems like he's cleared the illness, but is also unpredictable. Horford has the calf, is coming back.
I think the unpredictable is 2 things. One, I think it's true because he's never dealt with this particular injury before, and it does sound like there have been times during the last couple months when he might have been encouraged, and then after a minute, after a couple days, been discouraged. So I think when Curry says unpredictable, what it does for me is, one, I believe him, and two, it does mean he could shut it down still at any moment. Like if he plays Sunday and Monday he wakes up and he's like, you got to be kidding me, he's done. You know what I mean? Then they won't bring him back anymore. So that's, that is a possibility. I guess it's a possibility that, on Friday they could say, yeah, he's just going through, yeah, he had a tweak, just a little impingement, little pain. Well, that's enough.
Well, that's what I felt listening to the part about make or break, and why I asked you if they had a couple more weeks, do you think they would be pushing it as hard as he is right now? I kind of don't. I do think that if there was a couple weeks or a month left in the season, that they would be more cautious. But let's say you come back, he feels something on Monday morning, and then it's over anyways. So I do think that this is Steph's way of saying he's pushing himself because he wants to play. Just like last year in the playoffs, when if they had won one of those 4 games, they would have had the 3-day break, and there was this assumption that Steph was going to return for Game 6 at home. I think it's kind of a similar situation. Last year, they obviously didn't have to make that choice because you got eliminated from 4 games straight against Minnesota. But now, that is the one part that's sort of left for me feeling a little bit worried of, I kind of think he is pushing it because he wants to play, not because he knows that he's going to be 100% no matter what.
That may be the case. And that's why, I believe he's definitely coming back, but it's also why I believe he could go at any moment. Like, I think there's this, there's a possibility he could play the rest of the regular season, 4 or 5 games. And on the last game of the season, he says, you know what? Something's not. I'm all right, but something's still not right. Well, then he won't play in the play-in. You know what I mean? It's pretty, to me, it's pretty simple. Like, what is it, like a quid pro quo? If, like, the minute he's on the court, I feel like means he's healthy, obviously, because I wouldn't put him out there under any kind of questionable questionable stuff, and I don't think the Warriors would do that either.
No, I got you. Well, we can run it by Willard and Dibbs, who are coming up next for the crossover here on 95.7 The Game. Again, Warriors take on the Spurs tonight. They got the Cavs tomorrow, and then by all reports, it looks like Steph Curry targeting Sunday for his return. His long-awaited return has not been on a floor since the Detroit Pistons on January 30th. Not been in a game since January 30th. So over 3 months, this injury has kept him out. And, over 2 months, this injury has kept him out. And we're looking forward to running it by Willard and Dibbs on the other side. All right, Giddings in for Guru alongside Steiny. That segment was brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kalshi. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Struggling with social isolation? There's help, and it starts with shoes. Try Walk and Talk, the non-prescription treatment for people who want to move their bodies and mouths at the same time. Simply invite a friend on a walk. Just 1 dose boosts serotonin and reminds you that light gossip is better outside. Side effects may include new inside jokes and slight perspiration. Do not attempt if you're allergic to processing emotions in public. Individual results may vary. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Walk and Talk is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together-ing heals.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries for cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9 volts, batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
The legendary band Deep Purple are hitting the road this summer with special guests Kansas and Jefferson Starship. They'll be rocking Shoreline Amphitheater on September 5th. For more info and a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Gettings in for Guru alongside Steiny. And
I don't know if you did it right.
Brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Okay, Steiny, you take over then.
No.
No, I like when you drive. It's actually...
a lot of people don't.
Why'd you do it? I just want to know why. Like all day, I was like, why?
We usually do one, like if Evan's in for a week, we usually...
He just tells me.
Just Just say you want to host one, just to break it up.
Just felt like it.
Well, the Warriors play tonight and tomorrow, so that makes tomorrow and the day after a little easier. So today, with not a lot going on, he'd just throw.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, that's me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
We
Radio,
usually
right?
discuss it the day before. So, yeah, we're at the cafeteria having one, and he was like, what day you want to host this week? And I always say, well, what day would you like me to host this week? And he said, tomorrow. So today it is.
Okay. Yeah. What'd you have at the cafeteria?
It's a pretty quick sesh.
Yeah, just a couple sodas.
Yeah.
Yeah, we watched.
No. Like, what'd you have? It's okay. We're all adults. What'd you have? I want to know specifics.
I had a beer.
What beer?
Well, he had
Narragansett.
Okay. I always drink Coors Light.
Yeah, Narragansett.
Okay. Yeah. I find that
It's the
stuff interesting.
cheapest beer of the house.
Okay.
$4.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got no judgment.
Cheapest bottled beer on the menu. That's usually where I'm at.
I love it.
So a couple
$4? I mean, that, man, making me thirsty here. $4 is hard to find anything for $4.
Pack of gum.
I know.
Maybe. Gallon of gas? No.
Nope.
Full-size candy bar? Maybe. A tin of Pringles? Perhaps.
Bag of chips if they're on sale.
half a protein bar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
$4 is like, man,
protein
that's
bar.
a deal.
You get
It's
a
not
Cliff.
bad.
You get a couple Cliff bars.
Yeah.
You get a couple of them. Wait till they're on sale in the aisles.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'll
That's a good
see you
plug.
in the aisles
That's a good plug.
when they're
You
on
might.
sale. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't last night, which was kind of a bummer.
I went in the morning yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, hi guys.
You always ask this when you come, what are you hot on?
And that's what I asked you guys.
What are you
earlier.
hot on today?
And Steiny said nothing. Show's almost over.
I got something.
Well, first of all, before you answer,
Yeah.
and now there's more to what are you hot on?
Okay.
Guru hates that question.
Oh, well, that's a fact. Actually,
Why?
that's the first
Just,
thing I
you know
thought
what?
of.
Keep it under your hat and use it at your discretion.
He's
So what
listening.
does he say when you do it? What are you hot on?
You know what? You should ask him and find out.
I can give you a little cliff. Like if you say, "Hey, Goo, what are you hot on?" Like his first thing is, "What do you mean I'm hot? What am I hot on? I'm hot on everything. I know about everything. What do you want to talk about? What do you want?" I'm like,
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He will have DM'd all of us 18 different Instagram posts about God knows what since the last time we were all here together.
"Here, I'll try it. Ask me what I'm hot on."
Pretty good.
Not bad.
That's a 4. Solid.
Or if he's in a good mood, he'll just kind of slyly lean back and say, what do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you?
He's so funny with that.
It's like this, like I'm not being nosy. I'm just legitimately curious. We're trying to put together something today.
Guru is to this station.
Sonny's was nothing today, but
I want to say this right so it doesn't sound offensive because it's not meant to be offensive at all. It's actually a compliment. Guru is to this station kind of what kids are to parents. You know how when parents, parents are like, "Oh, we got a day without the kids. What do you want to do?" And invariably, you will go to dinner and talk nothing but the kids.
Yeah.
That like they're present even when they're not present.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that's Guru.
And here we are talking about Guru, and he's across
here.
the country,
Yeah, not even here.
and he
He
won't be
actually
back until
hasn't
Friday.
texted us as much as I would assume this week. It means he's having a good trip with his family, as he should.
Maybe.
He deserves.
Or a horrible one.
Well,
One or the other.
Yeah, he
prefer
reached
to
out
believe in the former.
on our Domino app because we play dominoes against each other.
do
So
you?
very rarely will he text me there because there's like a message part of it, and so we've been going back on the Dominoes app.
I gotta see how many Instagram DMs I've gotten from him since.
I
he
usually
left on
get
his
2 to
trip.
3 a day.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
So
Anyway, hi.
Yeah, I personally am hot on this Warriors home stretch run. Steph, it looks like, is targeting Sunday. We knew that. We talked to his coach yesterday, and all signs point toward Sunday. And
everything follows.
I would imagine that he, woke up today feeling kind of okay. So Shams was able to have that report. So, like tonight, tomorrow, they're games, and I'm interested because people in Warrior jerseys will be running around playing basketball. But for me, it all kind of starts on Sunday. Can Kristaps be back? Can Al be ready? Can Steph play? And then you get, 4 or 5 games of, all right, what do you got?
Mm-hmm. And I'm hot on this. Evan, I'm totally with you on the conversation the two of you had about Draymond Green. I am completely 100% with you.
on spreading it out.
Yes, because just to kind of recap for people, you guys did a whole thing about would you have Draymond opt out and then give him a 2-year deal? And Steiny, you basically are like, I'm not touching Draymond Green with a 10-foot pole beyond next year. And I'm sort of like, okay, first of all, if you spread that out, you're talking about not next year, but the deal the year after that would be somewhere between $17 and $20 million for that following year.
Yeah.
I don't think that's it'd be an expiring contract. I don't think that's a big deal. It's preventative of nothing.
You could trade it.
And here's why it's important that they do get his number down next year. I think it's going to be their only avenue to bring in another significant player. It's their only avenue. Like,
So he rips it up. You give him, let's just say, 2 for 30.
I don't think that'll be enough. But
2 for 35.
2 for 40 even.
Yeah,
2 for 40.
2 for 40.
And then you move him?
No, those $8 million are literally potentially the tax difference that allows you to shop with your mid-level exception, which is potentially where you could get LeBron or Kawhi. And that, to me, that's the play. And I know that
Are we convinced that they won't have their mid-level exception if that doesn't change?
There are tax rules, and that $8 million could very well be the difference into whether or not they're under it or over it.
The bottom line is and the reason I kind of avoided it is because I do need to do a little more homework on this, because I need to find out if by him doing that, there is a tangible difference in what they can accomplish this offseason.
I want to, it's funny because
I was under the impression they had their mid-level.
They can.
As Bono would say, with or without you.
Yeah, no, they can, but they have to be under the tax line in order to have that, and that very well could be the difference. And I want people who are let's think about the future of the Warriors to realize with this take, I'm actually on your side. The reason I want Draymond to take a little pay cut next year and go do a LeBron or Kawhi is because I'm not interested in the Warriors giving up any first-round draft capital. None. And if you want to get a good player in here next year, that's more of the 27 to 33-year-old variety, say a Giannis, that's the only way to do it is to give up all your picks. And I'm out on that.
No, and I kind of feel like they are too in a way, just because this season has showed you that, let's say even you get a big boy and you mortgage whatever, there's still no guarantee that Steph's going to be healthy, that Horford or Porzingis is going to be healthy. So at that point, you're left with nothing. The exercise is just because I feel like you kind of have to try to maximize next year. And admittedly, there's not a ton of ways to do that, but bringing down guys' number, and Draymond is really, him and Porzingis would be the two candidates. If you want to bring back Porzingis, I don't think he's going to be worth $30 million in the open market. So if you could get him on a one-year deal, great, but it probably would be a multi-year deal, 2 for $50, and then you use that money like you were talking about, spread it around in different areas. You're not committing that much further. And then after next season, a Butler-sized contract comes off the books anyways, and you have a max slot. So I understand it. It's for a lot of people, they just want Draymond gone. Like they're out on Draymond, and I understand that. But I think in trying to maximize next year, just next year, that's one of the only paths you can go down.
Yeah, and I don't think that you're going to be able to trade Draymond and his $27.7 to a team that is going to give you $27.7 million worth of player that would fit better with what Draymond does. And Draymond and Steph together, I think a lot of us don't really think about it in terms of Draymond. We think, oh, he's washed. He can't do this. He can't do that. He's got to go. When he's out there with Steph Curry, and I think with Kristaps and with Jimmy, when he's out there with really good players around him, Draymond Green is still a very good player because he can play his role. You don't need him to do all the things that he's had to do in the last couple of months without those guys around. So I do think he can defend at a very high level. He'll probably be first or second team all defense, and it'll be the 10th time he gets that. And so I think Draymond's value is still high enough to where, yeah, you don't want to pay him $27.7, but can you lower that number? And even if it costs you a year or maybe more on the back end, I think you do it.
You think he'll be on a defensive team this year?
I think so.
Maybe.
Yeah. I think so.
They may give him a nod.
It's not even only about a nod. It's a lot of it is reputation based. And,
right.
Think about when Wemby had to come out and say, defense is half the game. That's why I should be MVP. And Draymond's like, how come all y'all don't even ever think about that? I don't think that a lot of people, fans, scribes, sports talk hosts, we don't look at the defensive side of it as much as we look at the ha-ha and the offense.
He's also only one of 3 players in the NBA this year who will play 65 games.
Yeah, right.
So I think he's in.
That's not a real number.
No, it's not a real number. That was a joke.
I would like to know how many, because I know not many of the MVP candidates have. So I know Podsy has.
Well, yeah, I do think it's harder than ever to evaluate defense just because of how many teams run up scores every single game. And there's such lopsided scores too that I find it hard sometimes being like, I don't think the Warriors are playing good tonight. But then you're like, well, 110's not that much. Especially if you're going up against a team like the Spurs, for example, tonight.
Yeah, I think I make a distinction between the regular season and the playoffs, because I think the regular season and the playoffs are different. But when the playoffs come, that's when I think we'll see stuff on a consistent basis with Wemby. Like, oh my God, he can protect a driver who's at the rim and then contest the 3 on the same play. Seriously, you can't do that in the regular season, but in the playoffs, that stuff happens more when guys are really giving effort. And that's when I think we'll say, oh my God, this guy could be the greatest perimeter/interior defender of all time. He could be maybe both. It's pretty scary.
Yeah. That's also why I love, this is part of.
Don't forget the legal, Evan.
Oh, yeah. You want to do the legal?
I was going to wait for you to finish, but since Sonny wants it.
It wasn't going to be that interesting.
Backseat driver over here.
Yeah, he's loving the 2 cheer today. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Anyway, I was going to say that this is part of the analytics age that I like, which is that I can search around and find out what the league says and what the league thinks, and how the defensive side of the ball actually works, because I don't think on TV and at games, most fans I know, and I'm among them, aren't watching close enough to really, really understand what's happening on the defensive side of the ball. I've heard fans, it's like if your guy scores, ooh, you're getting cooked. That's not how NBA defense works. There's rotations, there's switching. It's a whole team defense process, and Draymond is still very, very high level at it, even still now.
Yeah, I mean, and I know you're not saying this, there are ways to tell. If you watch NBA games, and now you've seen it a million times where it's a guy goes into the lane, he kicks out to a 3-point shooter, and then it gets passed 2 or 3 more times to another 3-point shooter. And he's really open.
Don't you love basketball in 2026?
But that guy's, against bad teams, that guy's wide open. Against good teams, there's guys still coming out there contesting a little bit. That's. Here's my thing with Draymond. He's, it's not about his game or the money. It's more about the identity of the team. And I just feel like if you have Steph and Draymond, and even if Draymond's not playing a lot and coming off the bench, he's still going to be the most dominant personality on the team, because then he'll be almost in a coach's role.
Good thing or bad thing?
I don't think it's a good thing.
Why not?
Because of the younger guys that you're going to have to have on this team.
You might be right, but we don't know the makeup yet.
You're right.
Kurt, part of that article, and Slate's did it, I thought, gosh, this is a great article. That thing was really, really well written. I hope everybody's had a chance to read it. But part of that was interesting that Steve Kerr talked about how he and Draymond have had multiple conversations this year, and he's like, a lot of that stuff, the emotionally driven stuff that you do it doesn't work for this group. And that's why you're seeing so many fewer technicals. One of the things that I really learned from reading this, all of these, as we love to call them, the histrionics of Draymond, I think they're much more strategic and planned than people realize. I think people think that Draymond loses his cool. I think Draymond pushes a button and decides when he's going to go crazy.
Most of the time, yeah. I do think that there are moments when he probably loses his cool, whether or not it's, flail kicking Steven Adams or spin punching Yusuf Nurkic or choking Rudy Gobert. I don't know if he thinks, you know what, I'm going to choke a Frenchman right now. That's going to really rev up the team.
But he might.
He might.
He might.
No, he is that, I think,
Oh, there is a Frenchman on the floor tonight.
Right, and if he
Can't
wants
reach
to,
him, though.
he's going to have to get a step ladder.
Yeah,
If you want to
exactly.
choke out that Frenchie, and that's going to be a tough one. But I think you're right to an extent, and you've seen it a little bit in the last couple of months where Draymond's not as animated or that revved up because he is playing with youngsters, and he realizes, as we learned in this article on ESPN, that it's not going to work for the younger core for him to go out there and be that revved up.
Well, he said, I can raise the temperature level of a gym in an arena, a team, like crazy. Like that.
Yep.
I think, to your point, Willard, maybe he has made a more concentrated effort this year not to do that, because what's the point? I mean, this was also the guy at the beginning of the year that was talking about agendas in the locker room, and I think they were in a very different place. But the moment Butler went down and Curry goes down, he's like, I do think Kerr told him, hey, that's not what this team needs. In fact, you're going to do more damage than good. Turning up the furnace on the Guy Santoses or the Leonses of the world, like, that's not going to help us win basketball games. And we're going to have a hard time doing that anyways. But you're really just going to get worn out. And maybe it's also helped him stay as locked in as he can, along with it seems like the promise that he's been believing in since March 9th when the Curry sent him that text that he was coming back, that Curry is coming back. And it seems like he is, or at least he's targeting.
Yeah, forgive me for the cynicism, but I also believe that could be an indication that he knows it's over. And so Draymond was always a chirper, and yet he was a 4-time champion, and he had his demeanor. They've been contenders for a while, and he's been the same Draymond. If he's resigned himself to the fact that, look, the titles are pretty much over, well, then guess what? You're just thinking about yourself. And I think we've got some self-preservation going on here, too. I just do. I mean, I could argue that, so he's not losing his temper as much? Must not care.
You could argue it, but I also don't like, is self-preservation such a nefarious thing? Do you know what I mean?
No, it's not. But let's call it what it is. He kind of wants to stay around the league for whatever reason.
Okay.
And I'm just saying my and I'm not inside. Maybe it'd be different inside. I'm just saying, he's been around for 15 or 16 years. There's a natural. We talked about this year 4 or 5 years ago, and it's going to be tough to change the character of this team as long as Steph and Draymond are on it. Steph certainly, I think you could start to change it with just Steph, but with Steph and Draymond, I don't know.
Even if he's less volatile than he's been?
He probably will be a lot less volatile, but
more inviting of a different.
But I don't necessarily think he won't be as vocal. Like, he may be more vocal to his teammates.
I think he'll be equally volatile when he gets his guys back, and you get back into spots where they're big games, and you need to ratchet up the emotion and turn up the heat in the gym, so to speak. You watch any pro golfer on a Friday when you're heading toward the cut and they're on the back 9 and you're 7 shots off the cut line. All of a sudden, you're not going to stand over every putt for a minute and a half, and you're not going to worry about every club selection. You're just going to hit and walk. You're not making the cut. And I think that's a little bit of where we are with Draymond right now. This year is this year. Yeah, they could win 2 games in the play-in and go win a series. They could win the whole thing, but it's not super likely. And so I think he sees this year for what it is, especially right now without Steph. And so, yeah, you dial it back a couple of clicks and you just try to see what you can do when Steph comes back.
I'm not convinced that's a bad thing either. That he is still a big voice when there are new young players that are taking a larger role and he's taking a smaller one. I don't know that that's a bad thing. There have been a lot of players that we've talked to who swear by Draymond's leadership.
No doubt.
And I know the Jordan Poole thing ruined that for some fans, but Jordan Poole thought that prior to getting punched. There was a period of time where he really looked up to Draymond. So I don't know that is I don't know that that's such a thing to be scared of. But all of this goes year by year.
Yeah, I'm talking more about, okay, let's say let's operate under the assumption that they do this, and now we know Draymond's going to be around for 2 more years. It's more about, again, like there's an intangible here. Okay, so Draymond's role will diminish, but his locker room game will not diminish, because anytime you're going to want to talk about how well the Warriors are playing, or middle of the road they're playing, or bad they're playing, Draymond is going to offer all that commentary. And that's kind of what I mean about giving up the reins of the identity of the team. I don't think you'll ever, as long as Steph and Draymond are here, this could be a good or bad thing. It's just always going to be about them, and it will make it a little more difficult for younger players potentially to emerge.
I see that. At the same time, don't you think every time there's one of these kind of sort of introspective pieces or whatever, or we get to kind of a key moment, whether it was the Lowry Markkanen discussion, the Giannis one, I always come away thinking to myself, Steph and Draymond behind the scenes are a little bit more self-aware within the organizational structure than we give them credit for. I think we could, like, how many times have we heard on this radio station, Draymond would never go to the bench. He would go to the bench in a heartbeat. He has, and he would, and you want to know actually who of Steph, Draymond, and Clay? I think Clay was the one who struggled the most with self-awareness, and it's what led to what happened.
Yeah, probably. Like, again, I'm talking more of an intangible, like I'm a freshman on a college team, and Draymond's a senior, or, and he's rubbing you the wrong way, and he's not as good as he thinks, and then you come back the following year, and it's like, oh, yeah, Draymond's coming back for his 5th year. Okay. Well, it's probably going to be a lot about Draymond then, and that may inhibit my growth as a player.
Well, and then I think that's kind of how you feel about Draymond, but I think he's self-aware enough to know that if there's a player that is able to break through, whether it's a young guy or someone they bring in, like if they bring in Kawhi Leonard this summer, you don't think Draymond's going to be willing to have it help be Kawhi Leonard's team? I mean, I think so. But with young guys, it's different, and I get it. But I also don't think that there's been a player that they've looked at and said, all right, now I can take a back seat.
So this is the opening midweek golf round of the year for me. This is the first time I'm playing midweek, so I got to get out of 212.
And are you playing against my brother today?
No, not today.
Not today.
Are you playing by yourself today?
No, I'm playing with Aaron.
No, he doesn't do that.
Sure. What if they cancel on your way?
The way you guys have been talking about Draymond, it has made me think about him differently. Just make him a coach then. That's what you're talking about.
All right.
Hold on.
Yeah, you got to remember to turn off your mic.
That was the walk-off that you thought it was going to be.
You also got to take your headphones out. You're just you're a mess.
Man.
Actually, that turned into the worst
walk-off. There are no bad
walk-offs.
That's like an Irish goodbye when you go around the room and say bye to everyone.
Your mic is on. Your muff is still there.
Yeah, take care of your muff.
I mean,
there's still no bad walk-offs.
25 years in the business?
Come back and talk 2 more times.
All right, boys.
All right.
Well,
okay.
Will and Dibs coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
No, I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this, okay? And there's only one, and I mean only one way to start this show today. Draymond, Steph, we got plenty of time. There's one way to start this show. Get on camera, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I've been here for 8 hours.
I know, and that's where I want to start the show.
Why?
Great job. Great job today. Who was up at 8 o'clock this morning listening to Dibs on Sarah and Vinny on Alice? Who was up checking out the performance? What a job.
Just a terrible job. Thank you, though.
Just a wonderful job. Look, I look at it differently maybe than you do.
Well, I enjoyed the entertaining part of back and forth with the crew and all the rest of it, but I lost to Lubman.
You got your butt kicked, but it was entertaining radio.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I was trying to provide that while also getting the W, but you go up against Sam Lubman, and
you got housed.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like you guys in Higher or Lower. Lubman was the grandee, and I kind of played the role of Lucas.
That happened once. It happened once.
Yeah, I mean,
anyway.
Anyhow, thank you for the kind words. Yeah. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was fun cruising around. And if it makes you feel any better, and for those who have no clue what we're talking about, I don't want to assume that everybody's, because I know a lot of you are listening to the roast at 8 in the morning. But obviously an iconic show in the Bay Area, Sarah and Vinny, and they play a game called Bridge the Gap. And so you bring on somebody who is of the older variety.
Yeah, that's me.
And then somebody of the younger variety. And then you ask the younger one questions that the older one would know, and you ask the older one questions that the younger one would know, and we see who does better. And Lubman got out of the gate with a strong answer about who was when Chrissy was the ditzy blonde. It was on what show? And
right.
He responded in the form of a question, which I thought was only on Jeopardy, but he was like, is it Three's Company?
Yeah.
And I'm like, Dibs is in trouble.
Trouble.
And if it makes you feel any better, all the ones that you missed, I'd have missed them too.
Yeah. The song Friday, and I started singing a song about Friday, and I sang the wrong one. And it's like, I got nothing.
I probably would have started singing the commercial theme to TGI Fridays.
The one that hurts is I knew that the rapper Drake was on the show Degrassi, however you pronounce it, and I just locked up.
I wouldn't have got it. And even the Furby one, I was like, E.T. And I'm like,
I know it wasn't Tickle Me Elmo and like...
Just like, anyway, it was fun.
It was fun. And it really shined a light on my life because that Furby one, the robot stuffed animal craze of 1998. And I'm thinking, well, 98, I just had gotten married and I was living like the 30-year-old dibber life. I didn't have kids.
Dude, who knows anything? I like nothing.
And there was another one about the internet from like 05, and I'm thinking my kids were 4 and 2. I was locked in on like Thomas the Tank Engine.
I realize. And by the way, because you lost, does that mean you're out? Like, are you not invited back next week?
I think that there's a loser's bracket at some point.
There is?
I hope not. That was really, really humbling.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've been here in the building now for, normally I show up about 12:30, 12:45. I got here today at 7:30, 7:45.
What have you been doing since 8 o'clock this morning?
Well, after the loss, I walked for about 45 minutes.
Oh, you got to walk in?
Yeah, I mean.
Did you get a coffee?
No, there was some sobbing.
Okay.
There were some tears. I took a phone call, and then I said, you know what? I'm going to do what Mark Willard would do right now.
What'd you do?
Eat.
Oh.
Breakfast burrito.
You going to eat it.
Found a little place like 7 blocks away and sat down and had a breakfast burrito and cried a little bit more.
You've never sounded more Gen X than you do right now.
Oh.
Did you hear what you just said in talking about what you did this morning? You used a 3-word phrase. Sam Lubman would never use it. Mark Grandy would never use it. Lucas Alexander would never say this. Your sons would never say this. You said, took a call.
Oh, he took a call. The phone rang and I answered it.
We take calls on this radio show.
888-957-9570.
And those are the only calls we take.
I guess. I mean, you're on the phone a lot.
No, I'm not.
Like on the walk, right?
No, like never. Huh. No, I zone out on the walk. If I'm on the phone on the walk, it's because I'm like, I got to call the doctor to make an appointment for one of my kids.
Gotcha, yeah.
Or I got to call the school because, again, my kids were late or whatever. Like, answer my phone? Are you crazy? Answer the phone. Who answers the phone?
Yeah. I mean, I took some calls today. I had a lot of time.
That's weird.
Talked to my brother and took a call.
You might want to see someone about that. You don't answer the phone. What are you going to do later tonight? Answer the door? What do we do? No, Dibs.
You know what I thought about doing?
What?
I thought about, and I shouldn't say this over the air because he's probably listening, although he's probably getting ready for the game, but I was going to write Steve Kerr a handwritten note. Just as a way to say, you know what, Steve? Thanks for coming on every week. We enjoy it. It's good for our show. It's good for the station.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
he'll get it.
What's the point?
Yeah, 3 years from now, he'll find it somewhere. And
what is that?
Yeah, he'll be like, whatever.
I have stamps too at home.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot.
Do you still have checks?
My wife does.
Does she write checks?
She'll write a check.
Oh, man.
Just 30-second story. I was at Safeway a couple days ago, and you get behind somebody, and the person in front of me was like 80-something.
She better be, or he better be.
He was, and he had like 5 items, so I'm thinking, okay, how bad could this go?
Oh,
5 items, and he pulls it out.
He pulled out the checkbook.
Wrote the check.
I don't mind it as long, because it's adorable when you're 85 years old and you're writing a check. But this just public service announcement. If you haven't turned 75, you got to ditch the checks. You got to get rid of those now. I mean, today. Do you know the last time I went in there? This was when I finally was like, and I was a little late to the party. I hung on to it a little longer than most, but I was like out of checks. So I went to the website to order more checks.
Oh, yeah.
And I looked
$80.
It's tripled in price from what it used to be. It took me so long to get through the last booklet of checks. I think it had been like years. So I went to buy more checks, and I'm like, bleep you. I'm not buying your checks. And that was it. That was the end of that. We're Zellin, and
That's it.
Checks.
We write a check to the preschool. That's it. Because, the credit card's like a 3%, and preschool's not cheap anymore.
No, it never was.
That's a check.
Okay. All right. Hey, Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page. It's brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings, and they're unmatched. Free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. All right, the Spurs are in town. That means Wemby is in town. So here's our poll question today. Which young NBA star will be the first to win a championship? Wembanyama, Cade Cunningham, Anthony Edwards, or Luka Doncic? Vote now on Twitter. We'll share the results later. Now go ahead and do the thing you want to do with the poll question.
Pods.
We didn't have room for a fifth player.
I know. I just threw that out because I thought it would be a way to get the humor rolling because he's not a young star, but all roads apparently now lead to pods.
They do.
It's an interesting question. I think that I would probably go with Cade Cunningham.
Would you?
Yeah, I think Wemby still is going to have to get through OKC. Luka, something about Luka that just kind of like makes my shoulders go up a little bit.
I get it, but they're cooking with gas right now.
They are.
Yeah.
They are, but the West is going to be a gauntlet no matter who goes through. And Detroit, I mean, they've been on a heater all year long.
Yeah, but he's hurt.
Right.
I don't even know when he's coming back. I'd pick Victor on this one. I really would. I don't necessarily think it's going to be this year, though it wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me if the San Antonio Spurs, I literally was going to say cut down the nets. Man, it must be April 1st.
Ball is tipped. I can't wait.
But anyway, it wouldn't shock me if Wemby and the Spurs win it all this year, but I think within, if you run it out to this year and then a couple more after that, I'd be surprised if Wemby doesn't get one of those.
You would think. I mean, you love Stephon Castle, his teammate, and they've got
good player,
good young core, and OKC is going to be either a year or two away from having to make some really hard choices with their roster because all their good players are starting to get paid, and you can't pay them all, unfortunately.
888-957-9570. With that out of the way, and please vote, and we'll read those results later. Look forward to hearing about them. This is what I actually came in and wanted to get off the chest today. I need some help from some of you out there, okay? Can we line up the lines right now? 888-957-9570. This might sound like a weird question. Are you interested in the rest of the Warriors season?
Am I?
No, I just want to let that sit there for a second.
I didn't know if you wanted me to answer right away.
You can answer. Of course, we can all answer. But I really, and that's going to sound like a weird question for us to be asking on the home of the Warriors. But I want to ask it because I've taken to the idea of this radio show often being helpful in getting us out of the echo chamber. The echo chamber will have you believe that everybody hates Steve Kerr. The echo chamber will have you believe that everybody hates pods. The echo chamber will have you believe everybody thinks this Warrior team is just a joke. This is a joke. Hey, it's over, crowd. I'm talking to you. The echo chamber would suggest that this journey that the Warriors are on is a fool's errand. Building around people who are about to turn 40. What the hell are we doing? This year, next year, there's no championship attached to this. There's no storybook ending here. And I keep letting that bounce around in my head, and it makes me go, is that how you wake up as a sports fan? Give me championship or give me death? Is that the only reason for watching sports? You have to have a legit shot at a ring, or else you're completely disinterested? I brought my wife to the Wizards game last week. I'm bringing my wife and my kids to the Sacramento Kings game next week.
That's adorable.
We're excited about it. It's horrible teams with nothing on the line whatsoever. We don't even know if the good players are playing, and we're in.
It's sports.
So when I hear, and I've heard it from a buddy just this morning, hey, sounds like Steph is coming back. And some people are going, for what? That's what I want to talk about. What do you mean for what?
It's his job.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't either.
I want to understand.
Well, and I want to watch the greatest player in franchise history play basketball. And coming up in however many years, it's not going to happen ever again. So he's running out of time to play basketball. So, of course, he's going to come back. And, of course, I want to watch him.
Okay, so 888-957-9570. We're going to take your calls right now. Wide open for you. I would love the answer to that question. Let's just be real with each other. Are you interested in what's going on right now? Or are you like, wake me in 3 years or something like that, 4 years, maybe 18 years, when the Warriors are like true contenders again? Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. All right, bunch of you are lining up. Let's talk this out. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you are making an early start into San Francisco, headed to Chase Center for the Warriors game on the Bay Bridge. You will come up on heavy traffic from the East Bay right before Yerba Buena Island into downtown San Francisco.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratches, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Whew. If you're a Warrior fan, required reading today. I'm assigning it to you like a professor.
I like it, yeah.
Slates.
It's a good read. It's an easy read.
And it's well done.
Yep,
it's
very
well done. And it's basically went and got quotes from Draymond, Steve Kerr, and Steph Curry. And just kind of did that beautiful, like, let's go back to the beginning of the season, now to now. Then let's go to something that happened in January and back to now. Like, it just weaves its way through the season, and I found it to be pretty educational.
Very much so, and it just, again, shined a light on the whole Draymond was never a part of any trade talks thing because, basically Anthony Slater says, well, yeah, Draymond was a part of the the Giannis conversation. And
Draymond said that Draymond was
said the same thing. So that's just the one takeaway where I was like, this story, not that it's a big deal, but it continues to be something I don't understand. Like, why did they feel like they had to protect Draymond when Draymond's out there saying, yeah, I was shocked.
Well, it's 2:30 on a Wednesday, and so I don't want to assume that anybody who's cruising around on their workday or whatever can just like stop and pull out their phone and do reading material right now, even though it is Passover. So maybe you do want to sit down and pull out some reading material. You can. But maybe coming up next hour, we'll get into, I got my top 5 observations coming out of the Draymond article. And we can bat them around, but I think it'll help people also understand what's so interesting out of that piece of work from our friend Slate's.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's go to the phones. I really, this is an exploratory conversation. Are you interested in what's going on the rest of this season for the Golden State Warriors? And this is inspired by anybody, because I've had these people in my life who over the last, especially 24 hours, but hell, we've been talking about this for weeks, the idea of Steph coming back, and people go, for what? Why? It's not like they're going to win a championship. Is that the only thing that we're doing here? That's it? That's it. It's either championship or, forget championship or bust. Have you all become championship or disinterested? Is that where we've arrived in sports fandom? I hope not for your sake.
Not for this team. I mean, I'm looking at the board tonight. There are 9 games in the association. 6 of them have double-digit point spreads.
Yep, it's that time of year.
Right, but you've got, like, the Bucks. They're getting 18.5 at Houston. You've got all these teams who are clearly like the Grizzlies. They're not playing anybody. And the Warriors are still out there trying. So, yes, I'm watching, even though it's no Steph and Jimmy and no Moses and all the rest of the guys. Like Kristaps isn't playing and Melton's not playing. But the Warriors, it'd be great to see him go out there and give a good effort against San Antonio.
What's the up-to-date number on the Warrior
14.5.
That's a 14.5.
Yeah.
So, 13 when we talked about it yesterday, up to 14.5.
Jazz are getting 17 and a hook at home against Denver.
How do you find the number? How do you know what I mean? 14, 15, 16, 17 and a half. Like how? I don't know. You're going to get blown out.
Right.
Is what basically we're saying.
But are you going to lose by 16 or 28 or somewhere in between?
I'm so fascinated.
It's the computers that generate these, and I mean, they are so good at it.
Pete and San Ramon, thank you for calling. Let's take these calls. Hi, Pete. Thanks for checking in. What you got?
Hey, thank you all for taking the call, and nice subject. I got my point and then a point about somebody else I talked to. My point is very much interested in these last regular season games. I'm watching Will Richard, LJ Cryer, what people call the others. I'm watching their development, and I'm really interested in all that.
Okay.
The second point is, before the last homestand that they ended up with the 2 wins, and everybody was all excited, right? Well, coming into those 2 games, a couple I know who are 30-year-plus season ticket holders came in and said, I didn't ask them. They let off with, man, I don't know if I'm going to renew or not. What's going on here? And by the time the second game, the second victory happened, they felt better. I hope the rest of the season goes well enough they renew. So that's what I got today. Thanks a lot for your time.
All right, Pete, thanks. So wait a minute. We got a couple that was considering not renewing season tickets, but then they decided we'll do it because they rallied to beat the Wizards?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right. I mean, whatever you want to do.
Yeah. Honestly, if you're only going to be a season ticket holder, or you're only going to be interested if Steph is going to play, then you're not the kind of NBA basketball fan that I am, because I watched them. I've always watched them because I love basketball and they're my team. So even when they were dreadful, when they didn't have anybody worth a hill of beans, I still would watch because I want the Warriors to do well.
Yep. It's funny. to me, it's twofold. It's that, but then let's go back to the Steph thing. What if you are one of these people that's just like, man, you're all about Steph? Well, if you're all about Steph, don't be fake about it. Don't say that you want to savor every moment that we've got left, and then when he's ready to potentially play this Sunday, it's like, no, don't come back. You'll ruin everything. You might hurt yourself. You might lower the Warriors' draft position, whatever it may be. Like, I'm going to still sit here until I know that it's not the case and think to myself, there is a path to, and now it's less than 2 weeks from tonight, there's a path that 13 days from now, the Warriors field a team that has Steph Curry, Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford, Draymond Green, DeAnthony Melton, GP2, Brandon Pajemski, like a squad that could go win a road basketball game in a big environment. Like a veteran-laden team that could perform.
They've got a shot. And so because of that, I'm interested in seeing what goes between now and the play-in game. And, who can you get healthy and what might you be able to do if you're the 10? Can you go to Portland and win? I'm with you because it's sports. And a guy who I used to coach out at Drake, he's the head basketball coach now at Idaho. Idaho goes as a 6 seed, and they win the Big Sky out of nowhere. They're a 15 seed in the tournament. They drew Houston. And so you look at that and you think, I mean, they're not going to beat Houston. This is Houston. You're Idaho. But I watched every second, and you hope that, maybe a 40-minute miracle can happen, and you can pull it off. And they lost by 31, and it probably wasn't that close. But if you were interested in the story, you watched the game, even though you knew, quote-unquote, how it was going to go. And it's the same thing with this Warrior thing. Like, can they beat Portland? Sure. Can they beat the 7-8 loser in the play-in? Sure. Can they go out and beat OKC or San Antonio? Sure. It's probably not that likely, but I'll watch every second of it.
Yeah.
Because it's sports.
I mean, if your mentality is championship or bust, but you mean that in a larger sense, in other words, even in years when you're maybe not a contender, you're following along the moves and the maneuvering that's happening so that you can get back to that. That's where I sit. I understand that, but that means that I'm there for the off years too. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and this goes for, we could liken this to any sport that we're talking about. You and I were just joking during the break. I might have to pull the second TV up tonight during dinner.
Yeah.
Because Wemby is in town and the Warriors have a game, even though they're missing, I don't know, like their top 7 players or something like that. And then meantime, the Sharks have a massive game tonight.
Massive.
They're not winning the cup. I'm confident in that.
I mean,
now they're allowed to.
They have a better chance of winning the cup than the Warriors do of winning the Larry.
Agreed, but I would argue that they're
single digit.
They're dating those two numbers.
Right.
They're dating. They're flirting with each other.
One's a 6, one might be a 7, something like that.
Oh, you had to go there. I actually think
started it.
I think one of them's like a 1 and the other one's a 2.
Yeah.
And actually, it might be like one of them's a 0.1 and one of them's a 1. It might be something like that. But so what? Like, the Sharks are a great example of what I'm talking about. Like, get into this thing that is building toward whatever the hell it's going to become. And it really could become something uber special. But don't you want to be here now? Like, can't you find some fun in that? And right now, the goal for the Sharks and the Warriors is actually the exact same thing.
With different pasts, but...
Correct.
I think their presence are...
Make the playoffs.
Yeah, right.
Have a chance. Let's see what happens then when you get there.
Instead of giving your 38-year-old GOAT a swing at it, you're giving your 19-year-old prodigy a swing at it. His first swing versus maybe Steph's last swing. So there are so many great parallels. Sharks only 2 points out of the final playoff spot, and Anaheim, the division leaders, the team they face tonight at the Tank, 6 o'clock, national TV.
Beat them.
That's right.
Beat them and you're in for the moment.
That's right.
Yeah.
They have 10 to go, so you probably need to win 6 of them.
Most teams have 8 or 9. They've got the fewest games played in the West. It's been that way for a while, so they're going to have more opportunities for points. Rob in San Jose. Hi, Rob. Thank you for calling. What's going on?
Yeah, you kind of or touching on some of my point, I'm not that interested in the rest of the Warriors season or care. Will I watch? Yes, I will watch just because I'm a sports fan and a sports junkie, but I'm more interested in the Sharks just because I think of, one, how the season's going, like you're saying, where they're at. They're a young, up-and-coming team, young players, not a lot of ego, no drama, not players mismanaged, no injuries. I think that in totality of the Warriors with Kuminga and the injuries and just Draymond and his antics, I think there's just a lot that has worn on the fan base to a certain degree and the makeup of the team around Steph, where it's like, I'm not that interested in the rest of the season. I'm not title or bust because I'm going to watch the Sharks and I'm going to watch the Giants, and you have other things going on. The Masters is coming up. So I'm definitely more clued in to some of the other sporting events and teams than just the Warriors, even though it's the end of the season and it's the stretch run.
You know what I hear in your voice, Rob, is actual fatigue. Like that's what I hear in your, and I get it. I totally get it. But like that's what I hear in your voice. If you're in on the Sharks and their very unlikely chances, but you're not in on the Warriors and their very unlikely chances, but the reasoning behind it was the Sharks feel new to you and the Warriors feel stale. Is that accurate?
100%. I think the Sharks now where the Warriors were at in 2012, 13, right? Yeah. You could kind of see something. They were young. They were exciting. And there's just been a lot that's gone on. We've got scar tissue with the Warriors that over these years where it's been these ups and downs and the drama, whereas the Sharks don't have that. Yeah. And, oh, my God, Mark, if you're a Sharks fan, there's a lot of scar tissue from the losses and good teams that we've had that didn't get it done, that now it's like, okay, we're kind of back. We have a chance. Let's go.
Rob, thank you very much. Appreciate it. What if I asked it this way, since we just were playful about this year? Who's got it? And I'm not going to say championship. Listen to the way I phrase it. Yeah. Who's got a better chance to get to the, should I say conference finals or conference semifinals? Who's got a better chance to get to the conference semifinals next year?
So you're talking about win a series.
Sharks or Warriors?
Win a series.
Yep.
I would probably go with the Sharks.
Would you?
I would. Just, what we saw this year from the Warriors is, I'm afraid, what we likely will see next year from the Warriors, which is old guys get hurt.
Could be.
Doesn't mean that they're all going to get this hurt, and Moses is not old and he got hurt, but that's why when Grandy was talking about easy money going over 47.5 wins for the season, I kind of bristled because of the chance that these kind of things would happen. And so next year, all your old guys are even older.
Sure.
So but in terms of your question, that would be the one variable.
We don't even know who's on the team next year.
Well, Steph and Jimmy and Draymond.
You know some of them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would presume that those three are on there.
Well, and Jimmy for only part of the season. I would presume the same. I would presume that Will Richard and Brandon Pajemski are on the team. I think Kristaps Porzingis is probably going to be on the team. He's on the team. If Moses can be back at some point, that's on the table, though seemingly kind of unlikely. But then there will be others.
Right.
There will be others that we haven't met yet.
And we don't know entirely who will be on the Sharks team, but we do know that their young core, they're all going to be back, and they're all going to be, 19, 20, 21. And so with a year more experience and more seasoning, I kind of like their chances more of winning a series. And even if you threw the Giants in the mix too, can the Giants go out and win a series? They might be even more favored than those other two.
I don't know. But even the fact that you have to think about it is interesting to me. Because, again, if they're all kind of in the same neighborhood, then why wouldn't you sign up for all, if not for fatigue? And you're allowed to have fatigue. That's it. I know there's a lot of people listening to this show who are done with Draymond. And then there's a lot of people listening to this show who still really like and appreciate Draymond, both for who he has been and even some things that he still brings. You want to know one of the most, I don't want to spoil it too much, one of the most interesting quotes of that Draymond article in the Anthony Slater piece came from Steph Curry. It came from Steph Curry, and He said, quote, I think Draymond would tell you he's not going to take an average team and raise their level. But when it comes to a really good team, he's going to turn them into a championship team. So there is a conversation and maybe even an argument there with regard to the idea of, well, then should Draymond be a part of this anymore? Because in this moment, at least, they're not a really good team. They might get to be one again. I don't know. But at their age, maybe not. But that's part of why Draymond, it's not the only reason. I'm not absolving Draymond of the season. But that's part of why Draymond looks the way he looks this year. This is not what he does.
Right.
He is not an elevator of a bunch of young average players.
He's not the kind of guy who goes from averaging 8 and 5, and your two best scorers are out, and suddenly now he's going to go turn it up and average 24. That's not his game. And he even said it in the piece. He talked about how he doesn't run as fast, he doesn't jump as high, he doesn't do a lot of things that he used to do. So now he has to go about things differently. And when you don't have Steph and you don't have Jimmy, then a lot of times you're not going to run the screen and roll. And so Draymond winds up just either in the corner or on the wing, just kind of waiting for catch and shoot threes. And he's actually shot it pretty well this year relative to his ability and his career numbers. But without those other great players around him, the things that he does so well, they don't really have the same impact.
Duck Sauce, San Jose. Hey, Sauce, what you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Just a couple things on. I think you kind of asked this question last week too, Willard, about and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were kind of saying that you did have some fatigue from some of these fans, like with the mentality whether it's championship or bust, and like for the ones that do mean that literally, I would say I don't even know why you'd waste your time even worrying about it, because that's like telling you without telling you they ain't got no hoop IQ. I mean, anyone who really thinks it works that way, they're not really a basketball fan. I mean, let's be honest. Anyone that tells me you haven't put in the time either playing or learning, watching the game, that to know that it just don't work like that. So now you did say a few minutes ago that maybe they don't all mean that literally. They just mean like working towards a championship, and I get that. As far as last year, like I would say that was a true definition to me of a puncher's chance. Like, you're rolling into the playoffs. The morale was good with Jimmy New. That's a true puncher's chance right there. They probably weren't going to win it, but they were playing so well and clicking so well that they had a shot. You never know. This year, I love the Warriors with all my heart, but if I'm being honest, like, I don't think they have any chance in hell. I mean, I don't. That's too big of a task to ask Steph. You know what I mean?
No,
but
they don't.
Which they don't, right? But I'm still going to watch. I will watch, but I don't believe they're going anywhere in a 1-game scenario. But not in a 7-game. And then the last thing I'll say is, like, everyone has a chance. Everyone has the right to approach fandom however they want. Like for me, even if my team is not good, yes, I can find other ways to enjoy them. But I will say right now, like one of my ways is if I can cling on to a young player that I find exciting and I like his skill set, that's enough for me. But I will say right now, none of the young Warriors possess that for me. That's just my opinion. I know you guys don't, you don't all agree. Like I've called in about pods before. I'm not huge on them. I know you guys, kind of disagree with that to an extent. But like, I'm already looking at the draft, man. Like I like that Mullins kid who hit that shot. I think Bleacher Report had the Warriors taking him at 11th, or maybe LeBaron Philon at 11th from Alabama. I would love either of those two picks. So, that's all I got, guys. I appreciate the time as always.
Yeah, Duck Sauce, appreciate you.
Thank you, Sauce.
I don't think anybody, I've not met anybody who has latched on to the idea of Pods being a star. Maybe Joe Lacob. He's the only one who's made a comment.
Even Pods himself has kind of dialed that back a little bit,
Yeah, so like I don't think about it that way. I think about Brandon Pajemski as like, can that be a productive player on your team going forward? My answer is yes. He already is.
Yeah.
But no, I don't foresee stardom, and so if you don't want to, like, if you can't latch onto that because it's not like visually pleasing to you, and you don't see the ha-ha and you don't see stardom, then fine. I totally get that. Like the best thing that Duck Sauce just said there, which is completely true. Everybody gets to enter this however you want. But that's why I put the question out in as open-ended of a way as I can possibly think of, because I think it's incumbent upon all of us to acknowledge the changes that we've undergone. Like, we should acknowledge that. We are a very, very different fan base than we were before Steph Curry arrived.
Completely.
And so that's fascinating to me. And I'm not going to lie, I find it to be, at times, a little frustrating, a little bit annoying.
It's the nature of life, though.
But I get it. Exactly. Yeah. I get it. I really do.
And it's what happens. And you want to go back to the early days of the dynasty, and you had those yellow shirts that they would give out, the gold shirts, and every single solitary human being in that building was wearing them. It didn't matter if you had your douchey button-up shirt that's $185 and you really wanted to have it. You put the shirt on because everybody wore the shirt, and it was new, and it was exciting, and, you know, the Warriors were won, and there was Warriors chants and Roracle and all the rest of it. And as you go through, and it becomes kind of old hat, okay, we're good, we win again. It's still fun, but you go now, and if they do have a play-in game here and they give out those shirts, you're going to have about a 70% I'm putting this shirt on percentage, and that's just because people have gotten a little bit fatigued of the experience. It's just human nature.
We'll keep taking your calls on this. The rest of this season entertain you? Matter to you? Are you interested? 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good also. Shams hit ESPN today and had a couple Steph updates. So did Anthony Slater. We'll let you hear those coming up next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Also, it's Willard for Underdog. The tournament, as you know, is hot and heavy. We're down to 3 games to go. But you're going to want to get in on those games, and Underdog is the best place to do it. You can make picks, win money right now here in California. And playing on Underdog is as easy as can possibly be. User-friendly app. You download the app, you go in there, you see all the players pop up. You pick your favorites and whether they're going to go higher on their stats, points, rebounds, assists, whatever. If you get them all right, pair them up, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, I'm really zeroing in on the Arizona-Michigan game. A lot of future NBA players. High-scoring game would be my bet. I think you pick a few players and go higher in that game on some of their key stats. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard, and you'll score $50 in free bonus entries when you play your first 5. Again, that promo code is my last name, Willard. You have to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you are concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or go to ncpgambling.org.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is backed by popular demand, Bay Area. Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Your Toyota's been through a lot with you. Traffic, rain, potholes, you name it. But it keeps showing up mile after mile. So maybe it's time to give a little back. For a limited time at your local Toyota dealer, get 3 new tires and get the 4th for $1. Because a ride that's always there for you deserves to be taken care of. 3 tires, get the 4th for $1? Go on. Treat your Toyota. Deal ends April 30th. Keep your Toyota a Toyota. Restrictions apply. Toyota and Scion vehicles only. See participating Toyota dealers for details.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, right now, the questions that we're going to be asking today are of you. We got what we like to call a lot of runway today for you at 888-957-9570. And I don't like this, but it's how I feel in this particular case. It's kind of what I want to say to Warrior fans. Can we just do what we're doing?
Do what we're doing.
Can we just do what we're doing?
So, like, right now it's 3:02 and you and I are talking about sports.
Yeah.
So you want me to just sit here and do that?
Well, yes. Actually, you're contractually obligated to do so.
Okay.
There are times that you go on the radio when you're not contractually obligated to do so. That happened at 8 o'clock this morning.
That won't happen again.
Well, not with that effort.
Not with that attitude. So, yes, I know what you're saying, though. Can we do what we're doing? And for example, the Warriors are doing game number 76, and they're taking on a really good team with a really tall guy, and you don't have a lot of your normal Warriors playing. Let's just do that and see if they can win the game.
Well, that's super micromanaging type answer.
I thought that's what you were looking for.
Well, that's part of it. But the more macro way of talking about it, I guess, would be the whole everything for Steph angle. And I don't know. Like, I find, this is part of the rub, I think. I find what the Warriors are going through to be rather inevitable and obvious and inescapable at this time.
Right.
Not forever, but at this time, this feels obvious, inevitable, and inescapable. Yet there is this, there's this discomfort. And again, we're back, maybe echo chamber, but there's discomfort with Draymond's antics, Steve's rotations, and general age. And I guess that would be kind of my question. It's like, how is it that they were supposed to avoid that and scratch all of your Steph Curry itches?
Well, they could have done it one of two ways, and they decided to go down this road. And once you start down this road, there's no turning back. And it goes back even before the Jimmy Butler trade, but that for me is when you basically sealed the deal on your direction. You traded for Butler. You gave him a 2-year deal worth almost $110 million. He eats up a ton of your salary slots, and he's an older guy. And so you went all in on Jimmy Butler, and then you added other old guys. You went all in on going old to help build around Steph Curry, and you got rid of Kuminga. You got rid of Jordan Poole before. You decided that, in your opinion, front office, this was the way to maximize the Steph Curry window. So other than years ago, not giving Draymond Green the extension, 4 years and $100 million, and not going out and trading for Chris Paul, trading Jordan Poole and getting Chris Paul, you could have navigated the end of the Steph Curry era a whole bunch of different ways, but you chose to go down this road this way. So here we are. And I like what you're saying about, can we just do what we're doing right now, which is Steph has one more year, Draymond's got one more year, Jimmy and Moses are hurt, Kristaps is a maybe, and all the rest of it. There's no undoing what you have decided to do.
And when I say that, I have no issue in pointing out the sort of micro flaws, the decisions, the Wisemans, or if you want to go down, the Kuminga route, whether it was like they should have picked somebody else or they should have handled who they did pick differently. That to me is all fair. That's fine. That's like normal, sports debate, and let's talk about what they did. And boy, they probably should have done it this way. Again, I'm more in the macro, though, of where you've arrived. Because even if those things went differently, I would argue you're still in Stephville. Even if Wiseman was really good and Kuminga was flying and cooking and still here, you're still in Stephville. And everybody who has any sort of say in the organization at all collectively 100% believes that Draymond Green has a massive positive effect on winning big games. They all, none of them disagree with that.
Yeah.
There's not a one.
And Steve Kerr, too. If you are in the we don't want Kerr camp, it's all intertwined.
Yes.
And, most notably, Steph is the one who thinks that. And Steph is quoted in this article from Anthony Slater on ESPN.com and talking about what Draymond means. And Steve Kerr continues to say how important Draymond is. And so Steve, Steph, and Draymond, they are intertwined. And it seemed like Klay was a part of that as well. But as you mentioned in the crossover, that last year Klay was here, you could see that things were starting to break apart. He didn't play with the same joy, and he wasn't getting the contract from them that he probably wanted. And it got to the point where it was time for him to go somewhere else.
I'm on record saying I don't want this team to do a deal where they're sending 4 first-round draft picks out. I'm on record saying that. I'm not sitting here telling any of you that I think the Warriors should just stick in this mud for the rest of our lives. I'm just talking about where we've arrived now. I find inevitable, inescapable, and now I already forget the third word I used, but whatever. You get the idea.
Right.
And so this is what we're doing. Can we just do what we're doing?
This is what you're doing.
Can we just, without everybody going, you're all you're all awful and you've messed this up and you're old and it's laughable and fire this and fire that and all of these things. I don't find where the Warriors have arrived to be that offensive or confusing.
No, it's pretty simple. And you have a team of older guys, including your superstar. And if you want to think back to the last 12 months, he's now been hurt like 4 or 5 different times. He had the hammy in the playoffs, and he's had the runner's knee now, and he's had just little things pop up. And it's what happens when you're 38 and you're a high mileage run around basketball player like he is. And I don't want to get all morbid, but think about anybody, and you have a couple parents who are both in their 80s. Yep. And, you think about 10 years from now, if they're still with us, God help us all, there are going to be certain things that they just can't do. And there's already things that they just can't do. And so, yeah, you look at that, and it's the reality of being 82, 84, whatever. And, my father-in-law, Pop is 82. And, we're already starting to think about, what the next 5, 10, 15 years will be like. And it's just the nature of everything. And so in an NBA sense, you have a 38-year-old superstar who's got chronic runner's knee now. You have to understand that even if he comes back next year, he's not playing 82 games.
Do we know it's chronic?
I just kind of threw that in there, but he's got runner's knee.
Yeah,
and
which can then go away as quickly as it arrived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can. I mean, he also has had a long career of ankle issues, and he's had a history of knee injuries and broke a hand and all the rest of it. So the reality is he's 38, and next year he'll be 39 at some point during the year. And so to think that he's going to play 82 games and 35 minutes a night, those days are over.
No, completely. Well, 82 games for veteran stars. I mean, I don't think that exists. Does that exist?
Not really. I mean, 82 games for anybody, but like if you want to talk about the Steph Curry window.
Pods will do it.
Right. He's 22 or 23.
Yes. Yeah.
And you look at next year, and if you have a team that is equally as old next year as they are this year, you're going to have to be, holding your breath the majority of the 82 games to try and keep everyone together.
Here's slates on NBA Today, ESPN with the latest on Steph.
I talked to Steph last night. He did say he felt great coming off the scrimmage, but he used the same word with me that he used with you on the sideline weeks ago, which was unpredictable. It really is an unpredictable knee injury. So he's hesitant over the next few days, hoping that the knee, responds well enough for him to get in the game Sunday, Tuesday, and play maybe 4 regular season games before the play-in. I do think some people from the outside looking in are saying, why? This kind of is a lost season for the Warriors. They're in the 10th spot. Everything's already gone wrong. Jimmy Butler's out for the year. But I talked a lot to Steph Curry about Draymond Green for a story I have on the site today, and I thought one of the interesting things he said is he's seen Draymond, keep his body ready and play every game this season, and he's around this team, which, it's a really dark time for the franchise. They've watched 2 of their players basically carried off the floor with career-altering injuries, and I think he just wants to lift the spirits of this franchise, provide a little light at the end of the tunnel. I don't think there's some idea in his mind they're going to roll off and win the title out of the 10 seed, but I think they believe they can win a play-in game in Portland, they can win a play-in game in Phoenix or LA, and they can get a crack at the defending champs, and I think that's enough for Steph Curry to try to want to get back.
Okay, there it is from Slates, and even in there he referenced the article that he did then post today on ESPN.com about Draymond Green, about his future, about his current, about his strategy, all of the stuff. And I do think that Draymond is a little bit of a linchpin in terms of where and how this is all going to go for the Warriors next. So if you didn't get a chance to see that article, we want to kind of bring it to you next in a way that we can over the radio. We're not going to sit down and read together. Don't worry about that. I don't do a whole lot of reading either. But I did read this, and we've got our top 5 observations about Draymond Green coming from this piece coming up next, all right? And obviously, Warriors play tonight. Spurs, Wemby, in town, 7 o'clock. Warriors Live with Evan Giddings starts at 6. It's a double for E-Dog today. That's presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Your phone calls are wide open and welcome. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Got the Warriors playing tonight at Chase Center. If you're coming in on the Bay Bridge, going to be sluggish from the Island Tunnel past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 will be heavy after 280 all the way up to the Bay Bridge, and then some minor delays on northbound 280 after Mariposa.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. They're deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering their community all around them. And I am one of those clients. I have been now for more than 5 years, and I made the change for one big, simple reason. It's because of the customer service, and it's the customer service touches that you get there from Fremont Bank. They know me, they know my family, and they know what my savings goals are, and they help me to achieve them. They're responsive, and they provide that customized service that I'm looking for in a bank, not like a big box bank where you go in and you're just a number to them. You're just an account number and a balance. They don't really understand you and your goals. And when I deposit my money into Fremont Bank, I know that that money stays local and it supports family-owned businesses and home ownership right here in the Bay Area. They have 21 branches throughout the greater Bay Area, and you can go around and see exactly for yourself what Fremont Bank is doing for your community. And they also, by the way, designate 5% of their earnings for charity, and that stays also right here in the Bay Area. Go in and see for yourself. It's Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over. You're in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Roll out.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
It's my favorite of the That's a Great Question montages that Grandy plays. That one.
The montage. Do you have a favorite within the favorite?
It might be the Grant Brisbee.
Ooh. That's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah, to me.
But the Broussard is sneaky awesome. Well, that's a great question.
Well, that's a great question.
Charles Davis is the most, he's the longest in terms of his compliment. It wasn't just like, that's a great question. Now we're going to spend a few minutes explaining why it was a great question.
And that was for you. And I remember when he said that, I was like, oh, God, you're not going to hear the end of this one. But that's just my favorite montage.
I do like Charles. Yeah, all those guys.
I mean, Grandy does a good job of putting them together. And the other one that you have to love is the one that is the ultimate pump fake from Mark Schlereth. Well, that's a great.
I think it's going to be a close game.
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
Yeah, thanks, Mom. Stupid.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Anyway,
and Grandy is performing right now. I would think in a little bit of a state of anxiety. We're getting close over there, buddy. It's hump day, and once we get to the weekend, you need to go into the hyperbaric chamber for 48 hours, and then we'll see what happens on Monday.
You're really, exaggerating how much prep goes into this for me.
No, I'm getting into your dome.
And
you think it's not working, but it is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of pressure. Competing against listeners is one thing, but when you're a champ and a two-time champ.
Yeah, that's different.
And you're going for a third title. And, you got a trophy and you've got a framed picture of you on the Chase Center floor winning.
Wow. Yeah, you know how when they do those entrance videos, you see the players and they come out of the players' lot and they're walking in, they got their fit, and someone with a camera is just following them for a while, and it's kind of awkward because they've got to act like the camera's not there, but they're just by themselves, so they just have to walk and just look cool, but look like you don't know that somebody is following you with a camera. I think we need one of those on Grandy on Monday. You picked out the fit? I asked you this last time. Have you picked it out?
No.
Guru picked out his fit 5 weeks ago.
Well, that's Guru.
Yeah, but see, that's my point. You think that these listeners and these fans are going to be coming to Chase Center on Monday wanting to meet the goo. No, dude. They've circled you. You. Every single move you make is going to be broken down, massaged, micromanaged. Every single step you take.
Every breath you take.
I'll be watching you.
Thank you.
No, we'll all be watching you. So
I just can't wait to meet.
Like, no worries, but,
But, yeah.
if you can handle that, then.
I just can't wait to meet Mitchell Mule, who is one of the contestants. And if you don't know him, you need to follow him on Instagram. He is, we were going back and forth on Instagram direct message so I can give him this nickname because I asked him in advance if it's okay. He's a rather large guy, and so, but he's a knockdown shooter. And I said, is it okay if I call you Heft Curry? And he said, absolutely, that's great. Mitchell, Muehl.
No, he's got almost 200,000 followers on Instagram.
He's a knockdown shooter, and if you scroll down, you can see a slow motion compilation video of him dunking in a swimming pool, and it might be the funniest thing I've ever seen. I cannot wait to meet this man. The pride of the North Bay. He's coming for you, Grandy.
Dude.
Mitchell Mule. Heft Curry. The Heft.
I mean,
yeah, randomly one day, Lucas just sent me an Instagram post by this guy. I had no clue what it was, and he called me out by name in it.
It's pretty awesome. Just scroll down to where he dunks in the swimming pool.
No,
it'll be the best thing you see all year.
Nikola Jokic.
That's also not bad. I'll run it by him. I thought Heft Curry was better because he's a knockdown shooter, but
he's also a great passer.
Nikola Jokic.
Nikola Jokic.
That's a solid 4.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I should have given Lucas a Lucas.
Except for you, I feel like you went with Thikola.
I did.
Instead of Thikola.
Sure.
Is it Nikola Jokic or Nikola Jokic?
Or Jokic?
No.
Now that got bumped down to a 3. Should have left well enough alone.
Get it, because gnocchi?
We had some good gnocchi over the weekend. Lovely Christy and I.
Good.
Yeah. Good, really good restaurant out in Sonoma called Wit and Wisdom. I had never been there before. Go to Wit and Wisdom. Bring your credit card, but go there.
Sure.
Oof. My goodness, the food was good.
Okay.
Yeah.
That boy.
Gnocchi. Anyway, whatever, Grandy. Act like this isn't affecting you. No chance. No chance.
Mitchell Mule.
I'm betting.
Nikola Jokic. Heft Curry.
I'm betting every single dollar I have that there's no 3-peat.
Okay. I think I'm going to see if I can talk to the boss and get the list of contestants. That way we can, start to scout. Maybe we can lay some actual odds out there.
I'm tanking, by the way. I just want everybody to know that. I cannot hang with Mitchell or Mark. I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out. I'm going to go right in front of Guru. I'm gonna let him knock me out.
No.
Yep. And then I'm going to go for a walk and take a call.
You're not, okay. You're not laying down for the goo. Once you get out there, your competitive juices they'll start churning.
We'll see.
I might actually give it a go. Health pending. Your boys had a rough year. Health-wise.
If you give it a go a week and a half after literally not even being able to walk to BART, how long did it take you the other day?
It's a 1-block walk, and it took probably 15 minutes.
I'm sorry, and I don't mean to laugh. Like, I watched you all day.
I felt bad for the people because I was literally screaming. And, you can tell.
You were screaming during commercial breaks.
You can tell the character of people because at least 7 or 8 people would come up and say, can I help you?
Yeah.
The other 1,000 people are like, oh, my God, I'm crossing the street.
Anybody film you? Hey,
maybe.
Look at this dummy over here on Kearney.
Agony.
Dude, I feel for you.
Yeah.
But if you're going to, and now you're going to play knockout a week and a half later?
We'll see.
Okay.
You never know.
All right. Okay. All right. Hey, so we've referenced this Draymond article a number of times. And I jotted down a few things that are they're broad strokes, but to me, these were 5 things that I wanted to point out from the article. They're not just like one-liners or whatever, but 5 observations from the Draymond article, okay? And let's go through these because really kind of in-depth piece on where he sits within the organizational structure, his future, the awareness of it, all of those things. My number one observation, and again, you're like, some of this is opinion on their part, so you could disagree, but Draymond and Steve Kerr both very much presented his repeated blow-ups, or as they are called by the fan base, his histrionics. They presented them as a choice. not something that Draymond just falls into, but a strategic choice. At one point, Anthony writes, as fourth quarter hope melted away in one particular game, Draymond thought about erupting at a referee, a coach, or an opponent in an attempt to change the inevitable, a favored tactic of his to shock his team's system. But he said, quote, no, it's not the thing to do. I can raise the temperature level of a gym, an arena, a team like crazy, like that, whenever I want to. I started thinking about all the things that Draymond has been involved in on the court through the years, sometimes feeling like they're at the absolute worst time. So I'm not going to say that I buy that his emotions are not part of this at all, but they very much presented what Draymond does as a strategic choice.
I think at times it is. At other times, I do think that he loses his control. And there have been a couple of games where he's gotten back-to-back techs in the closing seconds of a ball game that have actually cost them the game.
Yep.
And I think there was one in Charlotte a few years back where, you know, he just gets uno dos, free throws, you lose. I don't think that those are the ones that they're referring to. I think sometimes, like any manager, right, where you're down 9-2 and your team is playing lethargically, and so you burst out of the dugout and you kick dirt on the ump and you get thrown out, hoping to send a message to the team. And that happens with coaches, too, in the NBA, where you get a tech and you're trying to fire up the squad, and it might be intentional. So I do think that some of the things that Draymond does would fall under that umbrella, but not all of them, in my opinion.
No, not all. I agree with you. Not all of them. And, you know, even if, like, sometimes you might make a choice and go do it and then realize once you're doing it, that didn't work the way that I thought it was going to work, or that didn't play out the way I thought that it was going to play out.
Like earlier this year when he gets in a shouting match with Steve, well, he was the one doing the shouting, and then he just stormed off to the locker room.
Yep.
I don't think that was him intentionally turning up the heat in the gym.
No, I think that was him. The way I read that after reading today what both he and Steve Kerr said about it, I feel like, yes, there was some underlying frustration in what was going on with him and the team, but I read that as his way of being like, this isn't working for this team.
Yeah.
And I am in an overly emotional space. It would be better for me to get out of here before this gets worse and goes somewhere where
totally
it
agree.
really shouldn't go.
I thought that was the case when that first happened, but I don't think that he intentionally got that mad so that he could leave to send a message. That was one of those ones where he lost it.
Okay, number 2, the Warriors. The Warriors still believe that Draymond is huge and imperative for winning, just not in a lot of box score ways. So this is kind of the rub, I think, right now with Draymond and the fan base. We watch the game, we're seeing the turnovers rise, and we'll get to the turnovers in a second. But we're watching somebody who does all of the non-box score things. He does the non-tangible basketball stuff, and it's always been about being a champion. Well, now this is not even a championship contender. So for a lot of fans, all the things that he does, now they're just annoying. And it doesn't look like they're tied to winning at all. Well, I think that there are some points there, but I found it interesting to kind of bring out what is being said behind closed doors within the organization. And I don't think it would surprise anybody that Steve Kerr still thinks that. I wonder if it would surprise any of you that Steph Curry absolutely will put a flag in the ground and argue with you if you think that Draymond no longer positively affects winning.
Well, you look at the stats, and I know he put this in his article about his plus minus, how he's, I think, 14th or 15th all time in career plus minus. And a lot of that is you play with really good players and you're going to have a better plus minus. But you see it this year where he's been a net negative because he's not playing with good players around him. When he plays with good players and Draymond's your, fifth best offensive player and your best defensive player, you're going to have a good team.
Steve Kerr said, quote, Draymond is the most powerful force in the room every night. When the team is right and he is right, he is just an incredible force for winning. He raises that temperature, our awareness, our alertness, our preparation. Steph Curry, quote, I think Draymond would tell you he's not going to take an average team and raise their level, but when it comes to a good team, he is going to turn them into a championship team. Those are the quotes from Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. I was mostly drawn to what Kerr said there at the end. He raises the temperature, our awareness, our alertness, our preparation. These are all things that none of us can see when the ball goes up and the game gets played and the box score gets filled. We can't see any of that.
Yeah.
But that's their take.
That's right. And they play with him, and it's almost, 1,000 games with him for Steph. And it's clear that when Draymond is on his game, and we've talked about this, when he's engaged and interested and challenged, even if he doesn't have good players around him, then Draymond's going to play better, and the team is going to play better. He is absolutely the engine for that team.
Number 3, turnovers are no longer accepted.
Yeah.
No, they aren't. That's why he's played fewer minutes. It's why he has not finished all the games. Anthony wrote, Kerr long ago implemented an edict for basically the dynastic warriors. Curry and Green could have their 3 or 4 turnovers per game. The reward was worth the risk. But in December, he had a conversation with Green, and it was the first time that Kerr was telling Draymond turnovers are no longer okay. Times had changed. And that was right before the Draymond left the bench situation. I think there was maybe a few weeks of a little bit of tension there.
No doubt. And Draymond is number 1 in the association in turnover percentage, the percentage of possessions that result in a turnover. I think it's 25% out of 100 possessions. So he turns it over basically 1 in every 4 possessions that he's involved in, which is far and away the worst in the league.
Yep. He'd happily go to the bench. So he says. Happily says he's told the team this. Green has accepted all of the changes and the choices. He has let Kerr and Mike Dunleavy know that he is absolutely willing to move to a bench role if necessary, while still believing there is plenty of positive basketball ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He started his career coming off the bench, and just because you come off the bench doesn't mean you can't play 28 or 30 minutes. The whole thing about starting, from my standpoint, it's more of an ego thing, and if the player doesn't have that much of an ego attachment to it, then have him come off the bench. And you know what? Maybe the first quarter will start out better.
Well, also we're sitting here talking about what his future is next year, the year beyond. This will happen at some point. At some point, I think that's inevitable. That Draymond Green is not going to be go out there and start and be this undersized 5 or what have you. I don't know. It also depends on who the 5 is. If he's going to play the 4, if it's Porzingis, if it's Al Horford, if it's people like that can knock down a 3, it's okay. If it's not, then that probably doesn't work. All of that. And then here was the number 5 observation. He absolutely 100% was completely and totally a part of Giannis Antetokounmpo trade talks, and it was confirmed because the team called him about it. Listen to what Anthony writes. Despite their post-deadline denials, the Warriors front office had Green's name included in conceptualized trades that would have landed them Giannis from the Bucks. Green was alerted to this reality a few days before. Quote from Green, "This is probably it, and I've got to be okay with that. You see so many people leave places bad, and I just didn't want that."
And he also said he didn't want to go play in Milwaukee.
But he didn't want to go play in Milwaukee.
Right.
He said he was mad for a second, but then he realized, I got to get over this.
It's Giannis. And, conceptually, I guess this is where Mike Dunleavy can still say, he was never named in a possible trade offer. It just didn't get that close. But the concept of it, so conceptually, Milwaukee, if we were to call you, hypothetically, about Giannis, what kind of a salary would you be looking to get back? Maybe something along the lines of $27 million a year, huh? Wink, wink. Nod, nod. We got one of those guys.
Well, I mean, again, the point that I made, it has to include Draymond or Jimmy.
Right.
Or you can't do it. You're not allowed to do it.
Yeah, so, I mean, conceptually, sure. But it doesn't mean that you wrote down on a piece of paper his name and you gave it to Milwaukee and made this concrete offer. But yeah, absolutely, conceptually, he was going to be a part of that deal. And, Draymond even reacted when he went and had that post-game press conference, and he, was very circumspect about his whole run here, and it's been a hell of a run on the whole thing.
Ron in Richmond. Ron, hey, you're on with Willard and Debs. What's up?
Hey, you guys are great, And
so
Dibs,
are you, Ron.
Daddy Dibs, man. No, I'm just average.
Oh, okay.
But here's the thing. Draymond and Steph, they're aging. I'm 65, 68 years old, getting old. I make a mistake. I got dick fingers sometimes, things don't work out. It's like his turnovers are because just like Brock Purdy, if he threw that pass a second earlier, he'd have completed it. But no, just like Draymond Green, the defense side of his skills are impeccable, but he's slipping with age. And, he's a great player. He's a quality player. I understand his IQ is intense. And when you play at an intense level, you're going to mess up. I don't want to curse, but you're going to mess up. So I love the guy. He's the best thing the Warriors ever had. And Steph Curry is a brilliant player. He understands the game.
Hey, Ron, are you 65 or are you 68? That's a big gap to just throw that out there like that.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm old.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. A couple months ago, you were talking about the tolls on the bridge.
Yeah.
They should be cut in half because you're paying for 2 trips. You get the other trip free coming back.
I like the way you think, Ron.
We can cut the tolls in half if we charge both ways. The other part about Steve Kerr, his decisions about what he does aren't as spontaneous as they used to be. He's getting old.
Well,
and sometimes he's got to deal with what he's got.
That's the point. That's the point, Ron. I mean, I think that there's a lot less slack for Steve because he doesn't have great elite players at the top of their game, right?
Right.
Okay.
But he's dealing with what he's got, and the problem is he is a little late on doing the right thing. I love the guy. He's the best coach for the Warriors, that in my lifetime. And you, Mark, are a genius about how we, all this information, all this, incredible, spontaneous stuff happened. I'm watching the launch right now. I'm listening to you guys in the bedroom, but I'm watching the launch.
Okay.
Because what's important? Basketball is a game, and we win or lose. Every season's different, and some teams have the best players and they go all the way. Some teams have some players that don't, and they're going to win. That's the whole point about it.
Yeah,
Ron, I hate to cut you off, but we are up against it.
Go ahead.
I finally figured it out.
What's up?
He was 65 when the call started, and now he's 68.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how it helps us if we cross the bridge and then we come back and the price is cut in half, but we're charged both ways.
I love the young people.
How did that help me?
Because there's going to be that one final time when you cross the bridge one way, and then that's going to be it.
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
So I'm going to die with $4.50.
Yeah.
That's great news.
The launch went successfully, guys.
Thank you, Artemis, too.
Yeah, we're in space.
That's great. You're always in space.
Thank you.
Anyway, Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I'd love to see Ron go on with Sarah and Vinny and play Bridge the Gap. I think that'd be a hoot.
And they'd only charge him half price for that bridge. Am I right?
All right. Hey, Draymond might be the linchpin to this whole thing next year. I'll explain what the thing is coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs.
This is not for me.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. BayFC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand, Bay Area. BayFC takes on the Washington Spirit on Sunday, April 5th at 2 p.m. at PayPal Park. Don't miss exclusive Hello Kitty-themed merch activities and more on Easter Sunday. Grab your tickets now at bayfc.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEK Exteriors, James Hardy Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at GoldenStateLumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Come on, Dub Nation. What are you waiting for? Download that Odyssey app now.
Yeah, come on, Dub Nation. So I know you're a huge April Fool's Day guy.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Just, when it's over, and I'll be happy. Like 4 or 5 times a day, I saw something on the social media, and I'm like, that can't be real. And I didn't even bother checking.
And it's not, yeah.
I'll wait till tomorrow.
Well, the reason I brought it up is something finally made me smile that was April Fool's related.
Okay.
Finally. I've seen a bunch of stuff today. Paige Sporanic said she's wearing, she's going to wear polos now, buttoned up polos for the rest of her career.
Great. Paige Sporanic.
What's the problem, Lucas?
Who's Paige Sporanic?
Paige Sporanic is a golf influencer on social media and is curvy.
What stands out about her, Mark?
Her game.
Ah, gotcha. Her waggle?
I don't know if she's got a waggle. You got a waggle?
I like a little waggle.
I like a waggle.
I would imagine she's got a wiggle and a waggle.
Yeah, maybe. I know. I'm just saying. Paige has made her career based on what she has made her career, and that was her April Fool's joke.
Okay.
That she's wearing buttoned-up polos for the rest of her career.
All right.
Okay.
I would imagine they will be 4 sizes too small.
They weren't, the ones that she was modeling.
Gotcha.
Anthony Davis, years ago, did a whole April Fool's thing where he was going to shave the unibrow.
Wow.
Like he took a razor to that sucker. By the way, the Giants just lost. They got drubbed in San Diego 7-1. Put your brooms away. But they take 2 out of 3 in San Diego. More on that in a little bit. We'll talk some Giants baseball now that game is over. But the Giants lose today 7-1. Thank goodness for Luis Arraez.
All right.
Who had, that's my new favorite thing that you do.
Thank you.
He had 3 of the Giants' 4 hits. And so, but they didn't put up much of a fight today. They lose 7-1. And now they head home. They head home for 4 against the Mets starting mañana.
Yeah, there you have it. 2-4, and at least, showing some signs of offensive life. Yeah. Not so much today, but yesterday was kind of fun.
Yeah. Let's see. They had 8 runs yesterday and then 5 in their other 5 games.
Yeah, that's not great.
Anyway, interesting. No, but here's so shout out to my people at Underdog who tweeted out a big picture of Dak Prescott with confetti falling behind his head and the word up on the scoreboard, champions. And Dak Prescott with a huge smile on his face walking through the stadium. And then right above it, they wrote, April Fools.
Oh, man.
And I was like, okay, that one I like. You took a shot at the Cowboys.
Right.
I'm in.
And Dak.
I'm in on shots at the Cowboys and Dak Prescott.
Dak catching a stray. I mean, you could do that to any team, outside of the ones that actually do win, but Dallas would be the easiest one. That's the lowest hanging fruit.
Well, yeah. They haven't even been to a Super Bowl since they won it
30 years.
30 years ago. More than 30 years ago, I think.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. I like that. I enjoy that very much.
Yeah, and it's, it's not one of those ones where somebody gets duped where, you get Fat Sheet puts out something with Ian Rappaport's face on it and you break the news and it's not really news or whatever. Those are the ones that are just kind of annoying.
Yeah. No, the whole thing's kind of annoying at this point. But that one made me smile. So anyway, thank you, Underdog. All right, 888-957-9570. So here's what I'm getting at. And you and I went to a Sharks game about 3 weeks ago. And in addition to talking to and a lot about the Sharks that night, I also remember the conversation we had that day because we enjoyed the Sharks game afterwards. And then I went home and I got home and you flip open the laptop and there's social media. And boy, we've got some viral clips from the day, courtesy of Lucas Alexander. And I have just loaded up on DMs and notifications, calling me every name in the book, which is fine. That's the normal part of our job. So I don't, but I always take notice of it because I'm like, oh, so that struck a chord for some reason. And then I like to know, okay, why? Why did that strike a chord and what is it that we're all talking about here? The conversation we had that day was about LeBron James and the Warriors next year. And that was one of, if not the, things for the Warriors to do to actually fall into the everything for Steph moniker. Because I know that Giannis has dominated most of this year as far as the target for the Warriors. I don't know where you're at on this, Dibs. I hate the idea of 4 future first-round draft picks. I hate it.
Yeah, I've always been against it.
I don't want to do that.
Especially when you think about this draft and you're going to be in the lottery and you can't trade picks in successive years. So you'd be trading one this year and then 2 years out and then 2 years out, whatever. And there's pick swaps in there as well. And you're going to get to a spot in the future, I believe, where you're going to be a lottery team, maybe a couple, 2-3 times in a row or 2 or 3 out of 4. It's just the nature of what happens in the NBA. You have a great run, you're a dynasty, you win a bunch of titles, and then inevitably, inescapably, you're going to have some down years. And in those down years, it would be nice to have picks that you could use to restock the old team.
So with that opinion, I agree with you completely. So that's part one. Part two is at that Sharks game, the day you and I were talking about this, I had already heard this in multiple places. This was not me just pulling it out of my wahoo. That's not what I was doing. So you can be mad about it all you want, but I firmly believe the Warriors are going to explore this and make an attempt at it. There are some big questions that no one has the answer to, and I'll get to that in a second. But I had already heard that when you and I arrived at the Sharks game.
Yeah.
Since then, Tim Kawakami has written an entire article about it. Dave McMenamin and Tim Bontemps on ESPN had a huge article yesterday about the possibilities for LeBron next year. And right at the top of the list are 2 teams. It's the Cleveland Cavaliers, and that's the whole going home thing, and it's the Golden State Warriors, and that's the joining Steph and Draymond thing. I am keenly aware that for many of you Warrior fans, that turns you off. Totally get it. However, I'd also say, and I said this 3 weeks ago, remember the comparison I made yesterday when I was like, okay, what if you would like call a radio show or you're sitting at a bar with your buddies and you're like, Shaq.
And then you go up and you actually see him
Shaq can't hit
and
a
your
free
tune
throw.
changes. Yeah,
exactly. I think the exact same thing about LeBron and the Warriors. I think a lot of you hate the idea right now, and then the day that it happened, you'd be like, oh my God. Like, we're the show. And I don't know if it'll be a good show. I don't even know if it'll be a good show.
Yeah, you never know.
But that would be a show. and I really do not like the idea of giving up first-round draft picks. Here's what you need to have happen. A, you would need LeBron James to be willing to take something around the mid-level exception, which many around the league believe is a possibility. That would be LeBron playing for about $15 million next year. In order for the Warriors to have full control of that, and also Kristaps on the team, et cetera, you probably need Draymond Green to agree to not opt in to his $27.6 million next year. And in order to do that, you have to give him something back, and that would probably be a 2-year, $40 million contract.
Yeah, 2 and 40 or 2 and whatever it is. Yep. It might even be a 3-year deal, depending on what Steph wants to do. If Steph is deciding that after next year that he wants to continue playing, maybe he wants to sign a 2-year deal himself after that. And if he wants Draymond around and Draymond wants to play, then you can stretch the money out even more. I do think that it's not totally out of the question that this might happen, and LeBron might decide that he's just done playing.
He might.
It
surprise me, but he might.
I'm pretty confident that he won't be in LA. It just hasn't seemed to be the right fit. And even though his agent Rich Paul says LeBron wants to compete for a championship, and you're on a team that's the 3 seed right now, and you're going to be competing for a championship, I do think that if he's going to move on, it'll be Cleveland or here. And if I look at those 2 options, Cleveland would be, you're going back there again a 3rd time, and it went so well the last time. Like, is that really where you want to go? Or you come here and you play on kind of a pseudo all-star team, like the old guys all-star team, and you give it a go with Steph. And the Olympic experience was so incredible watching those 2 feed off each other, and LeBron and Draymond have the same agent, and they're really tight. So it might be a case where this actually makes more sense.
I mean, I think you got a hard time as an NBA fan. I know some of you don't like him. I know some of you are done with old man basketball, and I get that. But I think that for at least one more year, like I said earlier, this is what we're doing. So let's just do what we're doing. It's one more year. You're going to be okay. Like, they're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. They're going to have ultimate flexibility after next season, and we'll see where they're at. There's so many questions for them to answer. But if you're telling me that by the end, like this time next year, you could have a healthy Steph, Jimmy, LeBron or Kawhi, Kristaps, Draymond, again, I don't know how that team would stack up. I wouldn't pick them, but I think that's about as exciting of a thing as you could try to do for the end of Steph's career.
That would be it'd be pretty compelling.
I mean,
no doubt.
I don't know what everything for Steph means to people if you're not willing to do something like that.
Well, it means you will do anything you can, anything and everything to bring in a player to help Steph, and that's why the very idea of going after Giannis, and we were down at Media Row at the Super Bowl, and we did a whole week of shows on Giannis, and 4 picks and 2 swaps, and would it be Jimmy and his contract or Draymond and Kuminga, whatever it would be, they at least were exploring it, the Warriors were. They were kicking the tires on that because it's anything for Steph. And it turns out Milwaukee was not that motivated to make the trade, or the Warriors never, tangibly offered up all those assets, but that was certainly on the table in some way, shape, and form. So if this is going to be something you can do and not have to give up the picks, and you bring in LeBron, theoretically, he played 33 and a half minutes a game this year. Mm-hmm. Now, he's only played in 55, but that's more than Jimmy will play, and that's more than Steph will play. And when LeBron is healthy, the guy plays a lot of minutes at 42.
Also still really good.
Right.
Also still really, really good at basketball.
And his diminishing skill set, if you want to call it that, because it is diminishing, it still is in a way that he can fit with any team, especially a team like this, because he can still pass, and he's still a force going to the rim. He can rebound when he needs to, and he can defend.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. So 2 quick things. One, that's how I look at the Draymond idea. I think a lot of people look at the Draymond thing just on the surface. And they're like, do you want Draymond on the team for 2 more years? I don't look at it like that. It's not about Draymond. I want to re-sign Draymond to a 2-year deal because I think it gives the Warriors the flexibility they need to go get someone else. And then I'm going to worry about the second year then. That's call it a $17 to $20 million year after next season. Who cares? We'll figure that out then. You could trade it. You could just have him on the team as a bench player. That is preventative of nothing. That is not a worry to me at all. So that's why I'm in favor of it. I view Draymond getting a 2-year deal this offseason as providing the Warriors the ability to keep their picks. That's how I see it.
No doubt. And, especially with this year's draft, and we can all think about the players we've been watching through March Madness and all the names you want to throw out. There will be a player, if they wind up in the bottom of the lottery, there's a player out there who's going to be a good NBA player. Yep. It's not a surefire slam dunk situation because you never know. Markelle Fultz, number 1 overall, who, Ben Simmons, another guy who was taken very high, and, Greg Oden, who couldn't play because he got hurt. And so it's no absolute guarantee, but based on what people are saying, this draft looks to be a good and deep one. And this whole Draymond Green contract thing is what I was saying more than a month ago, where I think that this is the direction they're going to go. They're going to tear it up and give him a deal, and it'll probably be the second year like this one, a player option for the second year. And Draymond will decide at that point if he wants to pick it up or not.
I mean, I think that they go that route if it's because they've got action where that helps them. I don't think they would want to necessarily give him another year, but they would do it if it meant, okay, now we can go get X, Y, or Z player and it will help us this year.
It may be as simple as, keeping Porzingis or Porzingis and Melton and something else. It doesn't have to just be Kawhi or LeBron.
Of course.
It might just make the most business sense too.
And then the other thing is this, and I see you 510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And this is specifically the Warrior fan I want to speak to because I think there are just thousands upon thousands of you out there. And so with some vigor, he writes, wrong. F LeBron. Why would we want him to take away from the rest of Steph's career? I could not root for a Dubs team with LeBron on there. Absolutely not. And here's my response to you. Sure you can. And you will.
Well, I don't know how he would, quote, take away. So let's just play this out. LeBron becomes the Warriors, and it's whoever you have, Jimmy eventually, and Draymond's back, and it's Steph, and it's LeBron, and heck, you even get to keep Kristaps Porzingis, and you've got Pods and Gee and all the fellas. LeBron doesn't come in and make Steph Curry now the Robin to his Batman. He doesn't become the most popular Warrior. He doesn't become the fan favorite. He becomes LeBron as a Warrior. He never becomes a statue guy here. He doesn't get his number retired here. He tries to help you win a title for a year. To me, he takes no shine away from Steph. He takes no shots away from Steph.
I agree completely, but I know in the moment it will feel like that to some, and I respectfully believe you'll get over it. I just do. Chris Paul played here. I couldn't stand Chris Paul. I can't really stand Chris Paul, but you deal with it when Chris Paul is on the Warriors. We did this before. Richard Sherman to the Niners, Oral Hershiser to the Giants. Yep. Randy Johnson to the Giants. You deal with it. They become a part of whatever you're doing right then. And again, I want to zero in on that phrase, everything for Steph. That means everything and anything.
Even bringing in a guy who's been a villain for a long time.
For Steph.
Yeah. Well, if you think he can help you.
Everything.
And you're right about LeBron at 41, and he'll be 42 next year on December 30th. Same birthday as my sister and Tiger Woods, the Caner. Yep. So he still is playing at a very high level. Not his best basketball of his career, but LeBron James is playing 34 minutes a night of high-level winning basketball. You tell me that the Warriors couldn't use a 6'8" small forward, power forward to come in and just, give Steph more room to operate?
No, and it's almost like you bring in enough bodies that are in the process of breaking down, but if you rotate them, if Rick Celebrini, I would love to watch Rick Celebrini handle Steph, Jimmy, LeBron, Kristaps,
Draymond.
And Draymond.
Moses.
Well, Moses.
I mean, Moses is already
probably going to miss the year. Probably.
9 to 12 months. He might make it back late.
He might.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
I put Jimmy's return ahead of Moses's.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Jimmy's return would be, I think a fair over-under would be the All-Star game next year. And I think it might be even a little bit before that.
All right. I want to take this call, but then I also want to mention the Giants have lost. Tony Vitello has spoken. Tony Vitello post-game press conferences are quickly becoming a thing. Did he refer to Kanye, Jay-Z? We'll find out. But then also, and I want to gather more info on this before we launch into it, but it sounds like, I don't know if the word is controversy, but a little bit of on-field tension.
Oh, I saw it.
Was being expressed between Matt Chapman and yesterday's guest on Willie and Dibby, Casey Schmidt.
I don't know if there was tension, but Chapman basically made a suggestion to Casey Schmidt.
Well, and it's very topical because Grandy and I, during the show, turned our mics off at one point and were basically having the same argument that Chapman and Schmidt apparently were. And Grandy he was team Schmidt and I was team Chappie. And I feel bad about that because Casey just came on the show.
Well, for the audience, there were 2 plays where Chapman threw the ball to the first baseman, and it was an incomplete pass.
That's right. So whose fault was it? Whose fault was it?
The first one I put on Chapman. The second one I put on Schmidt.
Okay.
And after the second one, there was a mound meeting, and Chapman was Team Willard as far as where he wanted to place the blame, and he told Casey about it.
I'm Team Chappie. Real quick, let's take one call and then let's get into this. Lucky in the city. Hi, Lucky. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Afternoon, fellas. Keep hearing this rhetoric that you guys are spilling to the Warrior fans, man, about this LeBron thing, man. That's a absolute no, man. Like, there's no way I would watch that, period, man. I'm a diehard Warrior fan, Willard. There's no way that I can see a guy who we tried to rip his head off every time we played in the finals, putting him on our team. That is ridiculous. That's like eating a plate full of uncooked baba ganoush. Do you want that? I don't.
Yeah, no thanks.
I don't.
Yeah, but see, Lucky, and I know you're going to be mad and offended when I say this, I think you'll get over it. I really do. This happens in sports all the time. All the time.
There's no way that I would get over this one. Not this one.
I think you would.
Anybody else but LeBron.
All right. So, like, if it happens, Lucky, let's talk it out. I don't think it's 50-50. I think it's about 25-75. I really do give it that kind of a chance. I give it a Matt Chapman at bat at getting a hit. I give it that.
I'll say this, Willard. If they do this crazy thing, man, I'm going to go out and go buy me a pair of corduroy. What do you think? Those things we used to wear back in the day with the straps on it. You know what I'm saying? The overalls. I'll buy some lime green overalls and walk outside every day and embarrass my wife and my family and see what they say to me. I don't want to do that, but I will do that, embarrass myself, because I'm not going to watch that, man. I can't.
Well,
I can't.
Obviously, right now, it is a Lucky thank you. Gosh, I hope it happens just so we can talk that out. It's a hypothetical.
Lime green overalls.
I really firmly believe that if this were to happen, the angry Warrior fans will find their way through it, and then they will be completely enamored with it.
It depends on how it goes, and I think the Richard Sherman comp for me is the best one because he was absolutely a villain, and you couldn't get over the hump against Seattle, and then he came here, and after his first INT, we all were chanting, Sherman, Sherman.
Exactly.
We loved him.
Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Okay, the Giants take 2 of 3 in San Diego, but they get beaten pretty good today, 7-1. Adrian Hauser was the pitcher. He actually threw pretty well, but this thing got out of hand late, number one, and early the runs were the result of, as you put it, a couple of incomplete passes from Matt Chapman to Casey Schmidt. and there are varying opinions about who was maybe to blame, including between the two players who were actually involved in it. So let's unpack this and get to that coming up next. Your call's welcome. Did the Giants kind of win you back in San Diego and whatnot? All of it on the table. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Warriors in town tonight at Chase. Got the Bay Bridge moving very well. Some minor delays getting past the Central Freeway after you make it to the city. Northbound 101 is going to be slow after 280, and some delays on northbound 280 after Mariposa.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device access and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
San Francisco will see rain possible tonight with a low of 55.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
The legendary band Deep Purple are hitting the road this summer with special guests Kansas and Jefferson Starship. They'll be rocking Shoreline Amphitheater on September 5th. For more info and a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Runner goes. Chopper, third base side. Chapman charging. Double clutch and a throw. And they got him. No! It gets away from Schmidt. Here comes the throw home. And it's 1-0 Padres. Bogarts, with a man on third and only one out, bounced out to Chapman, who threw to the plate to throw out Bryce Johnson. There's a chopper. Going to be a tough play. Charging is Chapman. And he throws it over Schmidt. And everybody's safe. This is going to be another one that's going to be on Casey Schmidt.
Well, I mean, he stepped to the ball. I mean, if he stays on the bag in a high position, he catches this ball. But when he strides out to try and get to the ball quickly, I mean, he drops below the plane of the ball, and he just is in position to catch it.
And he got him, and that's the ball game. So the Giants were hoping that they could take this one and walk out of here with a 3-game winning streak, but some shoddy defense at the beginning, and then things just went sideways in the 8th.
But they walk out of San Diego with a series win after losing 3 in a row to start their season.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, obviously all those calls, different points of the game, Kruk and Kipe, NBC Sports Bay Area with all of that. Couple things to react to. First of all, the way Kruko broke down what happened on the second exchange, maybe not an exchange, throw from Chapman to Schmidt, exactly what you said in the moment, which is that Casey had a bad stretch.
Yeah, I know ball.
Yeah.
Out of bed. It just looked like he stretched. He had to stretch out to try to get there, but I didn't even think about the plane of the ball, but he stretched out and he stretched low and, he tried to get up and get it.
He went right underneath the ball. And I don't know that he did need to stretch that much.
Right.
But
what if he was a 6'7" first baseman?
Oh, yeah. Then he would have had it.
If only they had one of them around.
Okay, so these are two totally different plays. That's the description of one, which is a throw from Chapman to Schmidt. Schmidt kind of stretches so much to the level where his body goes down and the ball goes right off the top of his glove. The one earlier in the game, this was the first inning, off the bat of Manny Machado, the throw is up the first base line a little bit, but let's not call it up the line because that phrase sort of refers to when you have to come off of the bag. And no, this was completely reachable for Casey Schmidt. The throw kind of ran Schmidt's arm into Machado, who's running down. So it's a difficult play. But let me just say this before we talk it out, before we listen to Tony Vitello.
I'll just point this out real quick. The first one, Chapman got the error. The second one, Schmidt got the error.
Okay, but
official score.
Official score. But let's quickly, because there's a lot to react to here, and the lead story is this. After the second one, there's a meeting at the mound, and Chapman looks straight at Schmidt and says something twice, and it is as clear as day. So I'm glad the Giants addressed this because it's on social media, and you cannot. This is not Jimmy Garoppolo. We're not going to have a debate over what was being said. You do not need to be a good lip reader. You can see it. Chapman looks at Schmidt and twice says, catch the bleeping ball. Not joyfully like, haha. No, dude, catch the bleeping ball. So that's where they stand. Vitello addresses it. We'll get to that in a sec. Your only place to be talking about this right now is right here. 888-957-9570. Giants lose 7-1. So this is silly because it's Little League baseball. But my son is 12 and he's left-handed. And he plays first base. And that's pretty much, he'll pitch every now and again. But outside of that, that's where Jude plays. Jude plays first base. When you're a kid and other kids are throwing you the ball's all over the damn place.
Yeah.
Because it's Little League. So the balls are coming high, balls are in the dirt, balls are all over the place. And I took him to the park one day with one clear lesson. And not mad at it, but here's the deal, because what little kids do when bad things happen, it's like palms up, and it's immediately a game of whose fault it is.
So you taught him the phrase that pays. Catch the bleeping ball.
Here's my lesson to you, young man. Sometimes the throws will suck. Here's the deal. You are the first baseman. That makes it your job to catch the ball.
The bleeping ball.
Or block the ball. If the ball is skied over your head, I don't know, what can we do? The ball is going to go to the cage. But if the ball's in the dirt, yes, it's their error, but it's still your responsibility.
Yeah.
Cover the ball. That's your job. I know it ain't fair. Life ain't fair. You're the first baseman. They give you a longer glove because we're going to catch the ball. I then spent the next hour throwing balls at him in the dirt.
Man.
Yeah.
That's some rough parenting right there.
No, not like hit him with it. I wasn't throwing him at 80 miles an hour, but I'm like, let's throw, just get used to this. Right. I want you to have soft hands, but you don't need to catch all these. You get dinner either way, but we're going to try to scoop these. And you're going to take responsibility for it's low, but I'm going to go get it.
Right. And if you don't catch it, you got to run after it. You know?
Right. But it's just that's just the attitude I wanted. It's not the success rate, but the attitude I wanted. And I think that's what Chapman is saying to Schmidt. Dog, I'm sorry that the throw was I didn't hit you in the chest. You are the first baseman. Catch the bleeping ball.
Yeah, and then he caught other balls that were thrown over to him, so he didn't have a 0% catch percentage on the day. And I'll add this.
You got to be a hundo, dude.
Well, we talked yesterday to Casey Schmidt, and we kind of joked around about, where'd you get your first baseman's glove? Because you didn't really play first at all. And he actually told kind of a fun story about how, he just got one and it was a rush delivery from Rawlings and, he worked it in. And he only played 15 games at first last year. So this is a guy who hasn't played a ton of first base. And so when it comes to stretching out for the ball and you stretch out too low and it makes it so you can't catch a high throw, that's one of those mistakes that you kind of have to live with when you have an inexperienced guy over at first base.
I know that it may sound, unfair or unkind. And this is so at one point we had a call earlier and Grandy and I had, we could see the game in here and we're just kind of debating back and forth. And Grandy's like, those are on Chapman. And I'm like, they're completely on Schmidt.
Said the first one was on Chapman.
The first one is on Chapman. I agree.
Disagree.
Yeah.
I completely disagree. If you can reach it as a first baseman, at your ball.
Well, there's contact with the runner, with the batter runner, so to speak.
Then you got to get your glove out there in front of the runner.
It was a bang-bang play.
Yes. I'm acknowledging it is a difficult play.
Right.
But Matt Chapman, who I'm going to take in an argument over Casey Schmidt in big league baseball.
In defense especially, yeah.
He ain't saying catch the bleeping ball at him twice on the mound because he feels like he uncorked a bad throw.
No, and I think it's more the second one. The first one, if the first one was the only one that happened where he throws it a little up the line and Schmidt can't secure the catch with 2 feet inbounds and on the base, if that's the only one that happens, I don't think that he says catch the bleeping ball, but it was that one and then the subsequent one where he absolutely has to catch that bleeping ball. That's why Chapman said what he said.
Remember, Chappie, a lot of times, and this is what he's great at, he's going after balls in the hole, he's charging balls. These things, this is bang, bang, out of the glove, we're throwing to first. We're not sitting here and this guy's throw from deep at third, this is a long throw. I'm not going to be like, yeah, dude, you need to hit Casey between the S and the F. No. Like, dude, get it over there, and then as soon as it's out of your hands, I'm sorry, that's the first baseman's responsibility. By the way, with a runner over there, the first one, if you guys think that that's on Chapman, then here's what the first baseman's responsibility actually is. You got a massive man in Machado running down the line and a runner that started the play at second base. So that runner is now at third. If you think, like I can't get to that ball, then you got to come off the bag and catch the ball and keep that runner at third. Instead, he just kind of sticks his glove out there. It gets caught off of Machado's arm. It rolls into right field. It's 1-0 Padres. That's just how I see it. That's the way I view defensively the position of first base. If you can reach that ball, that is your ball, and you have got to block it.
Yeah, you need to catch it, and I'm just looking at a still of the first one. It was in the first inning, and the ball and Machado arrive at exactly the same moment, and honestly, Machado might be out of the baseline by a touch because you get your own path, and he's on the left side of that white line, the foul line, so to speak, so that might be something that a more experienced manager might have at least queried about and asked about, but it's a tough one, and yes, a big league first baseman, you need to make these tough plays, but this first one was the one I look at and I say, that was a Chapman throw that wasn't a great throw, and it was in a spot which it was tough to catch, and he had a lot of glove on it, and then Machado just kind of runs right through it.
It's also weird. The Giants have 4 first basemen and no first baseman.
Well,
they might have 5 if Bryce Eldridge comes up, but they've got Casey Schmidt, Rafi Devers, Luis Ariz, and Gerard Encarnacion, and maybe Bryce Eldridge, and none of them are first basemen. Like, none of them will be confused for JT Snow or Brandon Belt and Will Clark. And
Ariz has played a lot of first, though, right?
Correct.
Like last year, he played a bunch of first.
Exactly. So they can all do it, but it's none of their position by nature.
Right. So, and you get into a spot now where you play Ariz at second, and he made a spectacular play today. And Grandy was, in our ear kind of joking around, but about it being only spectacular because he has no range, which I thought was a funny comeback. But I don't know why you don't have Ariz at first. He's played there more. And Schmidt at second, he's played there more. Why did they decide to go this route instead of having these guys play positions they normally play?
Let's address that in a second. First of all, we've got Tony Vitello, who addressed this situation. Matt Chapman and Casey Schmidt have also addressed it as well. And so we'll have all of those comments for you. Let's start with Vitello. Here is a piece of what he had to say after the game, and he began by addressing these errors where Chapman and Schmidt both played a role.
Well, we watched the replay multiple times because it looked like on the first one, the base runner kind of took a swipe at it. I mean, I think it was almost more playful than it was malicious, and it ended up, I don't think it interfered. It gets kind of tight on the camera angle, but it just looks like it was a difficult play for Chappie, and had an opportunity to catch the ball, but the base runners arriving close to the same time. And then we need to, in the future, I mean, Jungi's always hustling, but being a backup position a little bit better would be ideal there. And then the second one was just a misplay, Obviously, everything Chappie throws has good carry, but that one was, the first one's got about 6 or 7 different storylines to it if you want to stretch it, but the second one was just a misplay. And, we were talking in there, you're going to have to battle through adversity as a starting pitcher because you're out there longer than the average guy, and even the average guy or the relievers are going to have to deal with adversity too. But it really would have been nice to reward Hauser one way or another with just how good his outing was. And then, at the end, he kind of earned the right to be out there, in the situation that he was. So I assume I ran away from the box score. I think that was the only earned run he gave up. And Luis had a really tough play, but, if he makes that play, you got 2 outs, and you'd like to think it was about as good of an opening outing as a Giant as the guy could have. So at the very least, he threw the ball well today.
It looked like Matt was pretty fired up after the second one. Did you see any of that?
Yeah, he was upset. He's trying to win the game. I think he was upset, a couple at-bats too. We were close, as was he, a couple different times to getting on base, whether it's ball 4 or, squaring up pitches. Guys were on some pitches, but, or just weren't quite on them enough. I think there was frustration from everybody throughout the day. I'll jump ahead. The one thing about today, because right or wrong, is you're always thinking ahead, and sometimes you think back too much too, and the coaching staff position. And the vibe today was way better than it was our first 3 games for whatever reason, basically at every part of the game, until everybody's concern kind of flipped to what you guys were probably going to ask about. And it happened late in the game, and we went out of the way to try and get you info. All I know is, there was clearly tightness, and he wasn't throwing the ball as well as possible the whole time. And Chappie, again, same thing leadership-wise, went out there and to visit with him, and he didn't speak of any discomfort then, but he did when we visited, and it was probably time for him to come out anyway, pitch count-wise, at that point. But I know there, at the very least, there was tightness. So any positives that came from today, and it truly was a positive trip overall, and sorry to summarize everything, but I think the guys found themselves a little bit, getting away from home and spending our true first road trip. We get a series win. Today, again, bottom of the 8th, the whole game kind of changed, but at the very least, you push the opponent, you get the closer in the game. Susak gets to play, Gerard gets an at-bat. There were a lot of positives, but that's kind of a glooming cloud over everything. So we're hoping for the best situation there, and we'll give you information when I have it.
Did you just say shoulder, elbow?
Just arm tightness, so not shoulder.
Okay.
So more than likely, somewhere elbow, forearm area, maybe even, I don't know if it's lower. He got hit last night you guys probably documented, on the other arm.
Okay, that's Tony Vitello after the game, and he's jumping ahead a little bit. The pitcher about whom he's speaking is Jose Butto, the reliever who came in at the end of the game. Still a close baseball game. Then things got a little bit out of hand. There was a homer. That's how it got kind of elevated from a 3-1 game to a 7-1 game, and then Butto had to come out of the game because he was feeling some tightness in his arm. But you hear his explanation there with regard to what was going on between Chappie and Schmidt. And then our friend Alex Pavlovich has these quotes from Chapman and Schmidt about the incident. Again, nobody can run from this. We can see it all over the internet. Chapman said, quote, "We're all brothers here. It's the heat of the moment. I've already talked to Casey. It's all good." End quote. Casey's response, quote, "We're trying to win games. I'm not mad about it." End quote. So there it is from Vitello, Chapman, and Schmidt.
Yeah, and it's not a huge deal. It's just an exchange, and, they didn't exchange punches, and, it didn't get heated. It was, look, you need to catch the ball. Yeah. Catch the blanking ball. Catch the blanking ball. I'm looking at the first inning one again, and I can't, for the life of me, figure out how he did not catch the ball, because he has his glove there, and it hits his glove, and next thing you know, the ball's hitting Machado and going by him. I don't know if he has a hole in the glove or the angle of the glove was so obtuse so as to not be in a position to receive the ball. It's just a weird one.
I think there's a as you heard Vitello kind of refer to Machado maybe even playfully taking a swipe at the ball. They talked about looking at it to see if there was a review or anything illegal had happened. I just think that, Casey, it's a little distracting. You're reaching for a ball, and then a very large man is about an inch away from the ball and bearing down on you. And so it's a tough catch, but that's why I formed the opinion that I did right away in the moment. Sorry, tough catch. You got to make it. That is Casey's ball. You see that he can touch the ball. You're a first baseman. If you can touch it, that is your baseball. And there is absolutely no way, shape, or form that is on the other infielder who threw the ball if it is in your catch radius.
Yeah, I will say, having now looked at this freeze for the last 8 minutes, and I'm going like frame by frame, he's got to catch this.
He's got to catch
Chapman gets the error, which, the throw was a little bit up the line, so to speak, but a more experienced first baseman, and in real time, it's hard to do this when you haven't done this a lot at first, but this is one where you come off the bag and you just tag him because literally you're going to catch it and he's going to be within 5 inches of you. So you could do the catch tag if you had to come off the base, but he chose to stay home and the ball literally, it hits the pocket.
Right.
And next thing you know, it goes by, and the swipe from Machado is after the ball is out of his glove, and I think he was instinctively doing it like trying to get the ball away from him, like it was a swarm of bees or whatever.
Yeah.
I just, for the life of me, I don't know how.
Yeah, then the ball rolls down the right field line and a run scores.
I don't know if there was a hole in his glove because it's there, and then about 8 frames later, the ball's in front of Machado, and now it's down the line.
I want people to know, too, the reason Casey Schmidt is over there's 2 of them. One of them is they still feel Rafael Devers' hamstring is not perfect, though he legged out an infield hit last night.
Yeah, he did.
He looked fine. So, I don't know why that's so concerning for them in the field. It's first base. It's not like he's got to run really far or anything like that. And then there's Encarnacion. And Vitello specifically said Schmidt is ahead of Girard defensively, and that's why right now he's the one who's over there because Encarnacion's bat is a little bit better. That said, Schmidt had a pretty decent series in San Diego, had some hits, had 2 hits. Obviously, in the game on Monday, that's what earned him a trip to Willie and Dibby yesterday. He had another hit to lead off in his first at-bat last night. Casey Schmidt came to the big leagues because he was known as an elite infielder. So the idea that this man is having just a hard time catching the ball is wild. Like, of all the things that I thought would plague the Giants in a game early on this year, it would not be Casey Schmidt's ability to catch a baseball that's been thrown at him.
Right, and every position on the diamond is different, and if you're not used to playing first base, there's going to be some awkward things that you have to go through, and today, Casey Schmidt had 2 of them. The one, he stretches too low, and he can't get the high throw, and this first one where, Manny Machado is barreling down the line, and he probably is within the rules of the baseline, but
I think so.
He's coming down the line, and that's a big man coming, and the throw is bringing you in that direction. So, not that he alligator armed it because he didn't, but that's something you got to get used to.
So go back to your question. You were asking about why this is playing out the way it is positionally with all the people who have the ability to play first base.
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
go ahead.
Why are you choosing to play Casey Schmidt at first and Arise at second? And I was just looking at the numbers. Luis Arise has played 263 games at first base. Mm-hmm. Casey Schmidt, coming into the year, had played, I believe, 15. So you've got a more experienced guy playing second, and he's played second a lot, Arise, 364 games. But Casey Schmidt is a good infielder, second base, shortstop, third base, hasn't played a lot of first. So you play him at first and Arise at second. And it only, I guess, raises an eyebrow now because this happened.
Sure.
Schmidt happens when you have a guy at first who doesn't play a lot, but I don't know. I'd like to have somebody ask him.
Yeah. My guess, because all I can do is guess at this point, Luis Arise reportedly came to the San Francisco Giants because they did something that other teams were not willing to do in free agency, and that is not promise. I think that's been overstated, but tell him that he's going to be the second baseman. Now, they have said Arise will probably play some first this year, but he largely is going to be the second baseman. So to start the year by immediately being like, all right, go play first. And we're going to have Casey play second, even though they've groomed Casey. Like last year, they taught him first base because they wanted him to be able to do that too. They wanted him to be able to be a right-handed hitting first baseman. They wanted him in the game more. They wanted to build his versatility. So you've groomed Casey out of being a left side of the infielder. You've now told him you're a first baseman as well. You tell Luis Arise, we're hiring you to be our second baseman this year. And then the season arrives and Devers is slightly dinged and you immediately flip-flop the two. just my guess, I don't think it would have gone over very well with Arise.
Understandable.
That's my guess.
And that's probably the right guess. If you had, given him assurances of you're going to be our second baseman and you need a first baseman and you've been trying to work Casey into that spot, you're going to hope for the best. And today it definitely didn't go the best. And so I guess you put Casey back out there, right? Unless you're facing a lefty in the next game. Then
I haven't even looked at what the Mets are throwing at him yet.
Yeah, me either. Yeah. But it just struck me as we were going through this, like Arise has played a ton more first.
Totally. He's just played a ton more, period. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 if you want to react to anything Casey Schmidt and Matt Chapman related, or we can also go a little bit more macro in terms of how the last 3 days kind of helped Giants fans get through what had happened in the opening series against the Yankees. That said, outside of the 8-run outburst last night, they've still only scored 5 runs in 5 games. So all of that around the corner here on Willard and Dibs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
And now an ode to play, brought to you by Scratchers and the California Lottery Philharmonic.
Take a time out from your busy day for a quick moment of play. Get some scratchers, then get scratching. You deserve it, won't you say? Scratch, 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 scratchy, 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 scratch, scratch. Feel the play and up your game. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Bay FC's Hello Kitty match is back by popular demand. Bay Area, join us this Easter Sunday, April 5th at PayPal Park, as Bay FC takes on the Washington Spirit. Kickoff is at 2 p.m., and it will be a day full of exclusive Hello Kitty-themed activities and merch items to collect. Don't miss one of the most popular match days of the season. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at bayfc.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now it's your last chance on select Sleep Number mattresses. Take 30 to 40% off top-rated beds. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
Oh!
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, he schmitted on the ball a couple too many times today. We'll get to your calls and back to the situation that has developed with the Giants after their 7-1 loss in San Diego today. But first, quickly, we've got some breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
In the wake of allegations both of biting and anti-Semitic remarks, Rams star wide receiver Puka Nacua has checked into rehab, according to his attorney, Levi McCathern. This is courtesy of Adam Schefter on Twitter. We've made sure that it's got a blue check mark here on April 1st. And his attorney has also said, quote, he was in rehab a substantial period of time before any of these allegations broke, and he is scheduled to be there a while longer. So star Puka Nacua, who has had allegations now of biting, anti-Semitic remarks, he is in rehab. He was here during the Super Bowl and very, very visible and out and about, and a lot of video that very much appeared that he was very inebriated, and is also in the offseason that is supposed to include his massive extension a la Jackson Smith in Jigba. And now, instead of signing that, he is in rehab.
And according to his agent, and this is courtesy of TMZ Sports, he's at a state-of-the-art holistic care facility in Malibu, and he's using the time to get in tip-top shape personally and professionally. So good luck, Puka. Hopefully you can, get this thing straightened out and, get back out there and do what you do.
Fascinating, especially because, again, Smith and Jigba has just become the highest-paid receiver in all of the game, and many were sort of, I think, wondering a little bit, why would the Rams not be out in front of this? Why would they want to wait on that? And I think now we know why. Now we know why there hasn't been any, because this is an obvious one. They moved on from Cooper Kupp mainly because of this guy. So that's why. That's why nothing's happened so far with Puka. He's in rehab.
And if these reports are accurate, he's been in rehab for a month.
Yeah.
And so, you want to make sure that the player can get these things straightened out before you go out and give him, $40 million a year, like JSN got?
Yeah. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line 510. Thank you for listening and for texting, and thank you for listening yesterday as well. Maybe Casey was too full of his favorite San Diego burritos with fries.
Could be.
In order to make those catches today.
And that could be why he was unable to stretch out quick enough, because the belly was full. Just, man, one of those things I was thinking about, like the Willard and Dibbs jinx. Are we cursing people?
No, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. First of all,
he's on the show. Great interview and a lot of fun. Big finish.
Yeah, you earned
2 errors.
But wait a minute.
Only one.
Yeah, and this is also the second game after the interview. How long does this thing go? He comes on the show and we're going to wait 2, 3, 4. How many games? Like, they're going to make mistakes. His first at bat after coming on the show, whap! He wrapped that thing in the left field for a base hit. That's how he started the game last night.
I have to look at the Guy Santos game log after we had him on those couple of times.
That's a good point.
I think one of the games after we had him on, I think we had him on the second time, and he went out and had an 0 for 7 night. And I was thinking, oh, boy, hope it's not us. Even though I don't really believe in that sort of hokum, so to speak.
Now, after he whacked that base hit into left field last night as part of a 9-3 Giants victory, he struck out the next 3 times.
Yeah.
But the first at bat after the interview was a base knock, and it was a solid one.
Yeah, and those strikeouts actually helped me cash it out one time on the Prize Picks. Sorry, Casey.
Prize Picks and underdog.
Cash me out one time.
They don't need to fix this thing where everybody's like half a strikeout. They all. I feel like everybody strikes out twice a game.
There's one guy who never strikes out.
Well, rise.
All he does is lace balls into the outfield.
3 hits today, Grandy.
Base knocks.
Luis Arise hitting over 300 again.
Yep.
Had a good game.
Yep. Okay. Let's go to Kevin in Santa Rosa. We'll take your calls. 888-957-9570. If you're just joining us, Giants lose 7-1 today, but the story is more a little bit about Casey Schmidt and Matt Chapman. Both times, a couple of plays led directly to Padres runs, and they were throws from Chapman over to first base that Casey Schmidt either could not or did not handle. And in a mound visit after the second one, Chapman is seen twice saying to Casey, catch the bleeping ball. Catch the bleeping ball. Tony Vitello has addressed it. Both players have addressed it publicly as well, saying that they have talked to each other. We're brothers. We're trying to win a game. It's all good. And that's paraphrasing a little bit, but that's essentially what they've said. Through my eyes, yes, especially the first one, tough play, but this is the big leagues, and the big leagues call for you to make tough plays. These are both on Casey Schmidt as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and it really ultimately doesn't matter because Chapman got the one error, Schmidt got the other. The plays didn't get made. The first one happened in the first inning, and a run scored on the play, and you only scored 1 run in the game yourself, so you fell behind 1-0 on that play, and you never rallied. So it's not like it cost you a pennant or a playoff game or a huge game. Your offense was mostly a no-show other than Luis Arise. You didn't do enough to win the game. So this becomes more of just a footnote and just kind of a curiosity, I think, as you go forward. And now when Casey Schmidt's over there at first base, assuming that he gets to go back and play that position again in the near future, you're going to be watching a little bit more closely. It's like when you have a punt returner who muffs a punt or muffs a couple of punts. Every time that ball gets kicked to him for a while, you're going to be holding your breath a little bit.
I would love to. I don't know if this got asked in the dugout or in the clubhouse after the game. I'd love to get an opportunity, and I won't before, tomorrow night's game. They do face a lefty. The Mets are scheduled to start. Who is this? Is it David Peterson? And he is a lefty. I would love to ask, Hey, when do you think Devers be ready to play first base? Just because I think, did Encarnacion, was that at bat that he had today? Was that his first of the year.
It was the first pinch hit appearance of the year, I believe.
I think guys on the bench have got to get involved more for their own good. You can't ask dudes to sit there for an entire week and then, all right, go hit the ball over the fence for us. Like they put him up there. They pinch hit for Patrick Bailey. They were down 3-1. There was a runner on base. There was a lefty on the mound. I totally got it. It was a good pinch hit idea, but he grounds out to second base. And, like, he'd been sitting there since spring training.
Right.
You can't, like...
And Susak, too.
Yeah,
so
they got to get him more involved.
And he got to go out there in the squat for a couple of innings, but...
I would love for Encarnacion to be the DH tomorrow night and see if Devers is ready to play first base. I just don't know if he is.
And can't Encarnacion play first base?
He can. But the idea is that they think Casey is better defensively. Whoops.
I mean...
Yeah, not today.
Not today. Not on those couple of throws. So you would imagine that Devers would be good to go based on last night. You mentioned it. He beat out an infield hit.
Right.
And he's not the fastest guy, but he got down the line pretty good. I didn't see any straining in the hammy.
There are questions there for sure. And I don't know, with the hammy, you're running straight ahead as opposed to first base where you are doing some twisting and turning. I don't know if that's their concern. It's also early in the year. You really don't want to have a bad injury to one of your big guys. But I don't know. Like, that's where my questioning would start, which is twofold. When's Devers going to be ready to play first? Number one. And number two, hey, if he can leg it out down the first baseline, why can't he play first? So we'll see if those questions get asked tomorrow night. Let's go to Kevin in Santa Rosa. Kevin, thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, how you boys doing?
Good.
Good, man.
So on the whole Devers thing first, I mean, when he was in the games last year, when he first came to the team and he was just DHing at first, had that slow start. I feel like once he has the opportunity to get back into first base and being on the field, you can tell he likes engaging with everyone on the field. I feel like we need to get him back, playing first, involved in the game fully, and we can start finally seeing that have some real contributions to the game.
Kevin, I think that's a really good thought, and thanks, Kevin. No two ways about it. Devers doesn't look good at the plate. I don't know if playing first base does anything for that. I don't know if his hamstring has anything to do with that. But Devers is missing fastballs right now, and that's exactly what he's here to do. He's literally one of the people in Major League Baseball that is supposed to be dominant against good fastballs, and he has not been so far this year. I think he's got a total of 5 hits on the year, and I feel like the exit velo on all 5 hits is pretty low.
Yeah.
We've had the infield single. We've had some Texas leaguers. There has not been any thunder off of the bat of Rafi Devers as of yet.
Not a lot of thunder off of any bats. Like Harrison Bader had the Thunder's home run, and beyond that, you haven't really seen much thump, and they're not stringing together big hits and big innings. I know they had one last night, and I think they put up 3 in the first, and today you wound up with 4 hits, 3 from Arise, and you have a bunch of guys in the lineup right now that aren't really locked in, and if your pitching is going to be good, you need to at least produce some runs. Today the pitching was mostly good. The defense kind of got away from you.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to find the meat in your lineup. They're going to have to start producing.
Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. You're also listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Boy, what an interesting first week. An interesting first week, and I guess maybe we should have expected it. You get a couple wins in San Diego, and I think it calms everything down. And that's good. But you've already had, for instance, Jim Bowden yesterday saying that Tony Vitello is embarrassing the Giants. We can get back into that in a little bit. I don't understand that for the life of me. Not at this point. I don't get that. But you've also had Tony have some fascinating interactions with the media, I think. And to have this kind of interaction... Again, I'm with you. It's not a big deal. I'm just more sort of interested that it happened. You're 6 games in, and usually in life, baseball, or anywhere else, these kinds of interactions tend to happen when lots of frustrations have already been built up. And maybe Chappie was feeling some kind of a way, you know? There was a little bit of a budding rally early in the game, and he struck out on a check swing. I wasn't 100% sure that he went around. He got rung up. So maybe his own personal frustrations led to this. But, man, you break camp, you start playing, you go to beautiful San Diego, you win a couple baseball games, and then already we're doing catch the bleeping ball to a young teammate on the 6th game of the season. I'm a little surprised that happened today, I guess. Yeah, I'm a little surprised it happened this early, but if you think about Matt Chapman, and you know him better than I do, but he's a serious dude. Like, he's not a towel snapper. He's not out there yucking and jiving. He is very serious, especially when it comes to defense. He's an elite third baseman defensively, and so when you're out there and you're really good and you make a couple plays that should be outs and they're not outs, you can get frustrated. And he's going to be 33 coming up at the end of this month, and he's off to a slow start. And so the frustration of that, and now you're throwing the ball across the diamond to a guy who's not catching it and costing you a couple of outs and costing your team 2 scoring plays on the ball game. Yeah. I could see where, you get hot, but again, if they're able to talk about it afterward, and that's what Matt Chapman said, that, he went over and spoke to KC about it, and it just was a moment, and you move on. 888-957-957. Much more on this, but Grandy's got a Curry update. What do we got?
Yeah, the Warriors officially put out an update on Stephen Curry. A lot of this we already knew, but they did confirm that he participated in a live 5-on-5 scrimmage yesterday. They write that, quote, he continues to progress in his return to play protocol and will likely participate in another scrimmage this week. And they wrapped up by saying he will be reevaluated again over the weekend, end quote.
Okay, so I read this as very, very good. Like to me, can I redo the headline?
Do it.
All right. Steph woke up today and felt really good after the scrimmage yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that if you look at the schedule, they play today, they play tomorrow, they'll probably scrimmage Friday. I don't know if they would before that, if they want to have the coaches lace them up and run around and get after it, because the other piece of news, and I'm reading from Dalton Johnson on Twitter, the Warriors now are without Porzingis, Gee, DeAnthony Melton, Quentin Post, and Al Horford tonight, as well as Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Moses Moody.
Okay, so
GP2 is questionable.
Okay, so Gee is out. That's
pelvic contusion.
That's new news there. And
right.
Quentin Post, which I assumed, because he couldn't walk the last time we watched him limp off the court.
Right. I guess
the official now, they're out.
Right. And so if you're going to look at scrimmaging, you normally would use some of the guys at the end of your bench, but those guys now are starters and they're at the front of your bench. So you can't even really scrimmage right now because you don't have enough healthy bodies. So 2 games back-to-back days, Friday maybe a scrimmage, and if he feels okay on Saturday, maybe that's when they release the latest update, and hopefully he plays Sunday.
Okay, so GP2 is questionable.
Correct.
But outside of that, what we know as far as who's available tonight, can I read them real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Brandon Pajemski.
Oh, he's playing.
Omar Yurtseven.
Playing.
Nate Williams.
He's playing.
Pat Spencer.
Oh, playing.
Will Richard.
Playing.
GP2 maybe.
Day-Day.
Draymond Green.
He's playing for a while.
Seth Curry.
Yeah.
And LJ Cryer.
That sounds about right.
Is that the Warriors tonight?
That's 8 Warriors. You have to have 8, right, Grandy? That's the league minimum, I think. You have to have. I thought you had to have 8
really
healthy bodies. Yeah, you can't just show up with 5.
You can show. Why not 7?
You're at 7.
You're at 7.
I thought you had to have 8. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm making this up, but And GP2 is questionable.
That sounds like an AI question. Let's see. Here. How many healthy players to play an NBA game?
You can put it on the board.
It is?
Come-o. An NBA team must have at least 8 players dressed and available.
Okay. All right. So
thank you.
Nice job.
So
were they 8 without GP2? Or
yes.
For 3.
Thank you. For some reason, I just love that.
So Cryer, Curry, Draymond.
Yep.
And I left out Leones.
How could you leave out Leones?
My bad. My fault.
And if GP2 plays, I think then they would have 10.
Oh, I got plenty of players.
Well, that's assuming that Seth Curry can go. Didn't he have to come out of the game last time he played?
I don't think so. Did he?
No, he only played 7 minutes, I think, because he hasn't played in a while. And he's not on the injury report, so he's good to go. I don't know how many minutes that is, but he's good to go.
Man, some good stuff tonight.
I mean,
woo!
Yeah.
When you got that kind of star power on the court, Wemby, De'Aaron Fox, Stephon Castle, Omar Yurtseven, LJ Cryer.
I'm going to have to reach out to friend of the station.
Yeah, all right.
Dr. Narav Pandya.
Malavi Leones.
I'm going to call him out because.
Why?
Whose jersey's in the cart, Doc? You got to put.
That's a great question.
Whose jersey's in the cart, Doc?
Out of that group, I bet you he'd say Will Richard.
He probably already has put that in the cart.
I don't know. That's debatable.
I'd say I'll text him, but he's listening, so he'll respond and
Doc?
Give us the answer.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, that's who's playing for the for the Warriors tonight.
And I'm still standing behind my Draymond Green Tech Watch. I think tonight is a classic. And you talked about this in the article from ESPN where he can largely control when he has outbursts and when he doesn't. Tonight feels like one of those where you just...
No, don't do that. No, they need you out there.
For what?
Because you need 8 healthy players or else you're not allowed to play.
No, you just need to start with 8 healthy.
I get it. I know.
Yeah.
I know people are allowed to get hurt during the game. You don't lose automatically if you go down to 7 healthy bodies.
No, it's like in CYO where you have to have 5 to start, but you can play with 4.
Yeah.
And if little Timmy is more than 5 minutes late and you don't have 5, I get a paid hour off. Come-o.
But then the coaches start trying to negotiate with you, send a player from one team or to the other.
Oh, yeah. And you guys can have a scrimmage. You get the gym.
Yeah.
I'll be in my car.
Do you remember in the late stage Don Nelson before they moved on where they must have had 8 bodies available to begin a game late in that year and then like 3 of them or 4 of them fouled out and they had 4 players that were eligible to play.
I do remember this,
But you can play another, if you have only 4 people that have not yet fouled out, you can play one person that did foul out. But if that person commits a foul, it's like a technical foul and they get 2 free throws or something like that.
That's wild.
And it happened.
This is a great rule. I love it. Yeah. I do actually remember that.
That's how bad those Warriors teams were.
See? You got to hold that with you close to your chest when you see the Warriors go through something like this. Just wait for Sunday. One more scrimmage, reevaluation sensation on Saturday. They'll hit the breaking news sounder, but no one will be here. And Steph will be announced as available for the game on Sunday. Actually, the way they'll do it on Saturday is they'll list him as questionable because they want to see how he wakes up on Sunday. And then about 2 hours before tip, you're going to get like a Slates or a Shams. And Steph will be declared available and ready to go for the Houston Rockets.
That would be exciting. That's something to definitely look forward to.
Yeah.
Grandy, it was April 14th, 2010. I'm just now looking this up. They took on Portland. They had 6 healthy players. They won the game. And I think that's the one you're referring to.
Wait, they won?
Yeah, it's an April NBA game. Like, you could throw the records out.
Was Steph one of the healthy bodies that year or that game?
I'm checking. Probably not, based on his ankle issues at the time. Yep. Box score loading. Talk amongst yourselves.
Actually, no, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Okay. This one is tough. This is a text that just came through on the Boxer and Gerson work injury.
My whole day's been about tough questions.
Well, so this is just, so me and you here. I need you to help me out with something. It's Giants related, but I'm going to admit to the audience that this one's like a little selfish, just a little self-exploratory here, okay? Because all of the Tony Vitello conversation that we've had this week has been with you, right? I haven't talked to anybody else. I mean, sure, there's a life outside of the show, but all of the conversations we've had on the show have been with you, right?
Okay, yeah.
All right, so I want to know if you share a perception that I have gotten a few times online. And now on the text thread. So Lucas clipped something that we were talking about with Vitello on Monday. And what I said was, essentially, this is just Cliff's notes of it. What I said was, Tony keeps talking about how the team might have been a little tight because of his speech, and he wanted to relieve the tension. And I go, I don't think the team is tight, Tony. I think you are. Now, in some way, shape, or form, did you take from that? Willard's ripping Tony V.
No.
He don't like that guy.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's too strong. I think for you to look at the situation and think that Tony is tight, that's your opinion. And he sure doesn't seem tight in the press conferences when he's talking about Kanye West. And, you know, he's being pretty open and honest about things. Like even today when Chapman, you know, swears at the first baseman, Tony doesn't shy away from it. He talks about what happened and you move on. So, I mean, I don't agree with your take, but I don't think that your take was, I hate Vitello. He's tight. He's no good.
No, I'm like, it was the first 3 days of his job, and he was on Netflix and playing the Yankees. Like, I think he's a new guy with a new job, like normal amount of anxiety. And I think evidence of what I'm saying came from Robbie Ray. They ran over to him, and they're like, you know, the ups and downs. And Tony's saying you got like there's maybe tension from his speeches, and Robbie, he did everything but roll his eyes. He was like, "We're major leaguers. Like we're fine. We're totally fine." And that's kind of my take. It's not a criticism. It's just an observation that I find to be understandable. I think that I've said all week long. You know, Jim Bowden said that he's embarrassing the Giants. I think it's a horrible take. We're 6 games in.
Right.
Everything is chill. But for some reason, you and I are having conversations, and some people are coming away with, hey, you take it easy on Tony. You chill out. This text that just came in, hey, Willard, Tony has forgotten more baseball than you ever will. No, stop being a homer. What the hell did we say?
And if you're being a homer, you wouldn't be ripping the manager. That's not what homers do.
Well, and now that's what I found so interesting. Because please let me beg of all of you right now before we go down this road. Please do not separate Tony Vitello from the Giants. The same way we have Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, and the Warriors. It's like they've become their own entity. And you have to either be on their side or not on their side. And I despise it. I can't stand it.
Oh, it's too early for that.
Well, but
it's what we do.
I'm smelling it, though. Well, I'm smelling it from around the corner.
What are we doing with Brandon Pajemski? That's kind of what we've done where...
We haven't, have we?
I mean, we as a sports fan base, we as a Warrior fan base, it's either Pods is a good player. He's not a star, but I like having him out there. He's a good, sturdy player. Or, you know, I hate Kerr, and Kerr plays him too much, and Pods thinks too much of himself. It's become very divisive as far as polarizing what you think about Pods. And the Tony V one, we're not anywhere close to that.
I like the way you say divisive.
It's either one.
I know it
Divisive,
is.
divisive.
I like it.
You and I do coupon differently.
What do you do?
Coupon.
Do I say coupon?
You do.
Yeah.
In the Safeway reads, you...
oh, that's right, coupons.
You talk about coupons. And
yeah.
I always kind of like...
It's tomato though, right?
I believe so.
No one's wrong?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
Yeah, just like, I mean, the spelling of some words.
It should be coupon. The first 2 letters are C-O. Where do you get Q out of that?
I don't know.
But that's what I do.
But when you overthrow a government, it's a coup. It's not a coup. So it could be a coup-on. If the P's silent in coup, why is it not in coupon?
We should move on.
Okay.
Anyway.
Anyhow. I don't think you're out of bounds.
Of course Tony Vitello has forgotten more baseball than I'll know. Although I'm pretty good with baseball. But yeah, he's the manager of the Giants.
Doesn't mean he's not tight, though.
And but that wasn't even, I didn't feel that this week. I felt that based on a lot of his answers in the Yankees series. And I stand by it completely. The Giants had a really rough first 3 games. You had days off stuck in there in weird spots. You had 4 hits, 1 run, after 2 games. And Tony's like, boy, I probably had a speech that I shouldn't have had, and it's on me for maybe creating some tension that I probably shouldn't have created. And then the players were like, we're not tense. We're fine. We're playing baseball. It's a major league season. So that's my read. And 408 who texted that's my read from actually having been over to the ballpark on Friday and having spent somewhat extended time in close proximity to Tony. That's how I felt. That's my read. That's all I can give you. But where in any of this conversation is there anything about being against Tony, not liking the hire? You know me. The NFL draft is coming up in a little bit, and you already know the show that I'm going to do the next day. I don't know if any of these picks are good. Let's see them for a little while and then decide.
I got him as a C+ mark for the draft.
Okay.
A solid C+.
I'm going to say the same thing about Tony Vitello. We're not doing this after 6 baseball games. I'm not telling you that I don't like the hire or that he's doing something wrong. I'm telling you that if you're a bench player, you need more than one at-bat a week. I don't need to be right or wrong about that. Gerard will tell you that.
Yeah.
Every pitch hitter I've ever known will tell you that.
Well, it's an opinion, and I think you can look at that, and I'm just a little curious about this Casey Schmidt at first and Arise at second, and you may be right. It might be something they told Luis Arise when he came in, like, yeah, you're going to play second, and we'll figure out first with, Devers and Eldridge when he gets here, and Casey Schmidt will play him there. But I look at what he's doing without making any real moves on the bench. They have one pinch hit appearance in 6 games, and that was today. And they've had one pinch running appearance, and today you had to put a new catcher in because you pinch hit for your catcher. So is that being tight because you're just letting your starting 9 go out there and play all 9 innings? I don't know if it's tight, but it's definitely curious for me.
Everybody's gotten into a game now, so I can say that. Oliva has pinch run twice.
Okay.
Koss came in as a defensive replacement last night.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yes. And Gerard pinch hit today, and Susak came in and caught, the 8th and the 9th, I think.
The 7th, 8th. Yeah, the 7th and the 8th. There was no 9th.
Correct. There you go. The last 2 innings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is that enough for bench players? No. But at the same time, let me remind everybody of this. When your boy Farhan Zaidi was here, what did we all yell at? We wanted everyday players at the positions. Yeah. Well, that like, for better or for worse, that is absolutely what Buster Posey has created.
He has.
He has created, and in fact, here's a stat to support this that I saw before the game, which is super fascinating. This is today marked the first time in 31 years that the Giants had 6 consecutive games of the same starting 8 out in the field. 31 years.
That's crazy.
The Giants have a player at every position, and that's what they're planning to do, and that's how they're planning to play their games. Now, that may get adjusted a little bit as Devers gets healthy or Eldridge gets called up or whatever may happen, but you have your 3 outfielders, you have your infielders, and you have your catcher, and they will get a little bit of rest here and there. Like, I would bet that Susak will probably, I would guess, he's going to start one of the Mets games. You're not going to put Bailey behind the dish 7 days a week. So you're going to get little things here or there as the season unfolds, but they want to go with their starting 8. And I think we've asked them to do this.
Yes, we have. I just look at late game situations, and, if you're going to go with your starting 8 or your starting 9, if you want to talk about the DH as well, I think there's got to be room for Gerard to get a game. You get a game to go in there and be the DH. And, Koss maybe gets to go out there and have a pinch hit appearance because you're 6 games in and you've got, of your bench players, only one of them has had a chance to have an at-bat. And I do think that is going to be very, very challenging. And I know throughout the course of the year, you're going to have guys get dinged up and miss some time or maybe catch a flu or whatever, but you need to have your bench guys in some sort of a rhythm so when you actually do need them. And they're not there right now.
Great question to ask. It's a great question to ask Tony. We should do the show over at the dugout tomorrow. So we're going to ask him.
That'd be cool.
Like, when can Devers play first?
Right.
Why is he able to leg out an infield single but not play first base. And, hey, these bench players, how do you plan on keeping them fresh based on what we've seen in the first 6? And by the way, 408 and everybody else, I'm sure Tony will have wonderful answers for all of those questions. Tony is not dumb. It's so funny sometimes.
Well, he's forgot more baseball than you'll ever know.
I'm sure he has, especially the aluminum bat version. Like, it's so funny to me when someone gets a new job, we act like they're starting over. Like, I think we've done this with young players on the Warriors and the 49ers at times. You know, everybody's always excited to see the young players, and then, you know, the young player will be there for, like Trey Lance will be there for 3 years, or Jonathan Kuminga's there for 5 years, and all of a sudden we're like, boy, they've never had an opportunity to play. And I think to myself sometimes, hey, when does it become the responsibility of the player to get going? Because sometimes we treat those young players as if they're 12. It's like they've been playing for a lot, like, you know what I mean? Kuminga, Pods, whoever your bee's knees is, these guys have been in the league now for years.
Yeah, 3 years for Pods. Kuminga's in year 5.
They're young, but they're also vets.
Right.
They've been around for a second.
Vet-ish, but
yeah.
I mean, Pods has played in every game this year, and he's played
a lot of experience.
In a ton of games. Yeah, he's played a lot of minutes, and Kuminga, a lot of the issue was the start-stop nature of his playing time, but year 5, he's been in the association for a lot. He's played a lot of minutes, so I get that part of it. In baseball, it's obviously more difficult because you start in the minors and you may not make it to the show until you're older, but also you need to have that opportunity. And I think about Bryce Eldridge, when he comes up, eventually, you're going to have him in there 6 or 7 days a week because you don't want him just stewing on the bench, right?
I mean, so anyway, the reason I bring that up is to say Tony Vitello is coming from college to the pros. He didn't get here and go, oh, my God, y'all use wooden bats? Whew. I didn't know. Wow, wait a minute. You have a brick wall in right field? I hadn't seen that. Like, he's not dumb. And he's got 1,000 voices around him. So he'll have answers to those questions. But they're fair questions. No question about it.
Yeah. And it's more challenging here, obviously, because you're in the bigs, and not that every game is make or break, but if you do have your lineup that you want to roll out there, you're going to roll them out there just about every day.
Yeah.
If you're at Tennessee, and I was looking at the schedule earlier in the week, kind of keeping an eye on the Volunteers for Tony, because he's obviously busy, but you have your weekend series against your conference opponent, and then there's a Tuesday game against Austin Peay or Western Illinois or Georgia State. That's a game where you play your B squad. You just roll that out there and give the guys a chance to grab their metal bats and play against lesser opponents. But here, you don't really have that. You go, boom, Padres, and you got other tough series coming up, the Mets and the Phillies. And not that you're going to look by anybody, but right now you're just trying to get your lineup like into a routine, but at the expense of the bench guys, unfortunately.
I have an update.
Is it breaking?
It is.
Okay.
GP2 is out also.
He's out. Oh, my goodness.
All right. So let's quickly go over the starting. Is it 8 or 9? Is it 9? It's 9 players, right, that are available?
Can I first just read to you everyone that's officially out tonight?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
This
Jimmy Butler, Stephen Curry, Al Horford, D'Anthony Melton,
4,
Moses Moody,
5,
Gary Payton II,
that's 6,
Kristaps Porzingis,
7,
Quentin Post,
8,
and Guy Santos.
9.
All out.
All right, so 9 out and 9 in. That's super symmetrical.
Yeah.
All right, here's who's in. Omar Yurtseven, Nate Williams, Pat Spencer, Will Richard, Brandon Pajemski, Malavai Leones, Draymond Green, Seth Curry, LJ Cryer. Let's go, Dubs.
Let's go. Make it happen.
What's the Spurs injury report? Anybody? Anybody out?
Let's see. A couple of G League two-way guys. Actually, 3 G League two-way guys, and the only full-time guy that's out is Luke Cornett. That's it.
Oh, wow. We get to play him with no Cornett?
It's a big deal.
Catching a break there.
Yeah. Big guys are going to eat. Except for that Victor guy. He'll be in the way a little bit.
I mean, it just is. It's just one of those nights where you just hope that all 8 of those guys, or all 9 of them, can just make it through. Just reading that story you were talking about, Grandy, the last game of the year against Portland, where it was so shambolic. The league forced Nelly to play injured guys, and so he had him go out there and intentionally foul the Blazers, and then he just took them off the floor, and you got late in that game, and Devin George fouls out, so you're going to have to play with 4, not so fast. You got to play your injured guys. No, I don't. They go back on the floor. He plays. He gets teed up because he's already fouled out. And the Warriors win the game. Your boy, 30, rookie, he goes for 46, plays every minute. Actually, 42. Monte Ellis with 34, and you beat Portland in game 82.
Tremendous.
You talk about shambolic. And Nelly's out there screaming at the refs, and the fans are screaming at Nelly. I hope we don't get into a situation like that tonight with just 9 bodies.
I
kind of do.
Yeah, I feel bad for Guy and GP2 and Quentin Post. They've just been announced out, and you want to know what happened to the spread?
It went down?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's still 14.
14?
Yeah.
You betting it?
No. No, my account is frozen.
You on a little bit of a downturn?
No, just by choice.
Okay.
Just taking a chill. Taking a chill.
Yeah.
I've been playing a lot of underdog. We're doing fine.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a little spot right now where
Why?
Not that I can't stop because, 1-800-GAMBLER, I've heard your ads over and over,
We
but
actually changed the number recently.
I'm having a lot of fun with it.
1-800-MY-RESET.
Had a Giants one today, took the L, and
tomorrow you bounce back.
Well, tonight I got a little Spurs Warriors that's already been in play.
Okay.
And we got a little Sharks Ducks coming up at 6:00.
Would you like to share what you did in the Warriors Spurs game?
Oh, I would love to.
Okay.
I did. Thank you, Goo. I am on Macklin Celebrini, and
Of course you are.
And a couple of Ducks too, because that game might go 9-7. Neither team is very good at defense. Sharks. And, thank you, Sharks and Ducks. Pods over 17.5 points.
Oh, you're such a Pods lover.
He's playing, right?
Yeah, he's in.
I mean,
Somebody's
considering
gotta
who
score.
else is playing, I got Pods going. Pods going to go 9 for 28.
How many of the Warriors' 68 points will Pods score tonight?
Over 17.5.
Okay.
I've got Pods over 4.5 rebounds.
Oh, God. Did you do an all Podser?
No, you have to use.
I know you do.
And then I went De'Aaron Fox over 16.5 points.
That's not happening. He's going to be in the bench by the second quarter.
Draymond Green under 21.5 points, rebounds, and assists.
Oh, that's an interesting play.
He gets up for Wemby, Dibs.
Yeah.
He does,
But he
but when
doesn't-
it's 37-9, he's going to get 2 techs and go sit with various Currys.
I don't think he's going to get thrown out. I don't think he's going to get text, but defending Wemby does not give him any points, rebounds, or assists.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, rebounds if
rebounds.
If Pods lets him have one.
Right. Right.
It's very Pod-centric.
And you don't get an assist unless the guy that you passed it to scores.
That's a 4.
And, yeah. So
that one.
I like your picks, Dibs.
What's in the center of an apple, Goo? Core. All right. That's enough. De'Aaron Fox, 16.5.
That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. They don't feature him anymore.
Yeah.
He's not the guy. He's not even the second guy.
Right.
He's the third guy.
I mean, who's going to check him? You going to check him?
You mean like who's going to defend him?
Yeah.
Pods.
I mean, okay. Go over 18.5 then. Play the alternate line.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
I like my guy, John. Thank you, John. I like sports fans like John on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Wow. Are people micro-analyzing every move of every game? I was really happy to see a couple wins in a row. Maybe we win again. I don't know. What do you think? You think you got the Giants? I got the Giants over half of a win for the rest of this season.
I got the Giants going 82 and 75.
That's right.
Yeah, 2-4 right now, so they'd have to really, put it together to go 82 and 75. I don't know. It's too early to really micromanage anything.
Look, we could throw that out to everybody. Just how is the Vitello thing landing with you so far? 888-957-9570. That's really what we're talking about here. I don't think this is, with all due, and John, I totally get where you're coming from, but I don't think this is about micromanaging moves or lack thereof. That's actually what people are bringing up more than anything, is the lack of moves that we've seen so far. Jim Bowden's out here saying that this is embarrassing the Giants. I think that's a brutal comment. I don't agree with that at all. I just think this is what happens, sports and life, when someone is kind of interesting. Tony Vitello is doing something that has never been done before. Billie Jean King, and we're going to really date the hell out of us, but you go out there and do the battle of the sexes.
Bobby Riggs.
You want to see what happens. Tony Vitello, we want to see what happens. And in baseball, you're not going to get an answer in short form, but you kind of want one. So it's like, let's take a look at what's going on every game. Well, we're 6 games in. So you even said this earlier. I agree with you. We probably are not even going to have what we feel is a final answer at the end of this year. Even if it doesn't go well, I don't think Tony's getting whacked.
Probably not.
After a year?
Unless you get to a spot where you lose the clubhouse and it's pretty clear that, you don't have the command of the group that you think you should have. And, whatever process results, you can have a bad year and he can be great and in command and you just have a bad year. Or you could have a really good year and the thing could be sideways in the clubhouse and they play well in spite of Tony V. But 6 games in, for me, it's more about looking at things like, pitching changes. Today, you had your starter get into a little bit of a spot and you left him out there to try to work through it and he gave up another hit. Maybe you should have taken him out earlier, those types of things. But for me, it's not like make or break moves and you pinch hit Encarnacion today and he gets out. And so it's, what are you doing, Tony? You should have let Bailey hit.
I think that was the right move, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
You're down by 2 runs late. You have a runner on. You give somebody who's got a lot of pop a chance to swing the bat and tie the game. It didn't happen. That's okay. The bigger question for me, though, is how can a player like that succeed in moments like that if you're letting them get ice cold on the bench? And so the Giants are going to have to figure that out. But by and large, I actually dig this from a strategic standpoint. I dig what they're doing. They've got a player at every position. That's their position. They've got a lineup. In the age of analytics, we've lost this. And as Giants fans, I think we missed it. And I think we wanted it back. Now, you can overcorrect for sure. You can overcorrect. You can go too far in another direction and let your bench just have moss growing on them over there. But I like this. This is going to allow fans to connect with the team because they know who the players are. They know who's out there. And usually they are the right ones to leave up in the moment. Like, they have the best chance to get a hit because they're the best players. So we asked for this. We've got it. They've got to find their middle ground. They will. They will. Like I said, 7 games in 7, and actually it goes into next week too, right? Isn't it like 10 games in 10 days?
Yeah.
You're going to get, the bench players are going to get in.
They're going to have to.
They have to.
And you mentioned 31 years, right? Since the Giants had done this.
6 consecutive games where the starting 8 in the field were the exact same.
Just look back at that year, 1995, Game 6. They went with Darren Lewis in center, Robbie Thompson, your second baseman, Bonds was in left, Matt Williams, your guy at third. You had Glenn Allen Hill in right field, Royce Clayton at short, J.R. Phillips, your first baseman, Kurt, what is that man wearing, in the squad. That was your 8, 1995.
There you go.
31 years ago.
That's the last time.
It's crazy.
Completely. But, yeah, 650, Vitello's fine. Leave him alone. I think that's what we're saying.
I know he's talking to you, the texter. Get off him, Mark. That's what he's saying.
But he's also interesting.
Definitely.
Have you ever, I want to play that, we've referenced it a couple times. I want to play this for you. Have you ever heard something like this in the first 4 days of a baseball season in your life? I don't know that I've ever heard anything like this. Jim Bowden yesterday, foul territory. Listen to what he said about Vitello and the Giants.
Look, you got to give him time. I like the man. I think he's a good communicator. I think he's got great energy. I think he's a lot of fun. I think he's over his head. So what do? We fix it. So how do we fix it? Well, if I am sitting there and I'm Buster Posey or I'm Zach Manassian, this is what I'm going to do. I've got two guys on my payroll that are both going to be in the Hall of Fame someday. One named Bruce Bochy and one named Dusty Baker. I'm going to let them split the duties, okay? But what we're going to do after every single game and after every single press conference of every single game, one of them is going to sit down and go through the game with Tony Vitello. Going to talk about all the moves, what he did, what he didn't do, what he could do, what he should do. Talk about what he's going to do tomorrow and the next day, what his thoughts on that. And then we're going to break down what he said to the media and what works and doesn't work. We want him to be himself, but we also want him to be professional and not embarrass us, which right now he's embarrassing us is my take. So I'm for Tony Vitello. I want this to work. Don't tell me after the first week that it's working. It's not. And by the way, I'm not going by wins and losses. The Yankees have a better team. They went up against amazing pitching in Fried, Schlittler, and Warren. The bullpen was great. The losses weren't on Vitello, but let's evaluate him as a manager. He's not ready yet.
Okay, so it's so interesting to me. All in one quote, you've got to give him time, but he's not ready yet. You need somebody to hold his hand after game. But I'm for Tony Vitello.
I like the man.
I love the man, but he's embarrassing the Giants right now.
Yeah.
It's like there's a lot of takes in opposite directions there. And by the way, breaking news, that man right there joins us tomorrow at 2:30.
Okay. Jim Bowden, 2:30. Mama, here comes that man.
That's right.
Can join us.
Well, I really want to explore that with him. What's embarrassing?
Right. And have him just clarify some of the things that, because what you said is he's kind of talking on both sides of the issue. You got to give him time, but he can't do it right now, but you're not giving him time, but you're saying you have to give him time and you're already making judgments?
What's embarrassing? That's what I want to know. I found some things unique.
Right.
I found some things that feel different. I have found some things that I think are probably understandable and will sort of find their flow as they go. Embarrassing? That's a big word.
It's a strong word, yeah.
And by the way, to say 6 games into the season, he said that 2 games ago. I think, I don't know if he said that yesterday or Monday before the game against San Diego.
I think it was Monday before that one.
He said that after 3 baseball games.
Right, and he even said in there, the Yankees are a very good team, and yet it's embarrassing because you get swept by the Yankees at home. I don't know where the embarrassment lies, but Jim Bowden tomorrow, 2:30.
Well, I think embarrassing is getting shut out twice in a row to start a season. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, fair.
4 hits in 2 games to start. That's embarrassing.
But I don't know if that's embarrassing for the skipper.
No, it's not. I mean, I guess by association.
I suppose.
He's the boss of that team, but that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's it douses water on the season. But then you go to San Diego, you take 2 or 3, you score 8 runs one of the nights, calm everybody down. I don't feel embarrassing is the right word.
No, I don't think so either. Like when Mike Singletary has his debut game as the coach of the Niners and he reportedly drops his pants at halftime in the locker room and then goes out and has his "We Want Winners" rant. That to me is kind of embarrassing when that's the way your coach comported himself, but he's a Hall of Fame linebacker, so he gets a little bit more of a pass.
We're sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking out Tony Vitello, Matt Chapman, and Casey Schmidt get into a little thing on the mound today after a couple of errors, and the Warriors are about to play the Spurs tonight here on 95.7 The Game without, I guess, their 9 best players.
If they lose by 50 tonight, is that embarrassing for Steve Kerr?
Kind of.
I don't think so.
At 50? I don't know, lose by 50.
I mean, if you lose by 50 with this cast of characters, to me, that's not embarrassing.
I don't think you lose by 50 if you just try. And they try. They play hard.
You should see what's going on in the association right now.
I know.
You don't think Pods is one of their 9 best players?
I know. I do.
Wow.
I do.
You do?
I do.
I do, but
I knew someone was going to bring that up. Anyway, it's Willard and Dibbs.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kelsey. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kelsey app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard. The world feels uncertain right now, but when a serious injury hits, uncertainty is over, and you are in the fight for your life. Bills start, pressure builds. That's when you call Habas Law. Battle-tested, relentlessly victorious. Omar Habas, Tariq Habas, ruthless when insurance companies try to wear you down. For 40 years, Habas Law has built the legal muscle that wins again and again, delivering justice where it belongs with you. When your world gets rocked, bring in the force built for the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer. Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Spring is warming up, but is your body ready? If you're ready to lose unwanted weight and feel your best, it starts with the right combination of GLP-1 medication and real clinician care. Because here's the truth, where you get your prescription matters. At Jumpstart MD, you get expert-guided weight loss with affordable plans designed for real, lasting results. Don't wait to feel confident this summer. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Dub Nation, it's Guy Santos here. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 957 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
Thanks, Guy.
Guy Santos has been an underdog and Prize Picks genius over the last 2 months, quite frankly.
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Yeah.
Get better, Guy.
Hurry back.
He likes your picks. I do not like the injury report.
Too long.
It is long.
He actually won me my season-long fantasy basketball championship, pretty much single-handedly.
It's already over?
Yeah, ended Sunday.
How come?
These last 2 weeks are brutal.
It's kind of like week 18 in the NFL.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got you.
Kuminga with 10 points tonight as the Hawks are motorboating the Magic.
What quarter is it? How they doing?
The third, they're up by 26.
Magic City tonight?
It's Jonathan Kuminga.
They're good.
The Hawks, yeah.
The Hawks are like, they don't lose.
Yeah.
I saw on Twitter the other day.
Did you see Grandy?
In the play-in era, the teams that have spent the most time in play-in position in the standings, the Atlanta Hawks are a clear, far-away number 1. And number 2, the Golden State Warriors.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Is this year 5 of the play-in era? Or
I
year
forget.
6,
The
maybe?
Hawks, I saw that too. I don't remember what the Warriors number was, but I know the Hawks number was over 600 days.
Oof.
That has to be in season because no one's in the play-in in the off season.
I'm not into it.
The Hawks?
No, the play. I like the play-in tournament for watchability. I would like the Warriors to stop being in it all the time. It's stressful. Was it Memphis last year that they beat?
Correct.
To get the 7 seed?
Yeah, I just found the graph again. Total days spent in the number 7 through number 10 seeds since 2020-2021. The Hawks lead the way with over 600 days spent in that area of the standings. The Warriors just a tick under 500 days.
Oh, it's too much.
No good?
That game was stressful. I remember where I was, who I was with, what I ate. And I remember in that fourth quarter, I was like, no. You cannot lose this game. And then they didn't, but it was too close for comfort.
No doubt.
Whew. That was a ride last year.
And this year, just to even get a ride is going to be a challenge. And, Portland, if you do have all the guys who you don't have currently, Portland has never seen that Warrior team.
No, for sure. But it's different when you're the 10 seed versus the 7 seed. You're the 7 seed, you go into the play-in tournament with some expectation that you are going to go into the playoffs. And then if you suddenly lose that first game, now one game for your life. Plus, you are automatically going to go play Oklahoma City. Like, when they were playing Memphis, and it was a close game with 3 minutes to go, it's like, if they don't win this game, you're either not going or you're going to play the Thunder. And both of those felt awful. So, anyway, that's all I remember about that night. Engagement is everything. On the court and in life, vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page before every game, presented by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. Earlier we asked, with the Spurs in town tonight, which young star is going to be the first to win an NBA championship. Victor Wembanyama, Cade Cunningham, Anthony Edwards, or Luka Doncic. What was your vote? Who did you say?
My vote was Cade Cunningham.
Well, you didn't actually go to the Twitter poll and vote then.
Because he got no votes?
Cade Cunningham got 0% of the vote.
Man. I mean, they have a chance this year, and he hasn't been ruled out for the entire year.
Not at all. Wemby got 78.6% of the vote. Luka got 14.3%. Ant got 7.1%. Cade got Zippo-Dippo.
A little surprising.
Nothing. I like Cade.
They're the 1 seed.
I like the Pistons.
And I think that, if they can advance, he'll be able to come back.
Let's go to Austin in San Jose. Austin, hi. What's going on with you today?
Hey, guys. I just listened to the comment. By the way, I thought it was all about winning, and JK is with a winning team now. So, the Warriors have got worse since he left. But I digress.
That's a little unfair.
I called. Yeah, no, it's not unfair.
It is, Austin. Nobody's playing. You're the one who brought it there, man. Stay on point. You called about Jim Bowden. Stay on point.
I am gonna.
All right.
Listen, I'll stay on point, and we can talk about JK another time. But
or not.
Listen, what did Bowden say? What did Bowden say that wasn't accurate? I mean, he's being very accurate. If you've got Bochy and Dusty Baker in the building, and you've got these kind of things going on, why wouldn't you lean on them? Why wait for this guy to make more mistakes before you decide? Let's talk. Let's help this dude. It's pretty obvious that. And by the way, I'm coming from a standpoint of corporate America. I've worked in many years, and I'm also coming from the standpoint that I don't believe in OJT, on-the-job training. You take a job like he has, you better be prepared to do what you need to do. So if you're not prepared, take advantage of those who've done it. And they're in the building, so it's obvious he's making mistakes. Why are we seeing guys yelling at each other?
Austin, let me stop you right there because I got all kinds of questions about a very interesting take. First of all, what evidence do you have that he's not asking Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy questions? And second of all, you twice referred to, quote unquote, this stuff that's happening. What stuff?
Well, I don't know that he's not or not. I don't know that you know that he's not talking to him either. But
I don't. It sounds like you're assuming that he's not, and they're there. So
if he's talking, he's not listening. If he's talking, he's not listening.
How so? What is it he did that you don't like?
You've got a player today who's acting out, a millionaire pro that's been in the league for many years, and Chappie, whatever you want to call him. He is acting out toward another player. What does that tell you? Does that sound like something that's under the control of a guy that knows what he's doing? We never saw this before. You were one of the guys that went after Kapler constantly. Did we ever see this kind of crap with Kapler? I mean, come on, guys. I mean, I know that he's early. Listen, it's only a few games. I'm with you there. But let's not wait till this guy falls off the cliff. Wow. Go ahead and take advantage of the pros in the building. That's all I'm saying.
Didn't we see it with Zach Littell and Kapler?
I love you. I love it when you call. I love sparring with you. I can't believe what you're saying right now. Dibbs is right. Kapler had a pitcher scream at him while he was walking off the mound, and they sent him to the minors the very next day. This happens in all levels of sports all the time. Steve Kerr had a Hall of Fame player walk off of the bench earlier this year. Kyle Shanahan screamed at a cornerback in the playoffs. I mean, and by the way, this interaction had nothing to do with Tony at all. Chapman told the first baseman, catch the ball.
Right.
What does that have to do with Tony?
Well, the sentiment, and I'm seeing this a little bit on Twitter, and so it could be the lunatic fringe, as it often is on this site, but the thought is that Tony V is losing the clubhouse because he, quote unquote, is allowing something like this to happen. And I'm just relaying this because Austin's call made me think about a couple of the tweets that I've seen where, Tony V